Zohar 8. Preface. This volume covers the last third of the Zohar's commentary on the Book of and the first third of its commentary on the Book of. Among the notable passages is the discussion of the scapegoat on Yom Kippur, bearing Israel's sins, which is to be sent off to Azazel into the desert. Azazel is likely the name of a demon. Drawing on a midrashic source, the Zohar teaches that something must be offered to demonic powers in order to assuage them. Ignoring or simply opposing such negative forces is not always effective. Includes a detailed list of the holidays. In discussing the festival of Sukkot booths, the Zohar introduces the custom of inviting Ushpizin holy guests into the sukkah. On each successive night of Sukkot, a different guest is invited: Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Aaron, Joseph, and King David. These biblical heroes represent respectively the 7 lower Sphirot divine qualities, from Hesed through Shekinah. But unless one also invites a poor or needy person into his sukkah, the holy guests flee. Based on the Zohar, the custom of inviting the Ushpizin spread to wider circles under the influence of Lurianic Kabbalah and has become an integral part of the celebration of Sukkot. Toward the end of this volume appears a famous passage about the apparent meaning of Scripture as opposed to its deeper layers. Although this is a frequent theme in the Zohar, here we find a particularly radical formulation in the name of Rabbi Shimon. Woe to the person who says that Torah intended to present a mere story and ordinary words, for if so, we could compose a Torah right now with ordinary words, and more laudable than all of them. Of course, Rabbi Shimon proceeds to explain that beneath the superficial sense of Scripture lie countless hidden secrets. But even so, it is startling to hear him say that, were this not the case, he and his associates could write a better Torah. The most remarkable section of this volume is Idra Rabbah, the Great Assembly, extending over nearly pages. In this dramatic narrative, Rabbi Shimon and his 9 companions gather to explore the deepest secrets of God's nature. Taking turns, they describe 2 divine configurations: Arik Anpin, the compassionate one, and Zedia Anpin, the short-tempered one. There is a state of emergency, because due to human misconduct the world is vulnerable to divine wrath. The mystical heroes set out on a dangerous mission to restore the balance in the upper worlds. By penetrating the hidden realms and conveying their insights, they seek to enhance God Himself. They aim to stimulate a radiant flow from the compassionate one, which can soothe the aroused and irascible divine force and thereby save the world. The quest is perilous, and 3 of the companions tragically perish. The Idra Rabbah is filled with descriptions of the divine face: the forehead, ears, eyes, nose, and especially the beard. Appropriately, this section appears in Parashat Nazo of the Zohar, immediately after a discussion of the Nazirite. According to the Bible, a male Nazirite was forbidden to cut his hair or trim his beard. This emphasis on the beard reflects the fact that in many cultures it represents masculine beauty and virility. According to the Talmud, the glory of a face is the beard. Based on the Zohar's extended description of the divine beard, Kabbalists and subsequently Hasidim insisted on not trimming their own beards at all, or even removing a single strand, since the human beard symbolizes the divine beard, each strand of which conveys the flow of emanation. The detailed descriptions of the divine face and beard can be seen, in part, as a reaction against Maimonides, who insisted on God's incorporeality and tried to explain away the numerous anthropomorphisms in the Bible. For the Kabbalist, Maimonides' God has become too abstract. The author of Idra Rabbah seeks to restore God's face. Yet, at the same time, this mystical writer is indebted to Maimonides, for example, in equating God's eyes with divine providence. This unique and challenging Zoharic composition combines abstract philosophical insights with graphic physical depictions. At times, The depictions seem intended to outdo, perhaps to parody, those of Shior Koma, the ancient portrayal of the divine body. Kabbalists and scholars have wrestled with Idrarabah ever since it first emerged over 700 years ago in medieval Spain. I have borrowed freely from their insights and commentaries, to which I often refer in the notes to this volume. The work of Yehuda Leibs has once again proven invaluable, especially because he has often focused on this astonishing narrative. The Zohar. Parashat Kedoshim. Holy. Rabbi Elazar opened, be not like a horse, like a mule, without sense. How often does Torah arouse human beings? How often does she raise her voice in every direction to awaken them, yet they all sleep, with slumber in their sockets, neither observing nor caring. With what countenance will they rise on the day of supreme judgment, when the supernal king demands requital for the humiliation of Torah, when she cried out to them and they did not turn their faces to her, for they are all totally defective, not knowing faith of the supernal king. Woe to them, woe to their souls, for Torah admonishes them, saying, whoever is a fool, let him turn aside. Here Hasar Lev, he who lacks sense, she says to him. What is Hasar Lev? He who lacks heart. Rabbi Elazar said, lacking faith, for one who has no faith surely lacks heart, and one who does not engage in Torah has no faith and is totally defective. Ve Amra, and she says, to him. The verse should read Omra, I will say, to him, as is written Omra, I will say, to God, my rock. Yve Amra, and she says, to him. Well, to include and add Torah above, who calls him he who lacks heart, defective in faith. For we have learned as follows: if anyone does not engage in Torah, it is forbidden to approach him or do business with him, all the more so to travel with him, for he lacks faith. Thus we have learned whoever walks on the way, unaccompanied by words of Torah, forfeits his soul all the more so, one who joins on the way with someone who values neither the honor of his Lord nor his own, being careless of his soul. Rabbi Yehuda said, how can one who is careless of his soul draw a worthy soul to his son? Rabbi Elazar said, I am astonished at this, and surely the matter has already been discussed. Thus it is written, be not like a horse, like a mule, without sense. Happy are the righteous, who engage in Torah, know the ways of the blessed Holy One, and sanctify themselves with holiness of the King, becoming completely holy thereby. They draw a Holy Spirit from above, and all their children are truly virtuous and called children of the King, holy children. Woe to the wicked, who are all impudent, and their deeds impudent thereby. Their children inherit an impudent soul from the side of impurity, as is written, becoming impure through them. If one comes to defile himself, he is defiled. Be not like a horse, like a mule, who are more lustful than all. Without sense, for people should not delve into this way. Consequently, here is written without having sense, and there is written the dogs are greedy for souls, they never know satiety, that is, those called greedy for souls appear. Why? Because they are incapable of understanding. They are shepherds. What is meant by they are shepherds? Well, they lead and conduct a person to hell. They never know satiety, as is said, the leech has two daughters, give since they are they never know satiety. Each of them has turned his own way, every last one for his own gain, for they are scouts of hell. What inflicts all this upon them? That they did not sanctify themselves in coupling as they should have. Thus it is written, you shall be holy, for I, Yehovah, am holy. The blessed Holy One said, of all nations of the earth, I desired to cleave only to Israel, as is written, you, cleaving to Yehovah your God, are alive every one of you today, you, and not other nations. Thus it is written, for I, Yehovah, am holy, I am holy, therefore you shall be holy. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, alas for the land of whirring wings, beyond the rivers of Nubia. Now, just because it is a land of whirring wings, should reproach loom there? Well, Rabbi Yitzchak said, when the Blessed Holy One unveiled the world and sought to reveal the deep from within the hidden and light from within darkness, they were intermingled, for out of darkness issued light, and out of the hidden was revealed the deep, one issuing from the other. Out of good issues evil, out of compassion issues judgment. All is interwoven, the good impulse and the evil impulse, right and left, Israel and the other nations, white and black, all suspended in oneness. It has been taught, Rabbi Yitzchak said in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, the entire world appears as a single clustered garland interlaced, and when the world is tried, it is judged with mingled judgment. Otherwise the world could not endure even one moment. We have already established this matter, for when your judgments reach the earth, inhabitants of the world learn righteousness. It has been taught, when judgment looms over the world, and righteousness is crowned with its judgments, many winged ones are aroused, facing masters of harsh judgment, to gain dominion over the world. They spread wings from one side to the other, to sweep over the world, then wings stir, spreading, absorbing harsh judgment, and they roam through the world, empowered to inflict harm. Then it is written, alas for the land of whirring wings. Rabbi Yehuda said, I see inhabitants of the world being shameless, except for the truly virtuous. So, as it were, all transpires like this. If one comes to purify himself, they assist him. If one comes to defile himself, as we have established, for it is written, becoming impure through them. Rabbi Yos was walking on the way, and he encountered Rabbi Hiya, who said to him, as you know, the companions have established what is written of Eli, therefore I have sworn against the house of Eli, that the sin of the house of Eli will not be purged by sacrifice and offering forever. Samuel, by sacrifice and offering it cannot be purged, but by words of Torah it can. Why? Because words of Torah transcend all offerings of the world, as we have established, for it is written, this is the Torah for the ascent offering, for the grain offering, for the purification offering, for the guilt offering, for the ordination offering, and for the sacrifice of well-being. Torah is equivalent to all offerings of the world. He replied, certainly so, for even if punishment is decreed upon someone from above, if he has engaged in Torah, this is better for him than all offerings and sacrifices of the world, and that punishment is torn up. Because he studies Torah for her own sake, the Blessed Holy One is reconciled with him. A person is never purified except by words of Torah. Consequently, words of Torah are not susceptible to impurity, since she is capable of purifying the impure. Healing inheres in Torah, as is written, it will be healing for your flesh. Purity, as is written, the awe of Yehovah is pure, enduring forever. What is meant by enduring forever? Enduring always in that purity, never departing. He said to him, it is written, the awe of Yehovah, not Torah. He replied, certainly so, for Torah derives from the side of Gevurah, and purity issues from there, as is written, the beginning of wisdom is awe of Yehovah 1, and it is written, the awe of Yehovah is pure. It is called holiness, for I, Yehovah, am holy, and this is Torah, which is the supernal holy name. Therefore, a one who engages in her is purified and then sanctified, as is written, you will be holy. It is not written be holy, but rather you will be, surely. He said to him, so it is, and from here, as is written, as for you, you will become for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, and it is written, these are the words. It has been taught, holiness of Torah is a holiness transcending all others, and holiness of supernal concealed wisdom surpasses all. He said to him, there is no Torah without wisdom, and no wisdom without Torah. All occupies a single rung, and all is one. Yet Torah inheres in supernal wisdom, subsisting there, her roots implanted on all sides. As they were going along, they found a man in a remote village dump, riding on a horse, and he released his hand toward the branch of a tree. Rabbi Yos said, this accords with what is written, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy. If a person sanctifies himself below, he is sanctified from above, as is written, you shall be holy, for I, Jehovah, am holy. Rabbi Abba teaches, this portion is the entirety of Torah and the signet ring seal of truth. In this portion sublime mysteries of Torah have been innovated, and 10 utterances, decrees, punishments, and supernal commandments. When the companions reached this portion, they would rejoice. Rabbi Abba said, why are the portion of sexual licentiousness and the portion of kedushim adjacent to one another? Well, it has been taught as follows: whoever is vigilant towards such licentiousness has surely been generated in holiness, all the more so, if he sanctifies himself with the holiness of his Lord. The companions have already adduced the proper time of everyone's conjugal duty, for a person to become sanctified. One who desires to sanctify himself according to the will of his Lord should perform conjugal union only from midnight on, or at midnight, for at that hour the Blessed Holy One appears in the Garden of Eden, and supernal holiness is aroused, so that is the time to sanctify oneself. This is for other people. As for disciples of the wise, who know the ways of Torah, midnight is their time to rise and study Torah, coupling with assembly of Israel to praise the Holy King. And on Sabbath eve, when complete favor prevails, then is their coupling to bring forth the fervor of the Blessed Holy One and assembly of Israel, as is written, you are children of Jehovah your God, these are called holy, as is written, you shall be holy, for I, Jehovah your God, am holy. Rabbi Abba opened, who is like your people Israel, one nation on earth, Samuel among all nations of the world. The Blessed Holy One desired only Israel, making them one nation, calling them by his name Ehad, one. He adorned them with many crowns, with many commandments, by which a person is adorned, corresponding to the pattern above, becoming one complete. When a person is adorned with them and sanctified by them, he becomes complete and is called one, for he is called one only when he is complete, and whoever is defective is not called one. Thus the Blessed Holy One is called one, in total perfection, in perfection of the patriarchs, in perfection of assembly of Israel. Consequently, Israel below is called one. When a person grasps and puts on tefillin, and wraps himself in a covering of mitzvah, he is adorned with holy crowns, corresponding to the pattern above, and is called one. Accordingly, let the one come and engage with one. The Blessed Holy One, who is one, will engage with one, for the King engages only with what befits him. Thus it is written, he is with one, and who can turn him back? Job. The Blessed Holy One dwells and appears only with one. If a person is arrayed in supernal holiness, becoming one, then he dwells with one, and nowhere else. When is a person called one? When he is sanctified by supernal holiness. When a person appears in a single coupling, male and female, intending to be sanctified fittingly, then he is complete and called one, without defect. Therefore, a man should delight with his wife at that time, inviting her to share a single desire, so that they both focus as one on that event. When they both occupy this state, all is one, in soul and body. In soul cleaving to one another in single desire. In body, as we have learned, a human being is like someone divided in half, and when male and female join, they become one body. So they are one soul and one body, a human being called one. Then the Blessed Holy One dwells with one, generating a Holy Spirit into that one. These are called children of the Blessed Holy One, as we have said. Therefore, you shall be holy, for I Jehovah your God am holy. Happy are Israel, for he established this matter nowhere else but in his very being, as is written, for I, Jehovah, am holy, to cleave to him, to no other. Thus, you shall be holy, for I, Jehovah your God, am holy. Every man shall revere his mother and his father, and my Sabbaths you shall keep. We have learned that this portion is the entirety of Torah. Scripture likens reverence for father and mother to the Sabbath. Well, Rabbi Yos said, all is one. Whoever reveres the former keeps the latter. every man shall revere his mother and his father. Regarding reverence, Scripture placed his mother before his father. Why this has already been established, since one's mother has less power than his father in this regard. Scripture gave precedence to revering her. Rabbi Yitzchak said, "What is written before you shall be holy." If a man comes to be sanctified with his wife as one who deserves greater praise for that sanctification, you must say, the female. Therefore, every man shall revere his mother and his father. Rabbi Yehuda said, every man shall revere his mother and his father. Similarly, on the day that Yehovah Elohim made earth and heaven, and elsewhere Scripture places heaven before earth, demonstrating that both of them were formed as one. Here, too, Scripture places mother before father, while elsewhere placing father before mother, to demonstrate that both of them engaged as one in forming him. And my Sabbaths you shall keep. One is equivalent to the other, all evenly balanced. It is written, you shall keep the Sabbath, for it is holy to you, and it is written, remember the Sabbath day to hallow it well, one for father and one for mother. Here is written, every man shall revere his mother and his father, and my Sabbaths you shall keep, and there is written, my Sabbaths you shall keep, and my sanctuary you shall revere. What is meant by my sanctuary literally? Alternatively, Mikdashi, my sanctuary, those Di'im Kadeshi, who sanctify themselves at that time. Similarly, begin me Mikdashi, with my sanctuary. Ezekiel, do not read me Mikdashi, with my sanctuary, but rather me Mekadashai, with my sanctified ones. Just as there, Mikdashi, my sanctuary, Mekadashai, my sanctified ones, so here, Mekadashai, my sanctified ones, namely father and mother. Every man shall revere his mother and his father. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written, you, cleaving to Yehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. Happy are Israel, for they cleave to the blessed Holy One, they and not other nations inhabiting the world. Because they cleave to the blessed Holy One, all cleave to one another. When a man is sanctified below with his wife, for example, the companions who sanctify themselves from Sabbath to Sabbath, at a time of favor, when blessing is available, then all cleave as one, the soul of Sabbath and the body prepared on Sabbath. Thus it is written, every man shall revere his mother and his father, who form one coupling for the body at that time, to be sanctified. And my Sabbaths you shall keep, who invite the soul into that body. So, my Sabbaths you shall keep. Alternatively, and my Sabbaths you shall keep, an admonition to those who wait for their coupling from Sabbath to Sabbath, as we have established, for it is written, as for the eunuchs who keep my Sabbaths. Who are eunuchs? Those companions who emasculate themselves all the other days, in order to study Torah, waiting from Sabbath to Sabbath, as is written, who keep my Sabbaths, as is said, his father Shammah it Hadeva, kept the matter in mind. Therefore, and my Sabbaths you shall keep. Every man shall revere his mother and his father, the body. And my Sabbaths you shall keep, the soul. All cleaves, one with the other. Happy is the share of Israel. Do not turn to idols, and do not make molten gods for yourselves. Rabbi Yehuda opened, do not turn to the stiffness of this people, nor to its wickedness and its sin. Do not turn now. Who would ever tell the king, do not turn, seeing that it is written, for the eyes of Yehovah are on a man's ways. Job, and if a man hides in secret places, will I not see him, declares Yehovah. The blessed Holy One observes all, seeing all deeds and bringing them all to judgment, whether good or evil, as is said, for God will bring every deed to judgment, including everything hidden, whether good or evil. Yet Moses said, do not turn. However, we have learned as follows: every person must be vigilant against sinning, so as not to transgress before the Holy King. If a person performs a single mitzvah, that mitzvah ascends and stands before the blessed Holy One and says, I am from so and so who performed me. And the blessed Holy One sets her before him, to gaze upon her every day, to benefit him on account of her. If he transgresses the commandments of Torah, that transgression ascends and stands before him and says, I am from so and so who performed me. And the blessed Holy One sets her before him, and she stays there to be gazed upon every day to harm him on account of her and destroy him. As is written, Jehovah saw and he spurned, from the vexation of his sons and his daughters. What is meant by saw? The one standing before him. If he turns back in Teshuvah, what is written? Jehovah has also removed your sin, you will not die. Samuel removing that sin from before him so that he not see it, in order to benefit him. Therefore, do not turn to the stiffness of this people. Rabbi Yos said, this is also implied from here, as is written, your iniquity is stained before me, declares Jehovah. One day Rabbi Yisa the younger entered the presence of Rabbi Shimon, and found him sitting and reciting, the woman whom you gave with me, she gave me from the tree, and I ate, implying that Adam and Eve were created together in one body, as is written, whom you gave Imadi, with me, and it is not written whom you gave Li, to me. He said to him, if so, look at what is written, I am the woman who was standing with you here, Samuel, and it is not written who was standing before you. He replied, if it were written with you, and nothing more, we would say so, as is written whom you gave with me. But it is written who was standing. He said to him, but look at what is written. Jehovah Elohim said, it is not good for the human to be alone, I will make him a helper alongside him, I will make him. Now. He replied, certainly so, for Adam was alone, with no help from his female, since she was of his side, as we have established. As for his saying, I will make him a helper, so it is, for it is not written, I will create him a helper, because it is written male and female he created them, rather it is written, I will make. And what is I will make? This implies I will prepare, for he took her from his side and arrayed her perfectly and brought her before him. Then Adam joined conjugally with Eve, and she became his helpmate. We have learned the stunning beauty of Adam was a alignment of the supernal cluster, from radiant splendor. The beauty of Eve, no creature could behold. Even Adam did not look at her, until the time when they sinned and their beauty diminished. Then Adam gazed upon her and knew her intimately, joining with her conjugally, as is written, Adam knew Eve his wife, knew entirely, knew in union, knew her intimately and gazed upon her. And we have learned a man is forbidden to gaze at the beauty of a woman, so that he not have evil fantasies and be uprooted to something else. This is how Rabbi Shimon acted when he was walking through town, followed by the companions, and they saw beautiful women. He would lower his eyes and say to the companions, do not turn to idols, for whoever gazes at a woman's beauty during the day will have fantasies at night, and if they overwhelm him, he transgresses. Do not make molten gods for yourselves. Furthermore, if he has intercourse with his wife while those evil imaginings arise within him, the children they engender are called molten gods. Do not turn to idols. Rabbi Abba said, a person is forbidden to look at idols of the nations or to derive benefit from them, all the more so, to look at a place that should not be seen. Rabbi Abba opened, saying, turn to me and grant me grace. Give your strength to your servant. Now, didn't the Blessed Holy One have anyone in the world as beautiful as David, that he said, turn to me and grant me grace? However, we have learned as follows: the Blessed Holy One has another David, who is appointed over many supernal cohorts and camps. When the Blessed Holy One wishes to be compassionate to the world, he gazes upon this one, shines his countenance upon him, and has mercy upon the world, and the beauty of this David illumines all worlds. His head is a skull of gold, embellished with 7 variegated golden arrangements, as has been established. The affection of the Blessed Holy One is toward him, and in his great love for him, the Blessed Holy One tells him to turn his eyes toward him and gaze upon him, for they are utterly beautiful. As is written, turn your eyes away from me, for they overwhelm me. Turn your eyes away, for when these eyes gaze at the Blessed Holy One, Catapulted arrows pierce his heart in supernal love, and from the intense flame of supernal passion toward him, he says, "Turn your eyes away from me, turn your eyes in a different direction away from me, for they are burning me with flames of love." Therefore, of David is written, he was ruddy, with fine eyes and goodly to look on. Samuel, because that supernal David is beautiful, the blessed Holy One yearns to cling to him. So David said, "Turn to me and grant me grace." He said, "See, the fragrance of my son is like the fragrance of a field blessed by Jehovah," implying that along with Jacob the Garden of Eden entered, which is the holy apple orchard. Now, how could the Garden of Eden enter with him, seeing that the garden is so immense in width and length, with so many magnificent supernal species there? Well, the blessed Holy One has another holy Garden of Eden, and that garden is his love. He clings to it, and it is reserved for the blessed Holy One alone, for him to enter. This the blessed Holy One bestows to be constantly with the righteous, especially with Jacob, to enter with him and help him. "I am Jehovah, the God of Abraham your father and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie, to you I will give it, and to your seed." We have learned this implies that the land of Israel was rolled up for him. Now, the land of Israel is 400 parazings by 400 parazings. How was it uprooted from its place and set beneath him? Well, the blessed Holy One has another holy supernal land, called the land of Israel, which is beneath the rung of Jacob, who stands upon it. He bestowed it to Israel out of his love for them, to abide with them, lead them, and protect them from all. It is called land of the living. A person is forbidden to gaze upon a place that the blessed Holy One loathes, that is distant from his soul. Now, if it is forbidden to gaze at what the blessed Holy One loves, then at something that he distances, all the more so. A person is forbidden to gaze upon a rainbow, since it reflects the supernal image. And one is forbidden to gaze upon the fingers of the priests when they spread their hands, since the glory of the supernal King settles there. Now, if it is forbidden to gaze at a supernal holy place, then at an impure, distant place, all the more so. Therefore, do not turn to idols. Rabbi Yitzchak said, "Now, if it is forbidden to look at them, then to worship them or make them, how much more so. Therefore, do not turn to idols." Here scripture comes to warn Israel as originally, corresponding to "You shall have no other gods beside me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any form. I, Jehovah, your God, I am Jehovah your God. Every man shall revere his mother and his father, honor your father and your mother. And my Sabbaths you shall keep, remember the Sabbath day to hallow it. You shall not swear falsely by my name, you shall not take the name of Jehovah your God in vain. You shall not steal, you shall not deny, and you shall not lie. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your fellow. You shall not stand over the blood of your fellow, you shall not murder. This has already been established, so this portion includes the entirety of Torah. Rabbi Yehuda said, originally it is written, "I am Jehovah Eloheka, your God Zachor." Remember, the Sabbath day lo tisa, you shall not swear lo tersi, you shall not murder lo tinaf, you shall not commit adultery lo tignof, you shall not steal in the singular. Yet here I, Jehovah, Elohechem, your God, every man tirayu, shall revere his mother and his father, and my Sabbaths tishmoru, you shall keep. Do not tifnu, turn to idols in the plural. Well, since the day that Israel existed in the world, they were never so unified in heart and will before the blessed Holy One as on that day when they stood at Mount Sinai, so everything was spoken in the singular. Later, it was spoken in the plural, because they no longer shared such unified will. Rabbi Elazar was going to see Rabbi Yos, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lekaniah, his father-in-law, accompanied by Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos. When they reached a certain field, they sat down beneath a tree. Rabbi Elazar said, "Let each one of us say a word of Torah." Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, I am Jehovah your God since the land of Egypt, and you know no God but me. Hosea now, was he their king only since the land of Egypt and not previously? Look at what is written. Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, get rid of the alien gods in your midst. Let us rise and go up to Bethel. Yet you say since the land of Egypt. However, from the first day that Israel existed in the world, they never recognized the glory of the blessed Holy One except in the land of Egypt, where they were in harsh bondage and cried out to him and never changed their customs. There they were refined, like smelting gold from dross. Furthermore, every day they would see many sorcerers, many evil types misleading human beings, yet they did not stray from the path, neither right nor left, even though they knew little about the glory of their Lord, but simply followed the customs of their fathers. Afterward, they saw many signs, many mighty acts, and therefore he said, I am Jehovah your God since the land of Egypt, for there his glory was revealed. Then he manifested himself to them at the sea, where they saw the splendor of his glory face to face. Do not say, it was another God who spoke with us. Rather, it is I whom you saw in the land of Egypt, I who slew your enemies in the land of Egypt. Thus, you know no God but me. Do not say that it is another, rather it is I entirely. He opened again, saying, you shall not exploit your fellow and you shall not rob. The wages of a hired man shall not remain with you through the night till morning. Why, well, this is indicated by another verse, as is written, on his day you shall give his wage, and the sun shall not set on him, for he is poor and toward it he lifts his soul. But there, be careful that you not be gathered from the world on account of him before your time comes, as is said, before the sun darkens. From here we learn something else. If one restores the soul of a poor person, even if his own time has come to depart from the world, the blessed Holy One restores his soul, extending his life. The wages of a hired man shall not remain with you through the night. One who withholds the wage of a poor person is as though he takes his life and the life of his household. As he diminishes their lives, so the blessed Holy One diminishes his days and cuts his soul from that world. For all the breaths that issued from the poor worker's mouth that whole day ascend and stand before the blessed Holy One afterward, his soul and the souls of his household ascend and stand within those breaths of his mouth. Then, even if length of days and much goodness have been decreed for that person, they are all uprooted and removed from him. Moreover, his soul does not ascend. This corresponds to what Rabbi Abba said, may the compassionate one save us from them and from their humiliation. It has been established even if he is rich, well, and toward it he lifts his soul precisely, including every person, though especially the poor. This corresponds to what Rav Hamnuna used to do when a hired man would leave his work. He would give him his wage and say to him, take your soul that was deposited in my hand, take your deposit. Even if the worker said, let it remain with you for safekeeping, he would refuse, and say, it is not fitting that a body be deposited with me, much less a soul, for a soul should be deposited only with the blessed Holy One, as is written, in your hand I deposit my spirit. Rabbi Yehuda said, and is it permitted to be deposited with someone else? He replied, even with his employer, once it has been given. It is written, the wages of a hired man shall not remain with you through the night, and it is written, and the sun shall not set on him. Well, this has already been established. But you cannot find a single day that is not ruled by another, supernal day, and if he does not give him his soul, it is as if he spoils that day. Therefore, on his day you shall give his wage, and the sun shall not set on him. As for what is said shall not remain with you through the night, because the employer's soul does not ascend, whereas those of the poor person and his household do, as we have established. Rabbi Yehuda opened with the following verse, you shall not curse the deaf. According to its literal meaning, but from this entire portion we learn other matters, and all are interdependent. Whoever curses his fellow in his presence, humiliating him, is as though he spills his blood, as we have established. This verse, however, refers to when one's fellow is not with him and he curses him. That word ascends. There is not a single word issuing from one's mouth that lacks a voice. This voice ascends and is joined by many choristers, until it rises and arouses the place of the great abyss, as has been established. How many are roused against that person? Woe to one from whose mouth issues an evil word, as has been established. Before the blind you shall not put a stumbling block according to its literal meaning, and they have established it as referring to one who causes another to sin, and also to one who strikes his grown son. Before the blind you shall not put a stumbling block referring to one who has not attained the qualification to render legal decisions and yet does so, as we have learned, for it is written, for many the victims she has felled. This one transgresses. And before the blind you shall not put a stumbling block, for he causes his fellow to stumble in the world that is coming. For we have learned one who follows a straight path in Torah and engages in Torah fittingly has a constant share in the world that is coming. That word of Torah issuing from his mouth goes roaming through the world and ascends above. Many supernal holy ones join that word, and it rises along a straight path, is adorned with a holy crown, and bathed in the river of the world that is coming, flowing and gushing from Eden, where it is welcomed and saturated. Around that river is planted a supernal tree. Then a supernal light flows forth and crowns that person all day long, as has been said. If one toils in Torah without knowing how to engage in her properly, that word ascends and strays from the path, and no one joins it or thrust it away, and it goes roaming through the world without finding a place. Who causes this? The one who leads him astray from the right path, as is written, before the blind you shall not put a stumbling block. Therefore, you shall revere your God. And if a person desires to delve into Torah but cannot find anyone to teach him, and out of his love for Torah he pores over her and stammers in her ignorantly, every single word ascends, and the blessed Holy One delights in each one, receiving it and planting it around that stream. From those words are formed magnificent trees, called willows of the stream, as is written, lose yourself always in her love. King David said, Teach me, O Jehovah, your way. I will walk in your truth. And it is written, lead me on a level path because of my adversaries. Happy are those who know the ways of Torah and engage in her on a straight path, for they plant magnificent trees, trees of life above, entirely healing. Therefore it is written, a Torah of truth was in his mouth. Malachi. Now, is there a Torah that is not truth? Yes, like we said, if one teaches what he doesn't know, which isn't true, then the one who learns something untrue. So it is written, a Torah of truth was in his mouth. Nonetheless, a person should learn a word of Torah from anyone, even from someone who does not know, since thereby he will be aroused by Torah and come to learn from one who does know, and eventually it will turn out that he is walking in the true path of Torah. A person should always engage in Torah and her commandments, even if he does so not for her own sake, because by engaging in her not for her own sake, he will come to do so for her own sake. Rabbi Yos opened with the following verse, saying, You shall not do wrong, be a mishpat, injustice. You shall not favor the poor, and you shall not defer to the rich. Bisidek tishpot, in righteousness you shall judge your fellow. You shall not do wrong, be a mishpat, injustice according to its literal meaning. But as has been said, this portion contains supernal precious words regarding the commandments of Torah. This verse is explained by its conclusion, as is written, Bisidek tishpot, in righteousness you shall judge your fellow. There are two rungs here, mishpat, justice, and sidek, righteousness. What is the difference between them? Well, one is compassion and one is judgment, turning each other fragrantly firm. When righteousness is aroused, it renders judgment to all equally, for it contains no compassion or leniency. And when justice is aroused, it contains compassion. You might think that there is justice entirely, but Scripture comes and says, in righteousness you shall judge. Why? Because righteousness does not punish one and forgive the other, rather all of them equally, evenly balanced. Similarly, you shall not favor the poor and you shall not defer to the rich, rather all of them evenly balanced. Besidek, in righteousness. You might think there should be judgment entirely, in righteousness alone, but Scripture comes and says, Tishpot, you shall judge, for they must be joined as one, so that neither appears without the other. This is perfection of judgment. Why all this? Because the blessed Holy One is found there, so judgment must be perfected just as he does, following his pattern precisely. The blessed Holy One sets his throne for judgment when the judges sit, as is written, he sets up his throne La Mishpat, for justice. From there the throne of the blessed Holy One is established. Who constitutes the throne? Tzedek Mishpat, righteousness and justice, as is written, Tzedek Mishpat, righteousness and justice, are the foundation of your throne. Whoever renders judgment must do so on the throne of the king, and if he damages one of them, it is as if he damages the throne of the king. Then the blessed Holy One withdraws from the judges and remains no longer in their adjudication. What does he say? Now will I rise, says Jehovah. And the Holy Spirit says, rise above the heavens, O God. They rose. As they were walking, Rabbi Elazar said, it is written, you shall not go about as a slanderer among your kin. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall not take vengeance or harbor a grudge. We have already established these, and all have been discussed arousingly by the companions. My statutes you shall keep. Your cattle you shall not mate kilayim, with a different kind. Your field you shall not sow kilayim, with two kinds, and a garment of kilayim, two kinds of thread shatnez shall not come upon you. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, you are my witnesses, declares Jehovah, my servant whom I have chosen, so that you may know and believe me and understand that I am he. Before me no God was formed, and after me none shall exist. You are my witnesses, Israel. We have learned these are heaven and earth, as is written, I call to witness against you today heaven and earth. However, the people of Israel witness against one another, while heaven and all witness against them. My servant whom I have chosen, Jacob, as is written, he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory, and it is written, but you, Jacob, my servant. Some say this is David, who is called my servant, as is written, for the sake of David, my servant whom I have chosen, supernal David. What is meant by I am he who delighted to choose in David and Jacob. I am he, they, really. Before me no God was formed, for we have learned the blessed Holy One called Jacob God, as is written, the God of Israel called him God. The blessed Holy One called Jacob God, as is written, before me no God was formed. Thus, I am he all, as has been said. And after me none shall exist, for David is called so, and after him there is no other God. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he arranged every single thing in its own aspect and appointed over them supernal forces. You cannot find even a tiny blade of grass in the earth without a celestial force above, and whatever is made from each and every thing, and whatever each thing does, derives from the potency of the supernal force appointed over it above. All are laws decreed in judgment. By judgment they move, and by judgment they stay. Not one ventures beyond its station. All of them have been appointed since the day that the world was created, designated to rule over every single thing. They all move according to another, higher law, impelling each one, as is written, she rises while it is still night, and provides food for her household v'hok, and a portion, for her maidens once they receive that hok, portion. They are all called Hakkotei, my statutes. This hok that is given to them comes from heaven, so they are called Hakkot Shemayim, The statutes of heaven. Job. How do we know that they come from heaven, as is written, for it is Hok, a statute, for Israel. Thus it is written, Hakkotai, my statutes, you shall keep. Your cattle you shall not mate kilayim, with a different kind. Your field you shall not sow kilayim, with two kinds, and a garment of kilayim, two kinds of thread. Shatnez shall not come upon you, because every single one is appointed over a specific object in the world by that Hok. Consequently, it is forbidden to switch species, to insert one species into another, because one thereby uproots each power from its place and negates the celestial family, falsifying the royal solemnity. Kilayim, a different kind. What is kilayim? One who puts another into prison, as is said to be it Harkil, prison, so that he won't do anything. Kilayim, prevention, preventing all those powers from doing their work. Kilayim, confusion, injecting confusion into supernal power, falsifying the royal solemnity, as is said, a garment of kilayim, two kinds of thread. Shatnez shall not come upon you. It is written, but from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you shall not eat. As has been said, he altered the command of the king, replacing the tree of life by which all is perfected, on which faith of all depends, and cleaving to another place. We have learned that in all things one must demonstrate action corresponding to action above, performing action as required, and if it is exchanged for something else, he draws upon himself something else, undesirable. When a person demonstrates an action below in the right way, as it should be, a supernal Holy Spirit flows forth and settles upon him. But when he demonstrates an action below in a crooked way, not right, then another spirit, undesirable, flows forth and settles upon him, leading him astray to the side of evil. Who draws that spirit upon him? You must admit, the action that he demonstrated on the other side. It is written, she seeks out wool and flax. What does this mean? She searches and seeks for wool and flax, whoever joins them as one. Now, you might say, why is it permitted in Sit? Well, this has already been established. But there, that garment is perfected, in consummate action fittingly. Furthermore, she seeks out wool and flax to wreak vengeance. But when is it permitted? When it is in perfection, as is written, and performs with willing hands. Regarding Sit, as we have explained, there it is in the category of perfection, and does nothing wrong. But when it is not in perfection, whoever tries to join them as one arouses an undesirable spirit. Who proves this matter? Abel and Cain prove it, for the former comes from one side and the latter from the other side. Therefore they must not be joined as one, and the offering of Cain was distanced from that of Abel. Thus, a garment of kilayim, two kinds of thread. Shatnez shall not come upon you, unspecified. Another spirit shall not come upon you, dominating you. A person must demonstrate worthy action, fittingly, and through that action a Holy Spirit settles upon him, a supernal spirit by which he is sanctified. If one comes to sanctify himself, he is sanctified, as is written, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy, for I, Jehovah, am holy. But from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you shall not eat. Now, if on account of this, Adam brought death into the world, then how much more so, one who demonstrates another action, which must not be done. An ox and a donkey prove this, as is written, do not plow with an ox and a donkey together, because it arouses the other side to be joined as one, harming the world. And whoever separates them increases peace in the world. Here, too, whoever separates them, in the manner that has been explained, so that they not be carded, spun, and woven together, such a person increases peace for himself and for the world. So, what was Cain's offering? Flax, whereas Abel's offering was wool. Each was unlike the other. Mystery of all, Cain was kilayim, of two kinds, an undesirable confused mixture. The other side, not the species of Eve and Adam, and his offering came from that side. Abel was of one aspect, Adam and Eve. In Eve's womb these two aspects joined, and because they joined together, no benefit came to the world from them and they perished. Still to this day, their aspect endures, and whoever exhibits the behavior of this combination arouses those aspects together upon himself and can be harmed, and another, undesirable spirit settles upon him. Israel must rouse upon themselves a spirit of holiness, to become holy and attain perfection in this world and in the world that is coming. The priest shall wear mido vad, his linen ornament. Why is it called vad? Alone because this flax must not be combined with another kind. Therefore it is not written mido fishtim, his flax ornament, but rather mido vad, alone. Why must the priest display himself in this? Well, he must be displayed in these linen garments by the altar of the ascent offering when he clears away the fatty ashes of this offering, because the ascent offering comes from the aspect of idolatry and evil imagining. So he must be displayed in them alone, not in confused mixture, as we have said, in order for a person to be purged of all those sins deriving from that side. But when he enters the sanctuary, the site of completeness and all those rituals of wholeness, even though wool and flax are combined, this poses no problem for us, just as we said regarding tzitzit, because there all those supernal species are found joined together, and in all those vessels of the sanctuary appear many species differing from one another, all included there corresponding to the pattern above. Happy are Israel, for the blessed Holy One has given them a Torah of truth, a faithful Torah, and he loves them above all other nations, as is written, I have loved you, says Yehovah Malachi. Rabbi Yehuda opened following him, saying, when you come to the land and plant any fruit-bearing tree, 3 years it shall be forbidden to you, it shall not be eaten. In the 4th year all its fruit shall be sacred, a jubilation before Yehovah. When you come to the land, the companions have already established this. But that a tree yields fruit only from the earth, and the earth generates it, displaying that fruit to the world. The earth produces fruit through another power above her, just as the female produces fruit only through the power of the male. That fruit is not perfectly completed until 3 years, nor is a power appointed over it above until it is complete. After completion, a power is appointed over it and the earth is perfected by it. For until 3 years, the earth is not perfected by it nor harmonized with it. After it is completed and they are perfected together, then is consummation. Until a female conceives 3 times, the fruit of her womb is not complete. After 3 pregnancies, a female is perfected by that fruit and they harmonize as one, then that fruit is consummation of all and beauty of all. After it issues, until 3 years it has no power from above, for then its ripening is complete. Levi was select of all, 3rd to his mother, who was perfected by him and harmonized with him. After 3 years, a supernal power above was appointed over him above. In the 4th year all its fruit shall be sacred, a jubilation before Yehovah. What is meant by sacred? A jubilation, praises, offered to the blessed Holy One. Until here. From here on, mystery of the matter. For in the 4th year assembly of Israel couples with the blessed Holy One, and unified wedding jubilation prevails, as is written, sacred, Hilulim, a jubilation Hilula, wedding celebration, and joy in single coupling. Who is the 4th year? The blessed Holy One. And we have learned the 4th year is assembly of Israel, who is the 4th leg of the throne. Then it is sacred, a jubilation, a sacred wedding celebration takes place, and the blessed Holy One couples with her. Then powers are appointed over the world, over every single thing fittingly. From here on, all are blessed, and all is permitted to be eaten, in total completeness, in perfection above and below. Until the fruit is entirely completed, below and above, one must not eat of it. Whoever does so is like one who has no share in the blessed Holy One, since that fruit is not under supernal holy dominion, which does not prevail until the fruit is completed, nor is it under lower dominion, since the power of the earth has not harmonized with it. So one who eats of it shows that he has no share above or below. And if he utters a blessing over it, that blessing is in vain, for the blessed Holy One does not yet settle upon it, and he has no share in him. May the Compassionate One save us from those who do not care about the glory of their Lord. Happy are the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Rabbi Yos opened with a verse, you shall not eat over the blood. This verse has been established by the companions in various places, along with all these following verses, each and every one in a revealed manner. But this verse should be discussed arousingly. Before a grey head you shall rise. Before a grey head of Torah, generally. You shall rise, for one should stand erect. From here we learn that a person should rise before a Torah scroll. As Rav Yavasava said, when he saw a Torah scroll, he would rise before it and say, before a grey head you shall rise. When he saw a Chumash of Torah, he would honor it and say, you shall honor the face of an elder. Similarly, a person should rise erect before a scholar, because he has attained supernal holy stature. You shall honor the face of an elder, for he is a scholar in the world. Here is an allusion to the Holy Ancient One, and to the supernal priest. Rabbi Shimon used to say, here is an allusion to written Torah and oral Torah. Furthermore, we have learned this verse comes in order to be expounded. Before a grey head you shall rise, as has been discussed before, a grey head warning a person that before his hair turns grey he should rise to worthy stature in the world, for this becomes his honor toward the end of his days. There is no praise for a person when he grows old and is simply incapable of doing wrong. His praise is when he is good while still in his prime. King Solomon said, even by a lad's deeds it is known whether his behavior is pure and upright. Similarly, recall your Creator in the days of your youth. Rabbi Elazar said, surely this way is paved before us, and is the way of the blessed Holy One. He opened, saying, for Jehovah knows the way of the righteous, and the way of the wicked will perish. For Jehovah knows the way of the righteous. What is meant by for Jehovah knows well, the blessed Holy One knows and watches over the way of the righteous, to benefit them and protect them. He walks before them to defend them. Therefore, one who sets out on his way should make sure that way is the way of the blessed Holy One, inviting him to join along. Thus it is written, for Jehovah knows the way of the righteous. What is meant by and the way of the wicked will perish all by itself, for the blessed Holy One does not regard that way of theirs and does not go along with them. It is sometimes written dik, way, and sometimes ora, path. What is the difference between one and the other? Well, dik, way trodden by the ankles of other people. Whereas ora, path opened only recently, as is written Ve'ara, and he sets out, in company with evildoers. Job, and it is written Ve'ora, and the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Parashat Emor. Say. Jehovah said to Moses, say to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, for no dead person among his kin shall he defile himself. Rabbi Yos said, why is this juxtaposed with that with what is written above? A man or a woman who is a medium for a ghost or wizard spirit shall surely be put to death. And next to it say to the priests. This indicates that once Scripture admonished Israel to sanctify themselves in every manner, it admonished the priests to sanctify themselves, and likewise the Levites. How do we know about the priests? As is written, say to the priests. How do we know about the Levites? As is written, to the Levites you shall speak, and you shall say to them, so that they will all become virtuous, holy, and pure. Say to the priests, the sons of Aaron. The sons of Aaron. Now, don't we know they are the sons of Aaron? Well, the sons of Aaron and not the sons of Levi. For Aaron is the beginning of all priests of the world, because the blessed Holy One selected him from everyone to make peace in the world. For Aaron's conduct stood out before him, and all his days he strove to increase peace in the world. Because of such behavior, the Blessed Holy One elevated him to this to bring peace to the celestial family. Thus, say to the priests, the sons of Aaron. Say to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, Rabbi Yehuda opened, how abundant your goodness that you have hidden for those who revere you, that you have wrought for those who shelter in you before the eyes of humankind. How abundant your goodness, how sublime and precious is that goodness called the goodness of Jehovah, with which the Blessed Holy One does good in the world. He does not withhold it on any day, for by it the world is sustained and supported. That you have hidden for those who revere you, for we have learned the Blessed Holy One made a supernal light when he created the world, and treasured it away for the righteous in the time to come, as is written that you have hidden for those who revere you. That you have wrought for those who shelter in you. That you have wrought when the world was created, that light radiated from the beginning of the world to its end. When the Blessed Holy One gazed upon the wicked who would eventually exist in the world, he hid that light away, as is written, the light of the wicked is withheld. Job, it is destined to shine upon the righteous in the world that is coming, as is written, for you, who revere my name, the Sun of Righteousness will rise, with healing in its wings. Malachi. When a person is about to depart to that world and is on his deathbed, 3 messengers come to him, and he sees there what one cannot see while in this world. That day is a day of supernal judgment, when the king seeks his deposit. Happy is the person who returns his deposit to the king just as it was placed within him. If that deposit has been soiled by bodily filth, what will he say to the owner of the deposit? He raises his eyes and sees the angel of death standing before him, his sword drawn in his hand, a chorister with chains binding that person. There is nothing at all as hard for the soul as its separation from the body. A person does not die until he sees Shekinah, and out of great desire for Shekinah the soul departs to meet her. After it departs, who is the soul that cleaves to her and is received within her? These matters have already been established. After the soul leaves the body, and the body remains so, an impure spirit appears, to settle upon it and defile that body. Because that impure spirit appears, one must not let that body remain overnight, since the impure spirit prevails at night and spreads throughout the earth to find a body without a soul to defile it, defiling it more. Therefore, Scripture warned the priests, saying, For no dead person among his kin shall he defile himself, for they are holy, and an impure spirit must not settle upon them, lest they be defiled. Say to the priests. Rabbi Yitzchak said, Emma, say quietly, just as all actions of the priests are done quietly. Once, twice admonishing them about their holiness so that they not defile themselves. For one who serves in a holy place should be holy entirely. For no dead person among his kin shall he defile himself, as we have established, for a body without a spirit is impure, and an impure spirit settles upon it, because impure spirits crave the bodies of Israel, now that the spirit of holiness has been emptied out of them, and they come to join a vessel of holiness. The priests, who are holy, holiness upon holiness, must not be defiled at all, as is written, for the crown of his God is on his head, and it is written, for his God's anointing oil is upon him. I am Jehovah, and he stands below, corresponding to the pattern above. It is written, like fine oil on the head, running down upon the beard of Aaron, descending over the collar of his robes. This verse has already been established, but like fine oil, anointing oil of supernal holiness, flowing forth from the place of the deepest river of all. Alternatively, flowing forth from the head of all heads, concealed of all concealed. On the head, surely, head of primordial Adam. Running down upon the beard, the glorious beard, as has been established. The beard of Aaron the high priest above, as has already been established. And that oil descends al pi midatav, according to his attributes, for some of those anointings flow down to those below, and similarly the lower priest is crowned with anointing oil below. The beginning of this verse does not match its end, nor the end its beginning. It is written, "Say to the priests, and say to them, for no dead person among his kin shall he defile himself." The verse should read, "Shall they defile themselves?" Why, shall he defile himself? However, Scripture is speaking about that supernal one of all. Rabbi Yehuda said, "But it is written, the priest who is exalted over his fellows. Near any dead person he shall not come in, for his father or for his mother he shall not defile himself." However, it is certainly so, as we have established. And Rabbi Yitzchak said, the priest standing below, corresponding to the one above, must be in a state of holiness greater than all, as has been said. And for his virgin sister who is close to him, who has not belonged to a man, for her he may defile himself. What is written above, "For no dead person among his kin shall he defile himself, except for his own flesh that is closest to him." Rabbi Abba opened, "Who is this coming from Edom, in crimsoned garments from Basra, majestic in his attire, striding in the greatness of his strength? It is I, speaking in righteousness, mighty to save." Who is this coming from Edom? The blessed Holy One will one day don garments of vengeance against Edom, who destroyed his house, burned his temple, and exiled assembly of Israel among the nations. He will wreak eternal vengeance upon them until all the mountains are full of those slain among the nations, and he will summon all birds of the sky upon them, and all beasts of the field will feed on them for 12 months, and birds of the sky for 7 years, until the earth cannot bear their disgrace, as is written, "For Jehovah has a slaughter in Basra, a great butchery in the land of Edom, until those garments will be defiled, as is written, all my attire I will desecrate." In crimsoned garments from Basra, because from their legions of the world went forth to wage war against Jerusalem, and they began to burn the temple, and the Edomites demolished the walls and cast away the foundation stones, as is written, "Remember, O Jehovah, the Edomites, on the day of Jerusalem, saying, raise it to its foundation." Majestic in his attire, those garments of vengeance that he will one day don. So striding, in the greatness of his strength. What is so smashing, as is written, "Peoples fall beneath you." Israel said to, "Who is this who will do so much?" He opened, saying, "It is I, speaking in righteousness, the one who is mighty to save, the one of whom is written, he loves righteousness and justice." He actually is righteousness, and he is mighty to save. Why all this? Because they caused assembly of Israel to lie in the dust in exile and fall to the ground, as is written, "Fallen, not to rise again, is virgin Israel." Amos. Therefore the blessed Holy One will don garments of vengeance against them and defile those garments with the multitude of the slain, as is written, "All my attire I will desecrate." Why all this? As it is written, "And for his virgin sister who is close to him, who has not belonged to a man, who is not the portion of Esau, never the share of him of whom is written, a man skilled in hunting, a man of the field, for her he may defile himself with those garments of vengeance that he will one day defile among those legions, as is written, "For her he may defile himself, for her sake, because she is lying in the dust and he wants to raise her, as is written, Arise, shine, for your light has come. They shall not make any baldness on their head." Rabbi Yos said, Lo Yakriha, they shall not make any baldness with a he. Why? Well, that supernal oil, which is anointing oil of holiness, perfecting those 7 days, as has been said, for it is written, "Because 7 days shall ordain you," that is removed from him, balding him, if he blemishes his head. For the head of the supernal priest is that supernal oil, and so the priest must not display in himself any blemish at all, as has already been said. Therefore it is written with a he. He opened, saying, a song of ascents. When Jehovah restored Zion, we were like dreamers when Jehovah restored Zion. This was spoken in the exile of Babylon, for they spent only 70 years in exile, as is written, "When Babylon's 70 years are completed, I will attend to you, and it is written we were like dreamers. What does this mean? Well, the companions have already adduced that there is a dream of 70 years. As has been said, it is written because 7 days shall ordain you, who is 7 days, as has been said, the supernal place that is totality of all the other 6 and is called 7 and is called Teshuvah. We have learned if one sits fasting on Sabbath, even a decree of 70 years standing against him is torn up. 70 years are 7 faces of the king, even if they concur against him, that entire decree of judgment is torn up. Why? Because he grasps that day, including them all, called 7, Teshuvah, and so he grasps them all and returns in Teshuvah, and the decree of them all is torn up. Thus surely there is a dream of 70 years. Similarly, the priest is crowned with 7, called 7 days. If he blemishes his head, that 7, who is totality of them all, balds him of the entire holiness of them all, settling upon him. Therefore they were admonished that lo yakrahi Korah, he shall not make any baldness on their head, rendering them totally defective. Thus the priest must be in a state of perfection more than all, especially the one who is highest of them all. Rabbi Abba said, here with lower he, there with upper he. The priest who is greatest of all, with upper he, as is written, on whose head the anointing oil has been poured, and who has been ordained. And who has been ordained, as is written, because 7 days shall ordain you another priest, with lower he. Thus it is written, the priest who is exalted over his fellows, on whose head the anointing oil has been poured, and who has been ordained to wear the garments, as we have said. Since he is holy, corresponding to the pattern above, it is written, from the sanctuary he shall not go out. Rabbi Abba opened, saying, yours, O Yehovah, is righteousness, and ours is a face filled with shame to this very day, and so for the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Daniel, happy are Israel, in whom the blessed Holy One delighted among all nations because of their faith. He gave them Torah of truth, to know the ways of the Holy King. Whoever engages in Torah is as though he engages in the blessed Holy One, for the entire Torah is his name. So one who is occupied with Torah is occupied with his name, and one who distances himself from Torah is distant from the blessed Holy One. Yours, O Yehovah, is righteousness, as is said, yours, O Yehovah, are Hajadullah ve Hagevurah, the greatness and the power. Chronicles, who is righteousness, a place to which all shining faces are joined, as it is joined to them, and in which they appear. And ours is a face filled with shame, a place from which all faces and lights are distant. And righteousness is truth, light of all, radiance of the face, joy of all. Shame is humiliation, distancing of truth. Whoever is ashamed, this is because truth, which is righteousness, is distant from him, distancing of shining faces. The supreme priest should display a beautiful face, a radiant face, more joyous than all. He should not display sadness or anger, but rather corresponding entirely to the pattern above. Happy is his share, for of him is written, I am your share and your inheritance, and similarly Yehovah is his inheritance, so he should appear completely perfect in his self, in his attire, so as not to taint himself at all, as has been said. He shall take as wife a woman in her virginity. Rabbi Shimon opened, it is written, and look, he has brought an accusation of misconduct, and it is written, and they shall fine him 100 weight of silver, for he has defamed a virgin of Israel. Now, is she a virgin of Israel? She is really a virgin of her father, or a virgin of her husband. Why here, a virgin of Israel? Ask your father, and he will inform you, your elders, and they will tell you here, too. Concerning the priest who corresponds to the pattern above, it is written, he shall take as wife a woman in her virginity. Likewise, in her virginity, that she should not venture outside at harvest time, as has been said. Rabbi Shimon was walking on the way, accompanied by Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Hizkiah. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, food he provides for those who revere him. He recalls forever his covenant. Food he provides for those who revere him. Happy are Israel, revering the blessed Holy One. For of anyone who reveres him, it is written as follows: she rises while it is still night, and provides food for her household. From here we learn that every person who delves into Torah at night and rises at midnight when assembly of Israel stirs to prepare the house for the king, such a person participates with her and is considered a member of the palace. He is given daily of the array of the house, as is written, she provides food for her household. Who is her household? All those who participate with her at night and are considered members of the household. Thus, tef, food, he provides for those who revere him. From that actual tef, what is torn away, which she takes from a distant supernal place, as is written, from afar she brings her bread. Who attains this tef? The end of the verse demonstrates, as is written, he recalls forever his covenant. One who engages in Torah, sharing in her at night. Moreover, the blessed Holy One has a certain supernal righteous one, and this person participates with him, both of them possessing assembly of Israel, as is written, the righteous will inherit the land forever. He opened again, saying, he shall not profane his seed among his people, for I am Jehovah who sanctifies him. Whoever emits semen in vain does not attain seeing the face of Shekinah, and is called evil, as is written, for you are not a God delighting in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with you. This is one who emits it by hand or otherwise. Now, if you say that this also applies to one who emits it within a woman who does not conceive, no, rather, as we have said. Therefore, a man should request from the blessed Holy One that he provide him with a worthy vessel, so that he not spoil his seed. For whoever emits his seed in an unworthy vessel spoils his seed. Woe to him who spoils his seed. Now, if this is so with other people, how much more so with the high priest, who stands below corresponding to the pattern above. What is meant by among his people? Among his people, surely it is written above, a widow or a divorcee or a defiled whore, these he shall not take as wife, and it is written, he shall not profane his seed. Among his people, Be'amav, among his people. The verse should read Be'ahen, within them. Why among his people? Well, this matter is a disgrace among his people, a defect. Therefore it is written rather, a virgin from his people he shall take as wife, from his people, all corresponding to the pattern above. For I am Jehovah who sanctifies him. What is meant by who sanctifies him? Well, I am he who sanctifies him every day, and therefore he must not spoil his seed, nor may any defect be found in him. Alternatively, for I am Jehovah who sanctifies him. What is meant by who sanctifies him? I wish to sanctify him so that he may be entirely holy, so that the Holy One may be served by a Holy One. The blessed Holy One is to be served by the priest, who should be holy when he comes to serve. And in order for the blessed Holy One to be served by someone holy, the priest is served by someone pure, who is sanctified by his purity. Who is that? The Levites. Another person is to be served by another Holy One, so that all may be in holiness to serve the blessed Holy One. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming, for of them is written, I set you apart from the peoples to be mine. How separated are Israel from all in holiness, as is written, you shall hallow yourselves and become holy, for I, Jehovah, am holy. He opened again, saying, salvation is Jehovah's upon your people, your blessing. Selah. Salvation is Jehovah, as we have learned as follows. Happy are Israel, for wherever they are exiled, Shekinah is exiled among them. And when they come forth from exile, whose redemption will it be? That of Israel, or Shekinah, or the blessed Holy One? This has been established by various verses, and here salvation is Jehovah's. Surely when upon your people your blessing, when the blessed Holy One shows his care for Israel, bringing them forth from exile and treating them kindly, then salvation is Jehovah's. Surely thus we have learned that the blessed Holy One will return with Israel from exile, as is written, V'eshav Yehovah Eloheka Itshevuteka, Yehovah your God will return with your captivity, and have compassion on you. He will return and gather you. No man of your seed throughout their generations in whom there is a defect shall come forward to offer the food of his God. Rabbi Yitzchak said, because he is blemished, he is forbidden to serve, and it has been established that one who is blemished has no faith, and that blemish bears witness against him. All the more so a priest, who must be perfect, a greater master of faith than all, as has been established. Rabbi Elazar was sitting in his father-in-law's castle, saying, the castle's dripping entails advice. Just then, a man passed by who had a defect in one eye. His father-in-law said, let's ask this fellow. Rabbi Elazar replied, he is blemished and not trustworthy. He said, let us pose a question to him. They came and asked him, who is the hottest dish in the world? He replied, a rich man. But as for pulling out in this, I am best of all. Rabbi Elazar said, from his words it is obvious that he has no faith and is not trustworthy. The Blessed Holy One said, for no man in whom there is a defect shall come forward, because supernal holiness does not settle in a blemished place. He opened, saying, for Torah and testimony surely they will speak according to this word. For Torah and testimony, who is Torah and who is testimony? Well, Torah is written Torah, and testimony is oral Torah, which does not abide in a blemished place, since it is built on written Torah. It is written, bind up the testimony, seal Torah among my disciples, bind up the testimony, oral Torah, for there the bundle of life is bound, and with the testimony the knot of supernal life is tied, all becoming one. From there below, ways and paths diverge, as is written, and from there it divides, from there, ways branch through all worlds. Seal Torah among my disciples. Seal Torah, where is sealing of Torah? Who is written Torah among my disciples the prophets, as is said, he set up the pillar on the right and named it Jachin, and he set up the pillar on the left and named it Boaz. Kings from there, ways spread to faithful prophets, and these stand firm for the body of 6 aspects, as is written, his thighs, pillars of shish, marble, set upon pedestals of gold. All stands only in completeness, and holiness of all settles only in perfection. Uniting with one another, all is complete, all is one, with no place blemished. Thus assembly of Israel is called Shalem, complete, as is said, Melchizedek king of Shalem, Salem ve Shalem, in Salem, was his abode. Thus all abides only in a complete place, and so no man in whom there is a defect shall come forward, just as a sacrifice with a blemish cannot be offered. Why, as is written, for it will not be accepted favorably for you. Now, you might say, but the Blessed Holy One dwells only in a broken place, in a broken vessel, as is written, and with the crushed and lowly in spirit. Well, such a place is more complete than all, for he humbles himself so that grandeur of all may settle upon him, supernal grandeur. This is complete. But it is not written, and with the blind or broken or disfigured or deformed, rather, and with the crushed and lowly in spirit. Whoever humbles himself, the Blessed Holy One raises up. Therefore, the priest who stands below, corresponding to the pattern above, must be more complete than all and not appear blemished. So Scripture warns the priests, as is written, no man of your seed throughout their generations in whom there is a defect shall come forward to offer the food of his God. He opened again, saying, when you present the blind for sacrifice it is not evil, when you present the lame or sick it is not evil. Malachi. Now, did the Blessed Holy One say it is not evil? If so, it is good. However, the end of the verse demonstrates that in those days Israel used to appoint blemished priests over the altar and to serve in the sanctuary, saying, what does it matter to the Blessed Holy One if it is this one or another? It was they who said it is not evil. And the Blessed Holy One answered them with their own words, saying, Israel, you say that when the blemished offer sacrifices to worship me it is not evil. What does it matter to the Blessed Holy One? What is written at the end of the verse? Just offer it to your governor. Will he accept you? Will he show you favor? Malachi, if any of you wish to offer him a gift, do you send it by one who is defective, or not? Will he accept you? Will he show you favor for this gift? All the more so, when you present before me a blemished person to offer a gift, this gift of yours will be given to the dogs. For surely, a person who is blemished is entirely defective in faith. Therefore, no man in whom there is a defect shall come forward. Rabbi Yos said, the Blessed Holy One will one day perfect Israel, making them entirely whole, with none who are blemished among them, so that they will be the adornment of the world, just as a person's garments are the adornment of his body, as is written, they will stand like a garment job. Alternatively, when they awaken from the dust, they will rise as they entered. If they entered lame or blind, they will rise lame or blind in the same garment, so that no one may say it is another who has awoken. Afterward, the Blessed Holy One will heal them, and they will be whole in his presence. Then the world will be completely whole, and then, on that day, Jehovah will be one and his name one. Zechariah. When an ox or a sheep or a goat is born, it shall be 7 days under its mother, and from the 8th day onward it is acceptable as a fire offering to Jehovah. Rabbi Yos opened, your righteousness is like the mighty mountains, your judgments, the great abyss. Human and beast you deliver, O Jehovah. This verse should be contemplated. Righteousness, a holy supernal crown. Like the mighty mountains, like those supernal holy mountains called mountains of pure balsam. Because she ascends to be joined with them above, all her judgments are evenly balanced for everyone, for that judgment contains no compassion. Mishpateka, your judgments, the great abyss. Mishpat, justice, which is compassion, descends to rectify the world, showing mercy for all, rendering judgment with compassion to establish the world sweetly. Since he is compassion, human and beast you deliver, O Jehovah, all evenly balanced. Human and beast, as has been established, one who is human and conducts himself like a beast. Human and beast, the law for a human and the law for a beast are one. For a human 8 days old every male among you shall be circumcised, for a beast it shall be 7 days under its mother, and from the 8th day onward it is acceptable as a fire offering to Jehovah, since it has experienced one Sabbath, as has been established. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Jehovah, when you came forth from So, when you strode from the field of Edom, the earth trembled, the heavens poured. Judges, happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming, for the Blessed Holy One delights in them, and they cleave to him and are called holy, nation of Jehovah. He has even elevated them to a supernal rung called holiness, as is written, holiness is Israel to Jehovah, as we have established. For from the 8th day the people of Israel cleave to his name and are his, inscribed with his name below, as is written, who is like your people Israel, a unique nation on earth. Chronicles, all the other nations do not cleave to him nor follow his laws, and the holy insignia is lacking from them, so they cleave to the unholy other side. When the Blessed Holy One wished to give the Torah to Israel, he summoned the people of Esau and said to them, do you want to receive the Torah? At that moment, the Holy Land quaked and sought to enter the hollow of the great abyss. She said before him, joyous splendor, 2000 years before the world was created will I be snatched away to the uncircumcised who are not inscribed with your covenant. The Blessed Holy One replied, O throne, throne, may 1,000 such nations perish, yet the covenant of Holy Torah will not be presented to them, as is written, Jehovah, when you came forth from So, when you strode from the field of Edom, the earth trembled surely, for Torah, who is the Holy Covenant, is given only to one who bears the Holy Covenant. And whoever conveys Torah to one who is uncircumcised betrays 2 covenants, the covenant of Torah and the covenant of righteous one and assembly of Israel, for Torah is given to this place and to no other. Rabbi Abba said, he betrays 3 supernal places betraying Torah, betraying the prophets, and betraying the writings. He betrays Torah, as is written, this is the Torah that Moses set before the children of Israel. He betrays the prophets, as is written, all your sons are disciples of Jehovah, they are disciples of Jehovah, not others. And it is written, seal Torah among my disciples, among them, not among others. He betrays the writings, as is written, he established a testimony in Jacob, and ordained a teaching in Israel, which he commanded to our fathers to make them known to their children. And it is written, surely the righteous will acclaim your name, who are the righteous, righteous one and assembly of Israel. For whoever is not circumcised and has not entered their covenant must not acclaim his holy name, which is Torah. Rabbi Yehuda said, once the blessed Holy One revealed himself on Mount Sinai to give Torah to Israel, the earth turned calm and tranquil again, as is written, the earth feared, and was still. When a person is born, a spirit from above is not appointed over him until he is circumcised. Once he is circumcised, an arousal from above is roused upon him. If, as he grows, he succeeds in delving into Torah, a further arousal is roused upon him. If he succeeds in performing commandments of Torah, an even further arousal is roused upon him. If he succeeds in becoming married and engendering children and teaching them the ways of the Holy King, then he is a complete person, totally complete. However, as for an animal who is born, the same force it will possess at the end it possesses at the moment of its birth, when this is appointed over it. Therefore it is written, when an ox or a sheep or a goat is born, it is not written a calf or a lamb or a kid, but rather an ox or a sheep or a goat, demonstrating that what it will possess at the end it has at birth. It shall be 7 days under its mother, so that the force may be stabilized and established within it. How does it become established within? When one Sabbath settles upon it. Otherwise, it is not established, and furthermore, it is sickened by the filth of its mother. Once that force is established within it, it is acceptable as a fire offering to Jehovah, by the fulfillment of one Sabbath passing over it. As for a person, by the fulfillment of one Sabbath, the arousal of this world and his force are established within him. After he is circumcised, that higher one is roused, and assembly of Israel passes over him, sees him with that holy insignia, and is aroused upon him, and a spirit of that holy world settles upon him, as is said, I passed by you and saw you wallowing in your blood, and I said to you, in your blood, live, and I said to you, in your blood, live. Ezekiel. There, when Israel went out of Egypt, where the blood of the paschal lamb and the blood of circumcision appeared among them, it is written, Bidamaik, in your bloods, live here. Why in your bloods, live? Well, there are two bloods, the blood of Milah, circumcision, and the blood of Periah, uncovering. The one of circumcision pertains to assembly of Israel, whereas the one of uncovering pertains to righteous one of the world. These are two bloods through which a person attains existence in the world that is coming, as is written, in your bloods, live. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written, the secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him, and to them he reveals his covenant. The secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him, assembly of Israel. And to them he reveals his covenant, righteous one of the world, are in a single bond. Yod 3 letters, fullness of all. Beginning of all. Yod, highest of all. Vav middle one, perfection of all aspects, conveying all spirits. Upon it depends faith. Dele garden, bundle of life. This letter is small, fullness of all. This letter is enclosed on all sides. Emerging, it emerges like a king with his soldiers. Returning afterward, Yod alone within it, something is concealed within, emerging closed and open. He fullness of all, above and below, as has been said. He is well known. Aleph is Yod, perfection of 3 letters in the head, concealed in Yod, although Aleph has already been established. All is one entity. Perfection of the holy name is perfection of above and below. Thus sometimes he carries Aleph, when she is adorned with crowns. Every single letter of the holy name reflects the fullness of the entire name. Yod, as has been said, fullness of all. He, fullness of all, even if not with Aleph he alone, as has been said, is in its image perfection of all. Vov, whether in one aspect or another, is fullness of all. Vov, he greater perfection, crowning all. He all is one, as we have already adduced. Ve higher, it shall be, 7 days Vov, he, Yod, he, letters engraved. Vov, he 7 days included in one. Yod, he 7 days. Yod 1, totality of all. He 3 she and 2 sons. In one son, 2 fathers included, making 6 a daughter, 1 female, making 7. This implies that supernal he is totality of 6 Yod, he, 7 corresponding to what is written 7 days and 7 days 14 days kings. Ve higher, it shall be, 7 days under its mother 7 days are adorned, as is written yours, O Yehovah, our Hajadullah ve Hagevura, the greatness and the power. Chronicles thus, 7 days below, for the glory of supernal mother under its mother, below. It is written while Akara, the barren one, bears 7 Samulik Kara, essence, of the whole house bears 7 days of the festival. And the mother of many dwindles offerings of the festival, diminishing daily. These ascend on high, whereas those descend below, as is said if you soar as high as the eagle, if you make your nest among the stars, from there I will bring you down declares Yehovah. Obadiah and Israel ascends from below upward, as is written your seed shall be like the dust of the earth, and it is written I will multiply your seed like the stars of heaven afterward. They rise above all and cleave to the highest place of all, as is written you, cleaving to Yehovah your God, are alive. Every one of you today. An ox or sheep it and its young you shall not slaughter on the same day. Rabbi Yos said, according to its translation her and her young, for the mother's essence is to know her young one, who follows her and not the father and we don't know who he is. You shall not slaughter on the same day. Rabbi Yehuda asked, why if you say because of the animal's grief, then let us slaughter this one in one house and that one in another, or this one now and that one later. Rabbi Yos replied, there are some who permit that but not so rather, on the same day, literally. We have learned fasting is as fine for a dream as fire for tow. And the essence of a fast is on that very day, not on another day. Why? Because you cannot find a day below that is not ruled by another, supernal day, and we have learned that when one is fasting to avert a dream, that day does not pass until the decree is annulled, but if he postpones it to another day, there is another dominion, and no day encroaches on its fellow day. Similarly, over every single day there is appointed a supernal day above, and one must not spoil that day, so that it not be defective in the presence of other days. We have learned by an action below is aroused an action above. If a person performs an act fittingly, a force is aroused fittingly above. If one does kindness in the world, kindness above is aroused and settles on that day, which is crowned with it on account of him. If one conducts himself compassionately below, compassion is aroused upon that day, which is crowned with compassion on account of him. And that day presides over him, becoming his protector in time of need. The same applies in reverse, entirely if a person commits an act of cruelty, so he arouses upon that day, spoiling it and afterward it looms over him cruelly, to eliminate him from the world. With the very measure by which one measures, it is measured out to him. We have learned that cruelty is withheld from Israel more than from all other nations and no such act should appear anywhere among them, for many watchful eyes are upon a person, alert for that action. Happy is one who displays a worthy act below, for the matter depends entirely on action, arousing something else. Rabbi Shimon opened, Jacob saw that there was grain in Egypt, and Jacob said to his sons, Why do you keep looking at one another? This verse contains a mystery of wisdom, and we should examine it, for its beginning does not match the end, nor its end the beginning. But when the Blessed Holy One wants to punish the world with famine, he does not place the matter in the hand of a herald, for all other punishments of the world are proclaimed by a herald before descending to the world, whereas this punishment is not delivered to a herald, rather, the Blessed Holy One himself proclaims and announces it, as is written, for Jehovah has proclaimed a famine kings. From that moment, other officials are appointed over the world, controlling the markets. It is forbidden for anyone who has plenty to show himself in public and display his satiety, for he thereby indicates a defect above and defies the word of the king. It is as if he removes the king's officials from their position. Therefore, Jacob said to his sons, Lama titrayu, why do you show yourselves? Why do you cause a defect above, defying the word of the king and all those appointed by his proclamation? Rather, look, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there, and there show yourselves replete. Do not impair the celestial family. Jacob had so much grain, but he simply wanted his sons to be virtuous and for no defect to occur through his action. He opened again, saying, Aaron raised Yadith, his hands, toward the people and blessed them. We have learned it is written Yado, his hand, for one should raise the right above the left. Why to display action below so that action above may be aroused? It is written, you shall sound a blasting shofar in the 7th month on the 10th of the month, on the day of atonement, you shall sound a shofar throughout your land. Why shofar to you are, a blasting shofar? Well, a shofar that smashes chains, breaking the power over all slaves. One must display a shofar that is straight and not curved, demonstrating freedom for all, for the day is decisive. In all things one must display action, and therefore a shofar and not a horn, to indicate which place. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming, for they know how to cleave to the Holy King and simulate power above and draw their Lord's holiness upon them. Thus it is written, Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people delivered by Jehovah, and it is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. These are the appointed times of Jehovah, sacred convocations. These are my appointed times. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. There was evening and there was morning. One day God called the light day. We have learned the light that existed at first shone from one end of the world to the other. When the Blessed Holy One gazed upon the wicked who would eventually arise in the world, he treasured it away for the righteous in the world that is coming, as is written, the light of the wicked is withheld. Job, and it is written, light is sown for the righteous. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and we have learned, let there be light, a light that already was. Now here, you might say, light that is day alone. But the verse goes on to say, and the darkness he called night. And if you say, each one on its own, the verse goes on to say, there was evening and there was morning, one day. For there is no day without night, and no night without day, and it is called one only in single coupling. From here we learn that the Blessed Holy One and Assembly of Israel are called one, and each without the other is not called one. Since Assembly of Israel is now in exile, the Blessed Holy One, as it were, is not called one. When will he be called one? When Israel emerges from exile, and Assembly of Israel returns to her place to couple with the Blessed Holy One, as is written, on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. Zechariah. Thus, there was evening and there was morning, one day each without the other is not called one. Moadiri Jehovah, the appointed times of Jehovah, uniting all in one place, all becoming completely one, and Israel below in single coupling, one nation on the earth. Samuel granted that the Blessed Holy One and Assembly of Israel are called one, but Israel below, corresponding to the pattern above, how are they called one? By Jerusalem below, Israel is called one. How do we know this? As is written, one nation Baras, with the land they are one nation, with her they are called one, not by themselves. For it would be sufficient to say, who is like your people Israel, one nation, but they are called one only Baras, with the land coupling with this land, corresponding to the pattern above. So all is interlinked in single coupling. Happy is the share of Israel. 6 days' work may be done. This has already been discussed and established. A Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Hiya were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Hiya, "Why are you silent? For the way is enhanced only by words of Torah." Rabbi Hiya moaned and wept. He opened, saying, "Sorry, I was barren, she had no child. Woe for this, woe for that time." Rabbi Yos said to him, "Why are you sad about this passage? After all, she later gave birth and had a son of holy stock." He replied, "You see and I see. From the mouth of Rabbi Shimon, I heard a word, so I weep." He said to him, "What is it?" He replied, "Woe for that time, for look, because Sarah was hindered. What is written, sorry, I said to Abram, come to bed with my slave girl. Perhaps I will obtain a son through her." Consequently, the time was ripe for Hagar to displace her mistress, and she had a son by Abraham. Abraham said, "If only Ishmael might live by your favor." Even though the blessed Holy One gladdened him about Isaac, Abraham clung to Ishmael, until the blessed Holy One replied to him, saying, "As for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him." Later, he was circumcised, entering the Holy Covenant before Isaac emerged into the world. For 400 years, the prince of Ishmael stood pleading before the blessed Holy One, saying, "One who is circumcised, does he not have a share in your name?" He replied, "Yes." He said, "Well, what about Ishmael, who was circumcised? Furthermore, he was circumcised at the age of 13. Why doesn't he have a share in you like Isaac?" He replied, "One was circumcised properly and fittingly, and the other not so. Furthermore, these cleave to me fittingly at 8 days, whereas those are distant from me." He said, "Even so, since he was circumcised, shouldn't they have a reward for his sake?" Woe for that time when Ishmael was born into the world and circumcised. What did the blessed Holy One do? He distanced the Ishmaelites from supernal cleaving and gave them a share below in the Holy Land because of their circumcision. The Ishmaelites are destined to rule over the Holy Land, when it is entirely empty, for a long time, just as their circumcision is empty and incomplete. And they will delay the Israelites from returning to their place until the merit of Ishmael has been exhausted. The Ishmaelites will provoke wars in the world, and the Edomites will gather against them, waging war with them on the sea, on dry land, and close to Jerusalem. One will prevail over the other, and the land will not be delivered to the Edomites. At that time, a nation from the end of the earth will be roused against wicked Rome and wage war against her for 3 months. Nations will gather there and they will fall into their hands, until all the Edomites from all ends of the earth gather. Then the blessed Holy One will be roused against them, as is written, for Jehovah has a slaughter in Basra, a great butchery in the land of Edom. Afterward, what is written, to seize the corners of the land, that the wicked be shaken out of it. Job, he will eradicate Ishmaelites from the land and smash all powers above, and there will remain no power over any nation of the world other than the power of Israel alone, as is said, Jehovah is your shade at your right hand, for the holy name is on the right and Torah is on the right, so all depends on the right. And we have learned that one should raise the right above the left, as we have established, for it is written, from his right hand, a fiery law for them, and of the time to come, it is written, save with your right hand and answer me. These are the appointed times of Jehovah, Mikra-e Kodesh, sacred convocations, which you shall proclaim at their appointed times. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, of you, my heart said, seek my face. Your face, Jehovah, I seek. This verse has been established by the companions in various places, but it may be explained as follows. King David spoke this on behalf of Assembly of Israel, facing the Holy King. What did he say of you? My heart said, for your sake, my heart said to the inhabitants of the world, admonishing them. My heart, for he is linked to it, and he said this for the sake of the Holy King. Seek my face, diadems of the Holy King, crowns of the King, for he is joined to them, and they to him. They are his name, and he and his name are one. So David said, your face, Jehovah, I seek, as is said, search for Jehovah and his strength, seek his face continually. David was more qualified to utter song on behalf of Assembly of Israel than all other inhabitants of the world, and to convey the words of Assembly of Israel to the king. Alternatively, of you, my heart said, for your sake, my heart said to the inhabitants of the world, seek my face. These are the holidays and festivals, all of which my heart invited to the place called holiness, in order to crown each one of them on its day and in its time, so that all might draw from that deepest depth from which issue streams and springs. Therefore it is written, Mikra-e Kodesh, called to holiness, invited to that place known as holiness, to be crowned by it and absorbed within it, so that all may be joined as one, joy prevailing among them. Rabbi Abba said, Mikra-e Kodesh, called by holiness, invited by holiness. When invited by this, they are invited by the flowing, gushing stream. This may be compared to a king who invites people to his banquet, lavishing upon them all kinds of food in the world, opening for them jugs of wine, attractive and delicious. For so it should be, whoever invites, invites for food and drink. So, Mikra-e Kodesh, called by holiness, since they are invited to a feast of holiness, they are invited for fine preserved wine, as is said, for your caresses are fine, deriving from wine. Thus it is written, Mikra-e Kodesh, called by holiness, which you shall call at their appointed times. We have learned as follows. It is written, people of holiness shall you be to me. Israel below are called people of holiness. Once the festivals are invited by holiness above, you, people of holiness below, should invite them, preparing a feast and rejoicing, for this befits you, so that you may be called people of holiness, and all of them may be invited in all aspects of holiness, above and below. Alternatively, these are Moadiri Yehovah, the appointed times of Yehovah. What is meant by Moadiri Yehovah, the appointed times of Yehovah? Rabbi Shimon said, they are from Yehovah, to whom they are linked from below to above, from above to below, all linked to him, all poised to join in a single bond, the bond of the king. Why, just as the king inherits father and mother, adhering to holiness and crowned by them, so all those who are connected to the king have to appear in that supernal place called holiness, so that all will join as one through the supernal king. So they are called Moadiri Yehovah, banding together with Yehovah, and then Mikra-e Kodesh, called by holiness, for with them the king is crowned. Which you shall call at their appointed times. Israel has two portions in them. From the aspect of the king, Israel has a sublime share, as is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. Indeed, Jehovah's share is his people. From the supernal aspect of holiness, Israel has a sublime share. So you are worthy of inviting them and arranging before them a joyous meal and delighting in them. Whoever invites someone should display joy, a radiant face, tending to that guest. This may be compared to a king who invites an honored guest. He says to those in his palace, all other days each of you is in his house, one engaged in his craft, another in merchandise, another in his field, except for my special day, when everyone presents himself to participate in my joy. Now I have invited an exalted, honored guest. You must not occupy yourselves with work or trading or grazing or laboring in the fields. Rather, all of you shall assemble as on my special day, and prepare yourselves to greet that guest with radiant faces, joy, and praise. Prepare splendid meals for him, so that his welcome will be complete in every respect. Similarly, the Blessed Holy One said to Israel, My children, all other days you are engaged in work and trade, except for my special day. Now I have invited an exalted, honored guest. Welcome him with radiant faces. Invite him, prepare superb meals for him with well-set tables, as on my special day. Thus, you shall call them at their appointed times. When the people of Israel below rejoice, offering praise to the Blessed Holy One, preparing tables, adorning themselves with glorious garments, the supernal angels say, Why is Israel doing this? The Blessed Holy One replies, They have an exalted guest today. They say to him, Is he not yours, from that place called holiness? He replies, Are they not holiness, and called holiness? It is fitting for them to invite my guest first, from my aspect, since they cleave to me, and second, from the aspect of holiness, as is written, Holiness is Israel to Jehovah. Since Israel is called holiness, the guest is surely theirs, for the invitation of this guest comes from holiness, as is written, Mikra Kodesh, called by holiness, Mikra Ei Kodesh, called by holiness. They all open, saying, Happy the people who has it so, happy the people whose God is Jehovah. There are 3 invited by holiness, no more festival of Matzot, festival of Shavuot, festival of Sukkot. Rabbi Abba said to him, Isn't Sabbath invited by holiness? He replied, No, from 2 aspects. First, because it is surely called holiness, as is written, Observe the Sabbath, for it is holiness to you. And second, because Sabbath does not need to be invited, since holiness inheres in it an actual inheritance of holiness, not by invitation. So all of them are invited to holiness and link themselves with Sabbath and are adorned by it, whereas Sabbath is adorned by holiness. Thus, Sabbath is not invited. This may be compared to a son who enters his father and mother's house, and eats and drinks whenever he wishes. This may be compared to a king who had an only son, the beloved of his soul. He appointed companions for him to protect him and befriend him. The king said, It is fitting to invite my son's companions, to demonstrate my son's honor and my love for him. He invited them. The son did not need to be invited, since he could go into his father's house and eat and drink whenever he wished. As is written, Who is like you among the gods, O Jehovah? Who is like you, mighty in holiness? Surely, like a son who grasps his father, mighty in holiness, not invited by holiness. 6 days' work may be done, but on the 7th day, a Sabbath of complete rest. 6 days, what are they doing? Rabbi Yos said, It is written 6 days Jehovah made heaven and earth, and it is not written in 6 days, as has been established. Every single day did its work, and they are called work days. Rabbi Yitzchak said, If so, why are they called 6 profane days? Why profane? Rabbi Yos replied, Because now the world is conducted by their agents, so they are called profane days. Rabbi Yehuda said, Because work is permitted on them, and because they are not called holy, and whoever is not called holy is called profane. This is why the companions instituted Havdalah between the holy and the profane. Why Havdalah, separation? Here, well, holiness is an entity on its own, and the rest derive from it, so these are for work and those are for observance, and if observance pertains, they are invited by holiness. Rabbi Yehuda said, The joy and observance of the Sabbath day is absolute, because this day is adorned with father and mother, and holiness is added to its holiness. So this day is joy of those above and below, all delight in it. Filled with blessings in all worlds, all are nourished by it. On this day, rest for those above and below. On this day, rest for the wicked in hell. This may be compared to a king who arranged a wedding celebration for his only son. He adorned him with the finest crowns, and appointed him king over all. On this day, joy for all. A certain officer in charge of punishing people had in custody men condemned to death and men condemned to flogging. In honor of this royal day of joy, he abandoned his punishments and observed the joy of the king. Similarly, this day is the wedding celebration of the king and matronita, joy of father and mother, joy of those above and below. In the joy of the king all rejoice, feeling no sorrow. Thus it is written, call the Sabbath delight. What is delight? Well, delight exists only above, where supernal holiness dwells, as is said, then you will delight upon Jehovah, for this delight is above Jehovah. This day, the king's wedding celebration, is adorned with the crown of delight, as is written, call the Sabbath delight, which does not occur on any other day. On this day the king's sons should prepare 3 meals, arranging the table in honor of the king, as we have established. When a festival or holiday falls on it, a person should not arrange 2 tables for each meal, one for Sabbath and one for the guest, because it is written, at the king's table he always eats. Samuel, there is plenty at the king's table for the guest who has come. So one should prepare a full table for the king, and he will give some to his guest. Rabbi Elazar said, when a guest appears at the 3rd Sabbath meal, do we abandon it or not? If we don't abandon it, the guest is thereby rejected from the king's table. If we do abandon it, there is a defect in the king's meals. Rabbi Shimon his father replied, this may be compared to a king to whom a guest comes, and he takes the food placed before him and transfers it to the guest. So even though the king does not eat with him, the guest eats of the king's food, given to him by the king. All this because he is the royal guest. In the house of Rav Hamnun Asava, they do not pay attention to a guest at this time. Afterward they arrange a table for the guest. On this day speaking is forbidden, as is written, if you honor it by not pursuing your affairs or speaking a word, and we have learned it is written your affairs, because all faith is bound to this day. Rabbi Elazar said to him, how can we not transfer the king's meal to the guest? After all, when the 14th of Nisan falls on Sabbath, the king's meal is transferred to Pesach, even though it is not a guest. He replied, as I said, if he is his guest that whole day, one can transfer it, otherwise one cannot. Now, if we say that when the 14th falls on Sabbath, the king's meal is superseded by the Pesach meal, well, Pesach is different, superseding the Sabbath meal in several aspects. First, because of matzah and bitter herbs, since a person should have a strong appetite. And second, because of Pesach, since bread is unavailable from noon onward, and arranging a table without bread is unacceptable. Now, you might say, with wine. Well, wine is permitted, because it stimulates the appetite. But all my life I have endeavored not to nullify a Sabbath meal when a festival occurs on it. On this day the holy apple orchard is blessed, along with those above and below. This day is the bond of Torah. Rabbi Abba said, this is what Rabbi Shimon used to do when a Sabbath meal was transferred. He would arrange his table and engage in the account of the chariot, and say, this is the meal of the king, who is coming to dine with me. So Sabbath is entirely worthier than all holidays and festivals, and is referred to as Kodesh, holiness, not Mikra Kodesh, called by holiness. Rabbi Yehuda said, we refer to all the holidays as called by holiness, but Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur are exceptions, for they are without joy, being imbued with judgment. However, these 3 are invited by holiness for the joy of all, to delight in them with the blessed Holy One, as is written, you shall rejoice before Jehovah your God, you shall rejoice before Jehovah your God. On this day of Sabbath all sorrow, all anger, and all distress are forgotten throughout the world, for it is the day of the king's wedding celebration, and additional souls are bestowed as in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yitzchak said to Rabbi Yehuda, it is written, remember the Sabbath day to hallow it, and we have learned remember it over wine. Why over wine? He replied, because wine is joy of Torah, and wine of Torah is joy of all. This wine delights the king, this wine adorns the king with his crowns, as is written, O daughters of Zion, go out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him on the day of his wedding, on the day of his heart's delight. We have learned in all things one must demonstrate action, for holiness does not exist without wine, as is said, for your caresses are fine, deriving from wine they become fine. Therefore, Chiddush of Sabbath is with wine, as has been established. In the first month, on the 14th of the month at twilight, a Passover offering to Jehovah. Rabbi Yehuda opened, I was asleep, but my heart was awake. The voice of my lover, knocking open to me, my sister, my beloved, my dove, my perfect one, for my head is drenched with dew, my locks with sprinkles of night. I was asleep. Assembly of Israel said, I was asleep in the exile of Egypt, where my children were harshly enslaved. The voice of my lover, knocking the blessed Holy One, who said, I have remembered my covenant. But my heart was awake to protect them so that they would not be destroyed in exile. Open to me an opening the size of the point of a needle, and I will open to you celestial gates. Open to me, my sister, for the opening to enter me is in you. My children may come before me only through you. You are the opening. Unless you open your opening, I am closed, they will not find me. So, Pithili, open to me, Pithili, open for me, surely. Therefore, when David sought to enter the presence of the king, he said, Open for me the gates of righteousness, I will enter them and praise Yah. This is the gate La Yehovah, to Yehovah this is surely the opening to enter before the king. This is the gate to Yehovah, to find him and cleave to him. Thus, open to me, my sister, my beloved, for my head is drenched with dew. To unite with you, to be with you in eternal tranquility. When the blessed Holy One slew the Egyptians, all those he killed at midnight, casting down rungs from above and below, Israel entered the covenant of the holy sign. They were circumcised, becoming partners with Assembly of Israel and uniting with her. Then they displayed that blood on the door. There were two bloods, one of the Paschal lamb, and the other, blood of their circumcision. The mark of faith was inscribed on the door, one here and one there and one in between, as has been said, for it is written, they shall put it on the two doorposts and on the lintel, displaying faith. On the 14th, as has been said, for then one eliminates leaven and leavened stuff, and Israel escaped from an alien domain, uprooting themselves from it and uniting with Matzah, the holy bond. Once they were circumcised, they entered her until they were uncovered and their insignia was revealed. Then he gave them a bond with a higher place, in the bond of faith, with the place of which is written, Look, I am about to rain down for you bread from heaven, from heaven. Precisely this has already been established. On the 14th, in time of coupling, when the moon is completed by the sun, and lower crowns are not prevalent in the world. For at the renewal of the moon, evil species appear, aroused in the world, but at the time of coupling, when the moon is imbued by radiance of the sun, they all gather to one place, and holy powers of the king are aroused. Then it is written, it is a night of watch for Yehovah, for holy coupling occurs, and it is total watchfulness. Rabbi Aha said, therefore, total adornment of the bride on that day, and at night the house is settled. Woe to those who are not members of the household when the lions come to couple as one. Woe to those who are not known to them. Therefore holy Israel prepare the house for them that whole day, and through Israel those who enter, and Israel rejoice, singing their joy. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yos said, why should we go to all this trouble? There is a whole verse indicating that on this night supernal holy coupling is aroused and performed, as is written, it is a night of Shimurim, watch, for Yehovah, it is a night for Yehovah, precisely, and then it is written Shimurim, a watch, for all the children of Israel. What is meant by Shimurim, watch, is 2, coupling of the moon with the sun. for all the children of Israel throughout their generations, because from then onward they were joined and bound in the bond of the holy name, having come forth from an alien domain. So on the 14th they prepare themselves, remove all leaven, and enter the holy domain. Then groom and bride are adorned with crowns of supernal mother, and one must show that he is free. Rabbi Yos said, "Why these 4 cups on that night?" Rabbi Abba replied, "As the companions have already established corresponding to 4 redemptions. But it is put well in the book of Rav Yisa Sava, which states since holy coupling occurs on this night, coupling is by 4 bonds, namely 4 rungs, inseparable from one another during coupling, and we stimulate their joy, since we have already attained them, for whoever is linked with this attains all. Therefore this night is different from all other nights, and we should change everything, rejoicing on this night because there is joy above and below." He also said that we call these 4 the 4 redemptions. Why? Because this last rung is called Redeemer, and she is called Redeemer only because of another, higher rung, situated above her and illumining her. And this one radiates light to her only through those 2 rungs above him. So these 4 are 4 redemptions. Rabbi Yehuda asked Rabbi Abba, "Seeing that it is written 7 days no leaven shall be found in your houses, and joy prevails during all 7, why isn't Hallel completed during all 7 as on Sukkot, when for 9 days Hallel is joyously complete, every single day?" He replied, "Well spoken, but it is known that here Israel was not linked to all as fully as later. So on this night when coupling occurs and Israel was linked with that joy, we enact consummation and Hallel is completed. But as for those higher rungs, although all of them are present, Israel was not yet linked with them and was not uncovered, revealing the holy insignia, nor had they received Torah or entered where they later entered. Therefore, on Sukkot total completion appears, utter joy, but here, they had not yet attained and completion was not so prevalent. Although all 7 are present, they are not revealed, and Israel was not yet linked with them fittingly. Consequently, total joy and completion of Hallel, on account of that portion to which they were joined. Why? Because since on that night coupling occurs, the entire bond of all appears in the aspect of coupling, though not in the aspect of Israel. For when coupling appears in her, these 3 rungs situated above her appear, and when these appear, the whole body appears with them. Then consummation of all, joy from all, and Hallel is completed, for then the moon is adorned with all. But afterward, as each day appears and Israel had not yet attained them, Hallel is not complete as at other times. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, "Well spoken, and certainly so I heard this another time in the same manner, but I had forgotten. Now I'd like to know something else. We see on Pesach 7, on Sukkot 7, with consummation of joy on another day. Why are there not 7 days of Shavuot, when here they are most fitting of all?" He opened, saying, "Who is like your people Israel, one nation on earth?" Chronicles now, why are Israel called one here, rather than in another place? Well, since Scripture is expressing Israel's praise, it calls them one, since their praise is always one. Why? Because the entire bonding of above and below exists in this place called Israel. Further, he is linked with what is above, linked with what is below, and linked with assembly of Israel, so all is called one. In this place faith is manifested, and complete bonding and supernal holy union. So this day is bond of faith, binding of all. It is written, "A tree of life is she to those who grasp her," the tree called one because of those who are linked to this place, it is called so. A tree of life is surely called one, for all is within it, and its day is surely one, bond of all and middle of all, as is said, the tree of life in the midst of the garden, in the midst, really, in the middle, grasping all sides and bound to it. So, Pesach, Sukkot, and he in the middle, for he is the center of all. This is the praise of Torah on this day and no more, praise of faith and bond of all. Rabbi Yehuda said, Blessed is the compassionate one, that I asked and attained these words. Rabbi Yitzchak said, Israel is destined to praise the blessed Holy One with joyous song, like the praise offered by Israel on the night of Pesach, when assembly of Israel is hallowed with the sanctification of the King, as is written, you will have a song as on the night when a festival is hallowed, as on the night when a festival is hallowed. Precisely, blessed be Jehovah forever, Amen and Amen. On the day of first fruits, when you bring an offering of new grain to Jehovah in your festival of weeks, a sacred convocation shall you have, no laborious work shall you do. Rabbi Shimon opened. Then the trees of the forest will sing for joy before Jehovah, for he comes to judge the earth. Chronicles. Happy is the share of those who engage in Torah, who know the ways of the blessed Holy One and are linked with his name every day. Woe to those who do not engage in Torah, for they have no share in the holy name and are not linked with it, neither in this world nor in the world that is coming. Whoever attains in this world attains in the world that is coming. For we have learned as follows: stirring the lips of sleepers, even if they are in that world, their lips are astir there with Torah. Until now Israel offered the yield of the land, surely engaging in it and being bound in that bond. Although judgment prevails, it is judgment by which the world is conducted. Barley was offered because it is the first of all produce, and what is first should be offered, not what comes later, for Israel's first connection with the blessed Holy One is here. The blessed Holy One said, I gave you manna in the desert from that place called heaven, as is written, look, I am about to rain down for you bread from heaven, and until now you have been offering me barley. Mystery of the matter: this is Torah Hakinaot, the teaching of jealousy spelled deficiently, a warning to women of the world not to stray under their husband's authority. Otherwise, she is to bring barley flour. Happy is the share of Israel, for assembly of Israel has never been unfaithful to the blessed Holy One. Assembly of Israel is astonished if a woman strays under her husband's authority. Consequently, the punishment of this woman comes from her place. Who is her place? The one of whom is written, a woman of strength who can find her price is far beyond rubies. A woman of strength is her husband's crown. The barley flour that this woman offers is called a grain offering of Kinaot, jealousy spelled deficiently, and assembly of Israel is called so. Thus, of Phinehas is written in recompense for Chin, his acting zealously, for his God, because Kinaot, jealousy, adheres here, since jealousy is aroused against whoever betrays this covenant. Thus, zealots can attack him. This omer was barley flour, for once it reached the grist mill, they obtained from it 1/10 of an ephah, sifted through 13 sieves. This is 7 perfect weeks. After 7 weeks elapse, the Holy King comes to couple with assembly of Israel, and Torah is given. Then the king is adorned with complete union, and oneness prevails above and below. When the Holy King is aroused and the time of Torah arrives, all those trees whose fruit ripens early waft song and praise. What do they utter when their fruit is gathered? They open, saying, Jehovah has set his throne in heaven, and his kingdom rules over all. Jehovah, your kindness is in heaven. And it is written, all the trees of the field will clap hands. They open again, saying, a psalm. Sing to Jehovah a new song, for he has done wonders. It is called a new song thus, when you bring a new grain offering there, a grain offering of jealousy here, a new grain offering. New, for here is renewal of all, bond of all above and below, bond of faith. So Jacob the complete is adorned with his crowns and Torah is given. When the first fruits reached the priest, the person had to utter words explicitly about that tree on earth that was perfected, corresponding to the pattern above, with 12 boundaries, with 70 branches. Laban the Aramean sought to destroy him, in order to damage the world, but the blessed Holy One saved him, and he was adorned with his sons, as we have established, on account of that tree from which is suspended the entire bond of faith. So it is called a new grain offering. Why? Because it is renewal of above and below and renewal of the moon. Every time of renewal is of the moon. This may be compared to a king who had sons and one daughter. He arranged a banquet for all his sons, and that daughter was not present at the table. When she came, she said to the king, "My lord, you invited all my brothers and gave each one certain portions, but you did not give me a share among them." He replied to her, "By your life, my daughter, your portion will be double here, all will give you of their share." So afterwards she possessed a share that was double than all. Similarly, Assembly of Israel obtains portions from all, so she is called bride, like a bride for whom all prepare garments, gifts, and jewelry. Such is Assembly of Israel. Her renewal is by all, and all give her portions and shares. When the Holy King appears in his crowns, Assembly of Israel rejoices. And when the Torah is given, Assembly of Israel is adorned with supernal crowns. Since the entire bond of faith is bound to this tree, it is called one day, as is written, there will be one day known to Jehovah Zechariah, one day, surely, with Assembly of Israel, one day with the bond above. The bond above head, skull, and brain. Another bond, two arms, connected by the power of the head. Rav Hamnuna Sava established it as two bonds of the patriarchs. Two pillars below, extending vitally through two rungs, gathering seed to be emitted by another rung, mouth of the phallus. This tree is the body, the middle holding all these. All are linked with him, and he with them, so all is one. And when Matronita couples with him, then he is one. We have already established these matters. It is written, Yom Hashmani, on the 8th day, you shall have Atzeret, a convocation. What is Atzeret? The place where all are bound as one is called Atzeret. Atzeret, a gathering. Now, you might say, why is it called Atzeret here? Well, on all those days there were meals of the branches of the tree, and therefore 70 bulls. Afterward, joy of the trunk of the tree itself and joy of Torah. So it is one day Atzeret, joy of Torah, joy of the tree, which is the body. Consequently, only the blessed Holy One and Israel partake of this day. Thus you shall have Atzeret, you and no one else. For when the king is present, all is present within him. Regarding this we have learned at Atzeret, concerning fruit of the tree as they already established. So he is called one day, as we have said. Regarding this we have learned why is it written, from your dwelling places you shall bring 2 loaves of elevation bread. Semolina they shall be, leavened they shall be baked. Why is it different here? Leaven with Assembly of Israel. Well, because all are attached to her and similarly to the tree. For surely branches are attached to the tree, judgment is attached to the tree, many judgments on all sides. All is found in him. And because this tree atones for the evil impulse, which is within a person's dwelling place. Rabbi Elazar said, from this tree are nourished all other trees below, and it is rooted by a certain deep river, flowing and gushing, whose waters never cease. Of him is written, he will be like a tree planted by water, spreading its roots by a stream. So of Torah is written, a tree of life is she to those who grasp her, and those who hold her are deemed happy. What is meant by and those who hold her miashah, are deemed happy? This has already been established, but and those who hold her miashah, are deemed happy, as is said, Beoshri, happy am I for daughters Ishayuni, call me happy. Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Hiya were walking on the way. Rabbi Hiya said, it is written, you shall count for yourselves from the morrow of the Sabbath, from the day you bring the sheaf of elevation, 7 complete weeks shall they be. What does this indicate? He replied, the companions have already established this, but when the people of Israel were in Egypt, they were under alien domination and were gripped by impurity, like a woman sitting in days of impurity. After they were circumcised, they entered the holy portion called covenant. Once they were joined to this, their impurity ceased, as when a woman's blood of impurity ceases. After the blood ceases, what is written, she shall count for herself 7 days. Similarly here, once they entered the holy portion, their impurity ceased, and the blessed Holy One said, from now on, accounting for purity, you shall count for yourselves, precisely, as is said, she shall count for herself, for her own self. Here, too, for yourselves, for your own selves. Why, to be purified by supernal holy waters, and afterward to come join the king and receive his Torah. It is written, she shall count for herself 7 days. Here, too, 7 weeks. Why 7 weeks? To attain being purified by waters of the flowing, gushing river, called living waters. From that river issue 7 weeks, so 7 weeks surely, to attain it. Just as a woman's purity takes effect at night, to join conjugally with her husband, so it is written, when the dew would descend on the camp at night, it is written on the camp, and not when the dew would descend at night. And when did this dew descend? When Israel approached Mount Sinai, then that dew descended perfectly, and they were purified, their filth ceasing, and they joined the king and received the Torah and assembly of Israel, as we have already established. At that time surely, all the streams flow into the sea to be purified and washed, and all are sanctified and joined with the Holy King. If anyone does not reckon this, count those 7 weeks to attain this purity, he is not called pure and is not in the category of pure, nor is he worthy of having a share in Torah. But if one arrives pure on this day and has not lost count, when he reaches this night he should delve into Torah and join her, preserving the supernal purity that comes upon him on that night, purifying him. We have learned that the Torah that is required on this night is oral Torah, so that they may be purified as one by the spring of the deep stream. Afterward, on this day, written Torah will come and join her, and they will be as one, in single coupling above. Then a proclamation resounds concerning him, as for me, this is my covenant with them, says Jehovah, my spirit that is upon you, and my words that I have put in your mouth, will not depart from your mouth, nor from the mouth of your children, nor from the mouth of your children's children, says Jehovah, from now and forever. Therefore the ancient Hasidim did not sleep on this night and would delve into Torah, saying, let us come to obtain a holy inheritance for ourselves and our children in 2 worlds. On that night, assembly of Israel is crowned above them and comes to couple with the king, and both are crowned above the heads of those who attain this. Rabbi Shimon would speak as follows when the companions gathered round him on this night, let us come and array the jewels of the bride, so that tomorrow she will appear before the king fittingly bedecked and adorned. Happy is the share of the companions when the king inquires of Matronita, who has arranged her jewels, illumined her crowns, and placed her adornments. There is no one in the world who knows how to arrange the jewels of the bride other than the companions. Happy is their share in this world and in the world that is coming. On this night the companions array the jewels of the bride and adorn her with crowns for the king. But who prepares the king on this night to be with the bride, to couple with Matronita, the holy river, deepest of all rivers, supernal mother, as is written, O daughters of Zion, go out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him on the day of his wedding. After she has prepared the king and crowned him, she comes to purify Matronita and those who accompany her. This may be compared to a king who had an only son, whom he was about to marry off to a noble lady. What did the mother do all night long? She spent in her treasure chamber, and brought out a magnificent crown set with 70 precious stones, and crowned him. She brought out royal garments and dressed him, adorning him like a king. Afterward, she entered the bride's home and saw her maidens arranging her crowns, garments, and jewelry to prepare her. She said to them, look, I have prepared a bathing house, a place of flowing waters surrounded by aromatic scents to purify my daughter-in-law. Let her come, my son's Matronita, along with her maidens, to purify themselves in the place that I have prepared, in my bathing house of flowing waters. Afterward, bedeck her with her jewels, dress her in her garments, adorn her with her crowns. Tomorrow, when my son comes to unite with the matron-eater, he will prepare a palace for all and his abode will be among you, together. So it is with the holy king, matron-eater, and the companions and supernal mother, who arranges all. Thereby, the supernal king, matron-eater, and the companions dwell together, never separating, as is written Jehovah, who will abide in your tent. He who walks blameless Uphalcedek, and does righteousness who is that well, those who array the bride in her jewels, in her garments, in her crowns. Each one is called Polcedek, one who activates righteousness. Rabbi Yehuda said, if I am privileged in the world just to hear these words, it is enough for me. Happy is the share of those who engage in Torah and know the ways of the Holy King and whose desire is for Torah. Of them is written, because he desires me, I will deliver him. I will rescue him and honor him. In the 7th month, on the 1st of the month, you shall have a Sabbath, a commemoration with horn blast, a sacred convocation. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, blast the shofar on the new moon, on the covering for our festival day. Happy are Israel, for the blessed Holy One drew them near from among all nations and delighted in them from afar. He drew them near, as is written. Joshua said to all the people, thus says Jehovah, God of Israel, beyond the river your fathers dwelt of old. Joshua demonstrating that from afar he selected them and drew them near. And it is written, I took your father Abraham from beyond the river. These verses should be examined. Didn't all of Israel know this, especially Joshua? However, the entire Torah is concealed and revealed, just as the holy name is concealed and revealed, for Torah is the holy name, so it is concealed and revealed. If Israel and Joshua knew, why is it written, thus says Jehovah? Well, surely, secrecy of the word is this: the blessed Holy One bestowed great kindness upon Israel by selecting the patriarchs and making them a holy supernal chariot for his glory, and bringing them forth from the supernal precious holy river, lamp of all lamps, in order to be adorned with them. As is written, thus says Jehovah, beyond the river your fathers dwelled. Joshua the river, the one that is well known. Meolam, of old. Why is this required here? Well, to demonstrate wisdom. Beyond the river, Meolam, of old. Well, that river is called Olam, world. So, beyond the river your fathers dwelled, Meolam, of the world, demonstrating the steadfast kindness that the blessed Holy One bestowed upon Israel. I took your father Abraham from beyond the river. What does this indicate? Well, Abraham did not cleave to that river as did Isaac, who cleaved to it by his aspect, drawing power. Although this river is not judgment, judgments issue from its side and are empowered by it. When Isaac is empowered in his judgments, those above and below assemble for judgment, and thrones of judgment are arranged, and the Holy King sits upon the throne of judgment and judges the world. Then, blast the shofar on the new moon, Be'akus, at the throne, for our festival day. Happy are Israel, who know how to remove the throne of judgment and arrange the throne of compassion. How with the shofar? Rabbi Abba was sitting before Rabbi Shimon. He said to him, many times I've asked what the shofar signifies, but I'm still unsettled about it. He replied, surely, this is elucidation of the matter. Israel needs a shofar on the day of judgment, and not any other horn, because a horn is well known and we must not cling to judgment. But we have already learned by word and by action, we must manifest and arouse concealed elements. When that supernal shofar, containing radiance of all, withdraws and does not illumine the children, then judgments are aroused and thrones are arranged for the court. This shofar is called Ram of Isaac, power of Isaac, praise of the patriarchs. When this great shofar withdraws, no longer suckling the children, Isaac is empowered and poised for judgment over the world. When this shofar is aroused and people repent of their sins, they must conduct the sound of the shofar. That sound ascends, and then another shofar is aroused, compassion is aroused and judgment removed. We must display action with a shofar to arouse another one, generating from this shofar those sounds demonstrating that all those sounds above are contained in that supernal shofar. By these sounds, Israel gives strength to compassion from below, and the great shofar is aroused above. So we must prepare a shofar and concentrate on it, for sounds are contained within it so as to arouse another one, and arrange the sounds in the shofar. First arrangement: a sound issues and is adorned above, scaling heavens, piercing towering mountains, and reaching Abraham, on whose head it settles. He awakens, and is prepared as a throne. In the book of Agatha we have learned when Abraham is roused by that first sound and prepared as a throne, father and mother attend to him. Meanwhile, the second one ascends powerful, to smash the fiercely wrathful. As for this second arrangement, its sound is broken in its power, then it ascends, and all judgments that it encounters are broken, until it rises to the place of Isaac. When Isaac awakens and sees Abraham preparing the throne and standing by it, then severe harshness is overwhelmed and broken. Upon this, one who blows should focus his heart and will, so as to break the power and potency of harsh judgment, as is written, happy the people who know to you are, the blast who know to you are, the smashing, surely. Third arrangement: a sound issues and ascends, piercing all those heavens, and compassion is aroused. That sound reaches the head of Jacob, and Jacob awakens and sees Abraham prepared on the other side. Then they both grasp Isaac, one from this side and one from that, and his powers cannot shoot out. These three arrangements are all one sequence. Another sequence: a sound issues and ascends, carrying Abraham from his place, drawing him below to the place where powers of Isaac dwell, and they station Abraham by them. Second arrangement: a broken sound issues, not as powerful as the first, not that the voice blowing is weak, but because it is not directed as before toward Isaac, where intense power prevails, but rather toward those below in judicial session, who are weaker. They all see Abraham by them and are subdued before him. Just then, the third arrangement: a sound issues and ascends, crowning the head of Jacob, drawing him below to the place where those powers dwell, and he stands facing them, Abraham on one side and Jacob on the other, with them in the middle. Then they all subside in their places. All of these are another, second sequence. The final sequence: for they must be raised to their places, with Isaac aligned between them as before, since this one must be settled in his place so that he will not shoot out fiercely. Then all judgments are subdued and compassion is aroused. Consequently, one must focus heart and will on these sounds and turn back in teshuvah toward his Lord. Then, when the people of Israel arranges and refines sounds fittingly with the shofar in fervor, that supernal shofar returns. And when it returns, it crowns Jacob and rectifies all. Another throne is cast down, then joy prevails everywhere, and the blessed Holy One has compassion on the world. Happy is the share of Israel, who know how to draw and conduct their Lord from judgment to compassion, and how to be instruments for mending all worlds. Corresponding to this, 3 books are opened on this day: one of the completely wicked, one of the completely righteous, and one of those in between. Just as compassion is aroused and harsh judgments are subdued, entering their place, so it is below, corresponding to the pattern above, harsh judgments are subdued and removed from the world. Who are they? The completely wicked, who are harsh judgments subdued and removed from the world. Therefore, they are inscribed and sealed immediately for death. Rabbi Abba said, surely, this is elucidation of the matter. Blessed is the compassionate one, that I asked and gained these words. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written, Zikron to you are, a reminder by horn blast we make a remembrance, to concentrate heart and will. Israel makes a remembrance below. By what? By action, so that something similar may be aroused above. Rabbi Elazar said, blast the shofar on the new moon, Be'akus, on the covering, for our festival day, for the moon is then Acacia, covered. How is it covered? Well, when a cloud appears and the sun does not shine, the moon is covered and does not shine. On account of the cloud, the sun does not shine, all the more so, the moon, which is covered and does not shine. Thus, Be'akus, on the covering, with a he, for the moon Acacia, is covered. And how does everything shine through Teshuvah and the sound of the shofar, as is written, happy the people who know the blast. Then, O Yehovah, they will walk in the light of your presence. On this day the moon is covered and does not shine until the 10th day, when Israel turns back in complete Teshuvah and supernal Mother returns, illumining her. On this day, Mother embarks on her journey and joy prevails everywhere. Thus it is written, Yom HaKippurim Hu, it is the Day of Atonement. Yom HaKippurim Hu, it is the Day of Atonements. The verse should read Yomim Kippurim, Days of Atonements. Why Yom HaKippurim, the Day of Atonements? Well, because two radiances shine as one, upper lamp illumining lower lamp. This day, she shines from the upper light, not from light of the sun, so it is written Be'akus LeYom Hagnu, on the covering until our festival day. Rabbi Abba sent a question to Rabbi Shimon, asking, when is the coupling of Assembly of Israel with the Holy King? He sent back, replying, besides, she really is my sister, my father's daughter, though not my mother's daughter, and she became my wife. Rabbi Abba trembled. He raised his voice and wept, saying, Rabbi Shimon, my master, Holy Lamp, woe to the world when you leave it, woe to the generation that exists in the world when you depart from them and they are left orphaned of you. Rabbi Yehuda said to Rabbi Abba, this verse that he sent to you, what does it mean? He replied, surely, coupling of the king with Matronita occurs only when she shines from supernal Father. When she is illumined by him, we call her holiness, since she absorbs this from Father's house, and then they couple as one, for the king is called holiness, as is written, holiness is Israel to Yehovah, and he receives from the place called holiness. Then, she is my sister, my father's daughter, though not my mother's daughter, for this name derives from Father's house, not from mother's. Consequently, she became my wife, coupling as one at this time and at no other at the time when she receives from Father's house, not when she receives from mother's. Yom Kippur proves this, for intercourse is forbidden, since coupling does not occur, as she receives from mother's house, not from father's. Rabbi Yehuda said, surely, happy is the generation in whose midst Rabbi Shimon dwells, happy are those who stand before him every day. Rabbi Abba said, on Rosh Hashanah, Adam was created, and he stood in judgment from his Lord, and he turned back in Teshuvah and was accepted by the Blessed Holy One. He said to him, you will be a sign for your descendants through all generations. On this day they stand in judgment, and if they engage in Teshuvah I will accept them, and rise from the throne of judgment and be established on the throne of compassion and be compassionate toward them. David said, I love when Yehovah hears my voice, my supplications. Thus it is written, for forgiveness is yours, so that you may be revered, and for with you is the fountain of life, in your light we see light. On the 10th of this 7th month is the Day of Atonement, a sacred assembly it shall be for you. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Le David Maskil, of David. Maskil. Happy is one whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Le David Maskil, of David. Maskil we have already learned as follows. The book of was recited with 10 types of song with nitzwa, leading with niggin, melody with maskil, insight with miktam, inscription with mizmor, psalm with shah, song with ashri'i, happiness with tefillah, prayer with huda'ah, thanksgiving with hallelujah, hallelujah. And the highest of them all is hallelujah, as has been established. Here, maskil, whose place is known. What is maskil? Mayada akim you, waters enlightening those who drink them. That place is called Maskil, as is said Maskil, one who gains insight into a matter will find benefit. Since it is called so, forgiveness depends upon it, freedom of freedoms, as is written, happy is one whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. What is meant by Kizue Hater, whose sin is covered? They have already established that his sin is covered from people, one who has sinned against the Blessed Holy One. But whose sin is covered when a person sins, transgressing once, twice, and 3 times and does not repent, his sins are exposed and publicized above and publicized below. Heralds go before him, proclaiming, keep away from so and so, he is banned by his Lord, banned above, banned below. Woe to him who has marred the image of his Lord, woe him who disrespects the honor of his Lord. The Blessed Holy One exposes his sin above, as is written, heaven will expose his sin, and earth will rise up against him. Job. And when a person walks in the way of his Lord, striving to serve him, and happens to commit one sin, all cover it, those above and below. This is called one whose sin is covered. Rabbi Abba said to him, you have not yet reached the root of the matter. You have spoken well, and what the companions have said is fine. But if so, the verse should read Makhas Hater, whose sin is covered. What is meant by Kizue Hater? Well, that includes 2 elements of wisdom, as follows. 1. As we have learned, the good deeds that a person performs in this world fashion in that world a glorious, splendid garment for him to wear. But when a person enacts good deeds, and evil deeds overpower him, so that when the Blessed Holy One examines him, his evil deeds are more numerous and he is wicked, considered a sinner before his Lord, and he regrets those good deeds that he did at first, then he is entirely eliminated, both from this world and from the world that is coming. What does the Blessed Holy One do with those good deeds that this sinner performed at first? Well, the Blessed Holy One, even though that wicked sinner has perished, those good deeds and merits do not perish. There may be a righteous person, walking in the ways of the supernal King and preparing his garments from his deeds. The Blessed Holy One delivers to him some of those deeds lost by this wicked sinner, completing his garments, in which he may be arrayed in that world, as is written, what the wicked prepares, the righteous will wear. Job, that sinner prepares, and the righteous one is covered with what he has prepared, as is written, Kizue Hater, a covering of a sinner, he is covered by means of a sinner, covering himself by a sinner. Thus it is not written Makhas, covered, but rather Kizue, a covering. And another element, when the sin of this virtuous person is covered within what is called the depths of the sea, for once it falls into the depths of the sea, it disappears forever, covered by waters. Who are the depths of the sea? As is said, you will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. Micah. Who are the depths of the sea? Well, that is a precious mystery, established by Rabbi Shimon. All those who come from the harsh side and are linked with evil species, with lower crowns like Azazel on Yom Kippur, who is called the depths of the sea. Like dross of silver when it is refined in fire, as is written, remove the dross from silver, so is this one Azazel from those depths of the sea, and is called depths of the sea, depths of that holy sea, depths, dregs of silver. Therefore, all those sins of Israel are cast into it, received by it, absorbed within it. Why? Because it is Hater, sin. What is meant by Hater? Deficiency. So it is deficiency of all, bearing deficiency of body and soul. On this day, the depths of the sea, dregs of silver, descends and carries off filth of the body. Who is filth of the body? The evil impulse, who is called filth, repulsive one. Rabbi Yos said, we have learned Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for Jehovah and 1 lot for Azazel. If so, it is an honor for Azazel. Have you ever seen a servant casting lots along with his master? According to the custom of the world, a servant obtains only what he is given by his master. However, since Samael is ready this day with defamation, and so that he should have no pretext to complain, for this lot came up for him. For Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Yitzchak we find a sublime element in the lot. Concerning the lot of Joshua, it is written Al-Pi, by the mouth of, the lot by the mouth of the lot, surely, for it said, this is the share of Judah this, of Benjamin this, of so and so with all of them. Here, too, as soon as the lots came up in the priest's hand, they leapt from his hand and settled in their places, as is written, the goat for which the lot comes up, surely. Not only this, but whenever the denouncer is ready and has been granted permission, we must set before him something with which he can occupy himself, so that he will leave Israel alone. On this day, the denouncer is ready to spy out the earth, as is written, Jehovah said to the adversary, from where have you come? He answered, from roaming the earth and walking about upon it. Job, and we have learned what is meant by roaming the earth well. This refers to the denouncer, the accuser of Israel. The companions have adduced that surely at that time Israel was about to cross the Red Sea and exact retribution against the Egyptians. Satan said, I have passed through the Holy Land and I see that these are not worthy to enter it. If you are rendering judgment, their punishment here should be like the Egyptians. What is the difference between them? Either they should all die together, or they should all return to Egypt. And wasn't it you who said they will be enslaved and afflicted 400 years? Look, out of the total, only 210 have elapsed, no more. The Blessed Holy One said, what will I do? This one needs something to keep him occupied. Isn't this the place to offer him that, so he'll leave my children alone? Here is someone to keep him engaged immediately. He said to him, have you considered my servant Job? For there is none like him on earth. Job immediately. The denouncer argued back. The adversary answered Jehovah, saying, is it for nothing that Job reveres God? This may be compared to a shepherd who wanted to move his flock across a river. A wolf came to attack his flock. The shepherd was wise. He said, what will I do while I am moving the lambs across? He will attack the sheep. He raised his eyes and saw among the flock one of those wild billy goats, big and strong. He said, I will throw this toward him, and while they are fighting each other, I will move the whole flock across and they will be saved from him. Similarly, the Blessed Holy One said, surely, here is a big, strong billy goat that I will throw toward him, and while he occupies himself with it, my children will cross and the accuser will not confront them. Immediately, Jehovah said to the adversary, have you considered my servant Job? Until finally the Blessed Holy One joined them together, as is written here, he is in your hand, but spare his life. Job, while he was occupied with him, he left Israel alone and did not confront them as the accuser. Here, too, on this day, we must send him something with which to occupy himself, resembling him, and while he is engaged with it, he leaves Israel alone and does not confront them as the accuser. There is a saying to the contemptible one in the royal palace, give him a little wine and he will praise you before the king. Otherwise, he will speak evil, and sometimes superiors of the palace convey those words, on account of which the king imposes punishment. Rabbi Yitzchak said, this may be compared to a fool who stands before the king. Give him some wine and then tell him and show him all those deviances you have committed and all those bad deeds, and he will come and praise you, saying that there is no one in the world like you. Here, too, the denouncer is standing constantly before the king. The people of Israel present him this gift, in which is a list of all the bad deeds, all the deviances, and all the sins that they have committed, and he comes and praises Israel and becomes their defender. And the Blessed Holy One transfers everything onto the head of his people, since it is written, for you are heaping live coals on his head, and Jehovah will reward you. Rabbi Yos said, woe to the people of Esau when this goat is sent to that denouncer who is appointed over them, since for its sake he comes to praise Israel, and the Blessed Holy One diverts all those sins onto the head of his people, because it is written, a speaker of lies will not endure my eyes. Rabbi Yehuda said, if the nations of the world knew of this goat, they would not let Israel be for a single day in the world. All that day he is occupied with the goat, and meanwhile the blessed Holy One purges Israel, purifying them entirely, and the accuser does not appear before him. Afterward, he comes and praises Israel. The blessed Holy One asks him, as is said, Jehovah said to the adversary, "From where have you come, Job?" And he replies in praise of Israel. The accuser turns into a defender and goes his way. Then the blessed Holy One says to the 70 surrounding his throne, "Do you see how this denouncer is always looming over my children? Look, one goat has appeared by him, with a list of all their sins, all their deviances, and all the transgressions they have committed before me." Then they all confirm that those sins should be transferred to his people. Rabbi Abba said, "All those sins and transgressions cling to him, as is written, you will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea." Micah, and they are all transferred onto the heads of his people, as is written, the goat shall bear upon it all their iniquities to a remote region. On this day, the priest is adorned with supernal crowns, and stands between those above and those below, atoning for himself, for his household, for the priests, for the sanctuary, and for all of Israel. When he enters, making atonement, he concentrates on the head of faith, and sprinkles with his finger, as is written, he shall sprinkle some of it on the purging cover and in front of the purging cover. How does he do it? He stirs with the tip of his finger and, like wielding a whip, sprinkles droplets from his finger toward the purging cover. He sprinkles and concentrates and begins to count 1, 1 and 1. 1 alone, 1 including all, 1 glory of all, 1 to whom all turn, 1 head of all. Then, 1 and 1. 1 and 1, for they dwell as one in desire, in companionship, never parting. Having reached this and 1 who is mother of all, from here he begins to count in coupling, counting and saying, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, 1 and 6, 1 and 7, so as to draw and convey this 1 who is supernal mother, by certain rungs to the crown of lower mother, and to convey deep rivers from their place to assembly of Israel. Therefore, on this day 2 radiances shine as 1 supernal mother illumines lower mother. Thus it is written, Yom HaKippurim, the Day of Atonements, as has been said. Rabbi Yitzchak said, a braided rope was tied to the leg of the priest when he entered, so that if he died there, they could extract him from outside. How did they know by that strip of crimson wool, if its color did not change? During that time, it was well known that the priest was located within. If he emerged in peace, by the strip of crimson wool it was perceived, for its color turned white, then there was joy among those above and below. If not, they all became distressed, and all knew that their prayers had not been accepted. Rabbi Yehuda said, as soon as he entered and closed his eyes so as not to gaze upon what he must not, and heard the sound of the wings of the cherubim chanting praises, the priest knew that all was in joy and that he would emerge in peace. Along with that, by his prayer he knew words issuing joyously, being blessed and accepted fittingly. Then, joy of those above and below. Rabbi Elazar asked his father, Rabbi Shimon, saying, why does this day depend on this place and not on another rung, for it would most fittingly be on the rung occupied by the king? He replied, Elazar, it is certainly so, though you have asked well. The holy king has left his temple and house in the hands of Matronita, and has left his children with her so that she may guide them, punish them, and dwell among them. If they are virtuous, Matronita is in joy and honor in the presence of the king. If they are not virtuous, she and they are sent back into exile, as we have already established, for it is written, he who plunders his father puts his mother to flight, and similarly for your crimes, your mother was sent away. Therefore there is 1 day a year to examine and inspect them, and when this day comes to pass, supernal mother in whose hand is all freedom appears, to observe Israel. And they gird themselves on this day with many rituals, prayers, and self-afflictions all of them virtuous. Then freedom comes upon them from the place of all freedom by the hand of Matronita. The king's children, her children, who have been entrusted in her hands, are all virtuous, all without sin or transgression. Then she couples with the king in radiance, in joy, in perfection, in rapture, for she has raised children fittingly for the supernal king. But when, on this day, they are not found fit, woe to them, woe to their emissary, woe, for Matronita is distanced from the king, and supernal mother withdraws, and no freedom issues from her to the worlds. Happy are Israel, whom the blessed Holy One has taught, so that they may be delivered from judgment and be found worthy before him, as is written, for on this day atonement will be effected for you, to purify you. And similarly I will sprinkle pure water upon you, and you will be pure from all your impurities, and from all your idols will I purify you. Ezekiel. On the 15th day of this 7th month, the festival of Sukkot, 7 days for Jehovah. Rabbi Yos asked Rabbi Abba, saying, what do these 15 days indicate? He replied, surely it is a precious mystery. Whether above or below, each one proceeds in its own way, settles in its own way, is aroused in its own way, performing what it does. This Azar, decade, belongs to Assembly of Israel, and the 10th day abides in the 10th. Thus, Be'azar, on the 10th of this month, let every man take a lamb for a father's house, a lamb for a household. This day is hers, and the 5 other days are the king's, the day above her, for on the 5th rung the king sits upon the throne. Everywhere, on the 10th belongs to Matronita, the 5 above them belong to the king, the day that comes upon her. Consequently, 5 days from the new moon to Torah. Now, you might say, 7th, when 2 patriarchs appear with him, for with them he is king, adorned then with all. It is a single matter, 7th and 5th. The 5th is surely his, as has been said. Then Father illumines Mother, and by him 50 gates are illuminated, to shine upon the 5th. And you might say, 7th, for the king is in fullness of the patriarchs, and he receives a crown from the 7th, as is written, O daughters of Zion, go out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him on the day of his wedding, on the day of his heart's delight. Therefore, on the 7th is the day when the king is adorned with his crowns, and then the king inherits from father and mother, who couple as one. So all depends on one. On the 15th day, Rabbi Yehuda opened, the Canaanite, king of Arad, who dwelled in the Negeb, heard that Israel was coming by way of Atharim, and he battled against Israel and took some of them captive. We have learned 3 celestial gifts were provided for Israel through 3 siblings, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. Manna, by the merit of Moses; clouds of glory, by the merit of Aaron; the well, by the merit of Miriam, and all are linked above. Manna, by the merit of Moses, as is written, look, I am about to rain down for you bread from heaven, precisely Moses. Clouds of glory, by the merit of Aharon, Aaron, as is written, for eye to eye you near are seen, Jehovah, and your cloud stands over them, and it is written, the cloud of incense shall envelop. Just as the latter consists of 7, so, too, the former consists of 7, for with the incense, 7 clouds mingle as one. Furthermore, Aaron is head of all 7 clouds, and he is joined with 6 others. The well, on account of Miriam, for she is surely called well. In the book of Agatha his sister stationed herself afar, a well of living waters. All are a single bond. When Miriam died, the well disappeared, as is written, and there was no water for the community at that moment. Another well accompanying Israel wished to depart. When she saw the clouds joined to her from above, she remained bound to them. When Aaron died, those clouds disappeared, along with the cloud of the well. Moses came and brought them back, as is written, you ascended the heights, you seized captives, you took gifts, surely those gifts that existed before the well and the clouds. The well, Isaac's well. the clouds Aaron's clouds. Rabbi Yitzchak said, why was Aaron worthy of this? Because he was joined with clouds, and every single day he bound all of them as one, and they were all blessed through him. Beyond all the loving kindness that the blessed Holy One bestowed upon Israel, he bound to them 7 clouds of glory. Where did he bind these? To assembly of Israel, for her cloud is joined with 6 others, and with all 7 Israel journeyed through the desert. Why? Because they are all the bond of faith. Thus, be a Sukkot, in booths, you shall dwell 7 days. What does this indicate? It relates to what is written in his shade. I delighted to sit. A person should display himself sitting in the shade of faith. Throughout all the years of Aaron's life, Israel was in the shade of faith under these clouds. After Aaron died, one cloud disappeared, the right of all. When this one disappeared, all the others did, too, and all of Israel were seen as lacking. This has been established, as is written, all the community saw that Aaron had expired. Do not read the yiru, they saw, but rather viru, they were seen. Immediately, the Canaanite, king of Arad, who dwelled in the Negeb, heard that Israel was coming by way of Har-Atarim, Atharim. He heard that those clouds had disappeared, and the great Taira, guide, to whom all those clouds were bound, had died. And Rabbi Yitzchak said, the Canaanite, king of Arad, who dwelled in the Negeb, surely. And when those spies that were sent by Moses came back, they said, Amalek dwells in the land of the Negeb, in order to break their heart, since Amalek had broken their strength at first. Rabbi Abba said, the Canaanite heard. What does this indicate here? After those clouds had disappeared, well, of Canaan is written, cursed be Canaan, slave of slaves shall he be to his brothers. From here we learn whoever excludes himself from the shade of faith deserves to be a slave to slaves of slaves, as is written, and he battled against Israel and took some of them captive. He took slaves for himself from among Israel. Thus it is written, all natives in Israel shall dwell in booths. Everyone who is from the holy root and stock of Israel shall dwell in booths, under the shade of faith. And whoever is not from the holy root and stock of Israel shall not dwell in them, and should exclude himself from beneath the shade of faith. It is written, a Canaanite, in whose hand are false balances, Hosea Eliezer, Abraham's servant. It is written, cursed be Canaan. But since this Canaanite was privileged to serve Abraham, once he did so and dwelled beneath the shade of faith, he became worthy of escaping from the curse that had been placed on him. Moreover, blessing is applied to him, as is written, he said, come in, blessed of Jehovah. What does this indicate? That whoever dwells under this shade of faith inherits freedom for himself and his descendants forever, and is blessed with sublime blessing. And whoever excludes himself from this shade of faith inherits exile for himself and his descendants, as is written, and he battled against Israel and took some of them captive. Be a Sukkot, in booths, you shall dwell. Spelled deficiently, 1, to which all are bound. It is written, for the cloud of Jehovah was over them by day, and similarly, in a pillar of cloud you go before them by day, the cloud of Aaron. And it is written, by day Jehovah ordains his due, his love. One cloud carried with it 5 others, totaling 6, and another cloud, as is written, and in a pillar of fire by night, illumining Israel with the radiance of those 6. Rabbi Eliezer opened, thus says Jehovah, I remember the devotion of your youth, your love as a bride, how you followed me in the desert. This verse was spoken about assembly of Israel, when she journeyed in the desert along with Israel. I remember Hesed, the devotion cloud of Aaron, moving with 5 others, bound to you, shining upon you. Your love Kilulotaic, as a bride, all of them Ishtaklalu, adorning, crowning, and arraying you like a bride bedecked with her jewelry. Why all this? Because you followed me in the desert, in a land unsown. When a person dwells in this abode, shade of faith, Shekinah spreads her wings over him from above, and Abraham and 5 other righteous ones make their dwelling with him. Rabbi Abba said, Abraham, 5 righteous ones, and King David make their dwelling with him. As is written in Sukkot you shall dwell, O 7 days. It is written 7 days, not for 7 days. Similarly, 6 days Jehovah made heaven and earth. One should rejoice on each day with a radiant face, along with these guests who dwell with him. And Rabbi Abba said, it is written in Sukkot you shall dwell 7 days, and afterward, they shall dwell in Sukkot. First, you shall dwell and then, they shall dwell well. The first is for the guests, the second, for inhabitants of the world. The first is for the guests as Rav Hamnuna Sava, upon entering the sukkah, used to stand in joy just inside the opening, and say, let us invite the guests. He would arrange the table, stand erect, recite a blessing, and say, in Sukkot you shall dwell, O 7 days. Sit, sublime guests, have a seat. Sit, guests of faith, have a seat. Raising his hands in joy, he would say, happy is our share, happy is the share of Israel. Indeed, Jehovah's share is his people, Jacob his allotted possession. Then he would sit. The second, for inhabitants of the world. For whoever has a share in the holy seed sits in the shade of faith to welcome the guests, to rejoice in this world and in the world that is coming. Nevertheless, he must gladden the poor. Why? Because the portion of those guests whom he has invited belongs to the poor. And he who sits in this shade of faith and invites these supernal guests, guests of faith, yet does not give them their portion, they all stand back from him, saying, do not eat the bread of a stingy man, nor desire his delicacies. So the table that he set is his own, not the blessed holy ones. Of him is written, I will spread dung upon your faces, the dung of your festivals. Malachi, your festivals, not my festivals. Woe to that person when those guests of faith stand back from his table. And Rabbi Abba said, all his days, Abraham used to stand at the crossroads to invite guests and set a table for them. Now that he is invited along with all those righteous ones and King David, and they are not given their share, Abraham rises from the table and exclaims, turn away, please, from the tents of these wicked people, and they all depart with him. Isaac says, the belly of the wicked will feel want. Jacob says, your morsel that you eat you will vomit, and you will ruin your pleasant words. All the other righteous ones say, surely all tables are full of filthy vomit, without the omnipresent. King David speaks and exacts punishment, as is written, it happened after 10 days that Jehovah smote Nabal and he died. Samuel, what does this indicate? Well, David asked Nabal to treat him as a guest and he refused. And this person invites David and doesn't give him a portion. So during those 10 days when King David judges the world, that person who treated him worse than Nabal is punished for it. Rabbi Elazar said, accordingly, Torah does not impose upon a person more than he can manage, for look at what is written, each according to the gift of his hand, according to the blessing of Jehovah your God that he has given you. But a person should not say first, I'll eat and be satisfied and saturate myself, and if there's anything left, I'll give to the poor. Rather, the prime portion belongs to the guests. And if he delights the guests and saturates them, the blessed Holy One rejoices with him. Abraham proclaims over him, then you will delight upon Jehovah, and I will cause you to ride upon the heights of the earth, and feed you the inheritance of your father Jacob. Isaac says, no weapon formed against you will succeed, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment, you will condemn. Rabbi Shimon said, this is spoken by King David, because all weapons of the king and battles of the king have been handed over to David. But Isaac says, Gibeah, mighty, upon earth his seed shall be, the generation of the upright shall be blessed. Wealth and riches in his house, and his righteousness stands forever. Yaakov, Jacob, says, then your light Yibaka, will burst through, like the dawn, and your healing quickly sprout. Your righteousness will march before you, the glory of Jehovah will gather you in. The other righteous ones say, Jehovah will guide you always, he will satisfy your soul with radiances and invigorate your bones. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters do not fail, King David says, "No weapon formed against you will succeed, for he has been appointed over all weapons of the world." Happy is the share of the person who has attained all this. Happy is the share of the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, "Your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever." Sprout of my planting, work of my hands, that I may be glorified. You shall take for yourselves on the first day fruit of a majestic tree, fronds of palms, and a branch of a thickly-leaved tree, and willows of the stream, and you shall rejoice before Jehovah your God 7 days. Rabbi Shimon opened, "Everyone who is called by my name, whom I created for my glory, whom I formed and made, everyone who is called by my name, the human being, whom the blessed Holy One called forth by his name, as is written, Elohim created the human in his image, by the image of Elohim he created him. Furthermore, he calls him by his name when he produces true justice in the world, and is called Elohim, as is written, Elohim, judges, you shall not vilify. He called him forth by his name, as is written, Elohim created the human in his image." This is fine and has already been established. It is written, "Let us make a human in our image, according to our likeness," uttered at a time of coupling. So it is in image and likeness, union of them both. The human issued from male and female. God created the human in his image. In the book of King Solomon I found as follows: when coupling occurs below, the blessed Holy One sends a certain form like a human visage, imprinted and engraved with an image, poised above that union. If the eye were empowered to see, one would glimpse above his head an image imprinted with a human visage. In that image the person is created, until that image, sent by his Lord, is poised above his head, hovering there. The person is not created, as is written, God created the human in his image. That image remains present by him until he issues into the world. Once he does, in that image he grows, with that image he moves, as is written, only with an image does a human go about. This image is from above. When those spirits emerge from their places, each one is arrayed before the Holy King in splendid adornments, with the visage it is to assume in this world. From that form, that splendid adornment, issues this image. This is third from the spirit, and it comes first into this world when coupling occurs. Throughout the world, there is not a single union without an image. But as for holy Israel, this image is holy, entering into them from a holy place, whereas for other nations, an image enters into them from those evil species, from the side of impurity. Consequently, a person must not mingle his image with the image of a Gentile, since one is holy and other impure. The difference between Israel and other nations. Among Israel, when a person is dead, he defiles the whole house and the body is impure, whereas a Gentile does not defile anyone else, nor is he impure when he dies. Why? Well, when an Israelite dies, all the holiness of his Lord withdraws from him. This holy image is withdrawn from him, the Holy Spirit is withdrawn from him. Once the holiness of his Lord is withdrawn from him, the body is impure. But as for a Gentile, not so. In his lifetime he is impure in all aspects of impurity. His image is impure, his spirit is impure. And since these impurities abide within him, he is entirely impure and it is forbidden to approach him. Once he dies, all these impurities depart from him and the body is left without defiling impurity. Even though their bodies, whether alive or dead, are impure, when they are alive, haunted by all those impurities, they defile anyone who approaches them, but when they are dead, and all those impurities depart from them, they cannot defile anyone else. Whereas regarding Israel, a corpse can defile, since all supernal holiness has departed from it and the other side settles upon it. With this holy image a person moves and grows, and from this visage his form another image is made, and they join together, one conveying the other. When they are present, the person is protected, his body vital, his spirit abiding within. When his days draw near to die, they disappear from him, one removing the other, and the person is left unprotected. Of then is written before the day exhales and the shadows flee the shadows, 2. On the day that judgment is aroused, when the blessed Holy One sits upon the throne of judgment to judge the world, a person should rouse teshuvah, repenting for his sins. For on that day decrees are written, all placed in an archival ledger recorded. If a person succeeds in turning back to his Lord, the decrees against him are torn up. Afterward, the blessed Holy One provides Yom Kippur for a person, the day of teshuvah. If he repents for his sins, good. If not, the king commands that the decrees be sealed. Woe, for teshuvah wishes to depart from him. If he attains complete teshuvah fittingly, his sentence is suspended until the last day at Seret, assembly, which is the 8th day of the festival. If he achieves perfection in teshuvah before his Lord, the decrees are torn up or postponed. If not, the decrees go forth from the king's palace and are delivered to the bailiff. Once they are handed to him, judgment is surely executed and the decrees do not return to the palace. Then images are withdrawn, disappearing from him. Once they withdraw, the king's verdict surely overcomes him and he tastes the cup of death. On that last night of the festival, bailiffs are summoned and they obtain the decrees. After they do so, images withdraw, disappearing. If they appear diminished, then judgment or illnesses will come upon him diminishedly. This we have already established and it has been discussed. In the books of the ancients, they say more lacking on the head and the body present his son or wife will endure and he will pass away. This applies when he does not repent during all that time afterward. But if he does, he will taste the taste of death and be healed. If the body is lacking and the head is visible, they will pass away and he will survive. This applies when his son is small and under his authority and his wife is under his authority. If his hands are flawed, the work of his hands will be flawed. If his feet, illness pursues him. If the image flees and returns, of him is written in the morning you will say, if only it were evening, and in the evening you will say, if only it were morning. From your heart's fright with which you will be afraid, this pertains when the moon shines and night is arrayed in light. But virtuous devotees contemplate in their hearts every single day as if on that day they are departing from the world, and they perform complete teshuvah before their Lord and require nothing else. Happy is their share in this world and in the world that is coming. All that is called by my name, how magnificent are the works of the Holy King! For those creatures that he formed he has linked with supernal entities above, and when they are grasped below and employed in action, that entity above that is linked to it is aroused. For example, hyssop and cedar wood, and we have already established these matters. Some of them are connected with the holy name, such as lilith, etrog, myrtle, and willow, all of which are linked with his holy name above. So we must grasp them and perform an action with them, in order to arouse the one linked with them. Concerning this we have learned by word and deed, one must demonstrate the matter, so as to arouse another matter. As is written, all that is called by my name, whom I created for my glory, to arouse my glory I created it to grasp it. Whom I formed to perform an act with it. And made to arouse a power above. Alternatively, all that is called by my name corresponding to what is written, fruit of a majestic tree. Whom I created for my glory corresponding to fronds of palms. Whom I formed corresponding to and a branch of a thickly-leaved tree. And made corresponding to and willows of the stream. The perfection of what is indicated by you shall take for yourselves on the first day, precisely, which is 5th from the 10th. However, on the first day, who is that first day? Well, the day that issues first of all, with springs of flowing water, and we must conduct this to the world. This may be compared to a king who bound some people in chains. His mother, the matronita, came and set them free. Out of respect for her, the king placed them all in her power. She saw that they were hungry and thirsty. She said, "Now that I have set them free, I will provide them with food and drink." Similarly, Yom Kippur has set everyone free, and we are hungry for food and thirsting to drink. Then she crowns the king. On this day we know that flowing water abides with her, and we request it from the one who has liberated us. Therefore we call it first day. This is in the book of Agatter, and it is fine. But on this day Abraham is the beginning of all. With clouds of glory he is the beginning, and with water he is the beginning, for Abraham was the first to dig wells of water. Fruit of a glorious tree, the well of Isaac, for Isaac glorified the blessed Holy One, and he is called a glorious tree, and the fruit of this glorious tree is well known. Fronds of palms, as is written, the righteous one flourishes like a palm tree, there is no separation between them, so it is not written and fronds of palms, but rather fronds of palms, for one does not grow without the other. By this, the well is filled with flowing supernal water. This is filled first, and from it the well is filled until it flows to all. And a branch of a thickly-leaved tree, a grand and mighty branch, firmly rooted and becoming a tree towering over all, embracing all sides. A branch that is Etzavo, a thickly-leaved tree grasping the Avo, patriarchs. For from this, foundation of the world absorbs its fill, to pour into the well. This is the pouring flow. And willows of the stream, two streams, in which water gathers, to pour into righteous one. Alternatively, and willows of the stream, powers linked to Isaac, coming from the aspect of that supernal stream, not from the aspect of Father. Therefore, its shade is pleasant, but it does not sweeten fruit or yield fruit. And willows of the stream, two pillars on which the body stands, but willows of the stream, surely, as has been said. All of these are intended to pour water into the well. Alternatively, you shall take for yourselves on the first day fruit of a glorious tree Abraham, fronds of palms Isaac, and a branch of a thickly-leaved tree Jacob, and willows of the stream, two rungs that we have mentioned. The reason for this teaching is that a thickly-leaved tree is Jacob, who grasps all parts. Surely, this is Jacob, but as we have already established, fruit of a majestic tree is the well of Isaac, Loa Gevura. Fronds of palms Kapot, fronds, spelled deficiently, a bond bound to the well, as is written Kephitu, were bound, in their cloaks Daniel, for these do not grow without one another. And a branch of a thickly-leaved tree, the branch is lofty, becoming a thickly-leaved tree, embracing all sides, as has been said. And willows of the stream Isaac, on all his sides, joined to the aspect of the stream, not to the aspect of Father. For we have learned, although judgment is not found in this stream, judgments are aroused from her. Rav Hamnuna interpreted as follows: and willows of the stream, two pillars, as we have said, from which water comes forth. This is fine. But we have already seen that from these two rungs, standing above the rung of righteous one, issue fruit and a throng of blessings. Yet willows of the stream yield neither fruit, taste, nor smell. We have already established this, and all is fine. So, Etroga is on the left, corresponding to the heart. Lilaf is on the right. Kapot, fronds Kafat, bound, to all, linked to all, for righteous one is Kafat, bound, to all sides. This is the bond of faith. In the book of Agatter it is well said that all these are guests, invited by the holy people on this day. Having invited them, one should be there with them, and through them one presents his request to the king. Happy are Israel, who know the ways of the Holy King and know the ways of Torah, so that they may walk the path of truth, thereby becoming worthy both in this world and the world that is coming. On this day the people of Israel leave the royal palace with distinguished signs, for they have been victorious in judgment. What are these signs? Signs of faith, supernal seal of the king. This may be compared to two people who went before the king for judgment. No one knew which of them had won the case. A legionnaire came out of the royal palace, and they asked him. He replied, "The one who emerges with royal signs in his hand, he is the victor." Similarly, the whole world comes before the supernal king for judgment, and he judges them from the day of Rosh Hashanah through Yom Kippur to the 15th day of the month. Meanwhile, the people of Israel prove themselves worthy, all engaged in Teshuvah, occupied with the sukkah, Elulath, and Etrog. Yet no one knows who has won the case. The supernal angels ask, "Who has won?" The blessed Holy One replies, "Those who emerge with my signs in their hands, they are the victors." On this day the people of Israel come out with the king's sign, with praise and Hallel, and they enter the sukkah, an etrog in their left hand, a lulav in their right. Everyone sees Israel, distinguished with holy insignia. They open, saying, "Happy the people who has it so, happy the people whose God is Jehovah." Until here, joy of all, joy of the guests, and even the nations of the world share in the joy and are blessed through us. Therefore, offerings every day for them, to cast peace upon them, and so that they may be blessed because of us. From here on, one day of the supernal king, who rejoices with Israel, as is written on the 8th day, there shall be a convocation for you, for this day is of the king alone, and his joy is focused on Israel. This may be compared to a king who invited some guests. All the members of his palace attended upon them. Afterward, the king said, "Until now, you and I attended upon the guests, and you brought offerings for the other nations every day. Now, you and I will rejoice for one day. As is written on the 8th day, there shall be a convocation for you, bringing offerings for yourselves." Yet, the guests of faith are with the king constantly, and on the day of the king's joy they all gather and are present with him. Thus it is written at Seret, a convocation, a gathering. On this day, Jacob heads the rejoicing, and all those guests rejoice with him. Thus it is written, "Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people delivered by Jehovah." And similarly he said to me, "You are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory. Command the children the Israel, that they bring you clear oil of beaten olives for lighting, to kindle a lamp perpetually." Rabbi Elazar said, "This has already been established, but the blessed Holy One adjoined this section to the section of the festivals. Well, they are all sublime lamps, all lamps to kindle supernal anointing oil, as has been said. For through Israel, those above and below are blessed, they kindle the lamps, as has been established. And it is written, oil and incense rejoice the heart, joy of above and below." Rabbi Abba opened, "Rejoice in Jehovah, and delight, O you righteous. Rejoice in Jehovah, as is said, this is the day Jehovah has made. Let us delight and rejoice in it." They have established that one should rejoice in the blessed Holy One and illumine his face, so that one may participate with him in joy, since that joy belongs to the blessed Holy One, as is written, "Let us delight and rejoice in it, in the day, in him, in the blessed Holy One." All is one entity. Rejoice in Jehovah when judgments are subdued and compassion is aroused. When compassion is aroused, of then is written, "Delight, O you righteous one, and righteousness are blessed as one, both called righteous, as has been said, for these are blessed eternally, delighting all worlds." Sing gladly, all upright ones, scions of faith, linked to them. Whoever says that there is no need for action in every respect, or to utter words aloud, may his spirit expire. Here is the proof. This section combines kindling the lamps and aromatic incense as one, for it is written, "Oil and incense rejoice the heart." By this action kindling occurs above, joy above, and linking as one, fittingly. By an action below is aroused an action above. Rabbi Yehuda said, "The altar below arouses another altar, a priest below arouses another priest." By an action below is aroused an action above. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Yitzchak were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Yitzchak, "It is written, if you call the Sabbath delight the holy of Yehovah honored, if you honor it by not going your own ways, pursuing your affairs, or speaking a word, if you honor it by not going your own ways, fine. But what is the meaning of pursuing your affairs or speaking a word? How is this any diminishment of Sabbath?" He replied, "It is surely diminishment, for there is not a single word issuing from a person's mouth that lacks a voice, and this ascends, arousing something else. What is that one called profane above, among those profane days? When the profane is aroused on the holy day, it is surely deficiency, and the blessed Holy One and Assembly of Israel inquire about him who seeks to separate our coupling. What is the profane doing here? The Holy Ancient One does not appear or settle upon the profane. Therefore, thought is permitted. Why? Because thought accomplishes nothing, no voice is generated thereby, nor does it ascend. But after one emits a word from his mouth, that word becomes a voice, splitting the atmosphere and firmaments, rising above, arousing something else. Thus it is written, pursuing your affairs or speaking a word. If one emits a holy word from his mouth, a word of Torah, from this is generated a voice ascending, arousing sanctities of the supernal King, which adorn his head. Then joy prevails above and below. He said to him, "Certainly so, I have already heard this. But if someone fasts on Sabbath, does he diminish Sabbath or not? If you say that he does not look, he has nullified the meals of faith, and his punishment is great, he has nullified the joy of Sabbath." He replied, "Concerning this matter, I have heard that this one is attended to from above more than all inhabitants of the world. Because this day is joy above and below, joy of all joys, joy suffused with all faith. Even the wicked in hell rest on this day, yet this person has no joy nor tranquility, he is different from all those above and below. Everyone asks, why is only so and so in sorrow? When the Holy Ancient One is revealed on this day, and that person is in sorrow, his prayer ascends and presents itself before him. Then all the decrees of judgment that have been issued against him are torn up. Even if confirmed in the royal courts, all is torn up, because when the Holy Ancient One reveals himself, total freedom and total joy prevail, since he is revealed in the wedding celebration of the King. Concerning this, we have learned a decree of 70 years standing against him is torn up. Who are 70 years? Well, even though all those 70 crowns of the King, in which he appears, have confirmed it, all is torn up, for the Holy Ancient One grasps that person. This only applies when one is warned in a dream on Sabbath eve. This may be compared to a king who made a wedding celebration for his son and decreed joy for all. On the day of celebration, everyone rejoiced, but one man was sad, constrained in a neck iron. The king came to the joyous event and saw everyone rejoicing, as he had decreed. Raising his eyes, he saw that man bound in a neck iron, sad. He said, "How can it be that everyone is rejoicing in my son's wedding celebration, while this one is bound in a neck iron?" Immediately, he gave a command and they freed him, releasing him from his bonds. Similarly with this one who is fasting, the whole world is rejoicing, yet he is sad, constrained in a neck iron. When the Holy Ancient One is revealed on this day and this person is bound in a neck iron, even though all those 70 years that we mentioned have concurred against him, all is torn up and judgment does not loom over him. On another day, that particular day is empowered to tear it up, all the more so on Sabbath. For there is not a single day without its own power, and if someone is fasting to avert a dream on that day, the day does not depart before tearing up his sentence, but not that of 70 years as on the Sabbath day. Therefore, on that very day, not on another, for a day has no authority over another day. Each day can act upon what happens on itself, but not upon what does not. So a person must not postpone it from this day to another. Thus we have learned each day's matter on its day, not on another day. Not without reason is he warned in a dream, but in order that he may plead for mercy. Woe to one who is neither warned nor informed in a dream, for he is called evil. Thus, evil cannot abide with you, and it is written, not visited by evil, not visited because he is evil. Rabbi Yos said, we have learned pursuing your affairs, since it is written, pursuing your affairs, while speaking a word well, until one articulates a word completely and utters it. Surely this is elucidation of the matter, as implied by what is written, or speaking a word. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, he said, surely they are my people, children who will not speak falsely. So he became their savior. The son of an Israelite woman, he being the son of an Egyptian man, went out among the children of Israel, and the son of the Israelite woman and certain Israelite man brawled in the camp. Went out. Rabbi Yehuda said, he went out from the sphere of all, he went out from the sphere of faith, and he went out from the sphere of the share of Israel. Brawled in the camp. From here we learn whoever comes from polluted seed eventually exposes it before all. What causes this filth of the evil portion within him, for he has no share in the entire sphere of Israel. Rabbi Yehuda opened, it is the glory of God to conceal a matter, the glory of kings, to probe a matter. It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, for a human is not permitted to divulge hidden matters not intended to be revealed, things covered by the Ancient of Days, as is said, that they may eat their fill and cover themselves elegantly, that they may eat their fill until that place permitted to you, no farther. Nevertheless, and cover themselves atik, elegantly, and cover atik, the Ancient One, surely. Alternatively, that they may eat their fill, the companions who know ways and paths, to walk in the way of faith fittingly, such as the generation in which Rabbi Shimon dwells. And cover the Ancient One from other generations, for none of them are worthy to eat their fill and to have matters revealed among them. Rather, cover the Ancient One, as is said, do not let your mouth make your flesh sin. In the days of Rabbi Shimon, a person would say to his fellow, open your mouth and let your words shine. After he passed away, they would say, do not let your mouth make your flesh sin. In his days, to eat their fill after he passed away, and cover the Ancient One, for the companions stammer and cannot comprehend. Alternatively, to eat their fill of those matters that are revealed, and cover the Ancient One those matters that are covered. The son of the Israelite woman pronounced the name. What is meant by Vayikov? Pronounced. Rabbi Abba said, Vayikov, pierced, surely as is said, Vayikov, he pierced a hole in its dorkings, piercing what had been closed up. His mother's name was Shalomith, daughter of Debri. Until here, Scripture concealed his mother's name. Once it is written Vayikov, pierced, Scripture nexiv, designated his mother's name. Rabbi Abba said, were it not that the holy lamp exists in the world, I would not be permitted to reveal. From here on, this word is conveyed only to the companions, who are among the reapers of the field. Contrarily, any who seek to reveal to those who do not know, may their spirit expire. It is written, and the son of the Israelite woman and a certain Israelite man brawled in the camp. This verse has already been established, but this is the son of another wife of his father, husband of Shalomith. When that Egyptian copulated with Shalomith in the middle of the night, and her husband returned home and realized what had happened, he separated from her and no longer cohabited with her. He took another wife and engendered this one, called a certain Israelite man, whereas the other one is the son of the Israelite woman. If they brawled with one another, what need is there here for the holy name, and why did he curse the holy name? Well, in the midst of fighting, that certain Israelite man said something about the other one's mother. Immediately, Vayikov ben Harisha ha-Israelit, the son of the Israelite woman, pierced, as is said Vayikov, he pierced a hole in its door. King's mystery of the matter. He took the he of the holy name and cursed, to defend his mother. This is piercing, for he pierced the holy name. This is uttered for the reapers of the field. Mystery of the matter. Such is the way of an adulteress. Happy is the share of the righteous, who know the matter and conceal it. Thus it is said, have your quarrel with your neighbor, but another's secret do not reveal. The final he was the female, suckling on two sides. Consequently, she took the weapons of the king to wreak her vengeance. Take out the one who cursed. Thus it is written, every man shall revere his mother and his father, reverence for one's mother preceding that of one's father. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming. If anyone curses his God, he shall bear his sin. Rabbi Yehuda said, this has already been established, but it is written, if anyone curses his God, since it says his God, unspecified, he shall bear his sin, for we do not know who his God is, which deity he reveres, whether one of the princes or one of the stars or conductors of the world. Rabbi Yos said, if he were completely righteous, he would not arouse a word, and since he did so, we suspect that he has been infected by heresy. Yet he should not die for this, since the statement is unspecified. Rabbi Yehuda said, judge him favorably, for he said my God. He can claim my God that I had until now, to whom my heart was drawn. Yet now I have returned to supernal faith. But if he said Yehovah my God, or Yehovah designating him by name, then he has no claim, since this is the faith of all, and every single letter of this holy name amounts to a name. Alternatively, the son of the Israelite woman pronounced the name, cursing it. Rabbi Yitzchak said, why, well, as has been established, but that certain Israelite man was Shalomith's husband. Rabbi Yehuda said, he was the son of Shalomith's husband from another woman. Rabbi Yitzchak said, they brawled with one another, and he said something about the other one's mother, and that his father was the one killed by the holy name, as has been established. It is written, Hale Hajini Ata Omer, do you speak to kill me as you killed the Egyptian, for Moses killed him by the holy name. So he extended a word toward him. This is why it is written, the son of the Israelite woman pronounced the name, cursing it, and he was brought to Moses. Why? Because it pertained to Moses, since he had killed the man's father by the holy name. Therefore, he was brought to Moses. Once Moses perceived, immediately, he was put under God. So father and son fell into Moses' hands. If anyone curses his God, he shall bear his sin. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, hear, O my people, that I may admonish you Israel, if you would but listen to me. There shall be among you no strange god, and you shall not bow to an alien god, since it is written, there shall be among you no strange god. What is meant by and you shall not bow to an alien god? Well, one should not let the evil impulse enter. For if anyone seeks to join it, a strange god dwells within him. When a person joins it, he immediately proceeds to transgress the decrees of Torah, proceeds to transgress the faith in the holy name, and later comes to bow before false gods. Thus it is written, there shall be vikha, within you, no strange god. Since there shall be within you no strange god, you will not come to bow before false gods or transgress the faith in the holy name, as is written, and you shall not bow to an alien god. This is a person's evil faith. Thus, if anyone curses his God, for he can claim that he cursed the evil faith that sometimes settles upon him, and we do not know whether his words are true or not, so he shall bear his sin. But he who pronounces the name of Yehovah shall surely be put to death. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, why he shall bear his sin? The verse should read, his sin shall be forgiven. However, if he said my God, as we have established, unspecified, inexplicit. Rabbi Yehuda said, if anyone curses his God, unspecified, inexplicit, surely, he shall bear his sin. But he who pronounces the name of Yehovah shall surely be put to death, for here depends faith of all, and he has no right to claim anything. Rabbi Yos said, surely this faith is faith of above and below, upon this all worlds are established. From one tiny letter dangle a billion worlds of yearning. Of this we have learned, these letters are linked with one another, and countless thousands and myriads of celestials dangle from every single letter ascending, connecting with faith. Revealed and concealed within them is that which has not been grasped by those above or below. Torah depends on them, this world and the world that is coming. He and his name are one. Thus it is written, I said, let me guard my ways from sinning with my tongue, and similarly do not let your mouth make your flesh sin. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, no hand shall touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or be shot, whether beast or person, he shall not live. When the ram's horn blasts long, they may go up on the mountain now. If concerning Mount Sinai, which is a mountain like other mountains of the world, once the glory of the Holy King appeared upon it, it is written, no hand shall touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or be shot. Then all the more so, one who approaches the Holy King. And if concerning Mount Sinai, to which one can extend a hand respectfully and reverently, it is written, no hand shall touch it without qualification, even respectfully, then all the more so, one who extends his hand contemptuously toward the king. Rabbi Yisa opened, he said, do not come any closer, remove your sandals from your feet, for the place on which you stand is holy ground. Now, if concerning Moses, from whom supernal holy radiance never withdrew since the day he was born, it is written, do not come any closer, Moses, you are not yet worthy to wield my glory, remove your sandals. If this is so concerning Moses, who approached in reverence and holiness, then one who approaches the king contemptuously, how much more so? Rabbi Abba said, if anyone curses his God, he shall bear his sin. When the people of Israel were in Egypt, they were familiar with those princes of the world, appointed over the other nations, and each one of the Israelites possessed an idol representing one of them. Once they were linked with the bond of faith, and the blessed Holy One drew them to his service, they separated from them and drew near supernal holy faith. Thus it is written, if anyone curses Ilahav, his God, even though it is false worship, since I appointed them as ministers to conduct the world, whoever curses and humiliates them shall bear his sin, surely, for by my power they stand and move, conducting the inhabitants of the world. However, he who pronounces the name of Jehovah shall surely be put to death, not he shall bear his sin, as concerning those princes of the world, but rather Mo'umat, shall surely be put to death. Mo'umat, dying, he shall be put to death, dying, in this world he shall be put to death, in the world that is coming. Concerning those princes, he shall bear his sin, because he humiliates my handiwork, humiliates my ministers that I appointed, which is forbidden. But he does not deserve to die. Rabbi Shimon was walking on the way, accompanied by Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Hiya, and Rabbi Yos. They came to a certain obstructive watercourse, and Rabbi Yos slipped into the water fully clothed. He said, this construction of measured water, I wish that it didn't exist. Rabbi Shimon said to him, you are forbidden, this serves the world, and one must not treat contemptuously those who are of service to the blessed Holy One, especially since they are fashioned genuinely. He opened, saying, God saw all that he had made, and look, it was very good, existing according to the laws of supernal authority. God saw all that he had made without qualification, even snakes, scorpions, and mosquitoes, and even that which seems to harm the world. Concerning all of them, it is written, and look, it was very good. All of them serve the world, conduct the world, though people do not know. As they were walking along, they saw a snake leading the way. Rabbi Shimon said, surely, this one is about to perform a miracle for us. That snake slithered quickly in front of them and tangled with a viper diametrically across the road. They fought one another and died. When they reached them, they saw them both lying on the road. Rabbi Shimon said, "Blessed is the compassionate one who has performed a miracle for us, for if anyone looks at this viper while it is alive, or is looked upon by it, he is doomed, all the more so if he approaches it." He proclaimed over himself, "No evil will befall you, nor affliction draw near your tent. For his angels he will command for you, to guard you on all your ways by all things." The blessed Holy One fulfills his commission, and we must not treat contemptuously anything he has made. Thus it is written, Jehovah is good to all, and his compassion is over all his creatures, and similarly all your creatures, Jehovah, acclaim you. Rabbi Shimon opened, "I am a lily of Sharon, a rose of the valleys. How beloved is assembly of Israel to the blessed Holy One, for he praises her and she praises him constantly. How many praises and singers she arranges continually for the king. Happy is the share of Israel, who are linked to the holy allotted share, as is written indeed, Jehovah's share is his people, Jacob his allotted possession. I am a lily of Sharon, assembly of Israel, who is called lily, planted in radiant beauty in the garden. Ha Sharon, Sharon, for she Shara, sings, and offers praise to the supernal king. Alternatively, I am a lily of Sharon, for she desires to be saturated by the flow of the deep stream, bubbling spring of rivers, as is said, Sharon shall become a pond of water. A rose of Haramachim, the valleys abiding in Amicta, the depth of all. A rose of Haramachim, the valleys. Who are those Amachim, valleys, as is said, Mi Maramakchim, from the depths, I call you, Jehovah. A lily of Sharon, from that place where the saturating flow of streams issues, never ceasing. A rose of Haramachim, the valleys. A rose from that place called Amaka, depth of all, sealed on all sides. At first, greenish green like a lily with green leaves. Afterward, a red rose, colored white and red. Shoshanat, a rose with 6 leaves. Shoshanat, a rose for Shanyat, she varies, her colors, Ishaniat, and changes, from color to color. A rose first, a lily. When she seeks to couple with the king, she is called a lily. After she unites with the king, by those kisses, she is called a rose, for it is written, his lips are like roses. Shoshanat, a rose of the valleys, for Shanyat Hanyat, she varies and changes, her colors, sometimes for good, sometimes for evil, sometimes for judgment, sometimes for compassion. The woman saw that the tree was good for eating and attractive to the eyes, and the tree was desirable to look at, and she took of its fruit and ate. For people do not know or consider or contemplate when the blessed Holy One created Adam, investing him with supernal glory, he asked him to cleave to him, so that he would be unique and single-hearted, in a place of single cleaving, never changing or reversing in that bond of faith, to which all is bound, as is written, and the tree of life in the midst of the garden. Afterward, they strayed from the way of faith, abandoning the unified tree, highest of all trees, and came to cling to a place that changes and turns from color to color, and from good to evil and evil to good. They descended from above to below and clung below to many changes, abandoning the highest of all, who is one and never changing, as is written, God made the human being upright, but they sought many schemes, surely then their hearts changed in that very aspect, sometimes toward good, sometimes toward evil, sometimes to compassion, sometimes to judgment, according to that to which they clung. Surely they sought many schemes and clung to them. The blessed Holy One said to Adam, you have abandoned life and clung to death. Life, as is written, and the tree of life in the midst of the garden, a tree called life, for whoever grasps it never tastes death. And you clung to another tree, surely, death faces you. As is written, her feet descend to death, and similarly I find women more bitter than death. Surely, he clung to the place of death and abandoned the place of life, therefore, death was decreed upon him and upon the whole world. If he sinned, How did the whole world sin if you say, all the creatures came and ate of this tree, trampling all around it? Not so, rather, when Adam stood erect, all the creatures saw him and feared him and followed him like servants in the presence of a king. He said to them, Come, let us bow down and kneel, let us bend the knee before Jehovah our Maker, and they all followed him. When they saw Adam bowing to this place and clinging there, they were all drawn after him, so he inflicted death upon himself and the whole world. Then Adam changed into many aspects, sometimes good, sometimes evil, sometimes agitation, sometimes calm, sometimes judgment, sometimes compassion, sometimes life, sometimes death, never enduring constantly in any of them, because that place dominated him. Thus it is called the ever-turning sword, ever turning from this side to that, from good to evil, from compassion to judgment, from peace to war. She is ever turning every way, good and evil, as is written, but from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you shall not eat. The supernal king, out of compassion for his handiwork, warned him, saying, But from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you shall not eat. Yet he did not accept, and was drawn after his wife and banished forever, for woman attains her place and no farther, and woman brought death upon all. Of the world that is coming, it is written, For as the days of the tree shall the days of my people be. That well-known one of that time is written, He will swallow up death forever. Jehovah Elohim will wipe away tears from all faces and remove the disgrace of his people from the whole earth, for the mouth of Jehovah has spoken. Parashat Bihar. On the mountain. Rabbi Elazar opened, This is the teaching of the ascent offering. It is that which ascends. We have established this verse as referring to assembly of Israel, who ascends and joins the Holy King in complete coupling. It is that which ascends upon its hearth on the altar all night. As soon as night enters and gates are shut, lower judgments are aroused in the world, and donkeys, asses, and dogs go roaming. Donkeys, as we have already established. Asses and dogs do not roam about, rather with them sorcery is performed for people, for example, Balaam, as has been established. Then all inhabitants of the world sleep, and the lower altar outside is aflame. At midnight a north wind is aroused, and from that lower altar darts a flame of fire, and gates are opened and lower judgments withdraw into their holes. That flame goes roaming, and gates are opened until the flame arrives. It splits in many directions and enters beneath the wings of the rooster, which then crows. Then the blessed Holy One appears among the righteous, and assembly of Israel praises him until morning comes. When morning comes, they are found conversing on a certain mystery, and she takes pleasure in her husband. As is written, upon her hearth on the altar all night till morning, for in the morning judgments and flames subside, and Abraham awakens in the world, and there is tranquil pleasure for all. When Israel entered the land, there were no lower judgments there, and assembly of Israel rested tranquilly upon the wings of the cherubim, as has been said, for it is written, Righteousness lodged in her, then she had repose from all, for Israel did not sleep until they had brought the twilight offering and judgments departed. The ascent offering was consumed upon the altar, and then she had repose from all, and there was only wife with her husband, as is written, When you enter the land that I am giving you, the land shall rest tranquil pleasure, surely the land shall rest, a Sabbath to Jehovah, a Sabbath for Jehovah, really. Rabbi Elazar opened again, If you buy a Hebrew slave, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go free, with no payment, for every son of Israel who bears the holy insignia has repose in the sabbatical year, since that sabbatical is his, to rest therein. This is called Sabbath of the land, surely containing freedom, containing rest. Just as Sabbath is rest for all, so the sabbatical year is rest for all, rest for spirit and body. He is rest for those above and below. Thus, higher he, lower hearest for those above, rest for those below. Higher he, 7 years 7 times, lower he, 7 years alone. One is sabbatical year, the other, Jubilee. Upon contemplating matters, all is one. Therefore, the land shall rest in that repose of the land, slaves must rest, so in the 7th he shall go free, with no payment hinnom, with no payment. What is hinnom? That he gives his master nothing. However, this is a mystery I have learned as follows. It is written, we remember the fish we used to eat in Egypt, hinnom, for nothing without a blessing, since in Egypt we didn't have a heavenly yoke upon us. Slaves are exempt from the yoke of the celestial kingdom, so they are exempt from the mitzvah. What is the yoke of the kingdom of heaven? Well, as with an ox upon which they first place a yoke in order to derive benefit for the world, and if it doesn't accept that yoke, it does no work at all. Similarly, a person must first accept upon himself a yoke, and afterward he will perform whatever is required, and if he doesn't first accept this upon himself, he cannot serve. As is written, serve Jehovah with all what is with, or as is said, the beginning of wisdom is awe of Jehovah. This is the kingdom of heaven, and thus, the yoke of the kingdom of heaven. So this is first of all. What proves it first of tefillin is of the hand, for thereby one enters the rest of holiness. If he lacks this, supernal holiness does not abide with him. Therefore it is written, Bizot, with this, shall Aaron enter the sanctuary. This yoke does not settle upon one who is bound by another, and so slaves are exempt from the yoke of the kingdom of heaven. And if they are exempt from this yoke, they are exempt from all the rest, for the rest does not settle upon someone until this yoke is on him. Therefore Israel ate in Egypt hinnom, for nothing. Here, too, he shall go free hinnom, for nothing, since he was a slave, and whatever he did was for nothing, without the yoke of the kingdom of heaven. Yet although his deeds were for nothing, he shall go free and find rest. After gaining freedom and rest, a yoke is placed upon him from the place that liberated him. And if a person refuses to go free, as is said, if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go free, then surely he has damaged this place by abandoning the yoke of the celestial kingdom and accepting the yoke of his master. So what is written, his master shall make him approach Har Elohim and make him approach the door or the doorpost. His master shall make him approach Har Elohim, the Elohim, unspecified, the one whom he impaired, who is also called Elohim. Which place should he approach, the door or the doorpost? For this place is the opening above and is called mezuzah, doorpost, as has been said. Since he intended to damage this place, that blemish remains with him, in his body, as is written, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. He will be a slave under his master's feet until the year of the Jubilee. Why his ear? This has already been established. But hearing depends upon this place doing above. And because when Israel approached Mount Sinai, yearning in their hearts to draw near the blessed Holy One, they placed doing before hearing, for hearing is first, and afterward doing. Hearing depends on this sabbatical year, so since he impaired this hearing, his hearing is impaired, and a blemish remains in him. He does not remain a slave to his master until he approaches the place that he damaged and becomes damaged before it, and that blemish remains in him. Therefore, his master shall make him approach the Elohim, unspecified, as we have established. Thus, the land shall rest. 6 years you shall sow your field. But in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of complete rest for the land, a Sabbath to Jehovah. This has already been established, as is written, but in the 7th you shall release it and leave it fallow. Why? That the needy of your people may eat, for the poor depend upon this place, so let them eat. Consequently, one who shows compassion to a poor person brings peace to assembly of Israel, increases blessing in the world, and gives joy and strength to the place called Tzedakah, righteousness, to pour blessings upon assembly of Israel, as we have established. And should you say, what will we eat in the 7th year? Rabbi Yehuda opened, trust in Jehovah and do good. dwell in the land and shepherd faith. A person should always be aware of his Lord and unite his heart with supernal faith, so as to be complete with his Lord. For when he is complete with him, no inhabitant of the world can harm him. Trust in Jehovah and do good. What is meant by va'asetov, and do good well, we have learned as follows: by an action below is aroused an action above. As has been established va'asitamatam, and you do them, it is as if you make them, for that arousal of yours that you enact below arouses above. Thus is it written va'asetov, and make good, and good is none other than righteous one, as is written, say of the righteous one that he is good. Once you do this, surely good is aroused. Then, dwell in the land and shepherd faith, and all is one. Dwell in the land, supernal land, for no one in the world can dwell with her before arousing this good toward her. Once he arouses him, it is as if he makes him. Then, dwell in the land, dwell within her, eat her fruit, delight in her. And shepherd faith the land, and all is one, as is said, and your faithfulness in the nights, and shepherd faith conduct her however you wish. If you do not arouse this good toward her, keep your distance from her and do not approach her. Do not venture into a blazing fiery furnace. And if you do approach her in fear, like one who fears death, for then fire rages, consuming the world with its flames. But once this good is aroused toward her, then dwell within her, do not fear her. Then, you will decree and it will be fulfilled, and light will gleam on your ways. Job. Scions of faith conduct this one as they wish every day. Who are scions of faith? Those who arouse this good toward her, without sparing what they own, knowing that the blessed Holy One will give them more, as is said, there is one who scatters yet gains more. Why? Because this one stimulates blessings toward him. A person should not say, if I give this now, how will I manage tomorrow? Because the blessed Holy One will bestow blessings upon him overwhelmingly, as has been established. Therefore, and should you say, what will we eat in the 7th year? What is written, I will ordain my blessing for you in the 6th year, and it will yield enough produce for 3 years, Ve'asat, and it will yield. The verse should read Ve'asata. Why Ve'asat? Well, to exclude he, who has release and rest, and performs no work. It is written, see that Jehovah has given you the Sabbath. Therefore he gives you on the 6th day bread for 2 days. Similarly, I will ordain my blessing for you in the 6th year. Rabbi Heir and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way. They encountered a certain mountain. They found 2 men who were walking, and just then they saw another person coming. He said to the 2 men, I beg of you, give me food, a piece of bread, cause for 2 days I've been lost in the desert and I haven't eaten anything. One of the 2 men slipped aside, took out his food that he brought for the way, and gave it to him, providing him food and drink. His companion said to him, what will you do for food, since I'm going to eat my own? He replied, do you think I'm relying on your food? That poor man sat by him until he had eaten all that he had, and whatever bread remained he gave to the poor man for the road, and the poor man went his way. Rabbi Heir said, the blessed Holy One did not wish that this deed should be done by us. Rabbi Yos said, perhaps judgment was decreed upon that person, and the blessed Holy One wanted to provide this opportunity to him in order to save him. While they were going along, that man became faint on the way. His companion said to him, didn't I tell you not to give away your bread? Rabbi Heir said to Rabbi Yos, look, we have some food, let's give him some to eat. Rabbi Yos replied, do you want to exhaust his merit? Let's wait and see, for surely fastened to this one's ropes is a flickering ember of death, and the blessed Holy One wished to provide him an opportunity for merit in order to save him. Meanwhile, that man sat down and slept beneath a certain tree, and his companion went farther on and sat somewhere else. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Heir, now let us sit and watch, for surely the blessed Holy One wants to generate a miracle for him. They stood up and waited. After a while, they saw a flaming ember poised next to him. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Woe to that man, for he is about to die." Rabbi Yos said, "Happy is that man, for the blessed Holy One is going to perform a miracle for him." At that moment, a snake came down from the tree, intending to kill him. That flickering ember attacked and killed it. Then, erecting its head, it went away. Rabbi Yos said, "Didn't I tell you that the blessed Holy One wanted to generate a miracle for him, and that you should not exhaust his merit?" Meanwhile, that man awoke, and he rose to go. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos grasped him and gave him food. After he ate, they showed him the miracle that the blessed Holy One had performed for him. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, "Trust in Jehovah and do good. Dwell in the land and shepherd faith. Happy is the share of a person who does good, using what is his, for he arouses good for assembly of Israel by what? By tzedakah, charity. For when tzedakah is aroused, then good is aroused toward assembly of Israel. Thus it is written, tzedakah delivers from death." Why? Because tzedakah is the tree of life, and it is aroused over that tree of death, and grasps those who are attached to it and saves them from death. Who causes that tree of life to be roused? So you must admit, the tzedakah that this person performs. As it were, he performs it above, as is said, who performs tzedakah at all times. Now, can a person perform tzedakah at all times? If so, who can do that for 12 hours a day? Rather, we have learned as follows: one who performs tzedakah acts upon all times. What is meant by all times? As is said, that he not enter at all times into the sanctuary, as has been established. Do not say upon assembly of Israel alone, who is a holy time of favor, but even upon all times below he increases tzedakah, arousing tzedakah upon all of them, those above and those below. Therefore one should set his heart and aspiration, cleaving to the blessed Holy One. When they reached Rabbi Shimon, they told him what had happened. He said, "Do you think only this? Anyone who grasps the tree of life is saved in this world even from death at the hands of another human, all the more so from any other death." Rabbi Shimon said, "By all of them, tzedakah arouses the tree of life, and this place is nourishment for all." What is the nature of scholars? For they are joined to tzedakah, and all inhabitants of the world are nourished by their very merit, yet they themselves are unable to be nourished by their own merit, for they engage in Torah, and whoever engages in Torah engages in the tree of life, from which all inhabitants of the world are sustained. Thus, scholars stimulate nourishment for the world and peace. If they stimulate nourishment for all inhabitants of the world, why don't they do so for themselves? Well, a scholar is the actual tree of life, and the tree of life is nourished only by the world that is coming, and the world that is coming does not exist in this world. Rather, after he enters that world, he is then nourished there, and his roots are planted within. Now, they eat of the fruit of the tree of life. Who is that? The place available to the poor, called the fruit of the tree in the midst of the garden. So they eat of that fruit in this world. Concerning this we have learned, the righteous are nourished by the arm. What is meant by arm? Gevurah, power. And they are destined for the world that is coming, since the nourishment of the world that is coming does not exist in this world, only a small contraction of its power, found in the sweetness of Torah. This they taste, upon the fruit of the lower tree. This is the delight of scholars and their nourishment. Once they pass away from this world, numerous supernal streams of the world that is coming surround their places, and they will be rooted there and rise above. Then, no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you, who will do Jubilee, the one called the world that is coming. For one who awaits you surely, for they do not want nourishment for this world, until they attain their nourishment. And what is their nourishment? The world that is coming. So, happy are they entirely, For of them is written no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. Parashat Behakotei. By my statutes. If by my statutes you walk, and my laws you keep and do them. Rabbi Here opened, my people, remember now what Balak king of Moab plotted, and what Balaam son of Beor answered him. Recall your journey from Shittim to Gilgal, that you may know the saving acts of Jehovah. Micah my people, remember now happy is the share of this people whose Lord reproves them. So my people, remember now although you stray from my ways, you are my people, and I do not wish to act toward you according to your deeds. Rabbi Yitzchak said, happy is the share of the people whose Lord says to them, my people, what have I done to you? How have I wearied you? Testify against me. Micah remember now what Balak king of Moab plotted, how many things he intended to do to eliminate you from the world, how much sorcery he incited against you. Rabbi Yos said, the blessed Holy One said to Israel, remember now. Woe, that we cry out every day, wailing and weeping, remember, O Jehovah, what has happened to us, and he does not want to care for us. He said to us, please, remember Na, and Na conveys nothing but a plea, yet we disregarded him. Corresponding to this, we cry out, remember, O Jehovah, what has happened to us. Remember, O Jehovah, the Edomites. Remember your community you acquired of old, you redeemed your very own tribe. Remember us, O Jehovah, when you favor your people, but he does not want to care for us. Rabbi Yehuda said, surely, if the blessed Holy One did not care for us and remember us, Israel would not survive a single day in exile, as is written. Yet even this, too, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them or loathe them so as to destroy them, annulling my covenant with them. For I, Jehovah, am their God. The blessed Holy One does not act toward us according to our deeds. Balak was wiser and more highly skilled in sorcery than Balaam. We have learned as follows: whatever a person wants to accomplish in this world through serving the blessed Holy One, he must arouse by action, and action below arouses action above, and action requires holiness, as has been established. Where there is no action, there is a word, and action depends upon a word of the mouth, arousing above. Just as we must arouse supernal holiness by action and word, so too those from the side of impurity must arouse their side through action and utterance of the mouth. Even though Balaam was a greater sorcerer than all sorcerers of the world, Balak was a supreme sorcerer, as has been established. Divination and omen are two rungs. Divination depends on action. Omen does not depend on action but rather on observation and utterance of the mouth. Then an impure spirit is aroused upon them, to be clothed in them, and they do what they do. Not so, holy Israel, rather, they are all holy, all their actions arousing upon themselves a Holy Spirit, as is said, until a spirit from on high is poured upon us. Thus it is written, surely there is no omen in Jacob, no divination in Israel, for they are linked to the side of holiness, and their actions proceed in holiness, and they arouse holiness upon themselves, clothing themselves in it. In divination, Balak was greater than all sorcerers. In omen, Balaam. So when Balak wished to join him, what is written, the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian went, with divination in their hand, and they came to Balaam and spoke Balak's words to him, whereas Balaam's actions were by omen, by word of the mouth, greater than all sorcerers of the world, and by observing that omen he knew how to determine the precise moment. So Balak wished to complete divination and omen. The blessed Holy One said to him, wicked one, my children have anticipated you. They possess something that no evil aspect of the world or sorcery of the world can approach, and from which all flee. What is that? The tent of meeting, holy vessels, temple implements, aromatic incense that nullifies all wrath and anger of the world above and below, daily ascent offerings and sacrifices, 2 altars upon which to perform the service, the table of the presence, and the basin and its stand, and various implements to serve the utterance of the mouth, the ark, the 2 tablets of Torah, Aaron to atone for the people, and daily prayer. When that wicked one saw this, he said, "Surely there is no omen in Jacob, no divination in Israel. Why Jehovah his God is with him, the king's trumpet blast in his midst." Therefore, remember now, please, what Balak king of Moab plotted. Micah, I beseech you to remember that time when Balak and Balaam joined to destroy you, but they did not succeed because I loved you like a father who loves his son, not abandoning him to anyone else. From Shittim to Gilgal. What does this have to do with that? Well, the blessed Holy One said to Israel, I beseech you to remember that as long as you held on to me, Balaam could not prevail against you with his sorcery and omen. But when you let go of me and were in Shittim, what is written, the people ate and bowed down to their gods. To Gilgal, as is said, in Gilgal they slaughtered oxen. Hosea, then your enemies overpowered you. Why all this? That you may know the saving acts of Jehovah. Micah, all those saving acts that I performed for you when you held on to me, and I let nothing in the world dominate you, and neither higher nor lower wrath nor evil species were able to come near you. He said to them, Lodge here tonight, and I will reply to you as Jehovah will speak to me. When the sun sets and all gates are shut and night enters and it turns dark, many dogs are loosened from their chains and go roaming through the world. Many princes are appointed over them, conducting them, and there is one prince empowered over all, from the left side. That wicked one Balaam was situated near this highest one of all, and he uttered his spells at night, when that prince ruled along with all his retinue, and the prince came to be with him, revealing whatever he wanted. Similarly, Elohim came to Laban the Aramean, the one who was with him. Elohim came to Abimelech, all of them following this pattern, everywhere invoking him with all those spells. So he appears more frequently at night rather than by day. As has been established, Abimelech had many sorcerers and wizards, for it is written, Abimelech king of the Philistines gazed through the window. And it is written, through the window she gazed. The mother of Sisera wailed through the lattice, why is his chariot so long in coming, why so late the clatter of his wheels? Judges. As for Laban, we have already established this, and similarly, Balaam. So with all of them, Elohim came to Balaam, Elohim came to Laban, Elohim came to Abimelech. He comes to them, not they to him, since the princes have no designated place. Now, you might say, look, it is written Elohim. Well, this name is shared by all, even idolatry is called Elohim, and these princes are in the category of Elohim Ahirim, other gods. Being in this category, they are called so. That wicked one used to conjure with his spells and call him, and he came. Therefore it is written, Lodge here tonight, and I will reply to you as Jehovah will speak to me. That wicked one boasted, for it is written only that Elohim came to Balaam. Now, you might say, look, Elohim appeared by day with Balak. Well, Balaam was surely observing an omen, and at that time he was gazing to determine the precise moment. As is written, he did not go, as time after time, to encounter omens. Why Balaam saw that it was good in the eyes of Jehovah to bless Israel. Well, that day he was gazing to determine the precise moment, but it was unlike other days. Then he saw that wrath was nowhere to be found in the world, so he knew that it was good in the eyes of Jehovah to bless Israel. Immediately he abandoned all omens of the world and did not observe them. When wrath prevails, the left is aroused, and that wicked one knew a place below on the left side, so as to curse. At that time, he looked but could not find. Then what is written, how can I curse whom God has not cursed? How can I doom whom Jehovah has not doomed? Therefore it is written, my people, remember now what Balak king of Moab plotted, and what Balaam son of Beor answered him. Micah, so happy is the share of Israel, whose Lord reproves them so. If Behukkotai, by my statutes, you walk. If Behukkotai, by my statutes, a place on which depend decrees of Torah, as is said, my statutes Tishmoru, you shall keep. And Mishpatai, my laws, you keep. Another, higher place to which that Hukka, statute, is linked, and they join with one another. For those above and below, all commands of Torah, all decrees of Torah, and all sanctities of Torah are connected with these, since one is written Torah and the other, oral Torah. Thus, if Behakotei, by my statutes, you walk, and Mishpatei, my laws, you keep and do them. If Behakotei, by my statutes, you walk all those decrees, judgments, punishments, and commands included in the place called Hakka, statute. And Mishpatei, my laws, you keep in the place called written Torah, as is said Mishpat, a law, of the God of Jacob. This is linked to that, and all is one totality of the holy name. Whoever transgresses the decrees of Torah is considered to have spoiled the holy name, for Hok, statute, and Mishpat, law, constitute the name of the blessed Holy One. Therefore, if Behakotei, by my statutes, you walk the place on which depend decrees of Torah, this is oral Torah. And Mishpatei, my laws, you keep written Torah. This is totality of the holy name. V'asitamatam, and you do them. What is meant by v'asitamatam? Well, one who fulfills the commands of Torah and walks in God's ways, makes him above, as it were. The blessed Holy One says, it is as if he made me. This has already been established. So v'asitamatam, and you make them, surely, since they are aroused above you to unite with one another, so that the holy name may be perfect, v'asitamatam, and you make them, surely. Similarly, Rabbi Shimon said, David made a name Samuel. Now, did David actually make it? Well, since he walked in the ways of Torah and conducted the kingdom fittingly, he made the name above, as it were. No king in the world attained this like David, who used to rise at midnight and praise the blessed Holy One, until the holy name ascended its throne when daylight appeared. As it were, he really made the name, as is said, the son of the Israelite woman pierced the name, so David made a name, and thus, v'asitamatam, and you make them, surely if you strive to make them, restoring the holy name fittingly, all those blessings from above will appear by you, fittingly arrayed. I will give your rains in their season, and the land will give its yield. Each one will bestow its power upon you. Who are they? The restoration that you made, which is the holy name. It is written, they will keep the way of Jehovah to do righteousness and justice. Now, since it is written they will keep the way of Jehovah, while arasot, to do righteousness and justice, well, one who keeps the ways of Torah makes, as it were, tzedakah mishpat, righteousness and justice. What is tzedakah and mishpat? The blessed Holy One. Rabbi Shimon wept, and said, woe to humankind, for they do not know or care about the glory of their Lord who makes the holy name. Every day you must say, one who gives tzedakah, charity, to a poor person. It has already been established, and so it is, that a poor person is linked with judgment, and all his nourishment is by judgment, by the place called tzedek, righteousness, as is said, a prayer of a poor person when you're at half, he is faint tefillah, a prayer tefillah, phylactery, of the hand, as we have established. One who gives tzedakah, charity, to a poor person, makes the holy name fittingly complete above, since tzedakah is the tree of life, and tzedakah gives to tzedek. And when it gives to tzedek, they join with one another and the holy name is consummated. If one produces this arousal below, it is surely as if he makes the holy name complete. As he acts below, so it is aroused above. Thus it is written, happy are those who keep justice, O tzedakah, who do righteousness, at all times, O tzedakah, who make righteousness. The blessed Holy One, as it were, he makes him. A poor person's place has already been identified. Why is it so? Because a poor person has nothing of his own, but only what he is given. Similarly, the moon has no light of her own, but only what the sun gives her, nothing more. Why is a poor person considered dead? Why? Because that place determines it, for he is in a place of death, so he is called dead. Whoever shows compassion for him gives him tzedakah, the tree of life, as is said, tzedakah delivers from death, and as a person does below, so he does precisely above. Happy is the share of one who makes the holy name above. Therefore, Tzedakah surpasses all. This applies to Tzedakah for its own sake, for Tzedakah arouses Tzedek, joining them as one, so that all becomes the holy name fittingly. For Tzedek is enhanced and perfected only by Tzedakah, as is written by Tzedakah, by righteousness shall you be established, and this is spoken to assembly of Israel. Thus, and you make them. I will grant peace in the land, and you will lie down with none to make you afraid. Rabbi Yos opened, tremble, and do not sin. Speak in your hearts on your beds, and be still. Selah Rigzu, tremble, and do not sin. This verse has been established. A person should la'agaza, incite, the good impulse against the evil impulse, and that is fine. But when night dusks and a person lies upon his bed, many wardens of judgment are aroused in the world and go roaming around, and people should tremble before the blessed Holy One and be afraid, so that their souls will not mingle with them but rather be saved from them. One must not utter a single word about them, so as not to arouse them against him or enable them to haunt him. As is written, speak in your hearts on your beds, not letting a word escape from your mouth, and be still. Selah. When Israel is found innocent before the blessed Holy One, what is written, I will grant peace in the land. This applies above, for the blessed Holy One comes to join assembly of Israel. Then, you will lie down with none to make you afraid. Why? Because I will eliminate an evil beast from the land, an evil species of beast below. Who is that? Agrat, daughter of Mahalat, along with all her retinue. This pertains to night. By day, people deriving from her side, as is written, and no sword will traverse your land. Rabbi Abba said, it has already been established that this applies even to a sword of peace, like that of Pharaoh Necho. However, no sword will traverse your land, her retinue. I will eliminate an evil beast from the land, that she will have no dominion over the land, not even merely passing through, and even an armed man of the other nations will not pass by you. This was expounded by King Josiah, as has been established, but he was seized for the sins of Israel, as is written, the breath of our nostrils, the anointed of Jehovah, was captured by their corruption. Here one should examine, for we have learned, if the head of the people is good, the whole people is saved for his sake, and if the head of the people is unworthy, the whole people is seized for his sin. Yet Josiah was a worthy head, and his deeds were worthy. However, he was seized for Israel's sins, for he did not believe and did not restrain Israel, since he thought that they were all as virtuous as he was. Told him otherwise, but he did not believe him, so he was seized for their sins. Furthermore, the moon's light was fading and was about to be blocked. I will place my dwelling in your midst, and my soul will not loathe you. I will place Mishkani, my dwelling, Shekhinta, Shekhina. Mishkani, my Maskana, pledge, who was seized because of the sins of Israel. I will place Mishkani, my dwelling, in your midst, Mashkana, a pledge. Surely this may be compared to a person who loved another. He said to him, my love for you is so strong that I want to live with you. The other replied, how do I know that you will stay with me? So he took all his most precious belongings and brought them to him, saying, here is this pledge for you that I will never part from you. Similarly, the blessed Holy One wished to dwell with Israel. What did he do? He took his most precious delight and brought it down to them, saying, Israel, here is my pledge for you, so that I will never part from you. Even though the blessed Holy One has gone far away from us, he has left a pledge in our hands, and we possess that pledge, his precious delight. If he wants his pledge, let him come and dwell with us. Thus, I will place Mishkani, my dwelling, in your midst. I will deposit Mashkoni, my pledge, in your hands, so that I will dwell with you. Even though the people of Israel are now in exile, the blessed Holy One's pledge is with them, and they have never forsaken it. And my soul will not loathe you. This may be compared to a person who loved another and wanted to live with him. What did he do? He took his bed and brought it to the other's house, saying, "Here, my bed is in your house, so that I won't be far from your bed or your belongings." Similarly, the Blessed Holy One said, "I will place my dwelling in your midst, and my soul will not loathe you. I will place my bed in your house. Since my bed is with you, you know that I will not part from you. Thus, my soul will not loathe you. I will walk about in your midst. I will be your God, and you will be my people. Since my pledge is with you, you know for sure that I walk with you, as is said, for Jehovah your God walks about in the midst of your camp to save you and to deliver your enemies to you, and your camp shall be holy." One night, Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yehuda were in a village near the Sea of Tiberias. They rose at midnight. Rabbi Yitzchak said to Rabbi Yehuda, "Let us converse in words of Torah, for although we are in this place, we must not separate ourselves from the tree of life." Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, "Moses took the tent and pitched it for himself outside the camp." Moses took the tent. Why? Well, Moses said, "Since Israel has dealt falsely with the Blessed Holy One and exchanged his glory, let his pledge be placed in the hands of a trustee until we see with whom it will remain." He said to Joshua, "You will be the trustee between the Blessed Holy One and Israel, and the pledge will remain entrusted to you, and we will see with whom it remains." What is written? Moses returned to the camp, and his attendant, Joshua son of Nun, a youth, did not depart from within the tent. Why? Joshua, because he was to Moses as the moon is to the sun, and he was worthy of guarding the pledge, so he did not depart from within the tent. The Blessed Holy One said to Moses, "Moses, this is not right, for I have given my pledge to them. Even though they have sinned against me, the pledge must remain with them. They shall not part from it. Do you want me to part from Israel and never return to them? Rather, return my pledge to them, and for her sake I will not abandon them." Therefore, in every place, even though Israel has sinned against the Blessed Holy One, they have not forsaken this pledge of his, and the Blessed Holy One has not taken it from them. So wherever Israel goes in exile, Shekinah is with them, and thus it is written, "I will place my dwelling in your midst," as has been established. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, saying, "My beloved resembles a gazelle, or a young stag. Here he stands behind our wall, gazing through the windows, peeking through the crevices. Happy are Israel, who are privileged to hold this pledge of the supernal King, for although they are in exile, the Blessed Holy One comes on every new moon, Sabbath, and festival to gaze upon them and to behold that pledge of his that is with them, his precious delight." This may be compared to a king whose matronita offended him. He expelled her from the palace. What did she do? She took his son, the king's precious delight, his beloved. Since the king was fond of her, he let him remain in her hands. When the king began to yearn for the matronita and his son, he climbed up roofs, descended ladders, and scaled walls to gaze upon them, peering through holes in the wall. As soon as he saw them, he began weeping from behind chinks in the wall. Then he went away. So with Israel, although they have left the king's palace, they have not forsaken that pledge, and since the king is fond of them, he has left it with them. When the Holy King begins to yearn for matronita and for Israel, he climbs up roofs, descends ladders, leaping over mountains, bounding over hills, and scales walls to gaze upon them, peering through chinks in the walls. As soon as he sees them, he begins weeping. As is written, "My beloved resembles a gazelle, or a young stag leaping from wall to roof, from roof to wall." Here he stands behind our wall in synagogues and houses of study, gazing through the windows, for surely a synagogue must have windows. Surely, peeking through the crevices to gaze upon Israel and look after them. Therefore, joy is needed, rejoicing on that day, for they know this, and Israel declares, this is the day Jehovah has made. Let us delight and rejoice in it. If you spurn my statutes and if you loathe my laws. Rabbi Yos opened, Jehovah as discipline, my son, do not spurn. How beloved is the people of Israel to the blessed Holy One, who wants to reprove them and guide them in a straight path like a father who loves his son and, because of his love for him, wants to guide him on a straight path so that he will not stray to the right or the left. As is written, for the one whom Jehovah loves he reproves, as a father does to a son in whom he delights, as for one who is not loved by the blessed Holy One, but hated he removes reproof from him, removes the rod. It is written, I have loved you, says Jehovah. And you ask, how have you loved us? Malachi, out of his love, there is always a rod in his hand to guide them. And Esau I have hated, so I removed the rod from him, removed reproof, so as not to share myself with him. He is distant from my soul, but as for you, I have loved you, surely. Therefore, Jehovah as discipline, my son, do not spurn, and do not despise his reproof. What is meant by vel takats, and do not despise, do not bristle from it, like one who flees from thorns, for those things are like thorns in one's flesh. When righteousness is aroused with its judgments, many dazzling aspects are aroused, on the right and on the left. Many shafts shoot forth, among them shafts of fire, shafts of embers, shafts of flame, all darting out, flaring through the world, striking human beings. Beneath them are other chieftains, masters of fiery sparks, empowered with 40-1. They roam and descend, strike and ascend, and obtain authorization. Entering the hollow of the great abyss, their sparks are dyed red, flaming fire fused to them. Embers shoot out, lying, descending, confronting humans. This corresponds to what is written, Vesafti, I will go on, to chastise you, I will give the masters of judgment Tosfe, a supplement, beyond what they already have, as is written, Lo Osif, I will not again, curse the ground on humankind's account. What is Lo Osif, I will not again, I will not give Tosfe, a supplement, to the masters of judgment to destroy the world, but only as much as the world can endure. So Vesafti, I will give Tosfe, a supplement. Why this supplement? In order to chastise you sevenfold for your sins. Sheva, sevenfold. If the blessed Holy One collected his due, the world could not endure for even a moment, as is written, if you keep account of sins, O Yah, Lord, who will survive? Yet you say Sheva, sevenfold, for your sins. Rather, what does Scripture mean by saying Sheva? Behold, Sheva, 7, is confronting you, who is Shemitah, sabbatical, who is 7, called 7, as is written, at the end of 7 years you shall make Shemitah, a release. Thus, Sheva, 7, for your sins. She is called Sheva, 7, and also Bat Sheva, daughter of 7. What is the difference between one and the other? Well, 7 by herself, to make Shemitah, a release, to execute judgments, to liberate completely. Daughter of 7 joined to another, to illumine, to reign in dominion, to reveal the kingdom on earth. In all ways, she is called Sheva, 7, as is written, therefore the name of the town is Beersheba, Beersheba, to this day Beersheba, well of 7, is the well of Isaac, and all is one entity. Rabbi Abba said, I will chastise you, I myself, Sheva, sevenfold, for your sins. I will chastise you through other chieftains, as has been established. I myself, I will be aroused toward you. Behold, Sheva, 7, to be aroused over you. The sublime love of the blessed Holy One for Israel. This may be compared to a king who had an only son who used to sin against him. One day he offended the king. The king said, all these times I have struck you and you have not obeyed. Now, what should I do to you if I banish you from the land and expel you from the kingdom? Perhaps wild bears or wolves or robbers will attack you and eliminate you from the world. Rather, you and I will leave the land. So I myself you leave the land and I myself will go with you. You and I will go into exile, leaving as one. So said the blessed Holy One to Israel, what should I do to you? I have already struck you, and you did not incline your ears. I have already brought upon you shield-bearing warriors and masters of fiery sparks to smite you, and you have not listened. I will banish you from the land, and we will go into exile, as is written, I will chastise you, sending you into exile. But if you say that I will abandon you, I myself, along with you, as is written, Sheva 7, for your sins corresponding to what is written, for your crimes, your mother was sent away. The blessed Holy One said, you have caused both me and yourselves to be homeless in the land. For look, Matronita has left my palace along with you, everything is ruined, my palace is destroyed. For a palace is not fit for a king unless he enters with his Matronita. A king is only joyful when he enters the Matronita's palace and finds her there with her son. Now that neither son nor Matronita is present, the palace is totally ruined. What will I do? I myself will go with you. So now, even though Israel is in exile, the blessed Holy One is with them and does not abandon them. This has already been established, as is written, Ve'ishav Yehovah Elohecha et Shevutecha, Yehovah your God will return with your captivity. For when Israel emerges from exile, the blessed Holy One will return with them, as has been said. Rabbi Hiya and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way, and they came upon a certain cave in a field. Rabbi Hiya said to Rabbi Yos, I wonder about what is written. These are the words of the covenant. Besides the covenant Divrei Haberit, the words of the covenant. Why the words of the covenant? The verse should read Divrei Gevurah, words of power. He replied, this has already been established. These derive mipai ha-gevurah, from the mouth of power, whereas those derive mipai atzmo, from Moses' own mouth, as has been said. Both these and those were words of the covenant. For although these derived mipai ha-gevurah, from the mouth of power, they were words of the covenant, since good and evil depend upon it, good issuing from righteous one, evil issuing from judgment, from the sight of judgment, namely righteousness. Righteous one and righteousness are covenant, and called covenant. So these words are words of the covenant, and covenant is bound as one. Consequently, Zakhor Shema, remember and keep, bound as one, remember by day, keep by night, covenant as one. Thus, surely they are words of the covenant, and covenant always abides in this place. Rabbi Hiya said, certainly so, therefore Sabbath, which is remember and keep, is called covenant, as is written, the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath. Throughout their generations, an eternal covenant, all is one entity, and this place is called covenant everywhere. It is written, I will grant peace in the land. Yesod, who is peace of the land, peace of the home, peace of the world. I will chastise you, I myself, Sheva, sevenfold, for your sins. What is meant by Sheva, 7, righteousness? Surely, covenant, and thus they are words of the covenant. Rabbi Yos said, V'af gamzot, yet even this, too, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them or loathe them so as to destroy them, annulling my covenant with them. V'af, yet even as is said, Afani, I myself. Gam, 2, to include assembly of Israel, who is called Zot, this, who never abandons them. When they are in the land of their enemies, when they are all together, I will not reject them or loathe them so as not to join with them, annulling my covenant with them. For if I do not redeem them, my covenant is split. So I will not annul my covenant with them. Rabbi Hiya said, I have heard something new said by Rabbi Elazar. I will not reject them or loathe them so as to destroy them. The verse should read, I will not strike them or kill them so as to destroy them. However, I will not reject them or loathe them. One who is hated by another is rejected by him and utterly loathsome to him, but I will not reject them or loathe them. Why? Because my soul's beloved is among them, and for her sake all of them are beloved to me. as is written Lakalatam, so as to destroy them spelled Lakalatam, because of their bride for her sake, I will not reject them since she is the love of my soul, my love is with her. This may be compared to a man who loves a woman, and she lives on the tanner's street. If she were not there, he would never enter the place. Since she is there, it seems to him as a street of spice peddlers, filled with all the aromas of the world. Here, as well yet even this, too, when they are in the land of their enemies which is a tanner's street I will not reject them or loathe them. While a calatum, because of their bride, whom I love the love of my soul, dwelling there. And it seems filled with the finest aromas of the world because of that bride in their midst. Rabbi Yos said, if I have come here just to hear this word, it is enough for me. He opened, saying, a son honors his father, and a servant his master. Malachi, a son honors his father as is said, honor your father and your mother, and they have established with food, drink, and everything. This pertains during his lifetime, when one is obligated to do so. After he dies, do you think that one is exempt? No. For although he has died, one is obligated even more, as is written Captit Vicar, honor your father. If that son pursues a path of stumbling, he surely shows contempt for his father, surely causing him shame. But if that son follows a straight path and refines his conduct, he surely honors his father, honoring him in this world among people, honoring him in that world by the Blessed Holy One. For the Blessed Holy One watches over him and seats him upon a throne of honor. Surely, a son honors his father. For example, Rabbi Elazar, who honors his father in this world and in that world. Now the praise of Rabbi Shimon increases in two worlds, in this world and in that world, more than in his lifetime. Happy are the righteous, who attain holy children, holy shoots for them is proclaimed. All who see them recognize that they are seed Jehovah has blessed. Parashat Bimidbar. In the desert. Jehovah spoke to Moses in the desert of Sinai in the tent of meeting on the first of the second month. Rabbi Abba opened, God created the human in his image, in the image of God he created him. This verse has been discussed. When the Blessed Holy One created the human being, he made him in the image of those above and below. He was composed of all, and his light shone from one end of the world to the other, and all feared him. Although it has been established, this verse should be examined further. God created the human in his image, in the image of God he created him. Since it says God created the human in his image, why in the image of God he created him? Well, surely two rungs, comprising male and female, one for male and one for female. Consequently, they were due part Zufin, with two faces, as demonstrated by the end of the verse. Male and female he created them, he was complete on all sides. Even though the female was adjoined to his side, she too was composed of two sides to be totally complete. He contemplated wisdom, above and below. Once he degenerated, faces diminished, wisdom departed from him, and he considered only matters relating to his body. Afterward, he engendered sons from above and below, but they did not settle with one another in the world. Finally, he engendered a son by whom the world Ishetil was sown, and he was called Shet, Seth, as has been demonstrated. Even so, the lower world was neither perfected nor complete nor fulfilled until Abraham came, when it became established. The world was incomplete until Abraham appeared, grasping it with the right hand as one grasps with the right hand someone who is falling. Isaac came and grasped the world with the left hand, and it was more firmly established. When Jacob came, the world stood firm and did not totter. Even so, it did not take root until Jacob engendered 12 tribes and 70 souls, and the world was firmly planted. Even so, it was not perfected until the Blessed Holy One gave the Torah at Mount Sinai and the dwelling was erected. Then worlds were established, and those above and below became fragrantly firm. Once Torah and the dwelling were established, the Blessed Holy One wished to count the forces of Torah, how many troops of Torah there were, and how many troops of the dwelling. Every entity that needs to be settled in its place does not settle until it is mentioned by mouth and enumerated. Here, too, the Blessed Holy One wished to count the forces of Torah and the forces of the dwelling, and all were as one, inseparable from each other, all corresponding to the pattern above, for Torah and dwelling do not separate from one another and proceed as one. Therefore their forces are enumerated, to be recognized by them except for those others who are not counted. Thus it is written, Jehovah spoke to Moses in the desert of Sinai in the tent of meeting. For if in the tent of meeting, why in the desert of Sinai? Well, one for Torah and one for the dwelling, in this and in that. On the 1st of the 2nd month in the 2nd year all is one. This is called the month of Ziv, glow kings, alluding to the month that illumines the moon, for then all worlds were in perfection. After their going out from the land of Egypt, to reveal that when Israel went out of Egypt, it was in the 1st month. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, Yehovah Zekaranu Yeverik, is mindful of us, may he bless. May he bless the house of Israel, may he bless the house of Aaron. May he bless those who revere Yehovah Zekaranu Yeverik, males, who were enumerated in the desert, whom the Blessed Holy One blesses, to whom he adds more constantly. One who speaks in praise of his friend or of his friend's wealth, should bless him and confirm those blessings. How do we know this? From Moses, as is written here, you are today as numerous as the stars of the heavens. What is written next? May Jehovah, God of your fathers, add to you 1,000 times more than you are. There are two blessings here. 1. May Jehovah, God of your fathers, add to you. This is one then, and bless you as he has spoken to you, confirming for them blessings upon blessings. If he recounts the praise of his friend and does not confirm the blessings, he will be the first to be punished from above. And if he blesses him, he will be blessed from above. The blessing should be given generously, not grudgingly. In all things, the Blessed Holy One desires love of the heart. Now, if concerning one who blesses his friend, the Blessed Holy One wants him to bless generously and wholeheartedly, then how much more so, one who blesses the Blessed Holy One must do so generously and wholeheartedly with love of the heart. Thus it is written, you shall love Jehovah your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. Blessing from above does not settle upon anything counted. Now, you might say, how were the people of Israel counted? Well, a ransom was taken from them, as has been established, and no counting took place until that ransom was collected and totaled up. First, Israel was blessed, and then that ransom was counted, and then Israel was blessed once again. Thus Israel was blessed in the beginning and at the end, and no pestilence touched them. Why does pestilence pertain to counting? Well, because blessing does not settle upon anything counted. As soon as blessing departs, the other side settles there and can inflict harm. Therefore in counting, redemptive ransom is taken, to avert pestilence. May he bless the house of Israel, the women, who were not reckoned in the count. May he bless the house of Aaron, for they bless the people generously, wholeheartedly, with love of the heart. The house of Aaron, so, too, the women, who are blessed by their blessing. May he bless those who revere Jehovah, the Levites, and all those who revere the Blessed Holy One. The small with the great, even though they were not included in the count. In no other counting of Israel were they blessed as in this one. For this counting was intended for blessing, accounting to consummate completeness of the worlds. They were counted in a place where blessings issue, as is written, on the 1st of the 2nd month, which is Ziva, a glow of blessings for the world, from which a glow radiates to the world. So it is called the month of Ziv, glow, since the glow of all radiates from there. Thus it is written, Jehovah will bless you from Zion one matter, and it is written, for there Jehovah ordained a blessing. Rabbi Yehuda was present before Rabbi Shimon. He asked him, from where is Israel blessed? He replied, woe to the world, for humans do not consider or contemplate the glory of the supernal King. When the people of Israel were found worthy before the blessed Holy One, and worlds appeared in one holy supernal tree, containing sustenance of all, then it was blessed from the place of all blessings, in which its roots were deeply planted. And the people of Israel below were blessed, their roots planted from the place where all those blessings issue, undelayed, as is said, Jehovah will bless you from Zion, and it is written, like the dew of Hermon that descends upon the mountains of Zion, for there Jehovah ordained blessing, everlasting life. This is radiance of the world, as is written, from Zion, perfection of beauty, God Hophie, shone forth, Hophie radiated, as is said, Hophie, he radiated, from Mount Paran. When this is aroused, all are in affection, all in love, all complete. Then, peace, entirely peace of those above and those below, as is written, may there be peace within your ramparts, tranquility in your palaces. Every man with his unit, with insignia for his father's house, shall the children of Israel camp. Rabbi Elazar opened, rejoice with Jerusalem and be glad with her, all you who love her rejoice with her in joy, all you who mourn over her. How beloved is Torah before the blessed Holy One, for wherever words of Torah are heard, the blessed Holy One and all his forces listen, and the blessed Holy One comes to dwell with the one uttering them, as is written, wherever I cause my name to be mentioned, I will come to you and bless you. Furthermore, his enemies will fall before him, as has been established. The commandments of Torah are exalted on high. If a person comes and fulfills one commandment, it stands before the blessed Holy One all adorned and says, so and so fulfilled me, I come from him, since he arouses it above. As he arouses it below, so is it aroused above, making peace above and below, as is said, or let him hold fast to my refuge, that he may make peace with me. Peace he will make with me, that he may make peace with me, above peace he will make with me, below. Happy is the share of one who fulfills the commandments of Torah. Rejoice with Jerusalem and be glad with her, all you who love her rejoice with Jerusalem, for there is no joy except when Israel abides in the Holy Land, where the wife is joined with her husband. Then there is joy of all, joy above and below. When Israel is not in the Holy Land, one is forbidden to rejoice or display joy, as is written, rejoice with Jerusalem v'Iluva, and be glad with her, all you who love her v'Iluva, and be glad in her. Precisely. Rabbi Abba saw someone rejoicing in a Babylonian royal castle. He kicked him, saying, it is written, rejoice with Jerusalem. Only when Jerusalem is in joy should one rejoice. Rabbi Elazar follows his approach, for Rabbi Elazar said, rejoice with Jerusalem, corresponding to what is written, serve Jehovah with joy. One verse says, serve Jehovah with joy, while another verse says, serve Jehovah with awe, and rejoice in trembling. What is the difference between them? Well, the former pertains to when Israel dwells in the Holy Land, the latter pertains to when Israel dwells in another land. Alternatively, serve Jehovah with awe, assembly of Israel, when she is in exile among the nations. Rabbi Yehuda said, but look at what is written, indeed, you shall leave with joy, and this is assembly of Israel, since it says you shall leave. This means from exile, and she is called joy. He replied, certainly so, for as long as she is in exile, lying in the dust, she is not called joy. When the blessed Holy One comes to her, raises her from the dust, and says, shake off the dust, arise, sit enthroned, arise, shine, and they join as one, then she is called joy, joy of all, and then indeed, you shall leave with joy. Surely then numerous forces will go forth to greet Matronita, in the joy of King's wedding celebration, as is said, the mountains and hills will break into jubilation before you, and all the trees of the field will clap hands, and it is written, for marching before you is Jehovah, your rear guard is the God of Israel. Every man with his unit, with insignia the 4 camps of assembly of Israel, with those 12 tribes, boundaries, surrounding her, all corresponding to the pattern above. It is written their tribes ascend, the tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel, to praise the name of Jehovah. Their tribes ascend, those 12 tribes, 12 boundaries below. The tribes of Yah has been established, for Yah is surely a testimony to Israel. Thus, Ha-Reuvenite, the Reubenite, and Ha-Shimoni, the Simonite, Yah in each one. But it is certainly so, for by them the supernal holy tree is bounded in its boundaries, as has been established. It is written the image of their face was Peni Adam, a human face, and on the right the 4 of them had a lion's face, and on the left the 4 of them had a bull's face, and the 4 of them had an eagle's face. Ezekiel, the image of Adam, included all of them. There were faces in all directions of the world, distinguished in their appearances, yet all were included in Adam. Michael to his right, Gabriel on the left, Uriel in front of them, Raphael behind them, Shekinah above them. 2 on this side, 2 on that, and she in the center. Following this pattern, on earth below, 2 on this side, 2 on that, and she between them. As soon as 2 units set forth, what is written, the tent of meeting, the camp of the Levites, shall journey in the midst of the camps. Following them, those 2 other ones. There are 4 camps, in the 4 directions of the world, totaling 12. So 2 below, corresponding to the pattern above. The unit of the camp of Judah journeyed first, corresponding to the camp of Michael. The camp of Reuben, corresponding to the camp of Uriel. One to the south, the other to the east. Similarly, the altar, southeast. The camp of Dan, to the north. The camp of Ephraim, to the west. The camp of Dan, corresponding to the camp of Gabriel. The camp of Ephraim, corresponding to the camp of Raphael. Similarly, the altar, northwest. All linked with one another, until all ascends and unites with the holy name, beginning of all, supreme over all, holiest of all, comprising all. Yod east. East is beginning of light, moving, flying, streaming to the south. South emerges, suspended from beginning of the east. He south. From there issues south, for Yod enters the beginning of east and generates it. From he are suspended south, north, and the one between them. Yod, east. From here are suspended north and south. Vaven the center, and this is the male child. So he is between north and south, and thus we have learned whoever places his bed between north and south will be granted male children, for the male child is between north and south. From upper he are suspended north and south, with the male child between them, in mystery of Vov. Final he is west. So, south is joined with east, beginning of the sun suspended there. Thus we have learned from the aspect of father is suspended supernal Hist. From the aspect of mother is suspended Gevurah. In this manner, all are joined to one another. The corners of the altar were circled so to the southeast corner. For the potency of the south is in the east, beginning of the sun, and the potency of the sun is found only in the beginning. Northeast. Once the south absorbs its power in the east, it illumines the north, and north is included in south, for left is included in right. Northwest. For west, which is last, absorbs from north, so north proceeds to the west. Southwest she moves to unite with the south. Just as south depends on east, its potency following the beginning, so west follows beginning, cleaving to the south, as is written, his right embracing me, this right being south. So she suckles from 2 sides, from north and from south, as is written, his left hand beneath my head, his right embracing me. His left hand is north, his right is south. This mystery I have learned. The blessed Holy One places his bed between north and south, and it is surely joined to this sun. Therefore, people should place their beds between north and south, so has Father taught me, and they will be granted male children. For he has focused his intention on supernal faith in total perfection on the Blessed Holy One, who is between north and south, and on Assembly of Israel, who is illumined between north and south. Certainly he will be granted male children. In all things, one should display his actions corresponding to the pattern above. As he displays action below, so it is surely aroused above, as has been established. His father-in-law heard and kissed Rabbi Elazar. He wept and laughed, and he said, "Happy is my share in this world and in the world that is coming." He opened, saying, "Jehovah is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? Jehovah is the stronghold of my life, whom shall I dread? Jehovah is my light and my salvation." As soon as a person gazes on the supernal light, and the Blessed Holy One shines upon him, he does not fear those above or below, as is said, "Upon you Jehovah will shine, and his glory will be seen on you." Jehovah is the stronghold of my life. Once the Blessed Holy One grasps a person, he has no fear in that world from any masters of judgment. I, too, follow this pattern. Since I grasp your Father and you, how can I fear this world or the other world? Of you is written, "Your father and your mother will rejoice." She who bore you will be glad, since it is written, "Your father and your mother will rejoice." Why she who bore you will be glad? It is sufficient to say your mother. However, your father is the Blessed Holy One and your mother is Assembly of Israel. She who bore you will be glad is she who bore you below. As for Rabbi Shimon, your father, where is his joy? Well, he has a verse of his own. "The father of a righteous son will be very glad. He who engenders a wise son will rejoice in him." Your father below. Alternatively, the father of a righteous son will be very glad. Your father below. He who engenders a wise son, Yismabo, will rejoice in him. Written ve Yismabo, and will rejoice in him, with an additional vov, alluding to the Blessed Holy One above. It is written, "In your hand I entrust my spirit. You redeem me, O Jehovah, God of truth." Rabbi Elazar said, this verse should be examined. Have you ever seen someone entrust anything into the hand of a king? But surely, happy is the person who walks in the ways of the Holy King and does not sin in his presence. As soon as night enters, the tree containing death rules the world, and the tree of life ascends high above. Since the tree of death rules alone, all inhabitants of the world experience a taste of death. Why? Because of that tree. A person must anticipate and entrust to it a deposit of his soul, like someone depositing a pledge with another. Even if he owes him more than the value of that pledge, it is not right for the creditor to keep it, since it was given to him on trust. If he refuses to return it, we should surely examine him, for he is not of holy seed or of the scions of faith. Similarly with that tree. People anticipate and give it a pledge of their souls, so it obtains the souls of all inhabitants of the world, and they all experience a taste of death, since this is the tree of death. And even though all those souls are indebted to it, nevertheless, since they were all given to it on trust, it returns all the deposits to their owners. This tree should not really return a person's pledge to him until the tree of life is aroused in the world. And when is that tree aroused? At the break of dawn. Then, once this has been aroused in the world, all inhabitants of the world come to life, and that tree of death releases all those pledges that were deposited with it. Why do they come to life? Because of that tree. Now, you might say, look, there are many people who wake up in the night while the tree of death reigns. Well, surely that tree of death is acting. How so? As is written, to see if there is an enlightened one, seeking God, and no one will have an excuse, claiming, if I had been in control of my soul during the night, I would have engaged in Torah. Rabbi Yehuda said, this surely applies to Israel, and so it is. As for the nations of the world, whom I have seen in the same manner, why? He replied, what you have said is certainly fine. He opened, saying, how can I curse whom God has not cursed? As it is above, so below. There is right and there is left, Israel and the other nations. Israel to the right, holiness of the Holy King, other nations to the left, on the side of impure spirit, all of them below all those rungs on the left. All those rungs are linked with one another, ultimately suspended from the head, and just as the head moves, so moves the tail, which is the lowest. Why? Because it is linked to it. Therefore, the other nations on the impure side are conducted so. Balaam wielded all those lower crowns, and he saw that this lowest one, which is the tail, can be controlled only by the head. Therefore he said, how can I curse whom God has not cursed, referring to the head, because that supernal head was not in a state of judgment on those days. Although we have established this Holy Machuta assumes names corresponding to all, and this one is goodness and he's in the world, so she is called However, she rages every day that is imbued with judgment. El Shaddai. Shaddai we have already established, for he conveys satisfaction to the world, and he said to the world, Die, enough. El is the one who couples with him, so she is called El Shaddai, El of Shaddai. Thus, how can I curse whom God has not cursed? Therefore, as the head is aroused, so is that below aroused. Rabbi Elazar wept. He opened, saying, her sound will move like a snake. Now that Israel is in exile, she surely moves like a snake. When a snake bends its head to the dust and raises its tail, the tail dominates and strikes anyone in front of it. Who causes the tail to rise above, dominate, and strike the head, which is bent low? Nevertheless, who controls the tail, and who propels its movements? This head, although it is bent to the dust, it conducts the tail's movements. Therefore, now the other nations who are attached to the tail rise above, dominate, and strike, while the head is bent to the dust, as is said, fallen, not to rise again, is virgin Israel. Amos. Nevertheless, this head controls the tail and preserves it, as is said, they made me keeper of the vineyards. The other nations, who are the tail. Rabbi Yehuda came and kissed his hands, and said, if I had asked nothing in the world except for this, and gained it, it would be enough for me, for now I know how the other nations and their dominion are controlled. Happy is the share of Israel, of whom is written, for Yah has chosen Jacob for himself, Israel as his treasure. Rabbi Elazar asked him, what is meant by Liz Galato, as his treasure? He replied, 3 patriarchs are called Segula, treasure, whether above or below. Similarly priests, Levites, and Israelites, and all is one. These are the treasure of the blessed Holy One above and his treasure below, corresponding to what is written, you will be a treasure for me among all the peoples. The tent of meeting, the camp of the Levites, shall journey in the midst of the camps. What is written next? The unit of the camp of Ephraim by their division seaward, namely to the west. Shekinah is in the west, as has been established. It is written, he blessed them on that day, saying, by you shall Israel bless, saying, may God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh, and he put Ephraim before Manasseh. By you shall Israel bless, Israel the elder. What does this tell us? Well, it is not written, by you shall Israel be blessed. What is meant by shall Israel bless? Well, holy Israel will not bless the world except by you, who are in the west. And it is written, I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. We have learned that Jacob saw Shekinah by Ephraim's side, and then he said, by you shall Israel bless, saying by you, he will bless the world. Now how could he see, when it is written Israel's eyes had grown heavy with age, he could not see well? It is written he crossed his hands. What is meant by he crossed? Well, his right hand was raised, and Shekinah turned it toward Ephraim. He smelled the fragrance of Shekinah over Ephraim's head, and then he said, by you shall Israel bless. He saw that he is in the west. Surely, Shekinah is in the west as we have already established, so that she may be between north and south, to unite with the body and attain single coupling. North receives her beneath the head, and south embraces her, as is written, his left hand beneath my head, his right embracing me, as we have established. Surely, the bed of Solomon lies between north and south, and then all is one, so that the world may be blessed. We have learned whoever recites a praise of David 3 times daily is assured of being admitted to the world that is coming. As we have established, in order to couple her, so that she may be between north and south. A person comes in the morning and accepts upon himself the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, as has been said. He arranges praise with those praises that he utters, including a praise of David and all those hallelujahs, an array of 10 praises of 10 holy crowns of the holy name, therefore, 10 hallelujahs. Then he concludes with 10 praises, namely, praise God in his sanctuary. What are the 10 hallelujahs? There are only 5. Well, beginning praise with hallelujah and concluding with hallelujah. Then, sublimity of sequence of praise with then sang Moses, comprising all, whereby one accepts upon himself the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, holy Makhuta, kingdom. Then, at the conclusion of the prayer, Ashri, he places her in Hezd, to be sanctified by him. Later, in the prayer of Minna, when Gevurah looms and judgment prevails. So every day she is placed between north and south, to conjoin in single coupling with the body fittingly. One who unites her daily in this manner is surely admitted to the world that is coming. Consequently, the unit of the camp of Ephraim to the west, which is between north and south. South Reuben on one side, as is written, the unit of the camp of Reuben to the south, north Dan on the other side, as is written, the unit of the camp of Dan to the north, Ephraim between one and the other, so west, which is Ephraim, is between north and south, all corresponding to the pattern above. A mystery known to our brethren who dwell in the south, sent to them as follows: brothers sentinels of lamps, in intertwined mysteries, who wish to effect unification in the matrix of supernal nexus, accept upon yourselves the yoke of the holy kingdom every day first, and thereby you will enter the holy bond of the south. Encircle the directions of the world until they are bound in one knot, and in the south secure a place, abiding there. Rabbi Elazar asked his father, Rabbi Shimon, saying, a mnemonic for conjugal union, where is it found? He replied, my son, although we have established matters in every aspect and they have been scattered here a word, there a word, grasp this sign in your hand. It is like circling the altar, as we have learned. He came to the southeast horn, then the northeast, the northwest, the southwest. He said, but one cannot do so until first accepting upon himself the holy kingdom, placing upon himself this yoke. Yet you say he should come to the south first. He replied, I have told you everything. Because first he came to the horn, and you already know this is the yoke of the holy kingdom. Then the south location of the tree of life. This is to couple it with the east, which is supernal Father, for the Son comes from the aspect of Father. Therefore, from south to east, since the potency of south is in the east, and south must be joined as one with east. East joined with north, as is said, and your north will fill their belly, for this one completes and fills streams and springs. So then the northeast, who are father and mother, never separating, as we have established. As for her being called Sphinit, north, this is because she is supernally concealed, and from her side issues north, and judgments are aroused from her side, even though she is compassion and joy, as we have already established. When she emerges, north emerges within her, included and connected with south. Then the northwest, since from the aspect of father issues the son, from the aspect of the female issues the daughter. So the northwest, and this is the horn mentioned at first, which now is bound with north, with no further qualification. Then one should join her to the south, where nexus of all is located, where the body is found so the southwest. Consequently, this horn 3 times. 1. For a person to accept it at first. Then, 2. Embracing her with 2 arms, to unite with the body, all becoming one. This is the sequence of perfect unification, with every single side in its appropriate bond, and one should not substitute one side with another that is inappropriate for it, so as not to be punished. Whoever effects this unification fittingly, as I have described, happy is his share in this world and in the world that is coming, for he knows how to arrange the unification of his Lord, the praise of his Lord. Furthermore, the Blessed Holy One takes pride in him. Of him is written, he said to me, "You are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory." Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, of David, "To you, Jehovah, I lift my soul." What prompted David to arrange this praise so and all the other praises in alphabetical acrostic are complete, whereas this one is lacking, without a vav? And why this arrangement for falling upon the face? Well, this is a sublime mystery, concealed among the companions. When night enters, and the lower tree hanging with death rules, it spreads its branches, covering all, and the world darkens and all inhabitants of the world experience a taste of death. Anticipating, a person gives it a deposit of his soul, entrusting it in its hand as surety, and since it has taken them on trust, the deposit returns to its owner when morning comes. When morning arrives and his pledge returns to him, he should bless the Blessed Holy One, the supernal trustee. Then he rises and goes to synagogue, adorns himself with tefillin, and covers himself with his covering. He enters and first purifies himself with his sacrificial offering, then he accepts upon himself the yoke of the kingdom by praising his Lord, by the sequence of David's praise, an arrangement of the yoke of the kingdom. The sequence of this praise Ashri'i, places, that yoke upon him. Afterward, the arrangement of prayer, binding them as one. Mystery of the matter: although prayer depends on speech and utterance of the mouth, all depends first on the essence of action, and afterward speech and utterance of the mouth. Which action? Well, the act that a person performs first is patterned on prayer, and one should not pray until he displays an interior act patterned on prayer. First, action. When a person gets up, he should purify himself first, and then accept upon himself this yoke spreading over his head, a spread of mitzvah. Then he should be bound in a bond of unification, namely tefillin. What is meant by tefillin? Tefillah of the hand and tefillah of the head. And to perfect them in a single knot on the left arm and upon the heart, as we have established his left hand beneath my head. And it is written, "Set me as a seal upon your heart," as we have already established. This is action. At first, when a person enters the synagogue, he should purify himself with sacrifices recited orally. Then he should accept upon himself this yoke, spreading over his head a spread of mitzvah by the praises of King David, just like his act of spreading over the head. Then tefillah of the hand, which is the tefillah recited seated, then tefillah of the head, which is the tefillah recited standing. One corresponding to the other, action corresponding to speech. Surely, prayer depends on action and utterance. And if one spoils the act, the utterance finds no place in which to settle, and it is not prayer, and that person is spoiled above and below. Furthermore, we should surely display action and utter words over it. This is perfect prayer. Woe to one who spoils his prayer. Worship of his Lord. Of him is written, "When you come to appear before my face, who asked this of you, to trample my courts? Even if you make many prayers, I will not listen." When a person performs genuine prayer in action and utterance, tying the knot of unification, then by him those above and below are blessed. Afterward, having completed the prayer of Amidah, he should assume the appearance of one who has departed from the world, for he has separated from the tree of life and gathered his feet toward that tree of death, who returned his pledge, as is said, he gathered his feet into the bed, for he has confessed his sins and prayed over them, and now he must be gathered to that tree of death, and fall on his face and say to it, to you, Jehovah, I lift my soul. First, I gave my soul to you in pledge. Now that I have bound unification and performed action and utterance fittingly, and confessed my sins here, my soul I surely surrender to you. A person should see himself as if he has departed from the world, for he has surrendered his soul to this place of death. That is why it has no vov, since vov is the tree of life, and this is the tree of death. What does this indicate to us? Mystery of the matter, that there are sins that cannot be purged until one departs from the world, as is written, this iniquity shall not be purged from you until you die. This one most certainly gives himself up to death, surrendering his soul to this place not as a pledge, as in the night, but like someone departing from the world. This restoration must be performed with intention of the heart, and then the Blessed Holy One has compassion upon him and purges his sin. Happy is the person who knows how lamiftia, to entice, and serve his Lord with fervor and intention of the heart. Woe to one who comes to entice his Lord with a distant heart, with no fervor, as is said, V'yvatuhu, they enticed him, with their mouths, and with their tongues they lied to him, and their heart was not firm with him. He says, to you, Jehovah, I lift my soul, yet all his words are from a distant heart. He brings it upon himself to depart from the world before his allotted days, when this tree is aroused in the world to execute judgment. Consequently, a person should fuse his soul and will to his Lord, and not approach him with deceitful will, for it is written, a speaker of lies will not be established before my eyes. What is meant by will not be established? Well, when he prepares himself for this and his heart is distant from the Blessed Holy One, a voice issues, saying, he will not be established. Why does this one seek to establish himself? He will not be established. I do not want him to be established. All the more so, if he comes to unify the holy name and does not do so fittingly. Happy is the share of the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, they will my glory. Surely the righteous will acclaim your name, the upright will dwell in your presence. Rabbi Elazar came and kissed his hands. He said, if I have come into the world just to hear these words, it is enough for me. Rabbi Yehuda said, happy is the share of Israel, who cleave to the Blessed Holy One, as is written, your people, all of them righteous, and similarly you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. Parashat Nazo. Count. Commentary on Nazo. Rabbi Abba opened, happy is the person to whom Jehovah reckons no iniquity, in whose spirit is no deceit. The beginning of this verse does not match its end, nor the end its beginning. It calls for contemplation, and has already been established. During the prayer of Minna, judgment prevails in the world, and Isaac instituted the prayer of Minna, and Supernal Gevurah rules the world until night comes and enters, to receive night. From the time when the prayer of Minna begins, the left extends toward her, and night is aroused. Once it is aroused, all those keepers of the outer openings are aroused in the world, spreading out, and all inhabitants of the world taste death, as has been said. At precisely midnight, the left is aroused as before. The holy rose wafts fragrances, and she praises aloud. Then the head ascends and rests above upon the left, and the left receives her. Then a herald proclaims in the world, for it is time to awake and praise the King. Then praises break forth, and sweetness of all prevails. Happy is the share of one who awakens to accomplish this coupling fittingly. When morning comes, and the right is aroused to embrace her, then there is coupling of all as one. When people are asleep and experience a taste of death and the soul ascends on high, she stands where she stands and is examined concerning the actions that she performed that whole day, and these are written on a slip. Why? Because the soul ascends on high and testifies about all a person's activity, and about every single word that issues from his mouth. For the word that a person emits from his mouth rises and splits the heavens and stands where it stands, until night enters and the soul ascends and grasps that word and presents it before the king, as is written, from her who lies in your bosom guard the doors of your mouth meeker than that sinful word is inscribed upon the person. Therefore, happy is the person to whom Jehovah reckons no iniquity. When in his spirit is no deceit. When a man or woman commits any of the human sins, committing a sacrilege against Jehovah. Heber the Kenite separated from Cain, from the sons of Hobab, father-in-law of Moses. Judges. Now Heber the Kenite was among the great-grandchildren of Jethro, as is said. Saul said to the Kenites, Go, turn away, come down from amidst the Amalekites, lest I sweep you away together with them, for you did kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up from Egypt. Samuel. Why was he called the Kenite? Well, this has already been established, as is written, the Kenite and the Kenizzite and the Cadmonite. And it has been said that he made Chinnah, a nest, in the desert like a bird, in order to delve into Torah, and he separated from the city. Separated from Cain, from the people to whom he originally belonged, and he clung to the blessed Holy One. Separated from Cain. Happy is the person who attains Torah, proceeding to cling to its paths. For when a person follows the paths of Torah, he draws upon himself a holy supernal spirit, as is said, until a spirit from on high is poured upon us. And when a person perverts his ways, he draws upon himself another spirit from the other side, which is the side of impurity. That side of impurity is aroused from the hollow of the great abyssite of the haunts of evil spirits who harm humans, called damagers of the world, since they derive from the side of primordial Cain. Jethro was originally an idolatrous priest, serving that side, and he drew upon himself a spirit from that place. Although he was called Kenite, eventually he separated from Cain surely and clung to the blessed Holy One. What does this imply? That whoever cleaves to the blessed Holy One and fulfills the commandments of Torah, it is as if he sustains the worlds, the world above and the world below. This has already been established. It is written, Va'asaitam atam, and you make them, surely. And whoever transgresses the commandments of Torah, it is as if he damages above, damages below, damages himself, damages all worlds. This may be compared to seafarers sitting side by side on a ship, when one fool among them stands up and wants to drill a hole, etc. Thus, when a man or woman commits any of Hatot Ha-Adam, the sins of humanity, committing a sacrilege against Jehovah, and that person feels guilt. What is written? But they, like Adam, have violated the covenant. Hosea. Adam transgressed a single commandment of Torah, inflicting death upon himself and upon the whole world, damaging above, damaging below, and that sin impends until the blessed Holy One restores the world to its original state, and that defect is eliminated from the world, as is written, he will swallow up death forever. Jehovah Elohim will wipe away tears from all faces. Therefore, when a man or woman commits any of Hatot Ha-Adam, the sins of Adam, it is written Ha-Adam, the original Adam. Committing a sacrilege against Jehovah by abandoning compassion and suckling from judgment, he causes a defect, etc. So, may the compassionate one save us from the wicked of the world and from their damage on account of them. Many of the righteous pass away aside from what they cause above and below. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yehuda were traveling from Usher to Lyre. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Let us discuss Torah as we go." Rabbi Yitzchak opened, saying, "If a man opens a pit, or if a man digs a pit and does not cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls into it, what is written next? The owner of the pit shall make restitution. If such is the case in this situation, then all the more so with one who harms the world by his sins. But I am astounded that even though he harms the world, why does he have the opportunity of teshuvah? For look at what is written: when a man or woman commits any of the human sins, committing a sacrilege against Jehovah, and that person feels guilt, they shall confess the sin that they committed, v'heshiv, and he shall restore. Well, surely this benefits them because he has performed teshuvah. It is as if he really actualized her, for that which he damaged above he restored below. How? By teshuvah. And teshuvah restores everything, repairing above, repairing below, mending oneself, mending the whole world. Rabbi Yehuda opened after him, saying, when you are in distress and all these things befall you in the end of days, you shall return to Jehovah your God. When you are in distress and all these things befall you in the end of days. From here we learn that teshuvah is most beneficial before judgment prevails in the world. For once judgment prevails, its power intensifies. Who can remove it from the world and eliminate it? Once judgment appears, it does not depart until it is completed. After it has been completed and a person performs teshuvah, he restores all worlds as implied by what is written: and all these things befall you in the end of days, and it is written, you shall return to Jehovah your God. For Jehovah your God is a compassionate God. In the end of days, what does this mean here? Well, to include assembly of Israel, who is in exile, sharing their distress and never abandoning them. Therefore, even though the blessed Holy One has placed judgment in the world, he wants Israel to return in teshuvah, in order to benefit them in this world and in the world that is coming. For nothing can withstand teshuvah. Even assembly of Israel is called teshuvah. Now, you might say, supernal teshuvah is not found everywhere. Nevertheless, this is called teshuvah when compassion turns back to her, for she returns to all those multitudes and suckles them. And finest teshuvah is when one's soul is surrendered to her, and she takes it while he is in a state of teshuvah. Then all is restored above and below, and he is restored along with the whole world. One wicked person in the world, ruin of many others because of him. Woe to the wicked one, woe to his neighbor. Because Jonah refused to go on his master's mission, many people were about to perish on his account in the sea. Finally they all turned on him and sentenced him to punishment in the sea, and then they were all saved. Afterward, the blessed Holy One had mercy on him, and saved many multitudes in the world. When he returned to his master out of his distress, as is written, out of my distress I called to Jehovah, and he answered me. Jonah, and it is written, from confinement I called to Yah. Yah answered me with expansa. The section of the straying wife. Ishish, any man, whose wife strays, betraying him by infidelity. What does this have to do with that? Well, as is written, betraying Jehovah by infidelity. Rabbi Elazar said, Ishish, a man, why Ishish, a man, when one would suffice. Well, this has already been established, but Ishish, a man, implies a man who is a man who has fulfilled the verse that is written, drink water from your own cistern, flowing waters from your well. Then he is a man in the world, a man toward his wife. You mar'al avo mar'al, betraying him by infidelity. One would suffice. Why two? Well, one above and one below, one for assembly of Israel and one for her husband. Therefore, the man shall bring his wife to the priest. Why to the priest? Mystery of the matter, because the priest is the best man of matronita. Here one should examine. After all, it is written, he shall slaughter the male of the herd before Jehovah. He shall slaughter someone else, not the priest, for the priest is forbidden to be involved in judgment, so as not to damage the place to which he is linked. Yet you say, the man shall bring his wife to the priest, to render judgment. Well, surely the priest is appropriate for this, since he is the best man of matronita, and all women of the world are blessed along with assembly of Israel. This is why a woman below is blessed with 7 blessings and linked with assembly of Israel. The priest stands ready to arrange the affairs of Matronita and to see to all her needs, so the priest is suitable for this, and no one else. Now, if you say that he executes judgment, not so, rather, he engages in this in order to promote peace and increase his loving kindness. For if that woman is found innocent, the priest thereby increases peace between them. Furthermore, she conceives a male child, thereby bringing peace. And if she is not found innocent, it is not he who executes judgment, rather, that holy name, which she betrayed, executes judgment and puts her to the test. The priest does not inject himself into this. Rather, when she presents herself before him to be proven innocent, he questions her once and twice, and if she wishes to be found innocent, then the priest performs the procedure in order to promote peace. The priest writes the holy name once straight, and then he writes it backward, letters incised in dazzling light: judgment with judgment, compassion with compassion, compassion with judgment, and judgment with compassion. If she is found innocent, letters of compassion settle and judgments vanish. If she is found unworthy, compassion vanishes and judgments remain, and then judgment is executed. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, "They came to Marah and could not drink water from Marah, for it was bitter." This has already been established. Rabbi Elazar said, "I am astounded how inhabitants of the world do not examine or delve into words of Torah. Here one should examine, why is it written there he set them statute and law, and there he tested them? We have already established and there he tested them, but surely mystery of the matter is that this happened by water." For the Egyptians had claimed that they fathered the offspring of Israel, and many Israelites suspected their wives concerning this. Finally, the Blessed Holy One brought them to this place, seeking to test them. What is written? They came to Marah and could not drink water from Marah, for it was bitter. And he cried out to Jehovah. The Blessed Holy One said to Moses, "Moses, what do you want? Look, many ravaging bands are confronting all of you here, and I want to put the wives of Israel to the test. Write down here the holy name, cast it into the water, and let all of them be tested, women and men, so that no disrepute may remain upon my children. Until they are all tested here, my name shall not settle upon them." Immediately, Jehovah showed him a tree, and he threw it into the water, the holy name, the same one that the priest used to write to test the wives of Israel. Thus, there he set them statute and law, and there he tested them. Now, you might say, as for the wives of Israel, fine, but why the men? Well, they too had to be tested, to show that they had not been defiled by the wives of the Egyptians, just as the wives of Israel had to be tested to show that they had not been defiled by the Egyptians all those years they were among them. All of them, males and females, emerged innocent, and the seed of Israel were found to be holy and pure. Then the Blessed Holy One ensconced his name among them. So, surely by water there he set them statute and law, and there he tested them. Here, too, with water the priest tests the woman, and by the holy name. And from the dust that is on the floor of the dwelling, who is the dust we have already learned, all comes from the dust, and all returns to the dust. All comes from the dust, even the globe of the sun, all the more so, human beings, who originate from it. Rabbi Yos said, "And from the dust." If it were written "and from the dust," and nothing more, we would say so, but since it is written "and from the dust that is on the floor of the dwelling," this implies something else. Indeed, it is written, "He makes his sword like dust, archers and catapultiers, masters of harsh judgment," as implied by what is written on the floor of the dwelling, attached below. So, the priest shall take and put it into the water. The waters of bitterness, causing a curse, waters of the sea, which are bitter. What is that? The holy sea, when it is in a state of judgment, then they are called waters of bitterness, causing a curse. Therefore, sea water below is all bitter. Into this holy sea flow numerous sweet rivers, but because she is judgment of the world, her waters are bitter, since death for all inhabitants of the world is linked to her. Yet although they are bitter, when they spread, they are sweet. Sometimes, a sea of bitter waters, sometimes, a sea swallowing all other waters, called the frozen sea, swallowing all those others, absorbing them within. Sometimes, waters thaw, and from that sea flows everything streaming to those below. This sea assumes many aspects. Cursing waters when the serpent comes, injecting filth then, bitter cursing waters, therefore, the priest performs the procedure below and administers the oath, and the judgment is executed. If the woman is found innocent, these waters enter her and turn sweet, cleansing her, remaining within her until she conceives. Once she conceives, they beautify the embryo in her womb, and a beautiful son emerges, clean, without any blemish. If not, those waters enter her, and she smells an odor of filth, and those waters turn into a serpent in her womb. By that which she corrupted herself, she is punished, and her shame is shown to all, as the companions have already established. All women of the world abide in their place, and so by the very place in which they abide, they are judged. Happy is the share of Israel, in whom the blessed Holy One delights and whom he desires to purify. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, your wife shall be like a fruitful vine in the recesses of your house, your children like olive shoots around your table. Your wife shall be like a fruitful vine, just as a vine accepts only its own kind, so a wife in Israel follows the same pattern, accepting only her own mate, like the dove who accepts only her own mate. So, like a fruitful vine in the recesses of your house. What is meant by pori, fruitful, in the recesses of your house, as is said poreh, bearing fruit, of hemlock pori prahat, sprouting, generating branches on every side. Where in the recesses of your house, and not outside on the street, so that she will not betray the supernal covenant. And Solomon said, who abandons the companion of her youth and forgets the covenant of her God, who is the covenant of her God, that place called covenant, to which she is attached. Thus, in the recesses of your house. Rabbi Hizkiah said, may a stupor come upon the man who allows his wife to expose the hair of her head. This is one of the rules of household modesty. A woman who exposes her hair for adornment brings poverty upon the house, causes her children to be mediocre in their generation, and causes an alien element to abide in the home. Who causes this? That hair exposed on her head. Now, if this is so within the house, how much more so on the street, and how much more so with any other impudence. Therefore, your wife shall be like a fruitful vine in the recesses of your house. Rabbi Yehuda said, the hair on a woman's heads being exposed causes other hair to be exposed, tainting her. Therefore a woman must not allow even the walls of her house to see one hair of her head, let alone outside. Just as in the male, hair is harshest of all, so too for the female. Go and see how much damage is caused by a woman's hair. It has effect above, it has effect below. It causes her husband to be cursed, it causes poverty, it brings an alien element into the home, it deprives her children of repute. May the compassionate one save us from their impudence. So, a woman must be concealed in the corners of the house. And if she does so, what is written? Your children like olive shoots around your table. What is meant by like olive shoots? Just as an olive tree does not shed its leaves in either winter or summer, and always retains more value than other trees, so her children excel all other inhabitants of the world. Furthermore, her husband is blessed in all with blessings from above and blessings from below, with wealth, with children, and with grandchildren. As is written, behold, surely so is the man blessed who reveres Jehovah, and it is written, Jehovah will bless you from Zion, and you will see the goodness of Jerusalem all the days of your life. And you will see children of your children. Peace upon Israel, holy Israel the elder. The section of the Nazirite. If a man acts extraordinarily, making a Nazirite vow. Rabbi Elazar opened, why have I come? When there is no man, why have I called? When none responds, is my arm too short, that it cannot redeem? Why have I come? How beloved are Israel to the blessed Holy One, for wherever they dwell, he is found among them, because he does not withdraw his love from them. What is written, have them make me a sanctuary, and I will dwell among them. Have them make me a sanctuary unspecified, for every synagogue in the world is called a sanctuary, as has been established. Shekinah arrives early at the synagogue. Happy is the person who is among the first in synagogue, for by them consummation is completed, and they are the first to be sanctified by Shekinah, as has been said. There must be 10 at the same time in synagogue, and not arriving bit by bit, so as not to delay completion of the limbs, for the blessed Holy One formed the human being in one moment, arranging all his members as one, as is written, has he not made you and set you firmly? Once the limbs of the human being were completed, then each and every limb was fittingly arrayed. Similarly, once Shekinah arrives early at the synagogue, 10 must appear there together, completing the consummation, and afterward all is enhanced. How is all enhanced? As is said, in a multitude of people is the king's glory, so the people who come afterward all constitute the adornment of the body. But when Shekinah comes early and people do not arrive, the blessed Holy One exclaims, why have I come? When there is no man. What is meant by when there is no man? That the limbs have not been arranged nor the body completed, for when the body is incomplete there is no man. So, when there is no man, precisely when the body is completed below, supernal sanctity comes and enters this body, and below is transformed according to the pattern above. Really then all must not open their mouths with mundane words, for Israel abides in supernal perfection, sanctified by supernal holiness. Happy is their share. Ishki Yafli, if a man acts extraordinarily, making a Nazirite vow. What is meant by if a man Yafli? That he separates from other inhabitants of the world, to sanctify himself corresponding to the pattern above and to become whole. When a person comes to purify himself, they purify him. If a person wishes to sanctify himself, they sanctify him and spread over him supernal holiness, a holiness by which the blessed Holy One is sanctified. Rabbi Abba opened, of David. Bless Jehovah, O my soul, and everything within me, his holy name. How deeply should a person examine and know the service of his Lord, for every single day a herald proclaims, saying, how long, fools, will you love foolishness? Turn back, O wayward children, I will heal your waywardness, and no one inclines his ear. Torah calls out before them, and no one pays attention. A person moves through this world and thinks that it belongs to him perpetually, that he will remain in it for generations. While he is still moving in the world, he is put in a neck iron while he sits, he is judged in a field forum with others who are accused. If he has an advocate, then he is delivered from punishment, as is said, if he has an angel over him, one advocate among 1,000, to vouch for his uprightness, then he is gracious to him and says, redeem him from going down to the pit. I have found ransom Job, who is the advocate. These worthy deeds, which stand by a person when he is in need. But if he has no advocate, then he is condemned to depart from the world. At that moment, as he is lying in the king's neck iron, raising his eyes he sees 2 beings coming toward him, writing down in his presence all that he has done in this world and all that he has uttered with his mouth, and he gives an account of it all, and they write it down in his presence, as is written, for behold, he who forms mountains and creates wind declares to a human what his conversation is. Amos. And he admits all of this. Why? Because every act that he committed ascends and stands ready to testify against him, poised to testify against him, and then they all descend to be recorded in his presence, confronting him, not passing away until the time that he is judged for them in that world. All the actions that a person performs in this world await him, they do not disappear, and when he is led to the grave, they all present themselves before him. 3 heralds, one in front of him, one on his right, one on his left, proclaim, "This is so-and-so who rebelled against his Lord, rebelling above, rebelling below, rebelling against Torah, rebelling against his commandments. Look at his actions, look at his words. Better for him if he had never been created." As they reach the grave, all the dead are agitated by him, saying, "Woe, woe that this one is being buried among us. His actions and his words precede him, entering the grave and standing over the body, while his spirit roams around, mourning over the body." As soon as a person is concealed in his grave, Duma hastens out, grasping a court of 3, who are appointed over judgment of the grave. 3 fiery scepters are in their hands, and they judge spirit and body together. Woe for that judgment, woe for his actions. When he is caught in the king's neck iron and judgment has been determined against him, since no advocate has been found on his behalf, the king's guard descends and stands before him at his feet, with a sharp sword in his hand. The person raises his eyes and sees the walls of the house burning from the guard's flashing fire. Just then, he sees him right in front of him, completely full of eyes, clothed in fire, blazing in the person's presence. Certainly so, for many people have seen an angel in the street and stood right in front of him, without anyone else seeing him. Now, you might say, look at what is written, he makes his angels spirits, his ministers flaming fire. How can an angel be seen on earth? Well, this matter has already been established, for when he descends he clothes himself in a body, and is seen by whom he is seen in that garment in which he is clothed. Otherwise the world could not bear it, nor could he be seen. All the more so, this one, who is required by all inhabitants of the world. 3 drops on his sword, as the companions have already established. As soon as he sees the angel of death, his whole body and spirit tremble, and his heart is agitated because it is king of the whole body. His spirit moves through every limb of the body, asking leave of them, like someone asking leave of his friend to go to another place. Then he says woe for what he has done, but it does not benefit him unless he previously applied the remedy of teshuvah before that moment arrived. The person is afraid and wants to hide, but he cannot. When he sees that he is unable, he opens his eyes, and has to look at him, gazing at him wide-eyed. Then he surrenders himself and his soul. That moment is the time of great judgment to which a person is subjected in this world. Furthermore, the spirit goes roaming through all the limbs, quivering in every direction, and all limbs of the body tremble. As the spirit reaches every single limb, asking leave of it, that limb breaks out in sweat and the spirit departs from it, and that limb immediately dies, and so with all of them. When the spirit is about to depart, having asked leave of the whole body, Shekinah stands over it, and immediately the soul flies from the body. Happy is the share of one who cleaves to her. Woe to the wicked who are far from her and do not cleave to her. How many courts of law must a person pass through when he departs from this world? One is that judgment on high that we have mentioned, when the spirit leaves the body. One is the judgment when his actions and his words precede him and heralds proclaim about him. One is the judgment when he enters the grave. One is the judgment of the grave. One is the judgment of the worm, and one is the judgment of hell. And one is the judgment of the spirit that goes wandering through the world, finding no place until its actions have been requited. Surely, 7 periods will pass over him. Daniel. Therefore, while he is still in this world, a person should fear his Lord and examine his actions every single day and repent of them before his Lord. When King David contemplated the judgments of a person on departing this world, he anticipated, saying, "Bless Jehovah, O my soul, before you leave the world, now that you are still with the body. And everything within me, his holy name. You limbs who participate with the spirit, now that it is still with you, bless the holy name early, before the time comes when you will be unable to bless him and offer your gratitude." If a man acts extraordinarily, making a Nazirite vow anticipating, in this world, by sanctifying himself with the holiness of his Lord. From wine and beer he shall set himself apart, neither wine vinegar nor beer vinegar shall he drink, no grape steepings shall he drink, and grapes, moist or dried, he shall not eat if wine is forbidden to him. Why grapes? For here one should examine, it is written, drink no wine or beer, you and your sons with you, when you enter the tent of meeting, lest you die. You might think that this includes grapes, but no, grapes are permitted. So here, for the Nazirite, why does Scripture forbid grapes? Well, this practice and matter is a sublime mystery, separating oneself from judgment entirely. You know that the tree by which Adam sinned was a grapevine, and this is mystery of the matter, for wine, beer, and grapes are attached to a single aspect. Wine above, as has been established. Beer to the left, since beer issues from wine. Grapes gathering all of them, and this is the tree by which Adam sinned. So all is attached to a single aspect. Now, if you say that the Nazirite abandons any element of faith, not so. However, any conduct at all of the left side is not fitting for him. This mystery I have learned as follows from the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava, and so it is. It is written, letting the hair of his head grow wild, he must let his hair and his beard grow, and abstain from wine, beer, and grapes, since all of them are of the left side, with no hair hanging. Wine mother. Beer the side to which Levites are linked, who issue from supernal wine, with no hair hanging. Therefore, when the Levites ascended here, they had to remove all their hair, as is said, have them pass a razor over all their flesh. Grapes lower mother, gathering wine and beer into herself. So he separates himself from the whole left side, not exhibiting their activity. Grapes no hair or beard hanging, for the female must cut her hair when she comes to couple with the male, and she has no beard. Consequently, he lets the hair on his head and his beard hang. Mystery of the matter, he is called a Nazirite of Elohim judges, not a Nazirite of Jehovah, separated from judgment entirely. Concerning this is written, he shall atone for him, mi'asher hater el hanafesh, as he has erred in regard to the soul. It is not written in regard to nafsho, his soul, but rather in regard to hanafesh, the soul. Who is that grapes, called nafesh, soul? Therefore it is written hater, because her aspect is wine and beer, and he deprived it of the place of judgment. Hater. What is meant by hater? Well, he diminished judgment in regard to the soul. If so, why he shall atone for him, because now he comes to join with them, and these places do not accept him until he consults with the priest, who atones for him, since originally he cast them aside. Now that he approaches them, he must bring back to them a reparation of atonement, so that they will accept him. This is mystery of the matter surely, entirely. Samson was a Nazirite of Elohim judges, so why was he punished? Well, the matter is fine, for he married the daughter of an alien god Malachi. He should have joined with his own kind, with someone fitting for him, yet he, who was holy, mingled that holiness with an alien god, abandoning his appropriate position of holiness. Therefore he was punished. Some say that he has no share in that world. Why? Because he said, "Let my soul die with the Philistines' judges," thereby placing his share among that of the Philistines, so that his soul would die with them in that world. This corresponds to what they used to proclaim to a Nazirite, "Keep away," we tell a Nazirite, around, don't come near the vineyard. This has already been established by the companions. What is written about the Levites? Thus you shall do to them to purify them, sprinkle on them expiation water, and have them pass a razor over all their flesh, and wash their clothes, and purify themselves once they remove their hair, and do all this. The Levites are called pure, not holy. But the Nazirite, having separated from this side, is called holy, not pure. Thus it is written, all the days that he sets himself apart for Jehovah, he shall be holy. letting the hair of his head grow wild because of what is written, the hair of his head like clean fleece Daniel, for he thereby resembles the pattern above. Rabbi Yehuda said, by his very hair, he is recognized as holy, as is written, his locks wavy. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, if people only knew what is said about this hair and its mystery, they would know their Lord intimately, as in mystery of mysteries of supernal wisdom. Until here, mysteries of Torah, from here, crowns of Torah, her prophet and feast shall be consecrated to Yehovah. Idra Rabbah. The Great Assembly. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said to the companions, how long will we sit on a single based pillar, for it is written, time to act for Yehovah. They have violated your Torah, days are few and the creditor is pressing. A herald proclaims every day, but reapers of the field are few, and at the edges of the vineyard, not noticing or knowing properly where the place is. Gather, companions, at the threshing chamber, wearing coats of mail and lances, arm yourselves with your equipment, with counsel, wisdom, understanding, knowledge, vision, hands, and feet. Proclaim as your king the one who has power of life and death, so that you may decree words of truth, to which holy ones of the highest listen, which they delight to know and hear. He sat down and wept. He said, woe if I reveal, woe if I do not reveal. The companions who were there kept silent. Rabbi Abba rose and said, if it pleases my master, behold what is written, the secret of Yehovah is for those who revere him, and these companions revere the blessed Holy One, and they have already entered the holy assembly of the dwelling, some of them entering and emerging. It has been taught the companions were numbered in the presence of Rabbi Shimon, and they were Rabbi Elazar, his son, Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yos son of Yaakov, Rabbi Yitzchak, Rabbi Hizkiah son of Rav, Rabbi Hiya, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Yisa. Extending hands to Rabbi Shimon, raising fingers above, they entered the field among the trees and sat down. Rabbi Shimon rose and offered his prayer. He sat down among them, and said, let each one place his hands on my potent breast. They placed their hands, and he grasped them. He opened, saying, cursed be the man who makes a carved or molten image, a craftsman's handwork, and sets it up in secret. And they all called out and said, Amen. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, time to act for Yehovah. They have violated your Torah. Why is it time to act for Yehovah? Because they have violated your Torah. What is meant by they have violated your Torah? Torah above, which is nullified if this name is not actualized by its enhancements. This is addressed to the Ancient of Days. It is written, happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, and it is written, who is like you among the gods, O Yehovah. He called Rabbi Elazar, his son, and seated him in front of him, with Rabbi Abba on the other side. He said, we are the sum of the whole. Now the pillars have been firmly established. They were silent. They heard a sound and their knees knocked together. What sound? The sound of the winged assembly on high assembling. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced, and said, I have heard your sound. I am afraid. Habakkuk, there it is fitting to be afraid for us. The matter depends on love, as is written, you shall love Yehovah your God, and it is written, I have loved you, says Yehovah. Malachi. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, one who goes about gossiping reveals a secret, but the faithful of spirit conceals a matter. One who goes about gossiping. This verse is difficult since it says gossiping. Why one who goes about it should say a man who is gossiping. What is meant by one who goes about? Well, if someone is unsettled in spirit and untrustworthy, whatever word he hears moves around inside him like a thorn in water, until he casts it out. Why? Because his spirit is unstable. But of one whose spirit is stable, it is written, but the faithful of spirit conceals a matter. The faithful of spirit, of stable spirit. The matter depends on the spirit. It is written, do not let your mouth make your flesh sin, and the world endures only through secrecy. Now, if in mundane matters secrecy is necessary, how much more so in the most mysterious matters of the Ancient of Ancients, which are not transmitted even to supernal angels. Rabbi Shimon said, I will not tell the heavens to listen, nor will I tell the earth to hear, for we sustain the worlds. It has been taught mysteries of mysteries. When Rabbi Shimon opened, the earth quaked and the companions trembled. He revealed in mystery, and opened, saying, These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before a king reigned over the children of Israel. Happy are you, O righteous ones, to whom are revealed mysteries of Torah, which have not been revealed to holy ones of the highest. Who will examine this? Who will be worthy of this? It is testimony to faith of total faith. May the prayer be accepted, that it may not be considered a sin to reveal this. And what will the companions say? For this verse is difficult, since it should not have been written so, because we see that there were numerous kings before the children of Israel appeared and before they had a king. So what is intended here? Well, it is mystery of mysteries, which humans cannot know or perceive or arouse in their minds. It has been taught before the Ancient of Ancients, concealed of the concealed, had prepared adornments of the king and crowns of crowns. There was neither beginning nor end. He engraved and gauged within himself, and spread before himself one curtain, in which he engraved and gauged kings, but his adornments did not endure. As is written, these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before a king reigned. Primordial king over the children of Israel, the primordial one. All those who had been engraved were called by name, but they did not endure, so he eventually put them aside and concealed them. Afterward, he ascended in that curtain and was arrayed perfectly. And it has been taught an impulse arose in the will to create Torah, so he generated her. Immediately, she said before him, he who wishes to arrange and form should first arrange his own array concealed for 2,000 years. It has been taught in the concealment of the book the Ancient of Ancients, hidden of the hidden, was arrayed and prepared. That is, he existed and did not exist, did not actually exist yet was arrayed. No one knows him, for he is more ancient than the ancients, but in his arrayal he is known like an elder of elders, more ancient than the ancients, more concealed than the concealed, known by his signs yet unknown. Master of white his garment and sparkling countenance. Seated on a throne of flames, to subdue them. Through worlds the whiteness of the skull of his head spreads, and from the radiance of this white the righteous inherit worlds in the world that is coming, as is written, 400 shekels of silver at the going merchant's rate. In the skull dwell million worlds, moving with it, supported by it. From this skull trickles dew to the exterior one, filling his head every day, and from that dew, shaken from the head of the exterior one, the dead are awakened in the world that is coming, as is written, for my head is filled with dew. It is not written I have filled with dew, but rather is filled. And it is written, for your dew is a dew of lights, lights the white light of the Ancient One. From that dew, holy ones of the highest are sustained, and it is the manna ground for the righteous in the world that is coming. That dew trickles to the holy apple orchard, as is written, the layer of dew lifted, and look, on the surface of the desert something fine, flaky. The appearance of that dew is white, like a crystal stone in which all colors are seen, as is written, its appearance was like the appearance of crystal. The whiteness of this skull radiates in 13 directions, engraved in 4 directions on one side, in 4 directions from his face, in 4 directions on the other side, and one above the skull, that is, upward. From this the length of his face extends through worlds, and that is called Irik Apayim, elongated countenance, referring to the length of the face. This Ancient of Ancients is called Arikada Anpin, elongated countenance, and the exterior one, Zedia Anpin, small countenance, compared to the Ancient One, the Elder, Holy of Holies of Holies. When Zedia Anpin gazes at this one, all below is restored and his face expands and lengthens at that time, but not constantly like the Ancient One. From this skull emerges one white root to the skull of Zedia Anpin, enhancing the head, and from here to other skulls of those below without number. Each skull offers a payment of tribute to the Ancient of Days as they come to be numbered under the scepter. Corresponding to this, a bika per skull below when they came to be numbered. In the hollow of the skull, a membrane of air of concealed supernal wisdom, uninterrupted, and this is not to be found or opened. This membrane envelops the brain of supernal wisdom, so this wisdom is covered, not opened, by that membrane. This brain, which is concealed wisdom, is tranquil and quiescent in its place, like fine wine upon its lees. This accords with what they say: an old man's mind is concealed, his brain concealed and tranquil. This membrane is detached from Zedia Anpin, and so his brain extends into 32 paths, as is written: a river issues from Eden. Why? Because the membrane is interrupted, not enveloping the brain. In any case, the membrane is interrupted below. This accords with what we have learned in engravings of letters Tav, namely tracing a mark of the Ancient of Days. Upon it depends Tamimda Ot, the perfect in knowledge job, complete on all sides, concealed, quiescent, and tranquil, like fine wine upon its lees. It has been taught from the skull of the head hang 10,007,500 locks of hair, white and clean, like wool when it is clean and untangled, so as not to signify confusion in his array, rather all in place, no strand parting from another, no hair from another. Every single lock has strands of hair, equivalent to Kaddis, holy, and every single strand glistens in worlds, and every single world is concealed and hidden away, unknown to anyone but him, glowing in directions. In every single strand there is a spring, issuing from the concealed brain, as from behind a wall, and flowing through that strand to the strands of Zedia Anpin. By this his brain is nourished, and then that brain flows forth in 32 paths. Every single lock glistens and dangles, arranged fittingly and beautifully, enveloping the skull locks of strands arrayed on each of its sides. It has been taught every single strand is called a flow of a concealed spring issuing from the concealed brain. It has been taught by a person's hair is known what he is, whether judgment or compassion, after the age of 40 years. And even when he is young, by his hair, his beard, and his eyebrows. Locks of hair dangle in their array, clean as wool, down to his shoulders. To his shoulders, do you imagine, rather, to the top of his shoulders, so that the back of the neck may not be seen, since it is written indeed, they have turned their back to me and not their face, and the hair lifts behind the ears, so as not to cover them, as is written, so that your ears may be open. Hair emerges from behind the ears, all balanced, with no parting, perfectly arranged, fittingly, beautifully, desirable to behold. The desire and joy of the righteous, who are in Zedia Anpin, is to see and cleave to the array of the Ancient One, concealed of all. 13 tresses of hair appear on either side of the skull, toward his face, and within them the hair begins to part. There is no left in this Ancient One, all is right. He is seen and not seen, concealed and not concealed. This pertains to his enhancements, all the more so to him. Concerning this, Israel yearned to refine in their hearts, as is written, is Jehovah among us, or Ayin, nothingness between Zedia Anpin and Arik Anpin, who is called Ayin. Why were they punished? Because they acted not out of love, but rather testing, as is written, and for their testing Jehovah, saying, is Jehovah among us, or Ayin. In the parting of hair, one path proceeds, illuminating worlds, and from it shines a path by which the righteous are illumined in the world that is coming, as is written, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. From here, the path branches into paths, diverging in Zedia Anpin, of which is written, all the paths of Jehovah are kindness and truth, for the keepers of his covenant and his precepts. Forehead of the skull, will of wills. The will of Zediah Anpin faces that will, as is written, it shall be upon his forehead perpetually Laratzon, toward the will. That forehead is called Ratzon, will, since it reveals the entire head and skull. It is concealed within 400 worlds, and when revealed, the prayers of Israel are accepted. When is it revealed? Rabbi Shimon was silent. He asked again. He said to his son, Rabbi Elazar, when is it revealed? He replied, at the time of the prayer of Minna. He asked, why? He replied, because at that time, judgment below looms in Zediah Anpin, and the forehead called Ratzon, favorable will, is revealed at that moment, so wrath subsides and prayer is accepted. As is written, as for me, may my prayer to you, O Yehovah, come at a time of Ratzon, favor a time of Ratzon from the Ancient of Days, revealing the forehead. Therefore this verse was introduced into the prayer of Minna on Sabbath. Rabbi Shimon said to his son, Rabbi Elazar, blessed are you, my son, by the Ancient of Days you will find favor of the forehead when you have need of it. Among others below, when the forehead is revealed, impudence prevails, as is written, you had the forehead of a whore, you refused to be ashamed. Yet here, when the forehead is revealed, desire and complete favor prevail, and all wrath subsides, overwhelmed by it. From this forehead shine 400 courts of judgment, as this favorable will is revealed, and they all subside before it, as is written, judgment sat Daniel, that is to say, it sat in its place, and judgment was not executed. It has been taught hair does not exist in this place because it is revealed and not covered, so that masters of judgment will gaze and subside and judgment will not be executed. It has been taught this forehead extends through, illuminating lamps from supernal Eden. For it has been taught there is an Eden illumining Eden. Supernal Eden is not revealed, but sealed in concealment, not branching into paths, as we have said. This Eden below branches into its paths in 32 pathways. Even though this Eden branches into its paths, no one knows it fully except Zediah Anpin. As for Eden above, no one knows it or its paths except Arik Anpin. As it is written, Elohim understands its way, and he knows its place. Job Elohim knows its way, Eden below, known by Zediah Anpin. And he knows its place, Eden above, known by the Ancient of Days, concealed of all. Eyes of the white head are different from other eyes. There is no lid over the eye, nor any eyebrows. Why? Because it is written, behold, he neither slumbers nor sleeps, the guardian of Israel, Israel above. And it is written that your eyes may be open, kings, and it has been taught whatever comes in compassion has no lid over the eye, nor any eyebrows. All the more so, the white head, which has no need. Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Abba, to what does this allude? He replied, to fish, fish of the sea, whose eyes have neither lids nor brows, and they do not sleep and need no protection for the eye. All the more so, the Ancient of Ancients, who needs no protection, and all the more so, since he watches over all, and all is nourished by him, and he does not sleep, as is written, behold, he neither slumbers nor sleeps, the guardian of Israel above. It is written, behold, the eye of Jehovah is upon those who revere him, and it is written, the eyes of Jehovah range over the whole earth. Zechariah. There is no contradiction. One refers to Zediah Anpin, the other to Arik Anpin. Nevertheless, there are two eyes, turning into one. This eye is white within white, and a white including all whites. The first white shines, ascending and descending to be absorbed, for it is bound in a bundle. It has been taught this white struck and kindled 3 lamps called Hod Splendor, Hadar Majesty, and Hedva Joy, and they glow joyously, perfectly. The second white shines, ascending and descending, and it strikes and kindles 3 other lamps called Netzi Endurance, Hesed Love, and Tiferet Beauty, and they glow joyously, perfectly. The third white glows and shines, ascending and descending, emerging from the secret recess of the brain, and it strikes the middle, seventh lamp. A path radiates to the lower brain, and a path radiates to the lower heart, and all those lamps below blaze. Rabbi Shimon said, "How fine the Ancient of Days will open his eye upon you." It has also been taught white within white, and a white including all whites. The first white shines, ascending and descending to 3 lamps on the left side, and they glow and bathe in this white like someone bathing his body from what was coating him. The second white shines, ascending and descending to 3 lamps on the right side, and they glow and bathe in this white like someone bathing in fine fragrances and aromas from what was coating him before. The third white shines, ascending and descending, and a radiance of whiteness emanates from deep within the brain. It strikes the black hair as needed, and the head and the brain within the head, and illumines the 3 remaining crowns as should be revealed, if it pleases the Ancient One, concealed of all. It has been taught this eye is not closed, and they are 2, turning into 1. All is right, there is no left. It neither slumbers nor sleeps, needs no protection. No one protects it, protects all, watches over all. From the watching of this eye, all are nourished. It has been taught if this eye closed for 1 moment, none could endure. Therefore it is called open eye, supernal eye, holy eye, eye of watchfulness, eye that neither sleeps nor slumbers, eye that is protector of all, eye sustaining all. Of this is written, he that has a good eye Yevarak, will be blessed. Do not read Yevarak, will be blessed, but rather Yevarik, will bless. For this is called he that has a good eye, through which he blesses all. It has been taught there is no illumination for the lower eye, to be washed of its redness and blackness, except when it is bathed by the white light of the supernal eye called he that has a good eye. No one knows when this supernal holy eye illumines and bathes the lower eye. And the supremely righteous are destined to see this through wisdom, as is written, for eye to eye they will see. When Jehovah returns to Zion, and it is written, for eye to eye you are seen, Jehovah, were it not for the supernal eye gazing upon and bathing the lower eye, the world could not endure for a single moment. It has been taught in the concealment of the book watchfulness from the lower eye when radiance of above gazes upon it, and that radiance of the one above penetrates the one below, as is written, for eye to eye you are seen, Jehovah. It is written, behold, the eye of Jehovah is upon those who revere him, and it is written, the eyes of Jehovah range over the whole earth. Zechariah, if people are worthy, the eye of Jehovah is upon those who revere him, the eye above. If they are not worthy, the eyes of Jehovah range those below. For it has been taught, why was Joseph worthy of not being dominated by the evil eye? Because he proved worthy of being watched over by the supernal good eye, as is written, a fruitful son is Joseph, a fruitful son Elaiin, by the eye. Why is he a fruitful son Elaiin? By the eye, that is to say, because of the eye watching over him. It is written, he that has a good eye will be blessed. Why is it referred to as one? In the eyes of the one below there is a right eye and a left eye. There are 2, in 2 colors. However, here there is no left eye. Both of them attain a single rung, and all is right. Therefore, eye 1, and not 2. It has been taught this eye, the eye of watchfulness, is constantly open, constantly smiling, constantly joyous, which is not so with those below, mingled of red, black, and green 3 colors. They are not constantly open, for they have a lid, a fold, over the eye. Thus it is written, awake, why do you sleep, O Jehovah, rouse yourself, open your eyes. Daniel. When they are opened, on some they are opened for good, and on some they are not opened for good. Woe to him upon whom they are opened, and the eye is mingled with red, and red confronts him, covering the eye. Who can be saved from it? As for the Ancient of Days, a good eye white within white, a white including all whites. Happy is the share of one upon whom he gazes with one of these whites. Surely it is written, he that has a good eye will be blessed. And it is written, O house of Jacob, come, Let us walk in the light of Jehovah. It has been taught even so. The name of the Ancient One is concealed from all, never expressed in the Torah except in one place, where Zediah Anpin swore to Abraham, as is written by Nishpati, by that which is within me I swear, declares Jehovah, declares Zediah Anpin. And it is written by you shall Israel bless Israel above. And it is written Israel, in you I glory. Israel spoke this. Yet we have learned the Ancient of Days spoke it. Both this and that are fine. It has been taught as I watched, thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days sat. Daniel, thrones were cast down. What does this mean? He said to Rabbi Yehuda, stand erect and establish this throne. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written his throne, flames of fire, and the Ancient of Days sat upon this throne. Why, as it has been taught, if the Ancient of Days does not sit upon this throne, the world cannot endure that throne. When the Ancient of Days sits upon it, this is in order to subdue that throne, and whoever rides reigns. At the time when he moves from this throne and sits upon the other throne, the first throne is cast down, for only the one on which the Ancient of Days sits has dominion. Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Yehuda, your path and your seating are prepared by the Ancient of Days. It is written I, Jehovah, the first, and with the last I am He. All is He, and He is concealed on all sides, like the nose. By the nose, the face is recognized. What is the difference between the Ancient One and Zediah Anpin? The former is master of the nose. From one nostril, life, from the other, life of life. This nose is an umwa, through which blows breath to Zediah Anpin. We call it forgiveness, tranquil pleasure of spirit. For the breath issuing from here, from those nostrils, one breath streams to Zediah Anpin, to arouse in the Garden of Eden. And one is a breath of life, by which the Son of David will one day be welcomed to know wisdom. From that nostril a breath is aroused, issuing from the concealed brain, destined to settle upon King Messiah, as is written, the breath of Jehovah will alight upon him, a breath of wisdom and understanding, a breath of counsel and power, a breath of knowledge and awe of Jehovah. Look, there are 4 breaths here, yet we have spoken of one. Why 3? Rise, Rabbi Yos, and speak. Rabbi Yos rose and said, in the days of King Messiah no one will say to another, teach me this wisdom, for it is written as follows, no longer will a man teach his brother. For they will all know me, from the least of them to the greatest. At that time the Ancient of Days will rouse a breath, issuing from the concealed brain, and when he draws this forth, all breaths below will be aroused with it. Who are they? The holy crowns of Zediah Anpin, which are 6 other breaths, described as follows: a breath of wisdom and understanding, a breath of counsel and power, a breath of knowledge and awe of Jehovah. For we have learned, it is written, Solomon sat on the throne of Jehovah, as King Chronicles, and it is written, the throne had 6 steps. Kings, and King Messiah is destined to sit upon 7. There are 6, and the breath of the Ancient of Days above them makes 7. And as for 3 being mentioned, there are 3 breaths embracing 3 others. Rabbi Shimon said to him, your breath will find rest in the world that is coming. What is written? Thus says Jehovah from 4 winds, come, O breath. Ezekiel, now, what are the 4 winds of the world doing here? Well, 4 breaths will be aroused. There are 3, and one of the concealed Ancient One makes 4. So they are, for when this one issues, along with it emerge 3 included within 3 others. Eventually the Blessed Holy One will generate 1 breath comprised of all of them, as is written, from 4 breaths, come, O breath. It is not written here 4 breaths, come, but rather from 4 breaths, come. In the days of King Messiah no one will need to teach another, for their breath, encompassing all breaths, will know everything: wisdom and understanding, counsel and power, knowledge and awe of Jehovah, because of the breath comprised of all breaths. Therefore it is written, from 4 breaths, 4 included in 7 supernal rungs that we have mentioned. and it has been taught all of them are included in this breath of the Ancient of Ancients, issuing from the concealed brain to the nostril of the nose. What is the difference between one nose and another? The nose of the Ancient of Days life from all its sides. Regarding the nose of Zedia Anpin, it is written smoke rose from his nostrils, consuming fire from his mouth, coals blazed from it. Samuel smoke rose from his nostrils, and from that smoke a fire is kindled as smoke ascends. Afterward, what is meant by coals blazed from it, from that smoke, from that nose, from that fire? It has been taught when Rav Hamnunasava wished to offer his prayer, he would say, Master of the nose I seek, Master of the nose I entreat. This corresponds to the mystery of what is written for my praise, Aam, I restrain the nose, for you. This verse was spoken by the Ancient of Days. It has been taught the length of the nose worlds are filled by that nose, all cleaving to Zedia Anpin. This is the praise of the configuration of his nose. This and all the configurations of the Ancient of Days are seen and not seen by masters of qualities, yet not seen by all. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Woe to one who extends his hand into the glorious supernal beard of the holy elder, hidden and concealed of all the beard that is most concealed and precious of all his array, the beard not known by those above or those below, the beard that is praise of all praises, the beard that no human prophet or saint has ever approached to see, the beard that hangs by its hair to the navel of the heart, white as snow, most glorious of all, concealed of all, faith of all. Faith. It has been taught in the concealment of the book this beard, faith of all, proceeds from his ears descending and ascending around the holy mouth, descending, ascending, and covering the abundant offering of spices great white of the glorious, descending evenly and covering to the navel. This is the glorious beard, perfect faith, within which stream 13 flows springs of fine anointing oil, arranged in 13 enhancements. First enhancement hair is arranged from above, beginning from the curl of the hair of the head, ascending arrayed above the ears, and descending in front of the opening of the ears, in one thread evenly, to the top of the mouth. Second enhancement hair is arranged from the top of the mouth, ascending to the other top in symmetrical array. Third enhancement from the middle, beneath the nose, beneath the two nostrils, emerges a single path. Hair ceases on that path, while either side is filled with hair, perfectly arranged around that path. Fourth enhancement hair is arranged, descending beneath the mouth, from one top to the other in symmetrical array. Fifth enhancement beneath the mouth emerges another path, balancing the upper path, and these two paths are traced on the mouth, here and there. Sixth enhancement hair is arranged, ascending and emerging from below to above, covering the offering of fine spices until the top of the mouth. Hair descends to the top of the lower path of the mouth. Seventh enhancement hair stops, and two apples appear in an offering of spices, lovely and beautiful to behold. By them is fulfilled in the light of the king's face is life. Eighth enhancement, one cord of hairs emerges around the beard and hangs evenly to the navel. Ninth enhancement, hairs mingle with that hanging hair, not protruding from one another. 10th enhancement, hair descends beneath the beard, covering the throat beneath the beard. 11th enhancement, one strand does not part from another, and they are measured by a perfect standard. 12th enhancement, no hair overhangs the mouth, and the mouth is clear on all sides, with lovely hair all around. 13th enhancement, hair hangs beneath the beard on either side in fine glory, in beautiful glory, covering to the navel. None of the face of the fragrant offering is seen except for those beautiful white apples that generate life to the world and radiate joy to Zedia Anpin. Through these 13 enhancements flow forth 13 springs of anointing oil, streaming to all those below, who glow from that oil and are anointed by that oil. By these 13 enhancements is distinguished the glorious beard, concealed of all, that of the Ancient of Ancients. From the two beautiful apples of his face shines the face of Zedia Anpin, and every calyx and blossom existing below shines and glows from that light. These 13 enhancements appear in the beard, and with the perfection of the beard by its enhancements a person is called faithful, for whoever sees his beard attributes faithfulness to him. It has been taught in the concealment of the book of these 13 enhancements dependent upon the glorious beard, some are manifested in the world, and 13 gates of compassion are opened. Whoever extends his hand to swear is as if he swears by the 13 enhancements of the beard. This pertains to Arik Anpin. For Zedia Anpin, how many? He said to Rabbi Yitzchak, stand erect and twirl the curls of the Holy King's enhancements. How are they arranged? Rabbi Yitzchak rose. He opened, saying, who is a God like you, removing iniquity and passing over the transgression of the remnant of his people? He does not retain his wrath forever, for he delights in love. He will return and have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities, and you will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. You will grant truth to Jacob, love to Abraham, as you swore to our fathers from days of old. Micah. It has been taught 13 attributes appear here, all issuing from 13 springs of anointing oil in the enhancements of the holy beard of the Ancient of Ancients. It has been taught hidden of the hidden arrangement of his beard is hidden and hidden and not hidden, concealed and not concealed, in its enhancements known and not known. First enhancement. We have already learned that every single hair, every single strand, does not cling to its neighbor, and the strands of the beard begin their arrangement from that of the hair of the head. Here one should examine if all strands of the hair of the head and strands of the glorious supernal beard are equivalent. Why are these long and those not long? Why are strands of the beard, which are not so long, coarse, whereas those of the head are not coarse? Well, all strands of the head and the beard are evenly balanced. Those of the head extend to the shoulders to reach the head of Zedia Anpin, from the flow of the brain to his brain. Therefore they are not coarse, and should not be so. For we have learned as follows. Why is it written, wisdom's cry aloud outside, in the squares she lifts her voice? This verse is difficult. First it is written, wisdom's cry aloud outside, and then, in the squares she lifts her voice. Its beginning does not match the end, nor its end the beginning. However, wisdom's cry out in the streets when it flows from the concealed brain of Arik Anpin to the brain of Zedia Anpin through those strands, it is as if two brains join outside, becoming one brain. For the lower brain has no existence without the existence of the upper brain. And when there is flow from one to the other, it is written she lifts her voice in the singular. Because of the flow from brain to brain through those strands, they are not coarse. Why? Because if they were coarse, nothing could flow through them to the brain. Thus, no wisdom emerges from a person who is coarse and angry, as is written, words of the wise said gently are heard. From here we learn that if the hair on a person's head is coarse, wisdom does not settle within him. Consequently, they are long, to bring benefit to all. What is meant by all? To enter the spinal cord, which drinks from the brain. Therefore the hair of the head does not overhang the hair of the beard, for the hair of the head hangs and rises over the ears, behind, not overhanging the beard, because one must not mingle with the other, since each branches out on its own path. It has been taught all those hairs, whether of the head or of the beard, are completely white as snow. And it has been taught those of the beard are all coarse. Why? Because they are strongest of the strong, to bequeath 13 attributes that are bestowed below. We have learned as follows: in front of the ears hairs begin, for they are alone, not mingling with the others. Now, if you say that there are no others like them, not so, for we have learned who is a God like you, 1 removing iniquity, 2 and passing over the transgression, 3 of the remnant of his people, 4 he does not retain his wrath forever, 5 for he delights in love, 6 he will return and have compassion upon us, 7 he will subdue our iniquities, 8 and you will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea, 9 you will grant truth to Jacob and love to Abraham, 11 as you swore to our fathers, 12 from days of old, 13. Corresponding to this, a compassionate and gracious God. And those are below. Now, you might say, how could Moses not utter these supernal ones? Well, Moses needed only the place where judgment prevails, and where judgment prevails, one must speak as he did. And Moses spoke at a time when Israel had sinned and judgment was looming. So Moses spoke only in a place where judgment is found. But in this other place, the prophet arranges the ordered praise of the Ancient of Days. Those 13 enhancements of the beard are powerful, so as to break and subdue all decrees of judgment. Who can behold the supernal holy beard, concealed of the concealed, and not be put to shame? Therefore all its hairs are coarse, powerfully arrayed. Oh! Now, you might say, if so, look, the hairs below are black, why aren't these like those? Because it has been taught, it is written, his locks wavy, black as a raven, just as Torah was given to Israel in white fire upon black fire. Essence of the matter, because these hairs exist on behalf of the brain, to be conveyed to the brain below. As for their being above the beard is by itself, as are all its enhancements. The beard is by itself, and the hairs of the head are by themselves. First enhancement, beginning from the start of the hair of the head. We have learned the entire beard derives from the brain of the head. Yet here this is not expounded, for here is simply this enhancement, descending from the start of the hair of the head. So it is. From this beard is perceived all that comes from the head of 1,000 worlds. Sealed with a pure signet ring, a ring including all rings. The length of each hair descending in front of the ears is not long, nor does one cling to another, nor do these hairs descend. As they extend, they flow and dangle. The beginning of the first enhancement is 31 even locks, extending to the top of the mouth, and every single lock contains strands. The 31 even locks within the first enhancement are strong, to subdue below, numerically equivalent to L. What is meant by L? Strong, able. Within each lock branch out 31 worlds, powerful and dominating, to scrutinize 31 on this side and 31 on that side. And every single one of these worlds branches into 1,000 worlds of yearning for great delight. All is concealed in the top of the beard, embracing strength, and they are included in this L. Even so, this L is overwhelmed by the compassion of the Ancient of Days, sweetened, absorbed, and diffused within it. Why to the mouth? Because it is written, judgment sat. Daniel, what is meant by judgment sat? It sat in its place, not prevailing. This corresponds to what is written, Pele, wonderful, counselor, mighty El. God El, who is mighty, yet he is assuaged by the holy beard of the Ancient of Days. And the mystery written, who is El, a God, like you. Micah refers to the Ancient of Days, to the enhancement of the holy supernal beard. The first world emerging from the first enhancement gains dominion, descending and ascending to 1,000,000 and 1,000,000,000 shield-bearing warriors, who are held by it like a chest sealed by a large clasp. The second world emerging from this enhancement gains dominion, descending and ascending to 57,000 rungs of wailers, held by it to be subdued like the nape of an animal's neck by a thorny cane. The third world emerging from this enhancement gains dominion, descending and ascending to 96,000 howlers, held by it like vestments on an emperor. By this enhancement all of them are subdued and assuaged, like the bitterness of tears sweetened in the great sea. Who can behold this enhancement of the holy supernal glorious beard and not be put to shame? Who can behold the secrecy of locks of hair hanging from this elder, sitting adorned with a crown of crowns of all crowns, crowns not included with crowns, crowns unlike other crowns, crowns to which crowns below are linked. Therefore to these enhancements are linked those enhancements below. Enhancements were arranged because it is necessary to bless whoever requires a blessing. For corresponding to all enhancements that are arranged, blessings appear, and whatever is enacted is enacted. All is encompassed by these enhancements. All rise toward the enhancements of the King, the Ancient One, concealed of all, and all are sweetened by these enhancements of the Ancient King. It has been taught if the Ancient of Ancients, Holy of Holies, were not arrayed in these enhancements, those above and those below would not exist, and all would be as if it were not. It has been taught how far do these enhancements of the beard radiate until 13 below. Whenever these 13 are manifested, all share the count of these 13. Consequently, the beard of the Ancient King is most precious of all. Because it is most hidden and precious of all, it is not mentioned anywhere in the Torah nor is it revealed. And from this beard is revealed the beard of the high priest above, from whom the beard descends to the beard below, of the high priest. Just as the beard of the high priest is arrayed in 8 enhancements, so the high priest has 8 adornments when oil descends upon his beard, as is written like fine oil on the head, running down upon the beard of Aaron, descending over the collar of his robes. How do we know as is written, look, how good and how pleasant is the dwelling of brothers Gam Yahad, fully together Gam, also, to include the high priest below. For as long as the high priest below officiates in the high priesthood, it is as if the high priest above does likewise. This is one enhancement of the beard of the Ancient of Ancients, concealed of all. Rabbi Shimon said to him, You are worthy of beholding the glory of the enhancements of the beard and the countenance of days of the Ancient of Ancients. Happy is your share, and happy is my share along with you in the world that is coming. Rise, Rabbi Hizkiah, stand erect and celebrate the glory of the enhancements of the holy beard. Rabbi Hizkiah rose. He began, saying, I am my beloved's, and his desire is upon me. What brought about that I am my beloved's? Because his desire is upon me. I was contemplating, and behold, I saw a precious light of supernal lamps, shining and ascending in directions. One darkness was bathing in that light, like someone washing off what is coating him in a deep river whose branching waters stream and flow in every direction. That light rose to the shore of the supernal deep sea, by whose opening all fine and precious openings are released. I asked, What is the meaning of that which I saw? They opened, saying, You have seen removing iniquity Micah. He said, This is the second enhancement. He sat down. Rabbi Shimon said, Now the world is rendered fit. Blessed are you, Rabbi Hizkiah, by the Ancient of Ancients. Rabbi Shimon said, All lamps you companions, who are in this holy ring, I call the highest heaven and the highest holy earth as witnesses that I see now what no human has seen since the day that Moses ascended Mount Sinai the second time. I see my face shining like the light of the powerful sun that is destined to radiate healing for the world, as is written, For you who revere my name the Sun of Righteousness will shine, with healing in its wings. Malachi. Furthermore, I know that my face is shining, whereas Moses did not know or see, as is written, Moses did not know that the skin of his face was radiant. Furthermore, I see with my own eyes these 13 engraved before me, shining like lamps. When each one of them is elucidated, issuing from your mouths, it ascends and is crowned and arrayed, concealed within recesses of the enhancements of the beard, while all the others remain. As each one is elucidated, issuing from your mouths, it shines and is crowned, sitting like a king among his legions. When the elucidation is completed, it ascends and is adorned with a holy crown, arranged and concealed, taking its place among the enhancements of the holy beard. And so with every single one. Gird yourselves, holy companions, for there will never be a monumental event like this until King Messiah appears. Rise, Rabbi Hizkiah, a second time. It has been taught before Rabbi Hizkiah could stand, a voice issued, declaring, one messenger does not perform two missions. Rabbi Shimon trembled, and said, each and every one in his place. Yet through me and Rabbi Elazar, my son, and Rabbi Abba, perfection will alight upon us. Rise, Rabbi Hiya. Rabbi Hiya rose. He opened, saying, I said, Yehovah Elohim, look, I do not know how to speak, for I am but a youth now, did not know how to speak. What about all the words that came out of his mouth before he said this? Could he have uttered a falsehood, as is written, I do not know how to speak? Well, perish the thought that he intended this. Rather, it has been taught as follows. What is the difference between Dibur, speaking, and Amra, saying does not require raising one's voice, whereas speaking requires raising the voice and proclaiming words. How do we know? As is written, V'yidaber Elohim, God spoke, all these words, and it has been taught the whole world heard that Dibur, speech, and trembled. So it is written, V'yidaber, spoke, and not V'yoma, said. Here, too, it is written, look, I do not know Daber, how to speak, to proclaim and to reprimand the world by the Holy Spirit. If so, look at what is written, V'yidaber Yehovah, Yehovah spoke, to Moses well, who was as exalted a prophet as Moses, whose level no other human attained, for he heard Dibur, speaking, in proclamation, yet did not fear or tremble, whereas other prophets, even by Amra, saying, are shaken and filled with fear. It has been taught the first enhancement of the beard and the second serve to restore the third, as is written, behold, all these God performs twice, thrice with a man job. The first two enhancements bring about the third, for look, third enhancement from the middle, beneath the nose, beneath the two nostrils, emerges a single path. Hair ceases on that path. Why does it cease? Because of what is written, and passing over transgression Micah, and this path is prepared for passage. So it lies beneath the two nostrils, and hair does not grow on this path, on account of subduing iniquities, and it is written, passing over transgression, providing passage to the holy mouth, so that it may say, I have forgiven. It has been taught numerous registrars await that mouth, but it is not revealed to any of them, for it ascends and is crowned and concealed, known and unknown. It has been taught in the concealment of the book what is the meaning of passing over transgression if they are worthy, passing over if they are not worthy, transgression. What is implied by passing over pesha? That shin precedes pay. If they are not worthy, standing still, not passing over into zedia anpin. What is the difference between one and the other? In zedia anpin, when that path descends from beneath his nostrils, it is written, the nose of Yehovah flared against them, V'yelik, and he went. What is meant by and he went? That a breath of wrath shoots forth from those nostrils, and whoever is found there is gone and no longer exists, as is written, for the breath of Yehovah blows upon him. Of Arik Anpin is written, passing over transgression, and it is written, a breath passes, purifying them. Job here is written, and passing over transgression by that path. There, Yehovah will pass to strike Egypt. Happy is the share of one who is worthy of this. This is the third enhancement of the path of the glorious holy supernal beard of the Ancient of Ancients. Rabbi Shimon said, surely the blessed Holy One will benefit you abundantly and gladly protect you. And it has been taught the verse, I will rejoice greatly in Yehovah, refers to the Ancient of Days, for he is joy of all. It has been taught when this path of the beard of the Ancient of Days is revealed, all the wailers and howlers and masters of judgment are shut up and silenced, and no one can open his mouth to inflict harm, because this path signifies silence. Consequently, whoever makes a gesture urging silence designates this path a sign of signs of the Holy Ancient One. Fourth enhancement: hair is arranged, descending beneath the mouth, from one top to the other, as is written of the remnant of his people Micah, as is said, you will offer up prayer for the remnant that is found. Kings, actually found. The remnant, as is written, the remnant of Israel shall do no iniquity and speak no falsehood. Zephaniah. Fifth enhancement: another path emerges beneath the mouth, as is written, he does not retain his wrath forever. Micah. Rise, Rabbi Yos. Rabbi Yos rose, and opened, saying, happy the people who has it so, happy the people whose God is Jehovah, happy the people Shikaka lo, who has it so. What is meant by Shikaka, who so, as is said, the king's fury Shakakha, abated Esther, subsiding from wrath. Alternatively, subsiding through wrath, as is written, if Kaka, this is how you treat me, kill me, please, instantly, this is judgment of judgments. Happy the people whose God is Jehovah, compassion of compassions. Alternatively, Shikaka, the name comprising all names. The Blessed Holy One causes his anger to pass away and calms down Zedia Anpin and passes over the transgression of all those outside. For it has been taught the path of the holy supernal enhancement, the Ancient of Ancients, descending in his beard beneath the nostrils, and this path below, are entirely equivalent, one above and one below. Above, passing over transgression; below, he does not retain his wrath forever. And we have learned he does not retain because there is no place to stay. Just as above provides a place to pass, so below provides a place to pass. We have learned wherever a path is revealed in this Ancient One, concealed of all, it is good for all those below, for thereby counsel appears, benefiting all. As for what is sealed, not revealed, there is no counsel, and no one knows it except for him alone, just as Eden above is unknown by anyone other than the Ancient of Ancients. Of this is written, how great are your works, O Jehovah, your thoughts are very deep. Rabbi Shimon said, your works will be established for the world that is coming by the Ancient of Ancients. Sixth enhancement: hair is arranged, ascending from below to above, covering the offering of fine spices until the top of the mouth. Hair descends to the top of the lower path of the mouth. Rise, Rabbi Yisa, and array this enhancement. Rabbi Yisa rose, and opened, saying, my love shall never depart from you, and it is written, with love of the world will I have compassion upon you. These verses contradict each other. They do not, for we have learned there is love, and then there is love, there is inner love, and there is outer love. Inner love of the Ancient of Ancients, which we have mentioned, concealed in this side of the beard called the edge of the beard. A person must not destroy this side because it is the inner love of the Ancient of Days. Therefore, concerning the priest below, it is written, they shall not make any baldness on their head, and the edge of their beard they shall not shave. Why? So as not to destroy the paths of love of the Ancient One, and the priest derives from this side. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, in every manner love must be increased and fashioned, not cut or eliminated from the world. That which is written, my love shall never depart from you, this is love of the Ancient of Days. With love of the world, love that is called love of the world, which is another one, as is written, I said, the world is built by love. This love of the Ancient of Ancients is true love, and true love does not pertain to life of the body, but rather to life of the soul. Thus it is written, for he delights in love. Micah. This is the sixth enhancement of the glorious beard of the Ancient of Ancients. Seventh enhancement: hair stops, and two apples appear in an offering of spices, lovely and beautiful to behold. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, like an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the young men, like an apple tree. Just as an apple is composed of 3 colors, so with the Blessed Holy One 2 apples include 6 colors, and these 2 apples, which are the 7th enhancement, are equivalent to all 6 enhancements that we have mentioned. by them is fulfilled in the light of the king's face is life. It has been taught from these apples issues life to the world, and they manifest joy to Zedia Anpin. It is written, may Jehovah shine his face upon you, and it is written in the light of the king's face is life. The king's face, those two apples in an offering of spices that I mentioned. May Jehovah shine his face upon you, the outer face, which, when it shines, brings blessing to the world. It has been taught whenever these outer lamps shine, the whole world is blessed and wrath is nowhere to be found. Now, if this is so with these outer ones, how much more so with the two apples that shine constantly, rejoice constantly. It has been taught when these two apples are revealed, Zedia Anpin appears joyful, and all those lamps below shine, and all worlds delight, perfectly fulfilled. All rejoices and glows, and all goodness does not cease. All are filled simultaneously, all delight simultaneously. As for the outer face, it sometimes shines and sometimes darkens. Thus it is written, may he shine his face upon us. Selah, which implies that it is not always so, but only when the apples above are revealed. It has been taught these apples that are concealed shine and glow white constantly, some of them shining in directions. All of the first 6 enhancements of the beard are included therein. As is written, he will return and have compassion upon us. Micah, he will return because sometimes they are covered and sometimes revealed, as is written, he will return. And in the one below, it is truth. This is the 7th enhancement, including 6 in the 2 apples within the Ancient of Ancients. 8th enhancement, 1 cord of hairs emerges around the beard and hangs evenly to the navel. Rise, Elazar, my son, array this enhancement. Rabbi Elazar rose. He opened, saying, all depends upon Mazel, even the Torah scroll in the Hakel. This statement has been established in the concealment of the book, and so it says. But does all depend upon Mazel? We have learned the Torah scroll is holy, its case is holy, the Hakel is holy. And it is written one called to another, saying, holy, holy, holy. There are 3, corresponding to the Torah scroll, whose Hakel is holy, whose case is holy, and it itself is holy. The Torah was given in 3 aspects of holiness, on 3 levels, in 3 days. Shekinah is in 3, the tablets and the ark are in 3. All depends upon the Torah scroll, yet it depends upon Mazel. It is written, by signs in the heavens do not be dismayed should that which exists in such a state of holiness be dependent upon Mazel. Well, it has been established as follows in the concealment of the book: this precious holy cord, upon which all hairs of the beard depend, is called Mazel. Why? Because all the holiest holies of holies depend upon this Mazel. Although the Torah scroll is holy, 10 types of holiness take no effect upon it until it enters the Hakel. Once it does so, it is called holy with 10 types of holiness. Correspondingly above, the Hakel is not called by its name until 10 types of holiness unite. It has been taught all depends upon Mazel, namely this cord upon which all hairs depend. Why Mazel? Because Mazalei, signs of the zodiac, are suspended from it, and those above and those below Nazalia, flow from it. Therefore it hangs, and upon it depend all things of the world and those above and below. Even the Torah scroll in the Hakel, adorned with 10 types of holiness, is not exempt from this principle along with all other holy things, all of which depend on this. Whoever sees this enhancement is subdued and overwhelmed by it, as is written, he will subdue our iniquities. Micah. Rabbi Shimon said to him, you are blessed, my son, by the Holy of Holies, most ancient of all. 9th enhancement, hairs mingle with that hanging hair, not protruding from one another. Rise, Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba rose, and said, these hairs mingling with those hanging ones are called the depths of the sea. Micah, since they issue from the residue of the brain. From this place, all powers demanding punishment for the sins of humans are cast down and overwhelmed. Rabbi Shimon said, "You will be blessed by the Ancient of Days." 10th enhancement: hair descends beneath the beard, covering the throat beneath the beard. Rise, Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda rose. He opened, saying, "They will enter caves in the rocks and clefts in the cliffs, from the fear of Jehovah and the glory of his majesty. When he rises to terrify the earth from the fear of Jehovah, it is well known that the one who is outside is called the fear of Jehovah. The glory of his majesty, those hairs beneath the beard, called the glory of his majesty. 2. You will grant truth to Jacob Micah, and the 11th that one strand does not part from another, love to Abraham. 12th enhancement: no hair overhangs the mouth, and the mouth is clear on all sides, with lovely hair all around. This enhancement, that they are all eliminated from the mouth, is so that there will be no trouble, just as it should be. What is meant by trouble? Judgment. Wherever there is judgment, trouble appears. Now, are the hairs of the beard trouble or judgment? Surely, they all display compassion, yes, but so that there be no trouble in exhaling the breath to Zedia Anpin. For it has been taught from this holy supernal mouth, Holy of Holies, blows a breath. What breath? A breath pouring into Zedia Anpin, enveloping him, and by this breath are enveloped all those below. As this breath issues, it divides into 37,000 directions, each one extending independently to its place, and whoever is worthy of being enveloped by it is enveloped. Therefore hair is not found on the mouth, since breath issues, and nothing else should interfere with it or approach it. This is hiddenness of all, grasped neither above nor below, concealed within utmost concealment, unknown. This is the one unadorned, having no enhancement. Consequently, the breath proceeding outside, enveloping the faithful prophets, is called the mouth of Jehovah, but in this Ancient of Ancients it is not expressed, and there is no one who knows his breath beside himself. Therefore its hairs lie symmetrically around the mouth, which is clear on all sides. In this the patriarchs trusted, to be enveloped by this breath spreading in so many directions from the place surrounded symmetrically by all the hair, as is written, "As you swore to our fathers." Micah. This is the 12th holy supernal enhancement, from which unfurl 12 boundaries above, 12 boundaries below, 12 boundaries of the 12 tribes of the patriarchs, as is written, "As you swore to our fathers." 13th enhancement: hair hangs beneath the beard on either side in fine glory, in beautiful glory, covering to the navel. None of the face of the fragrant offering is seen except for those beautiful white apples. Rabbi Shimon said, "Happy is the share of whoever is present in this holy supernal assembly of ours. Happy is his share in this world and in the world that is coming, for we are sitting amid supernal fire surrounding us. Behold, all the sublime enhancements of the holy beard have been arrayed and adorned, encircling their places. This 13th enhancement, this fine enhancement, to which they are joined, what yearning to raise the head toward it, from it dangle all those joined to Zedia Anpin, from it dangle those above and those below. This is the perfect enhancement, completing all enhancements, consummating all. It has been taught these enhancements are called days of old Micah, days most ancient of all. Those appearing in Zedia Anpin are called days of the world. It has been taught these days of old are all arranged in the enhancements of the beard of the Ancient of Ancients, and this 13th one includes them. All hidden treasures above and below are included in this mazala, from which all flows, as has been said. This day is not included among them, rather it includes all. At the time when the Ancient of Days is aroused, that enhancement will be called Yom Echad, one day, in which he intends to glorify his beard, as is written, "He will be known to Jehovah Zeshariah, he alone, more than all he, encompassing all he, not called by any known name. For we have learned wherever there is day, there is night, since there is no day without night. Because that time will be the beard's glory and he alone will exist, it will be called neither day nor night. For day is only called so from our perspective, and night is only called so from our perspective. Since this enhancement encompasses all, it is not known or seen. From it flows anointing oil in 13 directions, springs for all those below, who glow from that oil. 13 enhancements of the holy supernal beard are arrayed, and these enhancements of the beard descend in countless directions. How they spread and how they radiate cannot be seen, they are hidden from all, concealed from all. No one knows a bodily place in this ancient one. In their expansion, all are included, as has been said. He is known and unknown, concealed and not concealed. Of him is proclaimed, I am Jehovah, who, he, is my name, my glory, I will not yield to another, and it is written who, he, made us, and not we ourselves. It is also written, the Ancient of Days sat, Daniel sat, surely sat in his place, unknown to anyone sat, not to be found. And it is written, I praise you, for awesomely and wondrously am I made, wondrous are your works. Rabbi Shimon said to the companions, when this canopy that you see over us was spread, I saw all these enhancements descending within it, illumining this place, and one curtain, a vestment of holiness, spread over 4 columns in 4 directions. One column was situated from below to above, with a spade in its hand. On the spade are 4 keys, sharpened on all sides, grasping the canopy, lowering it from above. Similarly with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th columns. Between each column are attached 18 supportive feet, glowing in the vestment, engraved in that canopy. Similarly in all 4 directions. I saw these enhancements shining upon it, awaiting the words of our mouths to be crowned, each ascending to its place. As it was arranged by our mouths, every single one ascended and was crowned, arrayed in the arrangement bestowed here by each of our mouths. As each of us opened his mouth to arrange a certain enhancement, that enhancement sat waiting for the word to issue from your mouth, and then it was crowned, ascending to its place to be adorned. All the columns on either side rejoice upon hearing what they do not know, and they listen to your voices. How many chariots appear here for your sake! Happy are you in the world that is coming, for all these words issuing from your mouths are holy words, worthy words, not deviating to the right or the left. The blessed Holy One delights in hearing and listening to these words, eventually decreeing that in the world that is coming you will utter all these holy words a 2nd time. Of you is written, your palate is like fine wine flowing to my beloved smoothly, stirring the lips of sleepers. What is meant by stirring the lips of sleepers? Even in the world that is coming your lips will be astir in his presence. Now focus your minds to arrange the enhancements of Zedir Anpin, how he is arrayed and how he is clothed in his enhancements by the enhancements of the Ancient of Days, Holy of Holies, concealed of the concealed, concealed from all. Now it is incumbent upon you to decree a true, fine, and beautiful judgment, and to arrange all enhancements thoroughly. The enhancements of Zedir Anpin were arrayed by the enhancements of Arik Anpin, and his enhancements spread on this side and on that, like the appearance of a human being, to draw in a breath of the concealed one on all sides, in order to sit upon the throne, as is written upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of a human being upon it above Ezekiel, like the appearance of Adam, a human being including all images. Like the appearance of Adam including all names. Like the appearance of Adam in whom are concealed all worlds above and below. Like the appearance of Adam including all secrets uttered and prepared before the world was created, even if they did not endure. It has been taught in the concealment of the book the Ancient of Ancients, before preparing his enhancements, fashioned kings and gauged kings. But they did not endure, so he eventually put them aside and concealed them for a later time, as is written, these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before a king reigned over the children of Israel in the land of Edom, in the place where all judgments exist. None of them endured until the white head, ancient of ancients, was arrayed. When he was arrayed, he arranged all enhancements below, arranging all enhancements of those above and below. From here we learn, if any head of a nation is not prepared first, his nation is not prepared. If he is prepared, they are all prepared, and if he is not prepared first, they cannot be prepared. How do we know this? From the Ancient of Days, for until he himself was arrayed in his enhancements, all those that he intended to arrange did not endure, and all those worlds were destroyed, as is written, there reigned in Edom Bela son of Beer, there reigned in Edom a precious secret, the place where all judgments cluster, from where they dangle. Bela son of Beer, it has been taught, he is the harshest of all decrees of judgment, through whom band together 1,000,000 wailers and howlers. And the name of his city was Dinabah. What is Dinavah? That is to say, Din have, give judgment, as is said, the leech has two daughters, have, give. As soon as he ascended to settle, he did not endure, nor could he. Why? Because Adam had not been arranged. Why? Because the arrangement of Adam and his image comprise all, and all can settle in him, and since this arrangement of Adam did not exist, they could not endure or settle, and they were nullified. Would you ever imagine that they were nullified? Look, they are all included in Adam. Rather, they were nullified and removed from that arrangement, until the image of Adam appeared. When this image appeared, they were all engraved and transformed into another existence. Some of them became fragrantly firm, some of them not entirely so, and some of them not at all. Now, you might say, but it is written he died. He died, implying that they were nullified completely. Not so. Rather, anyone who descends from his original rung of existence is said to have died, as is written, the king of Egypt died, meaning that he descended from the rung that he occupied. Once Adam was arrayed, they were called by different names and became fragrantly firm through existing in him, enduring in their places. All of them were called by different names, except for the one of whom is written, the name of his wife was Mehetabel, daughter of Matred, daughter of Mezahab. Why? Because these were not nullified like the others. Why? Because they were male and female, like a palm tree, which flourishes only when it is male and female. So now they were male and female, and death is not applied to them as it is to the others, and they endured, though they did not settle. Once the image of Adam was established, they were transformed into another existence, settling securely. It has been taught, when an impulse arose in the will of the Whitehead to enhance his glory, he arranged, prepared, and generated from the lamp of adamantine darkness a single spark. He breathed upon it, and it flamed, his will arose, and it scattered in directions. Then the spark stood still, and pure air began to issue, whirling and expanding, and a single mighty skull emanated in 4 directions. Within this pure air, the spark was absorbed, grasped, and enveloped. Would you ever imagine within it? Rather, concealed within it, and so this skull expanded in its directions, while this air is secreted in the secrecies of the Ancient of Days, in the breath that is treasured away. In this skull fire spread on one side and air on the other, with pure air presiding over this side and pure fire presiding over the other. What is fire doing here? Well, it is not fire, but rather this spark enveloped in the pure air, illumining worlds, and from its side stems judgment. Therefore this skull is called the mighty skull. In this skull dwell worlds, moving with it, supported by it. Into this skull trickles dew from the white head, filling it constantly, and from this dew the dead are destined to be revived. That dew comprises 2 colors. From the aspect of the white head, its color is white, including all whites, entirely white, but when it settles in this head of Zedia Anpin, red appears in it like a crystal, which is white, yet the color red appears within the color white. Therefore it is written, many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth will awake, these to eternal life, those to shame and eternal contempt, Daniel to eternal life, because they deserve that white, coming from the aspect of the Ancient of Days, a Rikada Anpin, elongated countenance. To shame and eternal contempt, because they deserve that red of Zedia Anpin. All is included in that dew, as is written, for your dew is a dew of lights too, and that dew drips every day to the apple orchard, colored white and red. This skull shines in two colors, on this side and on that. Some of the pure air expands from the skull to his face into worlds, and therefore he is called Zedia Anpin, small countenance. When the need arises, his face expands and lengthens, for he gazes upon the face of the Ancient of Ancients, and he has compassion on the world. From this skull emerges one root to all those below, and they offer a payment of tribute to the Ancient of Days as they come to be numbered under the scepter. Corresponding to this, a bika per skull below when they came to be numbered, and this bika provides a payment of tribute to the Ancient of Days. In the hollow of the skull are found 3 cavities in which the brain resides, with a thin membrane covering them but not a hard, sealed membrane like that of the Ancient of Days. Consequently, this brain extends, emerging into 32 paths, as is written, a river issues from Eden. It has been taught in 3 cavities of the skull resides the brain. From one cavity a bubbling spring bursts forth in 4 directions, and from the brain residing in this cavity issue 32 paths, breaths of wisdom. From the second cavity bursts and spreads another spring, and 50 gates open. To these 50 gates are linked 50 days of Torah, 50 years of Jubilee, 50,000 generations when the Blessed Holy One intends to restore his breath to himself, dwelling within him. From the third cavity emerge 1,000,000 chambers and porticos upon which the Ta, knowledge, settles and in which it dwells. This cavity places its abode between the other 2, and all those chambers are filled from both sides, as is written, Uvitha at, and by knowledge, rooms are filled. These 3 cavities permeate the whole body on one side and the other. The entire body is linked with them, intermingling with them in all aspects throughout the whole body they spread. It has been taught from the skull of the head hang 10,100,000,000 locks of black hair, interwoven and mingling with one another. It is impossible to count the strands of every single lock, and to each lock cling purities and impurities. Here are linked reasons of Torah relating to pure and impure. On all aspects that are pure and on all aspects that are impure lie locks interwoven and coarse, some of them smooth and some of them coarse. In every single lock, strands appear in heaps of wavy curls, glistening and dangling like a mighty hero victorious in battles, arranged beautifully and powerfully, distinguished as grand and mighty cedars, as is written, distinguished as the cedars, locks arranged in dangling curls, from one side to the other upon the skull. It has been taught they appear in heaps of wavy curls because they flow from many springs of the 3 channels of the brain. From the spring of one cavity of the skull, hair flows smoothly, forming heaps of curls dangling from numerous springs streaming from this cavity. From the second cavity issue 50 springs, and hair flows smoothly from those springs, forming heaps of curls dangling and mingling with other locks. From the third cavity emerge 1,000,000 chambers and porticos, and hair flows smoothly from all of them, forming heaps of wavy curls, mingling with other locks. Therefore those locks are heaps of wavy curls. All the flows drawn from the 3 cavities of the skull's brain, and all those locks, hang down and cover the sides of the ears. Therefore it is written, incline your ear, O Yehovah, and hear, kings. Upon this depend right and left, radiance and darkness, compassion and judgment. All right and left depend upon this, not upon the Ancient One. In the parting of hair appears one narrow path, connected to the same path in the Ancient of Days. From this path branch paths, dividing into paths of commandments of Torah, as is written, all the paths of Jehovah are kindness and truth, for the keepers of his covenant and his precepts. It has been taught to every single lockling 1,000,000 wailers and howlers, dangling from each lock of those coarse ones and from the smooth ones, masters of balance. So there is right and left. Forehead of the skull scrutinizing providence, not revealed except when the wicked must be called to account and their deeds examined. It has been taught when this forehead is revealed, all masters of judgment are aroused, and the whole world is delivered to judgment except at the time when prayers of Israel ascend before the Ancient of Days, and he wishes to have compassion upon his children. He reveals the forehead of the will of wills and illumines that of Zedia Anpin, and judgment is soothed. In this forehead emerges one measure, extending from the brain that generates 50 gates. Spreading, it becomes a forehead scrutinizing the wicked of the world, those who are not ashamed of their deeds, as is written, you had the forehead of a whore, you refused to be ashamed. And it has been taught hair does not exist in this place on the forehead, so that it can be revealed to those who are impudent in their sins. When the blessed Holy One is aroused to delight with the righteous, the face of the Ancient of Days shines upon the face of the youthful of days, and his forehead is revealed and illumines this forehead. Then it is called a time of favor whenever judgment looms, and this forehead of Zedia Anpin is revealed, the forehead of the Ancient of Ancients is revealed, and judgment is soothed and not enacted. It has been taught this forehead expands into 200,000 reddest of the red, adhering to it, included in it. When it is revealed, they are all empowered to destroy were it not for the revealing of the forehead of the will of wills, which shines upon this forehead and upon all of them, and then all are assuaged. It has been taught 24 supernal judgments appear, all of them called Netzarim, each one called Netzi, which in consecutive letters is Metzi, forehead. There is Metzi, and there is Netzi, that is Netzarim, corresponding to what we have learned Netzi Netzarim, forever and ever they are in Mitsha, the forehead, some of them expanding into the body in well-known places. It has been taught what is meant by moreover, Netzi, the Eternal One of Israel does not lie and does not regret, for he is not a human to have regret. Samuel, this mystery we have established, all that Netzi spreading through the body sometimes looms over the world to execute judgment, and it turns back in regret, not enacting judgment, if they turn back in repentance. Why? Because the matter pertains to the place called Adam, human, and he can regret. But if this Netzi appears revealed in the place called head in this Mitsha, forehead, then it is neither the time nor the place to regret. Why? Because it does not pertain to the place called Adam, human, since neither the face nor the nose is revealed, just the forehead alone, and wherever the face does not appear, it is not called Adam, human. Thus, for he is not Adam, a human, to have regret as with Netzi in the other arrangements of the body. Eyes of the head are different from other eyes. The painting of the eyebrows above the eyes is colored black. Heaps of hair hang, forming an array above the eyes at the beginning of the forehead. Adhering to both of them are 700,000 masters of watchfulness, above the eyelashes. In the cover of the eyes flash 14 million, adhering to the eyelids, which are the cover, and the providential eye of the Ancient One is above them. When that cover lifts, he appears as one who awakens from sleep. His eyes open and see the open eye, and are bathed in one whiteness of the good eye, as is written, bathing in milk. What is meant by in milk? In the white of the primordial eye. During that time compassionate providence prevails. Therefore Israel prays that he may open his eyes, to be bathed in this whiteness, as is written, awake, why do you sleep, O Jehovah, rouse yourself. Whenever his eyes are not open, all masters of judgment subjugate Israel, and other nations rule over them. But when he opens his eyes, they are bathed in the good eye, and there is compassion upon Israel, and the eye revolves, wreaking vengeance upon the other nations. This corresponds to what is written, awake and rouse yourself. Awake to be bathed in that whiteness. Rouse yourself to wreak vengeance upon those who subjugate them. When his eyes open, they are beautiful to behold, like doves red, black, and green, as implied by what is written like doves, white, red, black, and green. White does not appear except when he gazes into the good eye, and all those colors are bathed in that white. From these colors that are revealed emerge 7 eyes of supervision, issuing from the black eye of the eye, as is written upon one stone 7 eyes Zechariah. What is meant by one stone? The black of the eye. From the red emerge 7 runners close to the left side, flashing with fire from the north, linked to spread throughout the world to expose the ways of the wicked, as is written, the eyes of Jehovah range over the whole earth Zechariah. From the green emerge 7 splendors of a cluster of the south, linked to spread throughout the world to expose deeds, as is written, for his eyes are upon a person's ways, to know the deeds of all humans. Job. When they are bathed in white, they are enabled to watch over masters of truth, benefiting the world for their sake. All such providence is for the good of Israel. And he watches in red upon those who afflict them, as is written, Ro'iti, seeing have I seen, the affliction of my people that is in Egypt, seeing to do good for them. Have I seen to take vengeance for their sake upon those afflicting them. Therefore it is written, awake, why do you sleep, O Jehovah, rouse yourself, awake and rouse yourself. 2 supervisions, 2 openings, 2 benefits, compassion and vengeance. The first color, red within red, comprising and enveloping all reds, which in its presence are invisible. Around that red circles a single black thread, encompassing it. The second color, black, like a stone emerging from the abyss in the great sea once in 1,000 years. As this stone is about to come forth, a violent shaking overwhelms the sea, and the sound of the sea and its roiling waves is soon heard by the great fish called Leviathan, and this stone emerges from the abyss, rolling through the turbulent sea and then ejected. It is so black that all blacks are masked by its presence. Such is the black of the eye, a black comprising and enveloping all other blacks. Around that black circles a single red thread, encompassing it. The third color, green of greens, comprising and enveloping all greens. Around that green circle 2 threads, a red thread to one side and a black thread to the other, encompassing that green. When the white revolves and the eyes are bathed, all those colors subside and sink below, and none are seen except that white, shining from the Ancient of Days, and all those below shine from it. No color is visible except that white alone, and consequently all masters of red and black vanish, a pair of twins, as is written, coming up from the washing, all of them twinning. What is meant by from the washing? From that bathing by the holy supernal eye. All of them twinning, matching one another. As for its saying, your teeth are like a flock of shorn sheep, this means that their whiteness is like the white of the eyes when they are bathed in the white of the supernal eye. This the righteous are destined to see in the spirit of wisdom, as is said, for eye to eye they will see. When Jehovah returns to Zion, and it is written, for eye to eye you are seen, Jehovah. Then, opening of the eyes for the good and opening of the eyes for evil. For good, as is written, open your eyes and see our desolation. Daniel here, for good. And for evil, as is written, your eyes will see Jerusalem, a tranquil abode, a tent not to be packed up, whose pegs will never be pulled out. Here, for good and for evil, since one is not performed without the other. It has been taught in the concealment of the book. What is the meaning of your eyes will see Jerusalem, a tranquil abode? Now, is Jerusalem a tranquil abode? Look at what is written, Sedek, justice, lodged in her, and wherever judgment is found is neither serene nor tranquil. However, your eyes will see Jerusalem, O tranquil abode. O tranquil abode is addressed to the Ancient of Days, that he may gaze upon these eyes. For he is a serene and tranquil eye, an eye of compassion, an eye that does not move from one watchfulness to another. Therefore it is spelled Eineka, your eye, deficiently, and not Eineka, your eyes. As for its saying Jerusalem and not Zion, So it must be, in order to subdue the judgment found in her and to have compassion upon her. It has been taught the eyes of Jehovah your God are perpetually upon her from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, corresponding to what is written, justice lodged in her, for decrees of judgment exist in her more than in any other place. In the time to come, one eye of compassion will be upon her, the eye of the Ancient of Ancients, as is written, with great compassion will I gather you. Since it says compassion, why great? Well, there is compassion, and then there is compassion. The compassion of the Ancient of Ancients is called great compassion, whereas the compassion of Zedekiah Anpin is called simply compassion, since it includes right and left, judgment and compassion. Therefore, with great compassion will I gather you, that of the Ancient of Days. It has been taught in these eyes in two of its colors, red and black, dwell two tears. When the Holy of Holies wishes to have compassion upon Israel, he sheds two tears to be sweetened in the great sea. Who is the great sea? The sea of supernal wisdom. That is to say, they are bathed in the whiteness of the bubbling spring issuing from great wisdom, and he has compassion upon Israel. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, the nose of Zedekiah Anpin. By the nose, the face is recognized. By this nose, the statement is elucidated. Smoke rose from his nostrils, consuming fire from his mouth, coals blazed from it. Samuel, smoke rose from his nostrils. In this smoke are included fire and burning coals, for there is no smoke without fire and no fire without smoke. All are kindled and emerge from the nose. It has been taught when these three unite, included in this smoke issuing from the nose contracts and exhales, and out comes smoke, a black and red and a color in between. This is called wrath, fury, and the destroyer. Now, you might say, wrath and fury, as is written, I was terrified of the wrath and the fury, and they are black and red smoke. But where do we find the destroyer? Well, as is written, before Jehovah destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and the destroyer destroyed with blazing fire. It has been taught there are 5 Gevuran powers in this Zedekiah Anpin, and they amount to Gevuran, spreading through his nose, the mouth, the arm, the hand, the fingers. Thus it is written, who can utter Gevurot, the powers of Jehovah? It is written Gevurot, powers, yet it is written, yours, O Jehovah, are the greatness V'ha Gevurah, and the power. Chronicles. Well, we have learned it as follows: when all those Gevuran unite, they are called one Gevurah. All those Gevuran begin descending from the nose, and from each of these dangle, and from this smoke that he spews from his nose dangle, from the side of this Gevurah. All those Gevuran are suspended from the nose, and it is written, one generation to the next will praise your deeds, and your powers will be conveyed. When this Gevurah begins, all those Gevuran flame sharply, descending to the flame of the whirling sword. It is written, for we are about to destroy this place, and it is written, before Jehovah destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, Jehovah rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire. However, it has been taught as follows: it is not enough for the wicked that they fail to turn the attribute of judgment into the attribute of compassion, but they turn the attribute of compassion into the attribute of judgment. How can they do so, when it is written, I am Jehovah, I have not changed? Malachi. Well, whenever the Ancient of Ancients, the white head, is revealed, will of wills, great compassion pervades all. And when he is not revealed, all judgments of Zedekiah Anpin lie in wait, and if one may say so, this compassion executes that judgment most ancient of all. It has been taught when the Ancient of Ancients, will of wills, is revealed, all the lamps called by this name shine, and compassion exists for all. But when the concealed of the concealed is not revealed and these lamps do not shine, judgments are aroused and judgment is enacted. Who causes this judgment? The will of wills, who is not revealed. Thus, the wicked turn compassion into judgment. As for its saying here, from Jehovah out of heaven, this pertains to Zedekiah Anpin, as implied by what is written, out of Hashemayim, heaven issue mayim, fire and water, compassion and judgment, excluding the one who contains no judgment at all. It has been taught this nose is small, and when smoke begins to emerge, it comes out hurriedly and judgment is executed. Who prevents this nose from spewing smoke? The nose of the Holy Ancient One, who is called Irikapayim, long-nosed, long-suffering, of all. This corresponds to the mystery that we have learned Yehovah a pausal sign interposing between them. As we have learned Moses wherever a name is mentioned twice, a pausal sign interposes between them. Abraham, Jacob, Samuel, Samuel. In all cases, a sign interposes between them except for Moses where no such sign interposes. Why? Abraham, Abraham, the latter complete, the former incomplete, for now he had become complete by 10 tests. Therefore, a pausal sign interposes between them, for now he was not as before. Jacob, Jacob, the latter complete, the former incomplete, for now he had been gladdened with the news that Joseph was alive, and Shekinah had settled upon him. Furthermore, now he had become complete on earth, a holy tree corresponding to the pattern above, with 12 boundaries, with 70 branches, which he was not before. So the latter was complete, the former incomplete, and a pausal sign interposes between them. Samuel, Samuel, a sign interposing between them. Why? The latter was complete, the former incomplete, for now he was a prophet, whereas before he was not. But Moses, Moses, no sign interposing between them, for since the day that he was born, he was complete, as is written, she saw that he was good. Here, too, Yehovah, Yehovah, a sign interposing between them, the latter complete in every way. Moses spoke in a place of judgment, to bring them from the Holy Ancient One down to Zedia Anpin. For we have learned as follows how great is the power of Moses, who conveyed the attributes of compassion below. When the Holy Ancient One is revealed to Zedia Anpin, all appear in compassion, the nose is assuaged, and no smoke emerges, as we have learned, for it is written, for my praise, I restrain the nose, for you. It has been taught regarding the 2 nostrils, from one nostril issues fiery smoke, subsiding into the hollow of the great abyss. From the other nostril issue flames of fire, flaring into 4,000 worlds on the left side, consuming anyone who manages to approach. It is called fire of Yehovah, a fire devouring and consuming all other fires. This fire cannot be assuaged except by sacrificial fire, and this smoke issuing from the other nostril cannot be assuaged except by sacrificial smoke of the altar. All depends upon the nose. Thus it is written, Yehovah smelled the pleasing aroma, for all depends on the nose, that this nose may smell the smoke and red fire, whereby the offering is accepted with favor. This corresponds to what is written, the nose of Yehovah will flare against you, my nose will flare lest the nose of Yehovah flare, all referring to Zedia Anpin. It has been taught, incline your ear, O Yehovah, and hear kings. This ear is an ear formed beneath the hair, with the hair hanging over it. The ear is for hearing, and it is formed by designs engraved within, like someone digging a winding stairway, from one direction to another. Why winding? In order to hear good and evil. It has been taught, from this winding within the ears dangle all those winged beings, of whom is written, for a bird of heaven will carry the voice, and a winged creature will report the word. Within this ear drips a trickle from the 3 cavities of the brain to the hollow of the ears. By means of that trickling, the voice enters that winding and is tested in the trickling as either good or evil. Good, as is written, for Yehovah hears the needy; evil, as is written, Yehovah heard and his nose flared, and the fire of Yehovah blazed against them. This ear is concealed outside, and the winding enters within that hollow of trickling from the brain, to draw in the sound so that it will not escape, but rather be guarded and enclosed on every side. So it is a secret. Woe to one who reveals secrets, for whoever does so is as if he impaired the arrangement above, which was prepared in order to absorb secrets, so that they not escape. It has been taught, when Israel cries out in distress, and hair is withdrawn from over the ears, the voice enters the ears, into that hollow of trickling from the brain, and it strikes the brain, and then emerges through the nostrils. The nose contracts and heats up, fire and smoke spew from those nostrils, and all the Gevuran powers are aroused to wreak vengeance. Before fire and smoke emerge from those nostrils, that voice ascends, striking the top of the brain, and 2 tears flow from the eyes. Then from his nostrils issue smoke and fire, by that voice conducting them outside. By that voice entering the ears, all these are drawn and aroused. Thus it is written, Jehovah heard and his nose fled, and the fire of Jehovah blazed against them. By that hearing of the voice, all is aroused. And it has been taught, it is written, incline your ear, O Jehovah kings, that is, bend 6 billion those winged beings dangling from these ears, all called ears of Jehovah. As for its saying, incline your ear, O Jehovah, this means the ear of Zedekiah Anpin. On the aspect of one cavity of the brain, the ears depend. Of the 50 gates emerging from that cavity, this is one gate flowing forth, opening through that hollow of the ear. It is written, for the ear tests words' job, and similarly, he tests hearts and conscience regarding the expansion of this cavity of 50 gates spreading through the body. That cavity spreads in the place inhabited by the heart. Testing is associated with the ear, and testing is associated with the heart, since both expand from the same place. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, just as this ear tests to distinguish between good and evil, so it is entirely. For in Zedekiah Anpin there is a side of good and of evil, right and left, compassion and judgment. This ear is included in the brain, and because it is included there in one particular cavity, it is included with the voice entering there. Hearing is attributed to the ear, and included with hearing is binah. Understanding here implies understand, contemplate, that all is evenly balanced. These words have been given to masters of qualities, to hear, to contemplate, and to know. What is written, Jehovah, I have heard of your hearing, I am afraid. Jehovah, your deed, in the midst of years revive it, in the midst of years make it known. In wrath remember compassion, Habakkuk. This verse is well known, for when the holy prophet heard, contemplated, and knew, fathoming these configurations, it is written, I am afraid, for it is fitting to fear and be shattered in his presence. This applies to Zedekiah Anpin. When he contemplated and knew, what is written, Jehovah, your deed, in the midst of years revive it. This was spoken to the Ancient of Days. Wherever we find Jehovah, Jehovah, spelled twice with Jehovah or with Adonai and Jehovah, one refers to Zedekiah Anpin and one to the Ancient of Ancients, even though all are one and called by one name. We have learned when is it considered the complete name when it is written Jehovah Elohim, for this is the complete name, Ancient of all and Zedekiah Anpin. The totality is called the complete name, whereas the others are not so called. As we have established, Jehovah Elohim planted a garden in Eden, the complete name in planting the garden. Everywhere, Jehovah Elohim is the complete name. As for Jehovah, Jehovah embracing all at that time, compassion is aroused in all. Jehovah, your deed, in the midst of years revive him, spoken to the Ancient of Days. Your deed, what is meant by your deed, Zedekiah Anpin? In the midst of years, primordial years, called days of old Mika, and they are not called years of the world. Primordial years are days of old, years of the world are days of the world. Malachi here, in the midst of years. Who are years? Primordial years. Revive him. Whom? Zedekiah Anpin, all of whose radiance is sustained by those years. Therefore he said, revive him. In wrath remember compassion, that supernal heased, by which compassion is aroused for all, for whoever needs compassion and whoever deserves compassion. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, I call as witnesses all those who stand over us, that these words rejoice in all worlds, and the words rejoice in my heart. Within the supernal curtained canopy they are concealed, ascending, and the Ancient of all hidden and concealed from all treasures them away. When I began to speak, the companions did not know that all these words would arouse here. Happy is your share, O companions who are here, happy is my share along with you in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, You, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today who is a holy nation like Israel, of whom is written happy are you, O Israel who is like you, a people delivered by Jehovah, for their cleaving in this world is to this name and in the world that is coming, even more than here, for there they are not separate from him, from that bond in which the righteous are bound, as is written Hardivachim Ba Jehovah, cleaving in Jehovah. It is not written Hardivachim El Jehovah, cleaving to Jehovah, but rather Ba Jehovah, in Jehovah, actually. It has been taught when holy anointing oil descends from the precious supernal holy beard, hidden and concealed from all, to the beard of Zediah Anpin. Now, you might say, the beard is nowhere to be found, and Solomon said only his cheeks, never mentioning a beard. However, we have learned as follows in the concealment of the book: all that is concealed and hidden away, not mentioned or revealed, is most sublime and precious of all, precisely because it is concealed and hidden. Since the beard is the praise and precious perfection of the face, Scripture treasured it away, and it remains unrevealed. This beard, perfection of the face, beauty of Zediah Anpin, is arrayed in 9 enhancements. When the precious beard of the Ancient of Ancients shines upon this beard of Zediah Anpin, 13 springs of supernal oil flow into this beard, and 22 enhancements appear within it, from which stream the 22 letters of the Holy Torah. It has been taught this beard proceeds from his ears, descending and ascending, and covers an offering of spices. What is an offering of spices? As is said, like a bed of spices, not a bed of spices. This beard of Zediah Anpin is arrayed in 9 enhancements, with black hair, beautifully arranged like a handsome man, of whom is written distinguished as the cedars. First enhancement, hair is arranged from above. That spark scintilla of adamantine darkness escapes the realm of pure air and strikes below the hair of the head, beneath the locks over the ears. It descends in front of the opening of the ears, strand by strand, until the top of the mouth. Second enhancement, hair emerges, ascending from the top of the mouth to the other top of the mouth's opening and descending beneath the mouth to the other top, strand by strand, beautifully arranged. Third enhancement, from the middle, beneath the nose, beneath the 2 nostrils, emerges a single path. Tiny coarse hairs fill that path, with other hair filling each side around the path. A path does not appear below at all, only that path above, descending to the top of the lips, where it is submerged. Fourth enhancement, hair emerges and is arranged, ascending and covering his jowls, the offering of spices as with the Ancient One. Fifth enhancement, hair stops, and 2 apples appear, one on each side, red as a red rose, glowing in worlds flashing from them. Sixth enhancement, hair emerges as one cord around the beard and hangs down to the top of the belly, not descending to the navel. Seventh enhancement, no hair overhangs the mouth, and the mouth is clear on all sides, with hair set perfectly all around. Eighth enhancement, hair descends beneath the beard, covering the neck so that it is not seen. All those hairs are thin, strand upon strand, full on all sides. Ninth enhancement, hairs join, all evenly, until the hair that hangs all in beautiful symmetry, like a mighty hero victorious in battles. By these 9 enhancements flow forth 9 springs of anointing oil from that anointing oil above, flowing onto all those below. These 9 enhancements appear in this beard, and by perfectly arranging the beard, a human below is considered a mighty hero, for anyone who sees his beard standing firm will attribute mighty power to him. Until here, arrangement of the supernal beard of Zediah Anpin. Rabbi Shimon said to his son, Rabbi Elazar, rise, my son, my holy son, twirl the beard, and these, its enhancements. Rabbi Elazar rose. He opened, saying, "From confinement I called to Yah. Yah answered me with expanse. Yehovah is with me, I do not fear what can a human do to me. Yehovah is with me, helping me, and I will see the defeat of my foes. Better to shelter in Yehovah than to trust in a human. Better to shelter in Yehovah than to trust in princes." It has been taught there are 9 enhancements of the beard here, and King David needed these enhancements in order to conquer other kings and nations. Having uttered these 9 enhancements, he then said, "All the nations have surrounded me with the name of Yehovah, I will surely cut them down." He said, "All these enhancements that I have mentioned, why do I need them? Because all the nations have surrounded me. And by arranging 9 enhancements, which are the name of Yehovah, I will eliminate them from the world, as is written, with the name of Yehovah I will surely cut them down." It has been taught in the concealment of the book David uttered 9 enhancements here, 6 with the holy name, for there are 6 names, and 3 with human. Now, if you say, there are only 2, there are actually 3, since princes are in the category of human. It has been taught 6 names, as is written, "From confinement I called to Yah." 1. Yah answered me with expanse. 2. Yehovah is with me, I do not fear. 3. Yehovah is with me, helping me. 4. Better to shelter in Yehovah. 5. Better to shelter in Yehovah. 6. Human. 3. As is written, Yehovah is with me, I do not fear what can a human do to me. 1. Better to shelter in Yehovah than to trust in a human. 2. Better to shelter in Yehovah than to trust in princes. 3. Mystery of the matter: wherever Adam, human, is mentioned here, it is mentioned only together with the holy name, as is fitting, for Adam exists only with what befits him. And what befits him? The holy name, as is written, Yehovah Elohim formed Ha Adam, the human, by the complete name, which is Yehovah Elohim, befitting him. Consequently, here Adam is mentioned only with the holy name. It has been taught, it is written, "From confinement I called to Yah. Yah answered me with expanse." Twice Yah, Yah, corresponding to his 2 jowls, to which hair adheres. Once David saw hair flowing and hanging down, he began saying, "Yehovah is with me, I do not fear. Yehovah is with me, helping me," with a name that is not lacking, with a name that is holy. With this name, Adam is mentioned. As for his saying, "What can Adam, a human, do to me?" so it is. For it has been taught all those holy crowns of the king, when he is arrayed in his adornments, are called Adam, the image comprising all. What is infused into them is called the holy name, whereas the sheath and what it contains is called Yehovah, is called Adam all-inclusive, the sheath along with its contents. These 9 enhancements were uttered by David because if someone grasps the beard of the king, then whatever he desires, he will do for him. Why the beard and not the body? Well, the body follows the beard does not follow the body. This enumeration proceeds in 2 manners. 1, as we have mentioned. The second, "From confinement I called to Yah." 1. Yah answered me with expanse. 2. Yehovah is with me, I do not fear. 3. What can a human do to me? 4. Yehovah is with me, helping me. 5. And I will see the defeat of my foes. 6. Better to shelter in Yehovah than to trust in a human. 7. Better to shelter in Yehovah. 8. Than to trust in princes. 9. From confinement I called to Yah. What does this signify? Well, in all that David said here, he was referring to the enhancement of the beard. As for his saying, "From confinement I called to Yah," from the place where the beard begins to spread, which is a constricted place in front of the ears, above, beneath the hair of the head. Therefore he said, "Yah, Yah," twice. And of the place where the beard spreads, descending from his ears to expand, he said, "Yehovah is with me, I do not fear," for that place is not constricted. All of this David required in order to subdue kings and nations, by means of the glory of this beard. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, whoever sees in a dream that he is holding in his hand the beard of an eminent man, or stretching out his hand toward it, let him know that he is complete with his Lord, and that those who harass him will be subdued beneath him. It has been taught the supernal beard is arranged in 9 enhancements, and that is the beard of Zediah Anpin. First enhancement of the hair is arranged from above, emerging from in front of the opening of the ears, beneath the locks hanging over the ears, and the hair descends, strand by strand, to the top of the mouth. It has been taught all these strands in the beard are coarser than all the strands in the locks of hair on the head. The hairs of the head are long, whereas these are not. Some of the hairs of the head are smooth and some are rough. When the white hair of the Ancient of Days flows to the hair of Zediah Anpin, it is written, wisdom's cry aloud outside. What is meant by outside in this Zediah Anpin, where 2 brains join? Now, how could you imagine 2 brains, say, rather, 4 brains? 3 brains in Zediah Anpin, located in the 3 cavities of the skull, and 1 brain securely tranquil, including all the other brains, from which proceed even flows through white hair to this Zediah Anpin, to the 3 brains within him. So there are 4 brains in this Zediah Anpin, and consequently 4 portions are completed in the compartments of Tefillin, which include the holy name of the Ancient of Ancients and Zediah Anpin. For this is perfection of the holy name, and it is written, all the peoples of the earth will see that the name of Jehovah is proclaimed over you, and they will be in awe of you. The name of Jehovah, the actual name of Jehovah, that is, the 4 channels of the compartments of Tefillin. Thus, wisdom's cry aloud outside, since here they are found, for wisdom of the Ancient of Ancients, concealed of the concealed, is not to be found, nor is it available, being a wisdom concealed from all and not branching out. Since 4 brains join this Zediah Anpin, 4 springs flow from him in 4 directions, branching off from 1 spring, gushing with them also. They are 4. It has been taught this wisdom included in 4 flows through these hairs, Talion, Tilin, Tilin, hanging in heaps of wavy curls, each one flowing on in its direction. 1,000,000, 100,000,000, dangle from them beyond counting, as is written, his locks Taltalim, wavy Tilir Tilim, heaps upon curly heaps. All of them too coarse and rough to be broken, like hard flint and solid rock, so that they make holes and springs underneath the hair, and mighty springs flow in every direction, on every side. Since these hairs are black and dark, it is written, revealing depths out of darkness, bringing to light pitch blackness. Job. It has been taught these hairs of the beard are uniquely rough, more so than the other hairs of the head, because these alone spread out pervasively, potent in their pathways. Why are they rough? If because they are all judgment, not so, for in these enhancements are found compassion and judgment. When 13 streaming springs of oil descend, they become entirely compassion. Rather, it has been taught all these hairs of the beard are rough. Why all those of compassion must be rough in order to subdue judgment, and all those that are judgment are surely rough. In either case, they must be rough, from 2 aspects. When the world needs compassion, compassion intensifies and triumphs over judgment. And when it needs judgment, judgment intensifies and triumphs over compassion. So they must be rough from 2 aspects. When compassion is needed, the hairs of compassion stand out, and the beard is manifested by those hairs, and all is compassion. When judgment is needed, the beard is manifested by those hairs. All is based on the beard. When the holy white beard is revealed, all of these and all of those are illumined and bathed like someone bathing in a deep river from what was coating him. All of them are established in compassion, and judgment is nowhere to be found. When all these 9 shine as one, all are bathed in compassion. Therefore Moses said another time, Jehovah is slow to anger and abounding in kindness, whereas he did not say truth, because mystery of the matter is those 9 attributes shining from the Ancient of Days to Zedia Anpin. When Moses spoke the second time, he uttered 9 enhancements, namely enhancements of the beard appearing in Zedia Anpin, descending from the Ancient of Days and illumining him. Thus, truth depends upon the Ancient One, and now Moses did not utter it. It has been taught the hairs of the head of Zedia Anpin are all coarse, heaps upon curly heaps, and not smooth. For as I have said, 3 brains in 3 cavities are found in him, shining from the concealed brain. Because the brain of the Ancient of Days is calm and tranquil like fine wine upon its lees, his hairs are all smooth, anointed with fine oil. Thus, clean like clean fleece Daniel. However, those of Zedia Anpin are coarse, yet not coarse, for all of them hang down and are not crinkly. Therefore, wisdom flows forth, but not wisdom of wisdom, which is calm and tranquil. For we have learned that no one knows the brain of the Ancient of Days except himself, nor the brain of Zedia Anpin except himself, as is written, Elohim understands its way, and he knows its place. Job Elohim knows its way, referring to Zedia Anpin. And he knows its place, referring to the Ancient of Days. Rabbi Shimon said, "My son is blessed by the blessed Holy One in this world and in the world that is coming." Second enhancement, hair emerges, ascending from the top of the mouth to the other top of the mouth's opening and descending beneath the mouth to the other top, strand by strand, beautifully arranged. Rise, Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba rose. He opened, saying, "When the array of this beard is arranged in royal enhancements like a mighty hero, handsome to behold, noble and dominant, as is written, great is our Lord and mighty in power, and when he is assuaged by the enhancements of the precious holy beard, gazing upon him, then he is called, by virtue of his radiance, a compassionate God." This second enhancement, when it shines with the radiance of the Ancient of Days, is called abounding in kindness. And when they gaze upon one another, it is called by another enhancement and truth, for faces shine. It has been taught this second enhancement is called removing iniquity, corresponding to the Holy Ancient One. However, because of that path proceeding in the third enhancement beneath the 2 nostrils, and the tiny coarse hairs filling that path, removing iniquity and passing over transgression Mika are not applied, and are established in another place. It has been taught 375 kindnesses are included in the Hesed, kindness, of the Ancient of Days, all called primordial kindnesses, as is written, "Where are your former kindnesses?" All of them are contained in the Hesed of the Holy Ancient One, concealed of all, whereas the Hesed of Zedia Anpin is called Hesed of the world. In the concealment of the book, the primordial Hesed of the Ancient of Days is called abounding in kindness, and that of Zedia Anpin simply kindness. Therefore it is written, and abounding in kindness, and also keeping kindness, simply. We have established that this abounding in kindness inclines toward Hesed, illumining it and kindling its lamp. It has been taught this path descending beneath 2 nostrils, with tiny hairs filling that path, is not called passing over transgression, since there is no place for passing over, from 2 aspects. 1. Because of the hairs occupying that path, making it difficult to pass. And the other, because that path descends to the top of the lips, and it is written, "His lips are roses, red as roses dripping liquid myrrh, intensely red." This path here, in 2 hues, threatens and shows no mercy. Consequently, one who wishes to threaten strikes twice with his hand on that path. Fourth enhancement, hair emerges and is arranged, ascending and descending over his jowls, the offering of spices. This enhancement is fitting, beautiful to behold, supernal splendor. It has been taught supernal splendor is hues and is adorned, flowing fittingly to the jowls. This is called splendor of the beard, from which dangle splendor and majesty, garments of glory in which he is clothed, the precious purple cloak, as is written, you are clothed in splendor and majesty, adornments in which he is dressed, arrayed in this image of Adam more than in any other image. It has been taught when this splendor is illumined by the radiance of the supernal beard, it spreads through the other glowing enhancements, and this is removing iniquity on one side, and passing over transgression on the other. Therefore it is written, his cheeks. In the concealment of the book, splendor is called Tiferet, beauty, it is beauty that is passing over transgression, his beauty is passing over transgression. It has been taught we have established this beauty solely in relation to the ninth enhancement, as is said, the beauty of young men is their strength, this is called beauty. Yet upon contemplating, they attain equilibrium. Rabbi Shimon said, you are worthy, Rabbi Abba, to be blessed by the Holy Ancient One, from whom all blessings issue. Fifth enhancement, hair stops, and two apples appear, one on each side, red as a red rose, glowing in worlds. When these two apples shine on both sides from the radiance of two apples, red is withdrawn and white appears. Of this is written, may Jehovah shine his face upon you and be gracious to you, for when they shine, the world is blessed. And as red disappears, it is written, may Jehovah lift up his face to you, meaning may wrath be removed, vanishing from the world. It has been taught all the lights shining from the Holy Ancient One are called primordial kindnesses, and because of them all those kindnesses of the world shine. Sixth enhancement, hair emerges as one cord around the beard. This is called one of the 5 edges of the beard, deriving from kindness and compassion, and one must not destroy this kindness, as has been said. Thus it is written, do not ruin the edge of your beard. Seventh enhancement, no hair overhangs the mouth, and the mouth is clear on all sides. Rise, Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda rose. He opened, saying, this sentence by decree of the watchers Daniel, how many thousands and myriads are infused and sustained by this mouth, dependent upon it, all of them are called mouth of Jehovah, as is written, by the breath of his mouth all their array, by that breath issuing from the mouth are enveloped all those outside, who depend on this mouth. By that breath, as it spreads, faithful prophets are enveloped, all of whom are called mouth of Jehovah. At the place where the breath emerges, nothing else mingles, since all those mouths are waiting to be enveloped by that streaming breath. This enhancement rules over all 6, for here they are all sustained, holding firm. Therefore hairs lie symmetrically around the mouth, which is clear on all sides. Rabbi Shimon said, blessed are you by the Holy Ancient One. Eighth enhancement, hair descends beneath the beard, covering the neck so that it is not seen. For we have learned on high there is no neck and no fatigue. However, when he wages war it is visible, in order to manifest might. For we have learned 1,000 worlds are joined to it, as is written, 1,000 shields hang upon it, 1,000 shields, a mystery in the concealment of the book. All the weapons of Har-Gibarim, the warriors coming from the side of Gevurah, one of those Gevuran powers. Ninth enhancement, hairs join, all evenly, until the hair that hangs all in beautiful symmetry, like a mighty hero victorious in battles. For all those hairs follow those that hang, and the consummation of them all is those hanging ones. All is drawn to this, as is written, Tiferet, the beauty of young men is their strength. He appeared at the sea like a fine young man, as is written, a young man like the cedars, like a hero performing mighty deeds. This is Tiferet, beauty, power, might, and compassion. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, all these enhancements and all these matters I wish to reveal to masters of qualities, masters who have been weighed in the balance, not to those who have entered and not emerged. For whoever has entered and not emerged, better for him if he had never been created. The principle of all the ancient of ancients and Zedia Anpin are all one. He was all, is all, will be all. He did not change, will not change, does not change. He is arrayed in these enhancements, an image comprising all images, an image comprising all names. The image appearing in its facets in this image is not actually in this image, but rather resembles this image, when diadems and crowns conjoin in total perfection. Therefore the image of Adam is the image of those above and those below, who are included in him. Since this image includes above and below, the Holy Ancient One arrayed his adornments and those of Zedia Anpin in this image. Now, you might say, what is the difference between one and the other? Well, all is evenly balanced, but by us paths are separated, by us judgment comes into being, and from our perspective they differ from one another. These mysteries are transmitted only to the reapers of the field, and it is written, the secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him. It is written, Vayitza Yehovah Elohim, Yehovah Elohim formed, the human Vayitza, formed with two yods, completing an arrangement within an arrangement. Why two yods? Mystery of the Holy Ancient One and mystery of Zedia Anpin. Yod Tsa, Yod, Yod, formed. What did he form? He formed a form within a form, and this is Vayitza, formed. And what is a form within a form? Two names, called the complete name Yehovah Elohim. This is the mystery of the two yods forming a form within a form, a rail of the complete name Yehovah Elohim. In what were they included in this supernal image called Adam, comprising male and female? It amplifying the meaning to include generating and proliferating the species issuing from him, from male and female. Dust from the earth, dazzling topaz of a signet ring, deep within. Why all this? In order to draw forth and infuse within him concealed of concealed, consummation of all concealed, as is written, he blew into his nostrils Nishmat Hayim, the breath of life, Nishmeta, the soul breath, upon which all life of those above and below depends, and by which it is sustained. And the human became a living soul pouring forth, entering the adornments in this manner, drawing forth that Nishmeta from rung to the end of all rungs, so that the Nishmeta will manifest in all and spread through all, nothing else existing. Whoever separates this from the world is like one who separates this Nishmeta, making it seem that there is some Nishmeta other than this. Consequently, he and his memory will be eradicated for generations upon generations. In this Adam the entirety of male and female begins to be arranged. Once the beard is arrayed in its enhancements, this begins from his chest, between the two arms, in the place where the hairs of the beard hang, called Tiferet. This Tiferet expands, arranging two chests, and is drawn backward, forming the skull of the female totally concealed on all sides by the hair, by the face of the head. As one whole were they made in this Tiferet Adam, male and female, as is written, Ke Tiferet Adam, like the beauty of a human, to dwell in a house. When the face of the head of the female was created, one lock of hair hung behind Zedia Anpin, hanging over the head of the female, and hairs were aroused in her head, all of them red, mingled with various colors, as is written, the dangling locks of your head like purple. What is meant by purple? Colors blended with colors. It has been taught this Tiferet spreads from the navel of the heart and penetrates, passing through to the other side and arranging the female, from face to navel, beginning from the navel and consummating at the navel. Again this Tiferet spreads, arranging the innards of the male, conducting into here all mercies and every aspect of compassion. It has been taught to these innards adhere 600,000 masters of compassion, called masters of the innards, as is written, therefore my innards yearn for him. I will surely show him compassion, says Jehovah. It has been taught this Tiferet is comprised of both compassion and judgment. Compassion spreads through the male, passing through and penetrating to the other side and arranging the innards of the female, on the side of judgment, and her innards are arranged. It has been taught the male is arrayed on his side in enhancements included in him, some internal and some external, some of compassion and some of judgment. All those are of judgment cling to his back, from where the female extends, and they adhere to her sides, spreading. It has been taught 5 types of lewdness are revealed in her from the aspect of 5 judgments, and 5 judgments spread through paths. We have learned as follows: a woman's voice is lewdness, a woman's hair is lewdness, a woman's leg is lewdness, a woman's hand is lewdness, a woman's foot is lewdness. Even though our companions did not teach these last 2, they are actually more than lewd. It has been taught in the concealment of the book the male extended and was arrayed in his enhancements. The enhancement of his covering was arrayed, and this is his phallus. The length of that phallus is worlds, all of them suspended from the mouth of the phallus, called yod. As soon as yod is revealed, mouth of the phallus supinal heezed is revealed. This phallus is heezed, called after and dependent upon this mouth of the phallus. It is not called heezed until yod of the phallus is revealed. That Abraham was not called complete in this heezed until he revealed yod of the phallus. As soon as it was revealed, he was called complete, as is written, walk in my presence and be tamim, complete, really complete. It is also written, I have been tamim, complete, before him, and have kept myself from sin. Samuel. How does the beginning of this verse pertain to the end? Well, whoever reveals this yod and is careful not to insert the yod into a foreign domain will be complete in the world that is coming and will be bound in the bundle of life. What is meant by into a foreign domain? As is written, he married the daughter of an alien god. Malachi. Therefore it is written, I have been tamim before him, and since I have been tamim by revealing the yod, I have kept myself from sin. Once this phallus extended, the side of Gevurah extended, from those Gevuran powers, on the left side of the female. It sank into the female in a certain place and was designated as nakedness, covering of the whole female body. That place is considered total nakedness to conceal the sight of that phallus called heezed, in order to assuage this Gevurah comprising 5 Gevuran. And this heezed comprises 5 types of heezed. Heezed, right Gevurah, left. One is assuaged by the other, and it is called Adam, comprised of 2 sides. Therefore, among all those crowns before the Ancient of Ancients prepared adornments of the king, built worlds, and established arrangements enduringly, that female was not sweetened, and they did not endure, until supinal heezed descended, and they did endure, and the enhancements of the female were sweetened by this phallus called heezed. As is written, these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom, the place where all judgments are found, namely the adornments of the woman. It is not written who were in the land of Edom, but rather who reigned, for she was not sweetened until all was arranged and this heezed emerged. As is written, he died, for they did not endure, judgment was not sweetened by judgment. Now, you might say, if so that they are all judgment, look at what is written, Saul from Rehoboth on the river reigned in his stead, which surely does not seem like judgment. Well, it has been taught all of them are judgment except for one who endured the last. As for Saul from Rehoboth on the river, this is one aspect, a crown, spreading forth from Rehoboth on the river, who is Binah, from whom 50 gates open in all directions of the world, shining and sparkling, as is written, Miriovat, from expanses, on the river. None of them endured. Do not say that they were nullified, rather, they did not endure in that kingdom of the female side until this last one of all was aroused and emanated, as is written, Hadar reigned in his stead. What is meant by Hadar? Majesty supinal heezed. The name of his city was Pau. What is meant by Pau? Pau, by this a person who attains the Holy Spirit. Pai exclaims. And the name of his wife was Mehetabel. Here they were sweetened by one another, and she is called his wife, which is not written about any of the others. Mehitavel, Mehetabel, one sweetening the other. Daughter of Matrid, Matrid restorations from the side of Gevurah. Daughter of Mizarhav, Mizarhabon sweetening the other, intermingling my Zohar, waters of gold, compassion and judgment. Until here, woman cleaves to male. On their sides they separate, in arms and legs. Arm of the male one right, one left. First arm 3 joints linked together, and 2 arms combined. Could you imagine that they combined rather, 3 joints in the right and 3 joints in the left? 3 joints were included in joints of the left. Therefore deroe, arm, is written pertaining only to one, whereas the right is not described as zeroe, arm. It is called Yemenika, your right, O Yehovah Yemen, the right of Yehovah, with 3 joints of the patriarchs, which they inherited as their share. Now, you might say, surely they are found in the 3 cavities of the skull. Well, it has been taught all those 3 spread and link throughout the whole body. The whole body is linked with these 3, and they interlink in the right arm. Therefore David yearned, and said, sit at my right hand, because he was joined to the patriarchs and sat there, completing the throne. Thus it is written, a stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone, because he sat at the right hand, as is written, you will rest, and arise for your share Leketz ha-Yaman, at the end of the right hand. Daniel, that is to say, like one who attains the love of the king. Happy is the share of one to whom the king extends his right hand, receiving him under his right hand. When this right sits and joints do not extend and the arm does not stretch out, it sits with the 3 joints that we have mentioned. But when the wicked are aroused and spread through the world, 3 others are aroused, which are harsh judgment, and he stretches out the arm. And when he stretches out this arm, it is the right, but is called zeroe, arm of Yehovah, zeroe kahanechui, your outstretched arm. When these 3 are included with the other 3, all is called right, and it performs judgment and compassion, as is written, your right, O Yehovah, glorious in power. Your right, O Yehovah, smashes the enemy, since compassion is aroused in them. It has been taught to this right are joined, who are called right, and, from the arm, who are called arm of Yehovah. Upon each side depends the arm. Consequently, both one and the other are called Tiferet, beauty, as is written, who sent to be at Moses' right the right, the arm the left. And it is written zeroe Tifato, the arm of his beauty one with the other. It has been taught in the left hand, shield-bearing warriors, clinging to every single finger, and on every single finger, shield-bearing warriors. Go and reckon how many there are in the whole hand. That right hand is called holy assistance, coming from the right arm, from 3 joints. Although it is called hand, it constitutes assistance, as is written, look, my hand is with you. Samuel joined to this are masters of assistance throughout the world, and they are called upper hand of Yehovah, lower hand of Yehovah. Even though everywhere hand denotes the left, if they are worthy, the right of Yehovah, the hand is included with the arm, becoming assistance, and is called the right. If not, lower hand of Yehovah. It has been taught when harsh judgments are aroused to descend upon the world, here is written, the secret of Yehovah is for those who revere him. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, all judgments deriving from the male are harsh at the beginning and calm at the end, whereas all those deriving from the female are calm at the beginning and harsh at the end. If they had not been formed as one, the world would be unable to bear it. Finally, the Ancient of Ancients, concealed of all, separated one from the other, and united them to be sweetened as one. When he separated them, he cast dormita, a deep slumber, upon Zedia Anpin, and separated the female from his back, arraying all her adornments and concealing her for his day, to bring her to the male. As is written, Yehovah Elohim cast a deep slumber on the Adam, and he slept. What is meant by and he slept, as is written of him, awake, why do you sleep, O Yehovah? And he took one of his sides. What is meant by one? This is the female. She ascended and was adorned, while in her place were embedded compassion and kindness, as is written, and closed the flesh in her place, and it is written, I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. Ezekiel. As Sabbath was about to enter, he was creating spirits, demons, and whirlwinds, and before he completed them, Matronita came in her adornments and sat before him. When she did so, he left those creatures and they were not completed. Since Matronita was sitting with the king and they joined face to face, who would dare to come between them, who would approach them? Accordingly, secret of the matter, the conjugal duty of disciples of the wise who know this mystery is from Sabbath to Sabbath. When they united, they were sweetened by one another, a day on which all are sweetened. Consequently, judgments were sweetened by one another, and those above and those below were harmoniously arranged. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, the Holy Ancient One wished to see if judgments had been assuaged. These two cleaved to one another, and from the side of the female issued harsh judgment, which the world could not endure. As is written, the Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and she said, Canity, I have acquired a man with Jehovah, but it was not so, because she had not been sweetened, and the potently harsh serpent had injected her with the slime of harsh judgment, so she could not be assuaged. When this Cain emerged from the side of the female, he emerged potently harsh, potent in his judgments, harsh in his judgments. Once he had emerged, she was soon weakened and assuaged, and she brought forth another, sweeter one. The first one prevailed, since he was potently harsh and all judgments had aroused with him. What is written, when they were in the field that is known above, in the field called field of apple trees. This judgment defeated his brother, for he was harsher than him, he overwhelmed him and concealed him beneath himself. Until the blessed Holy One was aroused by this, and he removed Cain from his presence, sinking him into the hollow of the great abyss, and he immersed his brother in the depth of the great sea, which sweetens supernal tears. From them, souls descend into the world, according to the way of each person. Although they are concealed, they expand toward one another, forming one body, and from this body descend souls of the wicked brazen sinners. Do you imagine from both of them together, rather, one on his side, and one on the other? Happy are the righteous, who draw their souls from this holy body called Adam, comprising all, a place where holy diadems and crowns can join in the bundle of a cluster. Happy are you, O righteous ones, for all these holy words have been uttered in the supernal Holy Spirit, a spirit absorbing all holy spirits, a spirit to which those above and below listen. Happy are you, masters of qualities, reapers of the field, for you will know these words and contemplate them, you will know your Lord face to face, eye to eye. By these words, you will attain the world that is coming, as is written, you will know today and take to your heart that Jehovah is Elohim in the heavens above and on the earth below there is none else. Jehovah, the Ancient of Days, is Elohim. He is one. Blessed is his name forever and ever. Rabbi Shimon said, I see the upper below and the lower above, the upper below the image of Adam, a rail of supernal totality. It has been taught, it is written, the righteous one is the foundation of the world, comprising six in a cluster as one, this and that, as is written, his thighs, pillars of shish, 6. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, in Adam were included upper crowns in general and in particular. In Adam were included lower crowns in particular and in general. Upper crowns in general, as has been said, in the image of all these arrangements. In particular in fingers of the hands, 5 within 5. Lower crowns, in toes of the feet, which are particular and general, since the body does not appear with them and they are outside the body. Therefore they did not inhabit a body, since the body was withheld from them. If so, what is meant by on that day his feet will stand Zechariah well, the feet of the body, masters of judgments, wreaking vengeance upon the enemies of Israel, and they are endowed with feet. Some of them are dregs, and the masters of judgments below cling to the lower crowns. It has been taught all those arrangements above in the holy body, male and female totality of Adam are drawn from one another, joined to each other. They saturate one another, like blood flowing through a cluster of veins, here and there, this way and that, from one place to another, saturating the body and each other. Similarly, all the holy crowns in the body saturate one another, illuminating each other, until all worlds are illumined and blessed by them. It has been taught all those crowns that are not included in the body are loathsome and impure, defiling anyone who approaches them to gain information from them. It has been taught what explains their craving for disciples of the wise well, because they see in them a holy body, and they wish to be included through them in that body. Now, you might say, if so, what about holy angels, who are not in the realm of the body? No, if, heaven forbid, they were outside the realm of the body, they would not be holy and would not endure. It is written, his body was like topaz, Daniel, their brows were full of eyes, Ezekiel, the man, Gabriel, Daniel, all in the realm of Adam. Except for those who are not in the realm of the body, who are impure, defiling whoever approaches them. It has been taught all of them derive from the spirit of the left, which was not assuaged in Adam. They were excluded from the realm of the holy body, not cleaving to it. So all of them are impure, wandering and roaming through the world, entering the hollow of the great abyss to cling to that primordial judgment who emerged in the category of body called Cain, below. They roam through the whole world, fluttering, unable to cling to the realm of the body. Consequently, they are outside all of the camps above and below, being impure, of whom is written, outside the camp shall his dwelling be. With the spirit called Abel, who was somewhat assuaged, in the realm of the holy body others emerge, who are somewhat assuaged, and they cling to the body, yet do not cling. They are all suspended in the air, escaping the realm of the impure, hearing what they can hear from above and below from them. Others know whatever they tell them. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, once the totality of Adam had been sweetened above the holy body, male and female they united a third time, and sweetness of all emerged, and worlds above and below were assuaged. From here, the world above and below was completed, from the aspect of the holy body. Worlds embrace, merging with one another, becoming one body. Since they are all one body, Shekinah above, Shekinah below, the blessed Holy One above, the blessed Holy One below. Spirit is drawn forth, entering one body, and throughout all of them nothing is seen except one holy, holy, holy is Jehovah of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory, for all is one body. It has been taught once they were sweetened by one another, as is written, bangles of gold we will make for you, with spangles of silver. Judgment was bound with compassion, and she was sweetened by the male. Thus one does not rise without the other, like a palm tree, in which one does not flourish without the other. Concerning this we have learned, one who excludes himself in this world from the realm of Adam cannot later, when he departs this world, enter the realm of Adam, called the holy body. Rather, he enters those who are not called Adam and who are excluded from the realm of the body. It has been taught, bangles of gold we will make for you, with spangles of silver, for judgments have been assuaged by compassion, and there is no judgment that does not contain compassion. Of this is written, lovely are your cheeks in bangles, your neck in strings of beads. In bangles, as is said, bangles of gold. In strings of beads, as is written, spangles of silver. Your neck in the realm of female, matronita. So, the temple above, Jerusalem, and the temple. All this, once she is sweetened by the male, and all is formed as Adam, totality of faith. Why faith? Because within him is found all faith. It has been taught, when the soul departs from anyone called Adam and he dies, it is forbidden to leave him overnight in a house, making him lodge on the ground because of the dignity of that body, so that no disgrace may appear on it. As is written, Adam by Yekabal Yalin, a human does not abide in glory. Adam, who is Yeka, glory, of all glory, Baal Yalin, shall not spend the night. Why? Because if this is done, he is likened to beasts that perish. Just as beasts do not possess or display a Holy Spirit, here, too, like beasts, a body without a spirit. This body is glory of all, no disgrace should appear upon it. It has been taught in the concealment of the book, whoever causes this precious body without spirit to remain overnight causes a defect in the body of the worlds. For on account of this, the holy crown of the king does not spend the night in the land, as is written, righteousness lodged in her, because she sees the precious body, called image of the king, like one of the beasts, as is written, he is likened to beasts that perish. It has been taught the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of Har Adam, humankind. The sons of Elohim, those who were concealed, falling into the hollow of the great abyss. The daughters of Har Adam, the well-known Adam. It is written, and they bore them children. These are the heroes Meolam, of old. From the one who is called Olam, world, as we have learned days of the world. Men of Har Shem, the name from them spirits and judgments issue into the world, clinging to the wicked. The Nephilim were on earth, excluding those other ones who were not on earth. Uzzah and Azrael were on earth, the sons of Elohim were not on earth. It is a mystery, and all has been said. Jehovah regretted having made Har Adam, the human, on earth, excluding Adam above, who was not on earth. Jehovah regretted, referring to Zedia Anpin. V'yitatsev, and he was pained, to his heart. It is not said V'yatsev, and he pained, but rather V'yitatsev, and he pained himself, for the matter depended on him, excluding the one who is not pained. To his heart, it is not written in his heart, but rather to his heart, like someone expressing his pain and complaining to his master, for he displayed this to the heart of all hearts. Jehovah said, I will wipe out Har Adam, humankind, whom I created, from the face of the earth, excluding Adam above. But if you say, Adam below, alone, not to exclude at all, since one cannot exist without the other. Were it not for wisdom, concealed of all would have been rearranged as in the beginning, as is written, I am wisdom. I dwell in shrewdness. Do not read Shakanti, I dwell, but rather Shikanti, I cause to dwell. Were it not for this, the world would not exist, as is written, Jehovah by wisdom established the earth, and it is written, and Noah found favor in the eyes of Jehovah. It has been taught all brains depend upon this brain. Wisdom is totality of all, and this concealed wisdom empowered and ordained the array of Adam, stabilizing it, as is written, wisdom strengthens the wise by 10 rulers who are the complete array of Adam. Adam is the arrangement, and within exists the spirit, as is written, for Har Adam, the human, sees what is visible, but Jehovah sees into the heart. Samuel. In this array appears perfection, faith of all, poised upon the throne, as is written, an image like the appearance of a human being upon it above Ezekiel, and it is written, behold, with the clouds of heaven came one like a human being. He reached the Ancient of Days and was brought before him. Daniel. Until here, words are concealed and meanings clear. Happy is the share of one who knows and examines them, and does not err in them, for these words have been given only to masters of qualities, reapers of the field, who have entered and emerged. It is written, for the ways of Jehovah are right, the righteous walk in them, while transgressors stumble in them. Hosea. It has been taught. Rabbi Shimon wept. He raised his voice, saying, if by these words revealed here, the companions are hidden away in the chamber of the world that is coming, and they depart from this world, that would be fitting and fine, for these words have not been revealed to any inhabitant of the world. Then he said, I retract, for it is revealed before the Ancient of Ancients, concealed of all concealed, that I have not acted for my own glory, nor for the glory of my Father's house, nor for the glory of these companions, but rather so that they not err in his ways, nor enter the gates of his palace in shame, nor be hindered. Happy is my share with them in the world that is coming. It has been taught before these companions emerged from that threshing chamber, Rabbi Yos son of Yaakov, Rabbi Hizkiah, and Rabbi Yisa died, and the companions saw holy angels carrying them in that canopy. Rabbi Shimon uttered a word, and they settled down. He cried out, saying, "Perhaps, heaven forbid, a decree of punishment has been issued against us, for by our hand has been revealed what has not been revealed since the day that Moses stood on Mount Sinai, as is written, he was there with Jehovah 40 days and 40 nights. What are we doing here if they were punished because of this?" He heard a voice, "Happy are you, Rabbi Shimon, happy is your share and these companions standing with you, for to you has been revealed what has not been revealed to all the powers above. But, for it is written, at the cost of his firstborn he shall lay its foundation, and at the cost of his youngest he shall set up its gates." Joshua all the more so, for by great, intense desire their souls cleaved above at the moment they were taken away. Happy is their share, for they departed in perfection, which is not so with those who preceded them. Why did they die? It has been taught while words were being revealed, those above who are in chariots trembled, and a voice was aroused in worlds, for ancient words were being revealed below. While the souls of these ones were being sweetened by those words, their souls departed by a kiss and were bound in that canopy and carried away by supernal angels. Why these ones? Because on a previous occasion they entered and did not emerge, whereas all the others entered and emerged. Rabbi Shimon said, "How happy is the share of these three, and happy is our share on account of this." The voice issued a second time, saying, "You, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today." They rose, and no place they looked at failed to exude fragrance. Rabbi Shimon said, "From this you can infer that the world is blessed because of us." Everyone's face shone so brightly that no one could look at them. It has been taught 10 entered and 7 emerged. Rabbi Shimon was happy, and Rabbi Abba was sad. One day Rabbi Shimon was sitting, and Rabbi Abba was with him. Rabbi Shimon said a word, and they saw these 3 being brought by supernal angels, who were showing them treasure chambers on high, due to their honor, and they entered mountains of pure balsam. Rabbi Abba's mind was eased. It has been taught from that day on, the companions did not leave Rabbi Shimon's house, and when Rabbi Shimon was revealing secrets, only they were present. Rabbi Shimon would call out to them, "We 7 are the eyes of Jehovah, as is written, those 7 are the eyes of Jehovah Zechariah, this has been said for us." Rabbi Abba said, "We are 6 lamps shining from the 7th, for you are 7th of all." Surely, the 6 exist only by the 7th, for all depends on the 7th. Rabbi Yehuda called him Sabbath of all those 6, as is written, Sabbath for Jehovah, holy. Just as Sabbath for Jehovah is holy, so is Rabbi Shimon's Sabbath for Jehovah, holy. Rabbi Shimon said, "I am surprised about that hairy one with girded loins. Why was he absent from our threshing chamber while holy words were revealed?" Just then, Elijah arrived, with 3 diadems illumining his face. Rabbi Shimon said to him, "Ah, the one who was absent for the carved groat cake of his Lord on the day of the wedding celebration." He replied, "By your life, Rabbi, 7 days before you entered the threshing chamber, all those who would come and appear with him were selected by the blessed Holy One. And I pleaded before him to be invited, clinging to his shoulders, but I couldn't be, because that same day he sent me to perform miracles for Rav Hamnuna Sava and his companions, who were imprisoned by edict of the royal crown. I brought about a miracle for them, casting down the rampart of the king's palace, and they were trapped in the magical entanglement, in which 45 officers died. I extricated Rav Hamnuna and his companions and cast them into the valley of Ono, saving them. Then I prepared bread and water for them, since they hadn't eaten for 3 days, and that whole day I didn't part from them. When I returned, I found the canopy carried by all those columns, with 3 of the companions upon it. I asked them, and they told me, the share of the Blessed Holy One from the wedding celebration of Rabbi Shimon and his companions. Happy are you, Rabbi Shimon, and happy is your share and that of those companions sitting before you. How many rungs are arranged for you in the world that is coming, how many glowing lamps are destined to illumine you. This day, on account of you, Rabbi Pinhas son of Uriah, your father-in-law, has been adorned with 50 crowns. I myself accompanied him through all those rivers of mountains of pure balsam, and he has already selected his place, where he is established. He said to him, Are the righteous bound in a cluster of crowns on festivals and Sabbaths more than on other days? He replied, And even all those outside, as is written, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before Mesa is Jehovah. If these come, how much more so the righteous? From new moon to new moon. Why? Because the patriarch's holy chariot are crowned. And from Sabbath to Sabbath, for the seventh of all those days is crowned, as is written, God blessed the seventh day and hallowed it. You are Rabbi Shimon, seventh of the 6. You will be crowned and hallowed more than all, and because of you, 3 delights found on the 7th will be relished by the righteous in the world that is coming. It is written, You will call the Sabbath delight, the holy of Jehovah honored. Who is the holy of Jehovah? Rabbi Shimon son of Yoai, who is called honored in this world and in the world that is coming. Commentary on Naso continued. Speak to Aaron and to his sons, saying, Thus shall you bless the children of Israel, saying to them, Rabbi Yitzchak opened, V'ehized Jehovah, the love of Jehovah, is forever and ever upon Ye'av, those in awe of him, and his righteousness to children's children. How great is Yir, or, in the sight of the Omnipresent, for included in awe is humility, and included in humility is Hasidut, devotion. Consequently, whoever possesses fear of sin possesses all of them, and whoever does not fear heaven possesses neither humility nor devotion. It has been taught whoever emerges from awe and is robed in humility is preferable, and he includes them all, as is written, the heel of humility is awe of Jehovah. For whoever possesses fear of heaven attains humility, and whoever possesses humility attains Hasidut, devotion. Whoever possesses fear of heaven attains them all humility, as is written, the heel of humility is fear of Jehovah. Hasidut, devotion, as is written, V'ehized Jehovah, the love of Jehovah, is forever and ever upon Ye'av, those who fear him. It has been taught every person who possesses Hasidut, devotion, is called angel of Jehovah Sivaot, as is written, for the lips of a priest guard knowledge, and teaching is sought from his mouth, for he is an angel of Jehovah Sivaot. Malachi. Why did the priest attain being an angel of Jehovah Sivaot? Rabbi Yehuda said, just as an angel of Jehovah Sivaot is priest above, so an angel of Jehovah Sivaot is priest below. Who is an angel of Jehovah Sivaot? Michael the great prince, issuing from Hezd above, and he is the high priest above. The high priest below, as it were, is called an angel of Jehovah Sivaot, since he comes from Hezd. What is Hezd? Compassion. Therefore, a priest does not appear on the side of judgment. How did the priest attain Hezd? Through awe, as is written, V'ehized Jehovah, the love of Jehovah, is forever and ever upon those in awe of him. Alternatively, the love of Jehovah is Me'olam V'ad Olam, forever and ever, upon those in awe of him. What is meant by Olam and Olam? Rabbi Yitzchak said, as has been established in the Holy Idra, Olam, world, 1 Olam, world, 2. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, min ha'olam v'ad ha'olam, from the world to the world. He replied, they are 2 worlds, turned back into one. Rabbi Elazar said to Rabbi Yitzchak, how long will you seal your words from the world to the world? Principle of supernal mystery, Adam above and Adam below, corresponding to world and world. It is written, days of Olam, the world, and similarly years of Olam, the world. This has already been established in the Holy Supernal Idra. Upon those who fear him, for whoever is sin-fearing is called Adam. When Rabbi Elazar said, if he possesses awe, humility, and devotion totality of all. Rabbi Yehuda said, but we have learned totality of male and female. He replied, certainly so, for whoever is joined male to female is called Adam, and is then sin-fearing. Not only that, but he is imbued with humility. Not only that, but he is imbued with hesed. And whoever is not male with female possesses neither awe nor humility nor hasidat, devotion. So the former is called Adam, totality of all, and since he is called Adam, hesed prevails, as is written, I said, the world is built by hesed, love for it cannot be built if male and female are not found. And it is written, the love of Jehovah is from world to world upon those in awe of him. Those in awe of him, totality of Adam. Alternatively, ve hesed, the love of Jehovah is from world to world upon those in awe of him. This refers to the priests, who come from the side of hesed and obtain this inheritance descending from the world above to the world below. Upon those in awe of him, the priests below. And it is written, he shall atone for himself and for his house, to be included in the category of Adam. And his righteousness to children's children, for he becomes worthy of children's children. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, why and his righteousness the verse should read and his love? Rabbi Elazar replied, this corresponds to the secret that we have learned Bizot, with this as is written, for from man was Zot, this one, taken, and similarly Lazot, this one, shall be called woman, and Zot, this, includes man, namely hesed. Zot is female, hesed male. Thus, male, issuing from the white side, is called hesed, whereas Zot is called Tzedek, righteousness, issuing from the red side, so she is called woman, as is written, ve seed Cato, and his righteousness. Why his righteousness? The righteousness of hesed, his mate, to sweeten one another. Therefore we have learned every priest who has no mate is forbidden to serve, because it is written, he shall atone for himself and for his house. Rabbi Yitzchak said, because Shekinah does not dwell in one who is not married, and the priest, more than anyone in the nation, must be a dwelling place of Shekinah. Once Shekinah dwells in them, hesed dwells in them, and they are called Hasidim, devoted ones, and they must bless the people, as is written, V'hasidka yevarak haka, your devoted ones will bless you, and similarly your Thummim and your Urim la'ish hasidka, for your devoted man. Since the priest is called Hasid, he must bless, and therefore it is written, speak to Aaron and to his sons, saying, Ko, thus, shall you bless. Why? Because they are called Hasidim, and it is written, V'hasidka yevarak haka, your devoted ones will bless you. Ko, thus, shall you bless the children of Israel, saying to them, thus shall you bless in the holy tongue. Thus shall you bless in awe. Thus shall you bless in humility. Rabbi Abba said, Ko, thus, shall you bless. It has been taught this Tzedek righteousness is called Ko, thus, for all judgments are aroused from Ko. This corresponds to what Rabbi Elazar has said, what is meant by Marka Rabbah, a great blow, that is, Marka, a blow min Ko, from Ko, thus. And it is written, you have not listened until Ko, now, as Moses threatened. Similarly, it is written, Bizot, by this, shall you know that I am Jehovah, all is one, and it is written, he did not take to heart Zot, this, too, who was poised to destroy his country. From this Ko, judgments are aroused, and once hesed joins with her, she is sweetened. Therefore, this is transmitted to the priest, who comes from hesed, so that Ko will be blessed and sweetened, as is written, Ko, thus, shall you bless, meaning although this Ko is immersed in judgments, you will assuage her and bless her. As is written, Ko, thus, shall you bless the children of Israel. Through this hesed, you will bless Ko, sweetening her toward Israel, so that no judgments may be found in her, as is written, Ko, thus, shall you bless the children of Israel. Amor, saying, to them. It is not written Imeru, say, to them, but rather Amor, saying to exclude the time when the unruly increased, so as not to publicize the matter, for they were not commanded to make the name known, as implied by what is written Amor, saying, in an undefined manner. Alternatively, Amor, saying since it is written thus Tevarakhu, shall you bless, why isn't it written Tomayu, shall you say well, Rabbi Yehuda taught Amor, saying, to them if they are worthy, to them if not, merely saying. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, saying, I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, and the men who were with me did not see the vision, yet a great terror fell upon them and they fled into hiding. Daniel, I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, but we have learned they were prophets, whereas he was not. And who were they? Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. Look, the holy has become common, and it is written they did not see. So why were they frightened? Whereas of Daniel it is written I saw, yet he was not frightened, although he was not a prophet. Look, the common is holy. Well, it has been taught if a camp is marshaled against me, my heart will not fear. If battle is roused against me, Bizot, in this, do I trust. Bizot, in this the one whom we have mentioned. Zot, this his allotted share, to be possessed, to wreak vengeance on his behalf. It has been taught the blessed Holy One made David into a holy chariot with our patriarchs supernal crowns of all, inherited by our patriarchs. It has been taught David inherited the kingdom for himself and for his descendants, and he was fortified in the sight of kingdom above, inheriting this kingdom for himself and his descendants, which will never be wrested from them throughout all generations. And it has been taught when this crown of kingdom is aroused for the descendants of David, no one can withstand it. I, Daniel, alone saw because he was a descendant of David, as is written among them were the descendants of Judah Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Daniel he saw and delighted in this, since it derived from an aspect of the allotted share of his ancestor. Because it was his, he endured, while the others did not. Rabbi Shimon said, when Kol, thus, is aroused in its judgments, inhabitants of the world cannot withstand it. But when the priests spread their hands, coming from Hesed, supernal Hesed is aroused and unites with this Kol, who is sweetened and blessed with a beaming face toward the children of Israel, so judgment is removed from them, as is written Kol, thus, shall you bless the children of Israel, not other nations. Therefore the priest, no one else, so that this crown of his, Hesed, may be aroused by him. For he is called Hasid, devoted one, as is written Ish Hasidka, your devoted man, and he comes from the side of Hesed, and it is written Vahasidka Yevarak Haka, your devoted ones will bless you. Do not read Yevarak Haka, will bless you, but rather Yevarak Hukol, will bless Kol. Kol, thus, shall you bless with the explicit name. Kol, thus, shall you bless in the holy tongue. It has been taught Rabbi Yehuda said, when the priest below rises and spreads his hands, all the holy crowns above are aroused and arrayed to be blessed. They shine from the depth of the well, all drawing from the depth that gushes constantly. Blessing does not cease, for springs flow to all worlds, which are blessed and saturated by them all. It has been taught at that moment there is whispering, then silence in all worlds. This may be compared to a king who wishes to couple with the matronita and wants to approach her quietly. During that time all the attendants do not stir, and they whisper, look, the king is coming to couple with the matronita. Who is matronita? Assembly of Israel. Who is Assembly of Israel? Assembly of Israel unspecified. It has been taught Rabbi Yitzchak said, he must raise the right above the left, as is written Aaron raised Yadav, his hands, toward the people and blessed them. It is written Yado, his hand, not Yadav, his hands, because of the esteem of the right over the left. Rabbi Elazar said, this is a mystery, as is written he will rule over you. It has been taught when a priest wishes to spread his hands, holiness must be added to his holiness, for his hands must be sanctified by a holy hand. who is a holy hand, a Levite, from whose hands the priest must receive holiness of water, as is written, you shall sanctify the Levites, they are surely holy. Of the Levites is written, your brothers, too, the tribe of Levi your father's tribe bring forward with you, and they will accompany you and serve you, your father's tribe, the entirety. From here we learn every priest who spread his hands must be sanctified by one who is holy, thereby adding holiness to his holiness, and he should not receive holiness of water from anyone else who is not holy. In the concealment of the book it is taught, a Levite by whom a priest is sanctified must first sanctify himself. Why, Levite, let him be sanctified by the hand of another priest? Well, it has been taught another priest must not do so, for, regarding another priest who is imperfect, this complete priest should not be tainted by one who is flawed and imperfect. But a Levite who is complete and worthy of ascending the platform and serving in the tent of meeting is considered perfect and is called holy, as is written, you shall hallow the Levites. Rabbi Tanhum said, he is also called pure, as is written, and purify them. Thus the priest must add holiness to his holiness. It has been taught when the priest spreads his hands, the fingers should not join one another, so that each of the holy crowns may be blessed individually and fittingly, and because the holy name must be expressed in inscribed letters distinctly, not mingling with one another. He should meditate on these matters. Rabbi Yitzchak said, the blessed Holy One desired that those above would be blessed, so that those below would be blessed, and that those above would be blessed through those below, by the hand of the holiest of the holy below, as is written, your devoted ones will bless you. Rabbi Yehuda said, any priest who does not know this mystery, and whom he blesses, and the nature of the blessing that he offers, his blessing is no blessing. As is written, for the lips of a priest keep knowledge, and Torah is sought from his mouth. Malachi, what is meant by the knowledge, the unspecified. And Torah is sought from his mouth, those above seek from his mouth. What do they seek? Torah, unspecified. How? Torah above, called simply Torah, is unified. This is known as written Torah and oral Torah among those supernal crowns. Why? For he is an angel of Yehovah Sivaot. It has been taught the priest must meditate on these matters above to unify the holy name as is required. Rabbi Shimon said, we have learned in the concealment of the book the holy name is revealed and concealed. The one revealed is written Yod He Vav He, the one concealed is written in other letters. And what is concealed? The hidden of all. Rabbi Yehuda said, even the revealed one is concealed by other letters, because of hidden of the hidden within. For here the priest must permute the holy name, bringing down all compassion, all of which is included in 22 letters, 22 crowns of compassion. In the letters of this name are concealed 22 aspects of compassion, 13 of the ancient one, concealed and hidden of all, and 9 revealed by Zediah Anpin. All of them unite in the permutation of one name on which the priest would meditate as he spread his hands in 22 engraved letters. It has been taught when there was modest concealment, this name was revealed to all. Once impudence increased in the world, it was sealed in its letters. For when it was revealed, the priest would meditate and the name would be expressed. On what did he meditate? On the concealed, hidden and treasured away, and it was revealed and expressed. Once impudence increased in the world, all was sealed in inscribed letters. That all these 22 aspects of compassion were spoken by Moses twice. At first, he uttered 13 attributes of the Ancient of Ancients, concealed of all, in a place where judgments prevailed, to subdue all those judgments, assuaging them. The second time, he uttered 9 attributes of compassion included in Zediah Anpin, radiating from the Ancient One, concealed of all. All these 22 attributes are concealed in these verses. May Yehovah bless you and protect you. These 3 verses and 3 names, consisting of 12 letters, included correspondingly. Upon the totality the priest would meditate as one, and all worlds would be blessed, and those above and those below would be sweetened by 22 letters concealed in these 3 verses, corresponding to 22 attributes of compassion encompassing all worlds. As is written Amor, saying, and not Imeru, say. Saying, for he must meditate upon all that is concealed on all these rungs. Saying, meditating upon matters concealed above. Amor, saying, equivalent to bodily members in the human being -1. Why? Because all of them depend upon one, and all are blessed by this when the 3 verses are uttered, as we have said. To them to include in this blessing those above and those below. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, one day I was sitting in the presence of Rabbi Elazar, son of Rabbi Shimon. I asked him, Master, what prompted David to say, human and beast you deliver, O Yehovah, human, fine, but why beast? He replied, well asked, all is taken into account if they are worthy, human if not, beast. I said, Master, I am seeking mystery of the matter. He replied, all has been said. The blessed Holy One called Israel Adam, human, corresponding to the pattern above, and he called them Behema, beast, and all in one verse, as is written, you, my flock of my pasture, are Adam, human, Ezekiel, you, my flock of my pasture here, Behema, beast. Are human here, Adam, human. Thus Israel is called human and beast, so human and beast you deliver, O Yehovah. Further mystery of the matter, if they are worthy, Adam, human, corresponding to the pattern above, if not, they are called beast. All are blessed simultaneously, Adam above and beast below. Especially so, since Israel includes all, as is written, human and beast you deliver, O Yehovah. No blessing below appears until it appears above, and once it exists above, it exists below. All depends in this manner, for good or for evil. For good, as is written, I will respond to heaven, and it will respond to earth. Hosea, for evil, as is written, I will punish the host of the heights on high and the kings of the earth on the earth. Rabbi Yehuda said, therefore it is written Amor, saying, to them, in a general way, so that those above and those below may be blessed. May Yehovah bless you, above, as is written, Ko, thus, shall you bless, first. Afterward, the children of Israel. Saying to them, in a general way, so that all may be blessed as one. And protect you below. May Yehovah shine his face, above. And be gracious to you below. May Yehovah lift up his face, above. And grant you peace below. Rabbi Abba said, all are blessed as one by 22 engraved letters of the holy name, encompassed and concealed here by 22. All are blessed. They are compassion within compassion, with no judgment to be found. No, but look at what is written, may Yehovah lift up his face to you. Rabbi Abba said, may he lift up, may he remove and eliminate, so that judgment vanish entirely. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, when the priest spreads his hands, the people are forbidden to look at him, because Shekinah settles upon his hands. Rabbi Yitzchak said, if so, since they don't see her, why does it matter after all? It is written, no human can see me and live. In their lifetime they do not see, but in their death they do. He replied, because the holy name is intimated in the fingers of his hands, and one should be in awe. Even though they do not see Shekinah, they must not look at the hands of the priests, so that the people will not be brazen toward Shekinah. It has been taught at the moment when the priest spreads his hands, and those above and those below are blessed, the people should sit in awe and reverence, realizing that now a time of favor prevails throughout all worlds, with no judgment anywhere. This is a moment when the concealed one, the ancient of ancients, manifests in Zedia Anpin, and peace pervades all. Rabbi Shimon said, in these 3 verses, their beginning is Yod, Yod, Yod Yeveri Kikha Yehovah, may Yehovah bless you, Yara Yehovah, may Yehovah shine, Yisa Yehovah, may Jehovah lift up, all to display complete faith, so that the one who needs blessing from the Ancient One may be blessed. Yod, 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 so that Zedia and Pin may be blessed by the Ancient of all. Thus, may Jehovah bless you above, and protect you here below. And so with all of them. Atana taught in the presence of Rabbi Shimon, whoever is distressed by a dream should come when the priests spread their hands and say, Master of the universe, I am yours and my dreams are yours, etc. Why? Because at that moment compassion prevails in the world, and if one offers his prayer out of distress, for him judgment is turned into compassion. They shall set my name upon the children of Israel. What is meant by V'samu? They shall set arrange, as is written V'samu, set, each of them at his work and at his burden to arrange, by their blessings, crowns of the right on the right and those of the left on the left fittingly. For they must gnaw, arraying all, so that those above and those below may be blessed. If they do so, then I myself will bless them whom those priests, as is written, may those who bless you be blessed, and similarly I will bless those who bless you, they bless above, and I will bless them. Therefore it is written, they shall set, and not they shall utter or they shall mention. It has been taught any priest not beloved by the people should not spread his hands. It once happened that a certain priest rose and spread his hands, and before he finished he turned into a heap of bones. Why? Because he did not bless lovingly. Then another one rose, spread his hands, and blessed, and that day was mended. Any priest who does not love the people, or whom the people do not love, should not spread his hands to bless the people, as is written, he that has a good eye Yevarak, will be blessed. Do not read Yevarak, will be blessed, but rather Yevarik, will bless. It has been taught, Rabbi Yitzchak said, what is written about Balaam? When he was entrusted with the task to bless Israel, he gazed with an evil eye so that the blessing would not be fulfilled, and he based his words on that evil eye, as is written, utterance of Balaam son of Beor. What is meant by son of Beor? From the one who hated them more than all inhabitants of the world. Utterance of the man Shetem Ha'ayin, whose eye is closed. Shetem Ha'ayin D'Istai Minor Tava, who closed his good eye, so that they would not be blessed and the blessing would not be fulfilled. Rabbi Yehuda said, certainly so, for we find that opening of the eye indicates blessing, as is written, open your eyes and see Daniel, in order to bless. And when Rav Hamnuna Sava used to bless, he would say, may the blessed Holy One open his eyes toward you, whereas of that wicked one, it is written Shetem Ha'ayin, whose eye is closed, so that they would not be blessed through him. Rabbi Yitzchak said to him, therefore when a priest blesses with a benevolent eye, his blessing is fulfilled. And concerning one who does not bless with a benevolent eye, it is written, do not eat the bread of one with an evil eye, nor desire his delicacies, that is, do not seek from him any blessing at all. Rabbi Yos said, Jehovah your God did not want to listen to Balaam. To listen to Balaam, the verse should read to listen to Balak, since Balak arranged everything. Why to listen to Balaam? Well, because he closed his eyes so that Israel would not be blessed. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, the blessed Holy One said to Balaam, wicked one, you are closing your eyes so that my children will not be blessed. I will open my eyes, and every word that you say I will turn into a blessing, as is written, and Jehovah your God turned the curse into blessing for you. Thus it is written, he that has a good eye will be blessed, for he gives of his bread to the poor. What is meant by of his bread, as we have established, for it is written, the bread of his God, from the most holy. Implying that from the most holy emerges the bread of his God, and so it is written, for he gives of his bread to the poor. It has been taught how beloved is Israel before the blessed Holy One, for those above are blessed only for the sake of Israel. For we have learned Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Hia, in the name of Rabbi Yos, the blessed Holy One has sworn that he will not enter heavenly Jerusalem until Israel enters earthly Jerusalem, as is said, the Holy One is in your midst, and I will not enter the city. Hosea, meaning, as long as Shekinah is here in exile, the name above is not complete and all restorations are not carried out. As if it were possible, the name is left lacking. Rabbi Abba was going to Lya. He encountered Rabbi Zerah son of Rav, who said to him, I have seen the face of Shekinah, and whoever sees the face of Shekinah should follow and run after her, as is written, let us know, let us pursue to know Yehovah Hosea. And similarly many peoples will go and say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Yehovah, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways and we will walk in his paths. For from Zion will come forth Torah, and the word of Yehovah from Jerusalem. So I desire to follow you, to learn some of those sublime words that you taste every day from the holy threshing chamber. What is meant by he believed in Yehovah, and he reckoned it as righteousness for him? Did the blessed Holy One reckon it for Abraham, or did Abraham reckon it for the blessed Holy One? I myself have heard that the blessed Holy One reckoned it for Abraham, but it does not settle in my heart. He replied, so we have established, yet it is not so. V'yasivha, and he reckoned her. It is not written V'yashaflo, and he reckoned for him, but rather V'yasivha, and he reckoned her. Abraham surely reckoned it for the blessed Holy One. For it has been taught, it is written, he took him outside. The blessed Holy One said to Abraham, leave your astrological speculations. That is not the way to know my name. You see, and I see. Abram does not engender, Abraham does engender. From here on, strive on another path. So shall your seed be. What is She is the 10th holy crown of the king to know his name, and she is the crown from which judgments are aroused. It has been taught so shall your seed be, your actual seed. At that moment, Abraham rejoiced, contemplating and knowing his name, cleaving to him, for he had been gladdened by And although judgments are aroused from her, Abraham reckoned her that crown, although she is judgment, as if she were compassion, as is written V'yasivha, and he reckoned her. What is meant by and he reckoned her that crown, Tzedakah, as righteousness, compassion. Rabbi Yitzchak said, is the 10th crown and is called Tzedek, righteousness, and judgments are aroused from her. And Abraham, even though judgments derive from her, from this Tzedek reckoned her Tzedakah, as righteousness, from whom no judgments are aroused, for she is compassion. Rabbi Abba said further, what is meant by Yehovah blessed Abraham ba kol, with all as is written, yes, kol, all, that is in heaven and on earth. Chronicles. It is written thus, shall you bless the children of Israel, because for the sake of Israel this is blessed by the priest, so that Israel will be blessed below and blessing will prevail everywhere. Of the time to come, it is written, blessed is Yehovah from Zion, dwelling in Jerusalem. It happened on the day Kalot Moshe, Moses consummated, setting up the dwelling. It has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, on the day that Kala, the bride, entered under the canopy. How do we establish on the day Kalot Moshe, the bride of Moses? Well, this teaches that she entered by the hands of Moses. Rabbi Yehuda said, was she delayed until now from entering her place? Surely it is written Moses could not come into the tent of meeting. Rabbi Yitzchak said, there is no earlier and later in the Torah. It happened on the day Kalot Moshe, Moses consummated Kala, the bride, of Moses. Surely, for we have learned. Rabbi Shimon said, what is meant by you ascended the heights, you seized a captive? Well, when the blessed Holy One said to him, remove your sandals from your feet, the mountain trembled, and Michael said before the blessed Holy One, Master of the universe, do you want to destroy the human being? Surely it is written, male and female he created them, and he blessed them, and blessing is found only in one who is male and female, yet you have told him to separate from his wife. He replied, Moses has already fulfilled the command, be fruitful and multiply. Now I want him to marry my Shekinah, and for his sake my Shekinah will descend to dwell with him. As is written, you ascended the heights, You seized a captive Shekinah, who was married to you. You took gifts be Adam, from the human it is not written be Adam, from a human, but rather be Adam, from the human from the well-known human above. On the day that Shekinah descended, the one who married Moses descended, as is written Kalot Mosh, Moses consummated Kalot Mosh, the bride of Moses, truly. Concerning Joshua, it is written remove your sandal Joshua, for he separated from his wife only at certain times, since Shekinah was not married to him to such an extent and it was not fitting for him as is written Joshua fell on his face to the ground. You took matanot, gifts, from the human spelled matanot, a gift. Happy is the share of Moses, whose Lord delighted in glorifying him above all inhabitants of the world. Jehovah said to Moses, one chieftain Layom, a day, one chieftain Layom, a day, shall present his offering for the dedication of the altar. What is meant by Layom, for a day, Layom, for a day? Rabbi Yehuda said, days above, which were dedicated to be blessed by the 12 chieftains, 12 boundaries, distinguished. Each one was arranged and dedicated with blessing by those chieftains. It has been taught all of them are blessed for the sake of the altar above and even the one below and even the nations of the world are blessed. For it has been taught Rabbi Shimon said, if these 12 chieftains had not brought their offerings, the world could not have withstood the 12 chieftains of Ishmael, as is written 12 chieftains according to their tribes. Once these chieftains of Israel brought their offerings, they obtained the dominion of all of them. Thus, one chieftain a day. Whatever they offered corresponded to the pattern above, so that all would be blessed. 60 rams, 60 he-goats as is said 60 Gibborim, warriors, surrounding her, on the side of Gevurah. 1 golden ladle of 10 shekels as is written in Kitisa when you count. This portion is written in Kitisa the total of all the shekels of gold, namely the shekels of the elevation offering. Parashat Bihar Alateka. When you light up. Rabbi Yehuda opened, he is like a groom coming forth from his canopy. Happy is the share of Israel, in whom the blessed Holy One delights and to whom he gave the Torah of truth, the tree of life by which a person grasps life in this world and life in the world that is coming, for whoever engages in Torah and grasps her is grasped by life. And whoever abandons words of Torah and separates from Torah is as if he separated from life, since she is life and all her words are life, as is written for they are life to those who find them. And similarly it will be healing for your navel. The tree of life embraces from above to below. It is the sun illumining all, its radiance beginning from the top and spreading through the trunk of the tree in a straight path. 2 sides adjoin, one to the north and one to the south, one right and one left. When the sun shines, as has been said, by the trunk of that tree it strengthens the right arm, which shines powerfully. And from its power, the left shines, absorbed in its light. He is like a groom coming forth from his canopy. Who is his canopy? The crown with which his mother crowned him on the day of his wedding. Coming forth from his canopy, head of all light, as is said in the following verse, from the end of the heavens his going forth, beginning of all, which is from the end of the heavens. Then he comes forth like a groom, a real groom, coming forth to meet his bride, beloved of his soul, with outstretched arms, and she receives him. In this manner, he is like a groom coming forth from his canopy. The sun spreads forth toward the west. As soon as the west draws near, the north side is aroused toward it, first drawing near the west, coupling with it in its place, as is said, his left hand beneath my head. Afterward, the south side, the right, as is written, his right embracing me. Then, rejoicing like a champion running his course, illumining the moon, as has been established. When you light up the lamps, the supernal lamps, all shining as one from the sun. Rabbi Abba opened, happy the people who know the horn's blast. O Yehovah, they walk in the light of your presence. This verse has been established, but happy are Israel, to whom the blessed Holy One has given the Holy Torah, a teaching them his ways, to cleave to him and keep the commandments of Torah, by which to attain the world that is coming. He drew them near when they came out of Egypt, for then he delivered them from foreign dominion, elevating them to unite with his name. Then the people of Israel were called free, entirely free, for they no longer dwelled under foreign domination, being united now with his name, which is supreme above all, ruling over those above and those below. Out of his love for them, he called them my son, my firstborn, Israel, corresponding to supernal holiness. Consequently, he slayed all the firstborn above and below, and untied the bonds and the bound, those above and those below, in order to bring them forth. Therefore, the blessed Holy One did not seek an angel or a seraph, just himself. Furthermore, he alone knew how to distinguish, to know all, to untie the bound which is not within the power of any messenger, but rather in his hand. On the night when the blessed Holy One wished to slay all those firstborn, as has been said, as night dusked, singers came to sing before him. He said to them, "This is not the time, for my children are singing another song on earth." When the night split, a north wind was aroused, and the blessed Holy One wreaked vengeance, and Israel sang Hallel aloud. Then he made them free from all, and supernal angels and all those camps listened to the voices of Israel. After they circumcised themselves, with that blood and with the blood of the paschal lamb they marked their houses with 3 marks on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts. Why? As they have established, because it is a holy mark, and destruction comes forth and sees that blood marked on the entrance, and he has compassion over Israel, as is written, Jehovah will pass over the entrance and he will not allow the destroyer to enter your houses to strike. Here one should examine if the blessed Holy One himself slayed in the land of Egypt, and not any messenger, then why is it written, and he will not allow the destroyer? The verse should read, and he will not destroy. But so it is, for it is written, Jehovah, and Jehovah struck every firstborn, Jehovah, and Jehovah he and his court, and that court was present here. From here we learn that one should always display action in order to be saved. For similarly upon the altar, so that the destroyer will not appear. This applies to action. When that is not required, for example, on Rosh Hashanah, the day of judgment, when masters of the evil tongue loom over Israel, we need words and supplication, and we need to display by spirit and soul, as we have established and as has been said. How? With a shofar. To display the shofar and to arouse another shofar. By that sound, we generate compassion and judgment as one, all fittingly, just as that supernal shofar emits a sound blended as one. We proceed to arouse compassion, to smash masters of judgment so that they will not prevail on this day. And when compassion is aroused, all those supernal lamps shine on this side and on that side. Then, in the light of the king's face is life. When the priest intended to kindle the lamps below and offered fragrant incense, at that moment supernal lamps shine, all is bound fragrantly as one, and joy and gladness pervade all worlds, as is written, oil and incense rejoice the heart thus, when you light up the lamps. Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Yitzchak were walking on the way. They came upon those mountains of Kurdistan. As they kept going, Rabbi Elazar raised his eyes and saw those towering mountains, dark and terrifying. Rabbi Elazar said to those companions, "If my father were here, I would not be afraid. But since we are 3, judgment has no place here." He said to them, "How beloved are words of Torah, for every single word contains sublime mysteries, and Torah is called the supernal Kilul, principle. We have learned in the 13 rules of Torah whatever was included in Kilul, a generalization, and was then excluded from the generalization to teach something, was excluded not to teach about itself but to teach about the entire generalization. For Torah is Kilala, the generality, so even if a mere story departs therefrom, it does so not to demonstrate something about the story itself. Surely, it was excluded not to teach about itself but to teach about the entire generalization. For even though that story or that event departs from Kilala, the general category, of Torah, it does so not to demonstrate something about itself, but rather to demonstrate about that supernal Kilala of the whole Torah. For example, it is written the ark came to rest upon the mountains of Ararat. Surely, this verse departs from Kilala of Torah and comes as a mere story. What do we care whether it rested here or there? It had to rest somewhere but to teach about the entire Kilal. Whoever says that a particular story of Torah comes to display the story itself, may his spirit expire if so, it is not supernal Torah, Torah of truth. But surely, it is holy supernal Torah, Torah of truth. For a king of flesh and blood, it is undignified to engage in common talk, much less to write it down. Now, would you ever imagine that the supernal king, the blessed Holy One, had no holy words to write, with which to compose the Torah, so that he had to collect all these words about commoners, such as words about Esau, about Hagar, about Laban with Jacob, about the donkey, Balaam, and Balak, about Zimri, and all the other stories that are written, and make a Torah out of them? If so, why is it called a Torah of truth? Malachi: Torah of Yehovah is perfect, the decree of Yehovah is trustworthy, the precepts of Yehovah are just, the command of Yehovah is lucid, the awe of Yehovah is pure, and it is written more desirable than gold. These are words of Torah. But surely it is called Torah of Yehovah, perfect Torah, and every single word comes to demonstrate other, supernal matters. The wording of a story does not come to signify itself, but rather to signify something about the totality, as has been said. The ark came to rest in the 7th month upon the mountains of Ararat. So it is with this verse, all the more so with others. When judgment looms over the world and judgments prevail, and the blessed Holy One sits on the throne of judgment to try the world, within that throne so many records are engraved, so many notes concealed within the archival ledger of the King. All those open books are hidden there, so nothing is forgotten by the King. This throne is established and prevails only in the 7th month, on the day of judgment, the day on which all inhabitants of the world are called to account, all of them passing before that throne. Thus, the ark rested in the 7th month, in the 7th month, surely, judgment of the world. Upon the mountains of Ararat, Ararat supports of the throne, masters of judgment, wailers and howlers, all of whom appear on that day before the blessed Holy One. How many shield-bearing warriors are aroused on this day, all stationed beneath that throne in judgment of the world. The people of Israel offer prayer on that day, pleading and supplicating before him and blowing the shofar. And the blessed Holy One has mercy on them, turning judgment into compassion. All those above and below open, saying, "Happy is the people who know the blast." Therefore, it is vital on this day that the one who blows should know the essence of the matter and concentrate on the blast, performing the act with wisdom. Thus it is written, "Happy is the people who know the blast and not who hear the blast," as has been said. They traveled on, that whole day. As night dusked, they climbed to a certain place and found a cave. They entered it. Rabbi Elazar said, "Let one of us enter farther inside the cave, maybe he'll find a more convenient spot." Rabbi Yos entered and saw another cave, illumined by a lamp. He heard a voice saying, "When you light up the lamps, toward the front of the lampstand shall the 7 lamps give light. Here Assembly of Israel receives light, and supernal Mother is crowned, and all those lamps are illumined by her. Within her 2 slender potent embers, sprouting shoots all intertwining toward the one above, and from there below." Rabbi Yos heard and rejoiced. He came to Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Elazar said, "Let us enter, for the blessed Holy One has prepared this for us in order to perform a miracle." They entered. As soon as they entered, they saw two people engaged in Torah. Rabbi Elazar said, "How precious is your love, O God! Humans find shelter in the shadow of your wings." These stood up, and those sat down, and all of them rejoiced. Rabbi Elazar said, "How precious is your love, O God, that we have found you. The blessed Holy One has shown us love in this place, lighting up lamps." Rabbi Yos said, "Bihar alateka, when you light up really, Biadlakitak, when you kindle." For two rituals are performed as one by the priest, a single bond. What is that? Oil and incense, as is said, oil and incense Yisama, rejoice, the heart, for it is written, Aaron shall burn upon it aromatic incense morning after morning, when he tends the lamps he shall burn it. And it is written, and when Aaron lights up the lamps at twilight he shall burn it. Why is it written here Behetivo, when he tends, whereas there it is written Bihar alat, when he lights up? Rabbi Yehuda said, all is one. Rabbi Yos said, Behetivo, when he enhances, as is said, for your caresses tovim miyain, are fine, deriving from wine tovim, fine, satiated with wine, as is said, we were sated with food and we were tovim, fine. Rabbi Yehuda said, hatava, enhancement, really, as is said, ve'itof lev, a good-hearted person, has a continual feast. Uv haralat, when he lights up, for when they are watered and saturated by the flow of the streams, then ascension and blessings appear in all, joy in all. Uv haralat, when he elevates. Rabbi Aha said, when the deepest of all radiates into the stream, and the stream flows in a straight path, watering all, then is written Bihar alat, when he elevates, for they issue from the deepest of all. Bihar alat, when he elevates, for it comes from the highest aspect, depth of all, called thought. All is one entity. Then assembly of Israel is blessed, and blessings spread throughout all worlds. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, I indeed have built you Beit Zaval, a lofty house, a firm place for your dwelling forever. King's Beit Zaval, a lofty house. Surely when all the hidden treasures of the king are entrusted in her hands and she controls them, she is called Beit Zaval, a lofty house. There is one heaven called Zaval, loft, for it is situated to receive blessings and arrange all, while she is called Beit Zaval, a house of loft. It is written Ve'elizvillan, for Zebulun, he said, rejoice, Zebulun, when you go out, and Issachar, in your tents, indicating that they cooperate as one, the former going out to wage war, the latter sitting engaged in Torah, each giving a share to the other. In the allotted territory of Zebulun is the sea, called the Sea of Kinneret, and this is fitting because Tekelet, blue, emerges from there, and they have established that below corresponds to the pattern above. Sea of Kinneret above, Sea of Kinneret below, Tekelet above, Tekelet below, all in one place. Consequently, Zebulun inherited the role of going out to wage war. How do we know that this is so? As is written, peoples they call to the mountain, where they slaughter Zivir Sedek, sacrifices of triumph Zivir Sedek, slaughterings of Sedek, surely why, for the plenty of seas they suckle. Issachar gives a share of Torah to Zebulun, a share of Torah, surely thus they cooperate as one, so that Zebulun may be blessed by Issachar, for blessing of Torah is blessing of all. Rabbi Abba said, the inheritance of Torah is certainly so, and this sixth rung gives the reward of Torah, bestowing it upon assembly of Israel, bestowing white to blue. Concerning this we have learned, as soon as one can distinguish between blue and white when colors are recognized, for then it is considered mourning, and white comes to the world and blue disappears. Therefore all wars of the king and all weapons of the king are entrusted into her hands, as we have already established. The well dug by princes, delved by nobles of the nation, the well assembly of Israel. Dug by princes' father and mother, who gave birth to her. Delved by nobles of the nation, the patriarchs, for it is written, nobles of nations have gathered with the God of Abraham, so as to be blessed by them through one rung poised above her. Who is that righteous one? So when this journeys, she journeys with the help of the patriarchs. She is called well, and she is called See. She is called well when Isaac emerges armed from the side of mother, coming to be drawn after this one, and he fills her. Then she is called well of Isaac, well of Miriam, as has already been established. See, when she is illumined by the radiance of Father, she is called See. Streams flow toward her, as is said, all the streams flow into the sea. Ever since the day that assembly of Israel was exiled, it is written, waters vanish from the sea, and a river becomes parched and dry. Job, waters vanish from the sea, assembly of Israel. And a river becomes parched and dry. Righteous one. Of this is written, the righteous one loses, for he was a splendid, glorious river entering her, gathering all those rivers and streams that draw from the flow of the holy river, whose waters never cease, which gushes forth from supernal Eden. He enters her, filling her pools, and from there all worlds inherit blessings completely. When assembly of Israel is blessed, all worlds are blessed, and Israel below suckles and is blessed from her, and as we have already established, she protects Israel, as has been said, for it is written, the angel of Elohim, who was going before the camp of Israel, moved the angel of Elohim, assembly of Israel, as we have established, and at that moment she moved with the help of the patriarchs. When they appear with her, all appear, and therefore in these verses is conveyed the holy name in which the patriarchs are comprised, as has been established, one verse in order, one backward, and one in order. V'yisamalek, the angel moved in order, like this. Here Abraham was adorned with his crowns, and he crowned assembly of Israel, and all these letters are in a straight path, proceeding by day, as is said, by day Jehovah ordains his do, his love. Thus it is written, the angel of Elohim moved. When do all move on their journeys? You must say, when the sun shines. This is one verse composed of 72 letters. The second, of Isaac, similarly consisting of 72 letters imbued with judgment toward assembly of Israel. Therefore it is written, and it came between the camp of Egypt and the camp of Israel, facing these and those. And there was the cloud and the dark, for so it is, since a cloudy day pertains to Isaac, cloud and darkness deriving from him. Consequently, the arrangement of letters is backward in a tortuous path, not a straight one like this. So all those letters are backward, as is written, and there was the cloud and the dark. For as soon as Isaac entered with his judgments, one did not draw near the other all night. It is written, one did not draw near the other. Those deriving from the side of Abraham did not draw near the others, for they could not, since this well clung to Isaac, as is said, and it lit up the night. For when she was filled and joined Isaac, one did not draw near the other, and they could not draw near until Jacob came and joined Abraham, and he took Isaac and placed him in the middle. Then faith was linked, each with another, and Israel was saved. We have learned where the patriarchs appear, other righteous ones appear with them. So this name attains other aspects, branching out, although all proceed on one path. When this well shines from the side of Isaac and is bound to him, it becomes a great sea, with mighty rolling waves, rising and falling in fury and rage, climbing up, a heaving, and crashing down. Abraham comes toward her, but because of the rage, fury, and wrath, they do not draw near one another until Jacob comes and subdues her rage, reducing and breaking the rolling waves of the sea. As is written, and Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and Jehovah drove the sea with a mighty east wind. What is meant by with a mighty east wind? Mighty toward her, to break her rage. And he turned the sea into dry ground, and the waters were split. He emptied the sea of its raging waters, and the waters split to the side of Abraham and to the side of Jacob, as is written, and the waters were split, to one side and the other. Therefore all those letters are in a straight path, fittingly. These are in a straight path on the side of Jacob and all those deriving from his side. Thus the act of arranging the holy name is demonstrated by uniting the patriarchs, which is a single bond, a faithful bond, becoming a complete chariot. By uniting the patriarchs as one, all is accomplished. The companions know how to walk on a straight path, refining actions fittingly. By this name, bond of the patriarchs, are discovered ways to judgment, compassion, assistance, love, or Torah, life, death, good and evil. Happy are the righteous, who know the ways of Torah and know how to walk in the ways of the Holy King. Happy are they in this world and in the world that is coming. Here, the patriarchs on their journeys in action, in bonds bound to one another. When they join as one, no one can withstand them. There are 7 clusters into which the 3 patriarchs and 4 others are woven. Head and center in a single cluster. These are the ones who dug the well of water. Second Zir Elzir, one to the other, and they form one cluster with 3 yods. Third, consummation of all faith. Fourth, 2 supports, pillars upon which the body stands. Fifth, good and evil, a river generating the tree of life and death, deepest of all. Sixth, judgment with compassion. Seventh, mentioned at first, with that head of which we spoke, for it is the center of all. Since it is the center, it is called Ani, sustenance of all the branches, which are joined around it. These 7 rungs, from one rung to another, one chariot is revealed, along with all those joined to it. And so it is from rung to rung, all of them following the rung appointed over them. We have already established these matters. When these rungs appear, all faith appears. These are the 7 clouds that surrounded Israel. Therefore, when Shekinah journeys, she journeys with the patriarchs, and when these journey, all those other rungs journey with them. Then, assembly of Israel is adorned fittingly. Zebulun, whom we mentioned, who inherited the Sea of Kinneret, unspecified. If so, what is Judah's share of it? Well, Judah obtained Machuta kingdom entirely, joining it on all sides. Rabbi Elazar said, regarding this portion, the fashioning of the lampstand and all its fixtures and everything related to it was already stated. Why here a second time? Well, since the chieftains brought, above, an offering for the altar and its whole suitable array, Scripture comes and relates the fashioning of the lampstand, since the restoration above is by the hand of Aaron for the lampstand and all its lamps shine through Aaron. There are 12 chieftains to inaugurate the altar, and as has been established, there are 12 tribes on 4 sides, 4 units, all 12 corresponding to the pattern above. The lampstand was assigned with 7 lamps to be lit by the priest, and the lampstand stood and was fashioned miraculously, as has been established in the account of the lampstand. The inner altar and the lampstand stand as one, for the joy of Allah has been established, for it is written, oil and incense rejoice the heart. As we have established, there were 2 altars. One, innermost of all, since this existed for joy. The other, for offering sacrifices. From one, a flow issues to the other. One who sees will contemplate and know. Mystery of the matter is Adonai Yehovah. Therefore, incense was offered only when oil appeared. I found in the book of King Solomon incense is for joy and to eliminate a plague. Why a plague? Because judgment stems from this outer one, whereas joy, delight, and the bond of radiance derive from that inner one, in which all exists. When this is aroused, all judgment disappears and cannot be enacted. Therefore incense is capable of nullifying a plague. Thus, Keteret, incense, is Keshiru, binding, of all, and this is offered on that inner one. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory. Take the Levites from the midst of the children of Israel. It has already been established that they had to be conducted, purified, and drawn, to be linked to their place. For they are the left arm and the side of judgment, and whoever derives from the side of judgment must not let his hair grow, thereby increasing judgment in the world. Therefore a woman similarly should not let her hair be exposed, but must cover her head and her hair. This we have established, and it has already been discussed. Then, all those who come from the side of judgment are blessed. So of the Levites is written, have them pass a razor over all their flesh, as has been said, the Levites cannot attain their place until the priest elevates them, since the right always conducts the left. Rabbi Shimon said, on the day that the Levites attain their place by 2 bulls. Why parim, bulls? Well, they are like bulls, to receive with the left the para, cow, that is called para adama, a red cow. Upon the priest depends all power and restoration, for the whole power of the body abides in the right arm. So the priest is the arm of all Israel, poised to restore the world. Nevertheless, it does not exist alone, but rather with the body and the left, and the body is the essence of all. A Levite would serve for 25 years. At the age of 25, he ascends and is crowned in his place, and for 25 years he serves. For when a person attains the rung of 50 years, he declines from the potency of fire within him, and once the fiery heat of the body cools down, he impairs the place to which he is connected. Furthermore, the singing voice is no longer so well joined to him, and the voice should not wane but rather strengthen, for it occupies a place of strong judgment, not weak. So he must not impair the place to which he is connected, which is strong judgment, not weak. He must not display any weakness at all in any aspect. Happy is the person who engages in Torah and knows its ways, not deviating to the right or the left, as is written, for the ways of Jehovah are straight. Hosea. Jehovah spoke to Moses in the desert of Sinai in the 2nd year. Rabbi Abba said, why here the Passover offering, since it was already stated? Well, it was in the 2nd year, for Israel thought that the Passover offering was only in Egypt, and now, since they had performed it once in Egypt, they assumed it was no longer necessary. The blessed Holy One came and admonished them about it, so that they would not think that its time had passed in Egypt and it was unnecessary. Therefore, in the desert of Sinai in the 2nd year to institute it for all generations. Although he had already admonished them in Egypt, now he commanded them a 2nd time in the place where all the commandments of Torah were given. Thus, in the 2nd year. Why in the 2nd year, in the 1st month? Well, that is a sublime mystery. 1. A year, another, a month. What is the difference between them? Month is the moon, year is the sun illumining the moon. Then was the time when all the commandments of Torah were transmitted. Rabbi Shimon said, woe to the person who says that Torah intended to present a mere story and ordinary words, for if so, we could compose a Torah right now with ordinary words, and more laudable than all of them. If to display matters of the world, even worldly potentates possess words more sublime. If so, let us follow them and make a Torah of them, but all the words of Torah correspond to the following pattern. The upper world and the lower world are evenly balanced, Israel below, supernal angels above. Of the angels is written, he makes his angels spirits. This pertains to the celestial realm. But when they descend below, although they descend, they don garments of this world. If they are not clothed in a garment befitting this world, they cannot endure in this world, nor can the world endure them. If this is so with the angels, then concerning Torah, who created them and created all worlds, which exist for her sake, when she descends to this world, if she does not clothe herself in garments of this world, the world cannot endure. So this story of Torah is a garment of Torah. Whoever thinks that the garment is the real Torah and not something else, may his spirit expire, he will have no share in the world that is coming. Therefore David said, uncover my eyes, so I can see wonders out of your Torah. What is beneath the garment of Torah? There is a garment visible to all. Those fools, when they see someone in a good-looking garment, look no further. Yet the significance of that garment is the body, the significance of the body is the soul. Corresponding to this pattern, Torah has a body and words of Torah called bodies of Torah. This body is clothed in a garment, namely stories of this world. Fools of the world look only at that garment, the story of Torah. Those who know more do not look at the garment, but rather at the body beneath that garment. The wise servants of the supernal King, those who stood at Mount Sinai, look only at the soul, root of all, real Torah. And in the world that is coming, they are destined to gaze upon the soul of Torah. So, too, above there is garment, body, soul, and soul of soul. The heavens and their hosts are the garment. Assembly of Israel is the body who receives the soul, Tiferet Yisrael, beauty of Israel, so she is the body for the soul. The soul that we have mentioned is Tiferet Yisrael, who is real Torah. The soul of soul is the holy ancient one, and all are linked to one another. Woe to the wicked who say that Torah is merely a story, they look at this garment and no further. Happy are the righteous who look at Torah properly. As wine must sit in a bottle, so Torah must sit in this garment. Therefore, concerning Torah, one should look only at what is beneath the garment. So all these words and all these stories are garments. V'yaraju v'ni Israel, let the children of Israel perform the Passover offering at its set time. What is meant by v'yaraju, let them make? Rabbi Yos said, as has already been said, whoever displays an action below fittingly is as if he makes it above, for because of him that entity is aroused above. As it were, he makes it. This has already been said. Ishish, any person, who becomes tame lanafesh, impure for the soul, or is on a distant journey. Ishish, a person white twice well, a person who is a person, worthy of receiving a sublime holy soul, and he impaired himself, and supernal Shekinah does not settle upon him. Why? Because he inflicted it, defiling himself. So, Ish, a person worthy of being a person, yet he defiles himself, so that holiness from above does not settle upon him. Oveda Kriya Kat, or is on a distant journey. This is one of those 10 that are dotted in the Torah, all coming to demonstrate something. What is meant by Veda Kriya Kat, on a distant way? Because a person who defiles himself is then defiled from above. As soon as they defile him above, he is on a distant way from that way to which the seed of Israel cling. Surely he joins a distant way, distancing himself from approaching you, linking with you, as you are linked. Rabbi Yitzchak said, but look at what is written, who becomes impure for the soul or is on a distant journey, which seems like two things, as implied by or. Rabbi Yos replied, here, before they defile him, there, after they defile him. And by implication, even one or the other, holiness from above does not settle upon him, and he cannot perform the Passover offering at the time when Israel performs it. Now, you might ask, does he actually perform it in the second month even if he doesn't restore himself? No. Rather, once he is purified and restores himself now the second month, to perform the Passover offering. From here we learn every person who purifies himself is then purified above. If you say that he occupies a higher rung on the second month, not so. For Israel, holy seed, who performed the Passover offering at its time, received the sun and moon as one. Whoever obtains the foundation first, obtains the structure. What is the foundation? Do not say, supernal foundation of righteous one of the world. Rather, a foundation of precious stone, as is said, a stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. This is the stone upon which settles what settles. Rabbi Yehuda said, he is surely not like one who obtains the Passover offering on time, but he obtains all, even in the second month, though unlike one obtaining on time. Why the one who obtains the Passover offering at its time obtains from below to above, for one progresses in holiness, and does not regress. Whereas the one who obtains after its time descends from above to below. So they are equivalent in all, yet not equivalent, for one ascends and doesn't descend, whereas the other descends without ascending. Therefore, whoever brings the Passover offering at its time is more highly to be praised. Happy are Israel, who attain all, for they attain Torah, for whoever attains Torah attains the holy name. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming. On the day the dwelling was erected, Rabbi Yehuda opened, he disperses, gives to the needy, his righteousness stands forever, his horn shall be raised in glory, he disperses, gives to the needy. What is meant by disperses? As is said, there is one who disperses, yet more is added. You might think any kind of dispersal, so Scripture informs us he disperses, gives to the needy. Once he has given to the poor, this dispersal is worthy. What is meant by yet more is added in all ways, yet more is added in wealth, yet more is added in life. This verse should read, there is one who disperses, ve Yosef, yet he adds more. Why ve Nesaf, yet more is added. Well, that place where death abides, he caused to be increased with life from above, adding to him. Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, Scripture attests that whoever gives to the poor stimulates the tree of life to add to the tree of death. Then life and joy prevail above. As for the person who caused this, whenever he is in need, that tree of life stands over him and that tree of death protects him. Therefore, V'Nesaf, yet more is added, as is said, seed Cato, his charity, stands forever. What is meant by stands forever? Stands poised over that person, providing him with endurance and life. Just as he gives the poor life and stimulates life above, so it is given to him. Those two trees provide for him, standing over him to save him and to increase his life. His horn shall be raised in glory. About what we have said, that horn shall be raised. How? By glory above. For this person determines their union as one, causing blessings to pour forth above and below. Rabbi Abba said, whenever the dwelling is erected by people's deeds, that day is a day of joy for all, and anointing oil of holiness is poured into all those lamps, and they all glow. Whoever determines this, determines his destiny in that world that is coming. He is saved in this world, and he will have life in the world that is coming. As is written, Tzedakah, righteousness, saves from death, and it is written, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Make yourself 2 trumpets of silver. Rabbi Shimon opened, when the living beings moved, the wheels moved beside them, and when the living beings rose off the ground, the wheels rose too. Ezekiel, when the living beings moved with supernal sanction, they would move. For if you say that this is high above, no, below. But this one in front of the face, and that one behind the face. A sparkling wind, one of 4, in 4 directions, in splendors blessed by the effulgence of radiant faces. Thus, like the appearance of the living beings who are 4 corners, banners unfurled. Lion, eagle, bull, Adam, who includes all 4 angels ruling and encompassing all. First banner, an armed camp, lion, Michael inscribed on the expanse of the banner, spread to the right. East, beginning of the sun, moving on its journeys in radiance. 2 chieftains under him, Yophil and Sidchiel, one for Torah and one for going to the marketplace. When these move, how many armed camps from the right side? Each one moves to the left. The sun proceeds, illumining and crowning them. 1,000 and tens of thousands of chieftains under them, all in awe, in fear, in trembling, and in quaking. The lion extends his right hand, gathering all his legions, lions surrounding that lion, and he is in the middle. When this lion roars, the firmaments tremble, all the legions and camps tremble from fear of him. From this voice, the river of fire is inflamed, and it descends, rungs of hell below. Then all the wicked of hell tremble and are inflamed by fire. Of this is written, a lion has roared, who will not fear Amos? He roars a second time, lions all roar. He extends his left hand, all masters of judgment below are seized with fear and subdued under that hand. The hand spreads over them, all of them beneath, as is said, your hand on your enemy's nape. 4 wings for every single one of white fire, all flashing. All faces, calyx and blossom, immersed in the whiteness of that fire. 4 faces for every single one, in 4 directions all glowing from the whiteness of the sun. 1 toward the east shines in joy. 1 toward the west, whose light is gathered in. 1 toward the north, and dark, with no radiance, like the shadow of the sun. Compared to the sun the shadow is dark, the sun shines. For sun and shadow are right and left, moving together. The count of those moving with him, all those carrying a weapon, all from the right and left, with 3 heads. 1 of his heads, these constituting 1 head. A legion sets forth by the right hand that he raises above them, apart from all those chieftains below, below these rulers, these above those, lower rungs with upper ones, who are innumerable. 2nd head, moving with the 1st head, has a count of, apart from all those chieftains below in 4 directions, who are innumerable. 3rd head, moving after them. Just as the right moves, so does the left, so too in front of them, so too behind them. As soon as this first one moves, the dwelling is taken down, and all those Levites utter song, masters of praise all at his side. Of then is written, for the spirit of the living being was in the wheels. Ezekiel. 2nd banner, an armed camp, eagle, Uriel, south, accompanied by 2 chieftains, Shamshi, Hasti. This eagle ascends, all winged beings before him, numerous camps ascending on all sides, each by the power of the sun. Spirit of inner spirit emerges, and that spirit reaches this eagle, who lifts his pinions and covers the body, as is said, by your wisdom does the hawk soar, spreading his wings toward the south. Job. Corresponding to the pattern, according to the paradigm, like the appearance of like an eagle rousing his nest. This eagle is accompanied by a hawk, a dove is accompanied by a hawk, and all the winged beings chirp and rejoice. A single column is in front of him, rising from below to above. Numerous birds descend and enter, chirping and rejoicing, roaming around. When he moves, he extends the right wing, gathering all his legions, winged beings, in 2 bodies, eagle and lion as one. He lifts his voice, all the others ascend and descend, chirping from their side on several rungs. 3 heads are as one in these camps, all in one reckoning, and the reckoning of these heads is 1 head, 2nd head, 3rd head, comma. From these 2 sides emerge 2 heralds, marching before all those camps. When these 2 proclaim, all legions and all camps, living beings, small and large, all gather. Who has seen the journey of all those firmaments, all moving in camps before the dwelling? When one of them, the one coming from the side of the lion, spreads the sound smoothly, so that all those legions will not tremble, then all the heads of camps assemble. When the other proclaims, he breaks the sound, not spreading it smoothly. All the camps of this eagle throng, gathering for their journey. Corresponding to these, 2 trumpets of silver below in the same manner, all below. When these move, what is written, when the living beings moved, the wheels moved beside them. Ezekiel. Those gathering toward them. As the head gazes, so too all of them. 3rd banner, bull, Gabriel, north, accompanied by 2 chieftains, Kaphsi and Hizki. This bull is from the left side, his horns rising between his 2 eyes, furious in scrutiny, eyes flashing like flaming fire. He gores and tramples with his feet ruthlessly. When this bull bellows, numerous ravaging bands of stingers issue from the great abyss, all of them bellowing and roaming in front of him. An archival ledger of all sins is hanging before him, for into a book all sins of the world ascend and are recorded. 7 rivers of fire flow in front of him. When he is thirsty, that river of fire moves toward him, and he sucks it up in a single gulp. And that river is filled as originally, not failing, and all those legions draw fire, consuming fire. Were it not for a river of water issuing from the side of the lion, the world could not endure their fiery coals. Darkness of the sun exists there, no radiance. Numerous wardens of judgment go roaming in the darkness, and the fire burning on this side is a dark black fire. If you say that there is no white fire, black fire, red fire, and two-colored fire, do not say this, for surely it is so. And yet high above, it exists so, whence it flows to these below. We have learned in what manner does Torah exist white fire, and black fire upon the white fire in 2 fires does Torah exist. It is 1 fire, and this splits into 4. It is 1 water, and this splits into 4. It is 1 spirit, and this splits into 4. The counts of 3 heads are joined in these camps. 1 head, 2nd head, the other head aside from all those other rungs branching off, innumerable, all rungs upon rungs, and aside from numerous wardens of judgment below, impudent as a dog, biting like donkeys. Woe to one who finds himself near them and under their judgment. On the 4th side, 4th banner Adam, Raphael, west. Here, healing on the side of Adam, supernal judgment is included and healed. This one grasps the horns of the bull when it wishes to thrust them into the great abyss, and he binds them, so that the world will not be burned. In this place abides a sound of sheer silence. Kings hear, a word silently, no syllable heard at all. On this side dwells the one who dwells, rises the one who rises. The sun is gathered in to illumine this place. Consequently, when you blow to you are, an alarm on the south side, but here, neither this nor the other. Why to you are, an alarm to subdue the north side. Therefore the north side is at the rear. 2 trumpets, because they are on the 2 sides that we have mentioned, on the east and on the south. They are prepared to smash judgments and subdue them, so they are made of silver. Thus, on the day of your rejoicing and at your fixed festivals, you shall blow the trumpets and be remembered before Jehovah your God, and be delivered from your enemies, unspecified, whether above or below. Happy are Israel, whom the blessed Holy One wishes to glorify, and to whom he has given the highest share above all other nations. The blessed Holy One finds glory in them by their praises, as is written, he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory. As the ark journeyed, Rabbi Elazar said, here one should examine none that is inverted, facing backward. Why in 2 places here? If you say, a bent nun, well, it is known that a bent nun is female and a straight one, totality of male and female. They have already established, regarding this place as the ark journeyed. But why is it turned afterward like this? No nun is mentioned in Ashri. Happy are those who dwell in your house, because she is in exile. This has been established by the companions, for it is written, Naphtali, fallen, not to rise again, is virgin Israel. Amos. But what is written previously, the ark of Jehovah's covenant journeyed before them a 3 days' distance to scout out a resting place for them. As soon as the ark journeyed, none journeyed above it. Surely, Shekinah rests upon the ark. The love of the blessed Holy One is toward Israel, for even though they stray from the straight path, the blessed Holy One does not wish to abandon them, and he constantly turns his face toward them. Otherwise, they could not endure in the world. Go and see, the ark journeyed before them a distance of 3 days, and none remained inseparable from it, accompanying it. Due to the love of Israel, it turned its face toward them, turning away from the ark like a gazelle who, when going, turns its face back to the place it has left. So, as the ark journeyed, none turned its face toward Israel and its shoulders toward the ark. Therefore, when it journeyed, Moses said, Arise, O Jehovah, do not abandon us, turn your face toward us. Then none turned back toward them, like someone turning his face toward his beloved. And when the ark and Israel began to rest, none turned its face from Israel and turned back toward the ark, turning completely. Rabbi Shimon said, Elazar, my son, certainly so, but here, it did not turn its face away from Israel. For if so, the none would have to be the opposite of the other one, above that one inverted, and this one straight, facing the ark. But surely, it did not turn its face away from them. What did it do as the ark rested? Moses said, Return, O Jehovah. Then the ark rested, and Shekinah stood on the other side, with her face toward Israel and toward the ark. So then she encompassed both the ark and Israel. But afterward Israel ruined this, as is written, the people were kemitwanim, complaining. Rabbi Elazar said, What I said comes from the book of Rav Yisrael Sava, who said that on both this side and that side it turned back. He replied, He spoke well, but what I said you will find in the book of Rav Hamnuna Sava, and it is certainly so. The manna was Keizira Gad, like coriander seed. Rabbi Yos said, To sustain seed and cohorts on earth, as is said, Gad Jadud Yehudan you, Gad will be raided by raiders. Just as the seed of Gad obtained their share in another land, so the manna settled upon Israel outside the Holy Land. Was Keizira Gad, like coriander seed, Keizer Adajida, like seed of the phallus, white, and congealing as it descends through the atmosphere and then materializes in the body. This we have already established. And its color was like the color of Harbadola, Bdalayam like Badola, a crystal, which is white, resembling the right above. Rabbi Yitzchak said, Why did Moses, in this utterance, weaken the one above like a female, as is written? If this is how at, you, treat me, at the verse should read atta, you. However, he was speaking to the place inhabited by death, and that place is of the female. Therefore he said, Kill me, please, instantly. This is the tree of death, and we have already established that the tree of life is not inhabited by death. So he turned to the tree of death and said, At, you not atta, and so it should be. Immediately, Jehovah said to Moses, Gather for me 70 men. The blessed Holy One said to him, You're always asking for death, here it is for you. I will withdraw some of the spirit that is upon you and place it upon them. That here Moses knew that he would die and not enter the land, since Eldad and Medad were declaring this. Therefore, when a person is possessed by anger, he should not curse himself, for numerous forces are standing by, poised to receive that utterance. On other occasions when Moses asked for death, they did not accept it from him, since it was all for the benefit of Israel. Now, it derived only from anger and distress, so they accepted it. So afterward, Eldad and Medad remained, and they said this, that Moses would be gathered in and Joshua would bring Israel into the land. Consequently, Joshua came toward Moses and was jealous for his sake, though Moses did not care about his own honor. So he said, My lord Moses, Kila restrain them. What is meant by Kila withhold from them these words, as is said, Vayakal Haram, and the people were restrained, from bringing actual restraining. But Moses did not want to. Go and see the humility of Moses. What is written, Are you jealous for my sake? Happy is the share of Moses, who ascended above all other exalted prophets. Rabbi Yehuda said, All other prophets are to Moses like the beauty of the moon to the sun. Rabbi Abba was sitting one night and studying Torah, accompanied by Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Hizkiah. Rabbi Yos said, How hard-hearted are people, totally disregarding matters of that world. Rabbi Abba said, Evil of the heart, gripping all members of the body, makes them so. He opened, saying, There is an evil that I have seen under the sun. There is an evil force in the heart, seeking dominion over matters of this world, completely disregarding matters of that world. Why is it evil? The following verse demonstrates this, as is written, a man whom God gives wealth, possessions, and honor, and he lacks nothing for himself of all he desires, yet God does not enable him to consume it. This verse is difficult. Since it is written, and he lacks nothing for himself of all he desires, why yet God does not enable him to consume it, seeing that he lacks nothing for himself of all he desires? Well, it is a mystery, and all the words of King Solomon are clothed in other words like the words of Torah, which are clothed in stories of the world. Although we should look at the garment, now this verse is explained as follows: a person proceeds through this world, and the blessed Holy One gives him a wealth, so that he may thereby become worthy of the other world, the principle remaining with him. What is the principle? That which endures, a place in which the soul is bundled. So one must leave this principle after him, and he will receive it after departing from this world. For that principle is the tree of that world, and it does not exist in this world, only the fruit issuing from it. So a person who proves worthy eats its fruit, while the principle endures for him in that world, to attain supernal life above. If one defiles himself, allured after himself, so that he lacks nothing for himself at all, and that tree is abandoned, not placed before him in awe, so that it will welcome him above, then God does not enable him to consume it and to attain that wealth. Another man consumes it, as is said, what he prepares, the righteous will wear job. Therefore, by what the blessed Holy One gives a person, he should prove worthy of that world, so that he may eat of it in this world, while the principle remains for him in the other world, that he may be bound in the bundle of life. Rabbi Yos said, "It is surely written, if this is how you treat me, kill me, please, instantly." Now, did Moses, who was more humble than all other inhabitants of the world, surrender himself to death just because Israel asked him for food? Why? Rabbi Abba replied, "This matter I have learned, and it is a sublime mystery." Moses was not tormented, nor did he seek to die, on account of Israel's demand. Moses attained and was linked to something to which no other prophet was linked, for he grasped tzedakah, righteousness. When the blessed Holy One told Israel, "Look, I am about to rain down for you bread from heaven," Moses rejoiced, saying, "Surely, that perfection now exists in me, since for my sake manna is being provided for Israel." As soon as Moses saw that they again descended to another rung and asked for meat, and said, "Our throat loathes the wretched bread," he said, "If so, my rung is defective, since for my sake Israel should eat manna in the desert. Look, I am defective, Aaron is defective, Nahshon son of Amminadab is defective." He said, "V'im kaka atasali, if so, I am made to be you, for I am considered a female on account of her food. I descend from heaven to earth. Atasali, I am made to be you, descending to the place of female, impairing my place and my rung. If so, kill me, please, instantly, if I have found favor in your eyes, so that I won't have to see my wretchedness, surely, grasping the lower rung." Then Jehovah said to Moses, "Gather for me 70 men. Saying to him, Here, they will provide the people with other food, so that you won't be defective on your rung. Thus, I will withdraw some of the spirit that is upon you and place it upon them." Why? Since all of them were linked to the moon, the sun had to illumine her, so I will place it upon them to be illumined by the sun. Thereby, this food did not come through Moses, so that he would not be defective. Happy is the share of Moses, whom the blessed Holy One wished to honor. Of him is written, "Your father and your mother will rejoice, she who bore you will be glad, your father will rejoice, the blessed Holy One. And your mother, assembly of Israel. She who bore you will be glad, his mother below." For the blessed Holy One loved Moses more than all prophets of the world, with no intermediary at all, as is written, "Mouth to mouth I speak with him, as has been established in various places. Moses cried out to Jehovah, saying, El Narifan Allah, God, please, heal her. Please, this has already been established, and it is the mystery of the holy name of 11 letters. Moses did not want to pray longer, because concerning his own he did not wish to trouble the king. All the more so, then, did the Blessed Holy One insist upon honoring Moses, and everywhere the Blessed Holy One seeks the honor of the righteous more than his own. In the time to come, the Blessed Holy One intends to demand requital for the humiliation of Israel from the other nations, and to delight Israel with the joy of Zion, as is said, they will come and shout for joy on the heights of Zion, and they will flow to the bounty of Jehovah. Then, to Zion will come a Redeemer, to those in Jacob who turn back from sin, declares Jehovah.